Dear viewers, welcome to News Express. Today's main stories include John, the one who awakened the legacy of Queen Victoria, is formally crowned today. The Prime Minister of the Moonfall Kingdom has resigned and the cabinet has announced its dissolution. The representative of the awakened from the Haidong Nation has arrived today to conduct further negotiations regarding the symbol of Huaxia's ancestors. In front of the television, Su Qin's eyes suddenly widened, his gaze filled with confusion. What is this? Have I crossed into another world? He stared at the scene of power changing hands and the Moonfall Kingdom on the screen, yet all he could see was a blinding white as countless massive streams of information surged madly into his mind. Ancestor symbols. Bloodline awakening. The tangled flood of information left Su Qin so shaken he could scarcely breathe. This world had originally been no different from Blue Star. Yet just 1 year ago, strange phenomena began to appear across this world. A crown materialized out of thin air before the doors of a cathedral. Stone statues burst forth from archaeological sites. All manner of bizarre objects emerged at the same time across more than 200 countries and regions worldwide. At Buckingham Palace, a gardener inadvertently discovered a statue that had appeared out of nowhere in the garden, its features resembling Queen Victoria from over 100 years ago. The instant he called out the Queen's name, her phantom appeared, and countless rays of light scattered in all directions. Members of the royal family, bearing the Moonfall royal bloodline, felt beams of light merge into their bodies the very next moment. Most of these royals had long-lived pampered lives, their bodies frail and weak. Yet after fusing with the light, they instantly felt something within them awaken, and their strength surged dramatically. As for the gardener who had spoken the Queen's name, he awakened a peculiar ability. With a mere thought, golden light encircled his body, and conventional weapons could no longer pierce him. The shriveled old man in his 50s seemed to grow 20 years younger in an instant. A heavy aura of majesty and oppression radiated from him, and anyone who approached found themselves involuntarily submitting, unable to muster the slightest thought of resistance. Such an inconceivable spectacle spread rapidly through the internet, shattering in an instant the scientific faith this world had revered for countless years. Before absolute power, any rule can be broken. The Moonfall royal family, which had long been a mere ceremonial mascot, swiftly purged all governing institutions with thunderous means, and once more became the true rulers of the nation. The gardener who awakened the statue, though lacking royal blood, had received the Queen's legacy and held an innate suppressive power over those of royal lineage. Naturally, he was crowned king. From a wage-earning handyman to the sovereign of a nation standing at the pinnacle of power. Such a story in the past existed only in fairy tales. Yet now it was unfolding solid and real before the eyes of the entire world. You might not want to believe it, but you could no longer deny it. Everyone understood that this world was about to undergo an unprecedented upheaval. Those objects that had appeared from nowhere were named ancestor symbols. If one awakened the ancestor represented by a symbol, the descendants of that bloodline would gain immense benefits, and the awakener would become an existence far beyond ordinary people. The global order was destined to be reshuffled. At a time like this, no nation dared fall behind. Every country immediately mobilized all available strength to gather its own ancestor symbols and begin intensive research. Situations similar to that of the Moonfall royal family began appearing one after another around the world. But Huaxia was different from other nations. In Su Qin's memories, the history of this world had varying degrees of discontinuity. Huaxia belonged to the most tragic group. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Xiaoshang and Zhou. Qin unification and the Han, the plotting of the 3 kingdoms. Jin's in the North and South dynasties, followed by Sui and Tang. 5 dynasties, Song, Yuan, Ming, Qing, the glory of Huaxia. Yet in the surviving histories and relics, these brilliant eras could be traced back only roughly 300 years. Before the Qing dynasty, neither historical records nor artifacts bore the slightest trace. 5,000 years of splendor had been reduced to a mere few centuries. And more than half of that remnant history was written in humiliation and blood. For a long time, in the eyes of other nations, Huaxia was but a country of a few hundred years. Rootless like duckweed drifting on the water. Even though Huaxia had now risen its national strength so great no one dared look down on it. That hidden sense of deficiency deep in the hearts of its people had never truly dispersed. Present prosperity could not compensate for past frailty, to the extent that the Haidong nation could wave about a fabricated book titled the Huandan Gogi, and proclaim itself the cradle of Asian civilization. They declared that they were the ancestors of Huaxia. That Huaxia's culture today, everything it possessed, originated from them. Such psychological pressure weighed like a boulder on the heart of every Huaxia citizen. Those who bore the greatest burden naturally were Huaxia's historians. For so many years, generation after generation of historians had exhausted their minds and worked day and night, all in the hope of discovering new evidence. They sought to prove that Huaxia was not a vassal to others nor the remnant of some foreign state. They hoped that future generations of Huaxiao would truly stand tall, no longer trampled upon over historical issues. Yet no matter how hard they strove, their hopes were dashed again and again. The emergence of ancestor symbols, however, allowed them to glimpse a new ray of dawn. Experts from across the nation gathered at once and spent months in sleepless, foodless study. Yet they still could not find a way in. Let alone linking it to any particular ancestor, they could not even agree on what kind of artifact Huaxia's ancestor symbol actually was. Everyone was utterly at a loss. With no alternative, these experts went so far as to recite every known name from Huang Taiji onward through all the prominent figures of the Qing dynasty. Yet to their astonishment, the ancestor symbol still showed no reaction. The symbol lay right before their eyes, yet they could never activate it. Such maddening helplessness pushed all the experts to the brink of collapse. All around, neighboring countries had people awakening bloodlines and growing restless, and the pressure on Huaxiao mounted by the day. Coupled with the long failure to activate the ancestor symbol, public doubt and fear slowly began to spread. At this moment, Huaxiao could truly be said to stand beneath looming storms shrouded in dark clouds. Taking in the information in his mind, Su Chun drew a long breath. With memories of his previous life, he felt Huaxiao's current predicament all the more keenly. A vast 5,000-year heritage, countless peerless talents beyond number. In terms of bloodline, who among them did not have some remarkable ancestor? Huaxiao's 5,000 years of history were also 5,000 years of war, conflagrations, famine, natural catastrophe. For any family name to have endured to this day whose forebears were not princes, nobles, or figures of power. And yet, because of the gaps in history, Huaxiao had been bullied to such an extent. At this very moment, only Su Chen knew the radiance Huaxiao's soil had once witnessed, and how ancient and profound the blood flowing in the veins of its descendants truly was. Lastly, we once again call upon citizens across the nation to provide any clues. If you possess any information regarding the ancestor symbol, please contact your local neighborhood committee at once. The voice from the television pulled Su Chen's thoughts back once more. When he looked up at the screen, he was stunned. The ancestor symbol that had driven countless experts to rack their brains in vain, unable to identify it. In Su Chen's eyes was incomparably familiar. Round-bodied with 3 legs, simple, yet immensely weighty. It was unmistakably a ding, an ancient tripod cauldron. Su Chen's eyes lit up, and his breathing grew slightly heavy. Throughout Huaxiao's long history, the ding had always been one of its most enigmatic artifacts, carrying a significance that was nothing short of extraordinary. From the vault of heaven and the vast earth down to imperial authority itself, nothing embodied the weight of Huaxiao's heritage more fully than the ding. If any object could bear the accumulated history of Huaxiao, it was not porcelain, but the ding. In the world he once knew, even setting the experts aside, any Huaxiao child pulled at random could have recognized the ding at a single glance. Yet in this world, Huaxiao's past is a blank stretch beyond 300 years ago. In the only dynasty that remains recorded here, the Qing, neither the historical annals nor the Forbidden City preserve any trace of a ding. No wonder that group of experts, after studying for so long, still could not unravel its mystery. If he could awaken this ding, would it not allow the ancestors of Huaxiao hidden within lost pages of history to manifest once more? With the knowledge he possessed and the 5,000-year foundation, he remembered everything might change. Huaxiao could then stand proudly at the very pinnacle of the world. The descendants bearing Huaxiao's bloodline would at last lift their chests and straighten their spines. Gazing at the colossal ding on the television screen, Su Chun felt his blood ignite in an instant. In stark contrast to Su Chen's rising excitement, the atmosphere inside a spacious conference room in the northern region of Huaxiao was so tense it felt as though the very air had solidified. General Zhu, since your nation has been unable to activate this symbol, it clearly proves that this ancestral emblem belongs to our Haidong country and should rightfully be returned to us. Mr. Jin, this ancestral symbol appeared in Huaxiao. It is obviously Huaxiao's artifact. For you to now claim it as yours is far too overbearing. Our Haidong chronicles clearly record that we possess a civilization stretching back over 10,000 years. We are beyond dispute the true origin of Asian civilization. In other words, we Haidong people are your Huaxiao ancestors. Now that this ancestral symbol has appeared in Huaxiao, and you cannot awaken it, it naturally belongs to Haidong country. The Huaxiao delegation sat with faces dark as iron, while Haidong's representative of the awakened Jin Xinjuan remained composed and leisurely, wearing an air of lofty superiority. Jin Junxian let his gaze wander around the room, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. In halting Chinese, he continued, "You must have heard that our Haidong ancestral symbol is the jade steel of His Majesty Taizong Dewang Kimchuanqiu. Even I was astonished that after awakening His Majesty's spectral image, more than 100,000 Haidong citizens experienced bloodline awakening. Haidong country is now in every sense a nation of gods. If Huaxiao hands over this ancestral emblem, perhaps we may even shelter Huaxiao in the future. Otherwise, do not blame us for disregarding this so-called good neighborly friendship." As he spoke, the ambassador's smile grew ever more pronounced. When all is said and done, Haidong and Huaxiao were originally one family. Even if Huaxiao becomes dependent on us in the future, it will merely be a matter of recognizing its true lord and returning to its ancestral clan, protected by over 100,000 awakened descendants. Why resist such a prospect? If his earlier words were still mere pressure, then now they were naked threats blended with outright insult. Nonsense. As Huaxiao's representative, Zhu Yuanzhong could no longer restrain himself. He slammed the table and shot to his feet. Old Zhu calmed down. Beside him, Li Shuhua's mouth twitched as he urgently tugged at Zhu Yuanzhong's sleeve, terrified he might do something irreparably rash. As the director of Huaxiao's Institute of Historical Studies, Li Shuhua felt as though a knife were twisting in his heart. Yet reality lay bare before them. Huaxiao possessed only 300 years of recorded history. Even if they could awaken an ancestral symbol, they would still be hard-pressed to contend with Haidong. At such a moment, forceful defiance would only worsen the situation. Zhu Yuanzhong knew this as well. He clenched his fists so tightly that veins bulged at his temples, yet stubbornly refused to sit down. Watching this, Jin Juanxian's eyes grew even more contemptuous. In Haidong's official histories, Kim Chuanxiu is recorded as the 29th monarch of Silla, honored as King Muriel, a ruler of singular brilliance and unmatched valor. With fearless resolve and immense audacity, he led the people of Silla to destroy Goguryeo and unify the entire peninsula under his banner. He is one of the most revered ancestors of Haidong. Even Haidong itself had not expected that the suddenly revealed jade steel would turn out to be the emblem of this very forebear. After Kim Chuanxiu was awakened, Haidong, where the surname Kim is a dominant clan name, saw more than 100,000 citizens undergo bloodline awakening, leaving the entire world utterly stunned. Most crucial of all, as more ancestral relics were awakened across nations, people discovered a pattern: the more ancient the ancestor, the greater the influence, and the more potent the awakened descendant's power. Kim Chuanxiu lived over 1,300 years ago. In terms of achievement, he can almost be regarded as Haidong's founding ancestor. 100,000 awakened descendants, all tracing back to such a formidable ancestor. This power is in today's world truly unique and unparalleled. Even the former hegemon across the ocean no longer commands Haidong's fear. As for Huaxia, what if its national strength is formidable? What if a third aircraft carrier has just been launched? Perhaps in the past they might have feared such powers to some extent. But now, with over 100,000 awakened descendants who do not fear modern weaponry, who could possibly stand in their way? In this new world, ancient and noble bloodlines have become the true voice of authority. Huaxiao, with a mere 300 years of recorded history and a single dynasty founded by a minority people, is seen by Haidong as a nation whose decline is already predetermined. Yet ancestral symbols themselves are of immense importance, tied directly to the rise and fall of entire. The power of 100,000 awakened descendants already ranks among the foremost forces in the world today. Haidong, so far ahead of its rivals, cannot possibly tolerate another country catching up, least of all Huaxiao, its constant competitor. Thus, even if there were only a 1 in 10% chance, they would still strive to strangle it in the cradle. Suppressing an opponent's progress is equivalent to advancing one's own. Walk one's own path while leaving others with none to tread. This has been the tactic practiced for decades by the great power across the ocean, and Haidong, following in its shadow, has thoroughly mastered this art. More importantly, Haidong's histories portray Huaxia as the land of Haidong's displaced descendants. Since Huaxia has been unable to activate the ancestral symbol, there is a real possibility that it is indeed an artifact of Haidong's own forebears. If they can secure it, perhaps yet another 100,000 descendants will awaken. At that point, not to mention Huaxia, Haidong could lay claim to the entirety of Blue Star itself. At this very moment, Haidong sees an unprecedented opportunity before it, an opening to rise above all other nations and become the undisputed overlord of Blue Star. Given all this, even tearing apart diplomatic relations and going to war with Huaxia is a price Haidong is prepared to pay. Before coming, Jin Juanxian had already received unequivocal orders. If Huaxia yields hands over the ancestral symbol and accepts the status of Haidong's vassal, then all can be negotiated. But if Huaxia fails to recognize reality and still imagines itself to be the great power it once was, then Jin Juanxian need show no courtesy. If pressure fails, they will simply take it by force. He and the 100 people accompanying him all bear the bloodline of Taejong Daewang Kim Chuanxiu. In the eyes of these bloodline-awakened individuals, ordinary humans are no different from ants. If they choose to act, there is no one in Huaxia who can stop them. Watching Jin Juanxian's arrogant demeanor, Zhu Yuanzhong felt a surge of anger rising within him. At over 50 years old, he was a renowned iron-fisted general of Huaxia, known for his iron-blooded toughness. It was precisely because of this reputation that at the brink of retirement he was entrusted with the highest command in this crisis. In the past, these people from Haidong would never have dared to act so recklessly in front of him. However, now this iron-fisted general who dared to face the Eagle Sauce's 7th Fleet, Hedin, felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Huaxia's history spanned only 300 years. The legacies that have been passed down were studied repeatedly by domestic historians for decades. According to the original plan, activating the symbol of the ancestors should not be a problem. Even if they could not compare to other nations, there were still plenty of 8-banner descendants today, though many had changed their surnames to Han. Once these people's bloodlines awakened, Huaxia should be able to protect itself. But what Zhu Yuanzheng did not expect was, a year later there was still no progress in the research on the ancestral symbol. Huaxia went from hope to helplessness, and then from helplessness to despair. The ancestral symbol lay before them, yet they did not recognize it. They could not even summon the ancestors of the Qing dynasty. Was Huaxia truly a land of remnants from other nations? Could it be that as the Sakura claimed the bloodlines of Huaxia people were synonymous with inferiority? Were they truly excluded from this dramatic transformation of bloodline awakening? Did Huaxia not even qualify to participate? Were they directly eliminated? This was beyond Zhu Yuanzheng's imagination and exceeded everyone's capacity to bear. The scars buried deep within the hearts of the Huaxia people were once again exposed to the world. And this time the bloodshed was not just profuse, it seemed to herald the decline of Huaxia. Every country has its traitors, let alone Huaxia with its 1.4 billion people. Under various pressures, some chose to defect to other countries, while others spent large sums to attach themselves to foreign bloodline awakeners. Some even went so far as to become playthings, hoping to bear a child with a bloodline awakener, extending the bloodline of foreign races where the mother would gain status through her offspring. Zhu Yuanzheng witnessed all this pain in his heart, yet he could only endure. As long as the ancestral symbol remained, hope would still exist. But now the people from Haidong had come knocking. They not only wanted the ancestral symbol of Huaxia, but also aimed to annex Huaxia. How audacious! What a huge appetite! Faced with the aggressive stance of Haidong, Zhu Yuanzheng could no longer hold back. They had over 100,000 awakeners. But Huaxia had not been without powerful enemies. Not to mention the past 300 years, even in the last 100 years, how many calamities had Huaxia endured? In the face of planes and cannons, tanks and machine guns, did we ever back down? In times of crisis, it is inevitable that some would fear for their lives, and some would sell their country for glory. But Zhu Yuanzheng firmly believed that the vast majority of Huaxia people were loyal to their homeland. All soldiers swore before retiring, "If there is war, I shall return upon summons." With just a call to arms, these veterans would immediately pack their gear and follow. Even if the path ahead was fraught with, even if the way forward was littered with bullets and bombs, they would all charge forward without hesitation, sacrificing themselves for the nation. And these people's descendants, even if still seated in classrooms, still youthful and innocent. In the face of national calamity, most would, like their forefathers, resolutely enlist in the military. Even if afraid, they would still fight for their country. Even if they weep, they would protect their homeland and fight against enemies. This has been proven countless times in Huaxia's brief history of just over 100 years. Even if faced with over 100,000 awakeners, the outcome would undoubtedly be the same. These individuals, even without awakening, still have the iron-blooded spirit of Huaxia flowing in their veins. This is Zhu Yuanzheng's confidence. It is also the fundamental reason why Huaxia stands tall despite enduring numerous hardships. These individuals, even without awakening, still have the iron-blooded spirit of Huaxia flowing in their veins. This is Zhu Yuanzheng's confidence. It is also the fundamental reason why, and he knew he could not leave alive today. However, he was also aware that merely enduring would only bring greater humiliation. More terrifying than war was enslavement. The ancestral symbol is Huaxia's bottom line. Whoever surrenders, it becomes Huaxia's sinner. In the past, even in nationwide warfare amidst countless corpses, we never surrendered. Now it is even more impossible. Zhu Yuanzheng's eyes turned bloodshot, but just as he prepared to take action, a sudden urgent knocking at the door interrupted him. Turning around, his secretary had already opened the door and rushed in, whispering a few words in Li Shua's ear. "Are you certain?" Upon hearing this, the wrinkles on Li Shua's forehead instantly lifted. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzheng's hand, which was reaching behind him, froze as his gaze quickly turned. At such a moment, what could possibly make Li Shuhua lose his composure, if not matters concerning the ancestral symbol? However, before Zhu Yuanzheng could speak, he saw Li Shuhua give him a knowing look. Zhu Yuanzheng instantly understood, forcibly suppressing his rage, and casually concocted a reason before turning to quickly exit the conference room with Li Shuhua. After walking through a corridor and turning a corner, Zhu Yuanzheng suddenly grabbed Li Shua's sleeve. "Speak. The committee of Bali Street just reported that a young man has come forward claiming to be able to activate the ants." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzheng was taken aback for a moment, then immediately erupted with fury. "Nonsense. What time is it? How can anyone still dare to make such jokes?" Li Shuhua sighed and shook his head. It was no wonder Zhu Yuanzheng was furious, since the public call for clues, numerous leads had been reported from various places. However, after verification, all were useless. For over half a year, from television, radio, and the internet to every community, going door to door for inquiries and registrations. If there had been any useful information, it should have been reported long ago. Why would they still be waiting now? The two had experienced countless disappointments and were now hesitant to trust this information. What was even more outrageous was that this person was not just providing clues, but claimed to be able to activate the ancestral symbol directly. This seemed like sheer nonsense boasting without a solid foundation. Li Shuhua calmed himself, and then quietly said that person also mentioned that the ancestral symbol appearing in Huaxia is called a ding, and he spoke with conviction. Secretary Wang did not dare to delay upon receiving the news, and reported immediately. Ding. Zhu Yuanzheng was taken aback again, frowning as he asked, "Have you heard of it before?" No, Li Shuhua replied affirmatively. There are no similar records in Huaxia's historical texts, nor have any similar artifacts been passed down. Zhu Yuanzheng clenched his teeth, his face darkening as he could not help but curse again. How could a mere young man know of something that even the director of Huaxia's Institute of Historical Studies had never heard of? He was most likely just a kid with too much time on his hands who believed in the novels he read. The Awakeners of the Haidong Kingdom were still in the conference room. Zhu Yuanzheng initially thought there might be a turning point in the situation, so he forcibly suppressed his anger only to find that it was all in vain. Li Shuhua observed Zhu Yuanzheng's expression and stepped closer, speaking in a deep voice. "Old Zhu, we have decades of friendship. I know what you were about to do, but I still advise you to reconsider. Our country has come this far, and it wasn't easy. Unless it's absolutely necessary, we cannot entertain thoughts of mutual destruction." Zhu Yuanzheng was boiling with rage, and upon hearing this his eyes widened as he shouted angrily. "If the fish are dying, who cares about the net? Haven't you heard those Haidong people boasting? They not only want the symbol of our ancestors, but also aim to swallow us whole. Let me tell you, old Li, if we kneel today, our descendants will never stand again. In the future, when the common people walk over our graves, they will spit on you, believe it or not." Li Shuhua's face darkened, and his voice rose by an octave. "What are you yelling about? Is that what I mean?" Zhu Yuanzheng stood his ground, continuing to shout loudly. "Let me tell you, our soldiers are not cowards. What does it matter if we have over 100,000 awakeners? We have 4 million troops. Even if the active forces are wiped out, there are still 7 to 8 million retired veterans." "Nonsense." Li Shuhua's face turned pale with fury. "The Haidong people have summoned Jin Xuanxiu, the ancestors from over 1,300 years ago, the founding monarch of the Haidong Kingdom. Don't you know how powerful the descendants of the Jin family are once they awaken their bloodline? Using lives as expendables. Are your soldiers not born of mothers? If you really let 1,000 lives be traded for one Haidong person, could you issue that command? By that time, even if we repel the Haidong people, we will be in a dire situation. What if the Sakura take advantage of the chaos? What if the Western royal family comes to pick up the spoils? What if the descendants of King Ashoka of the Baixiang Kingdom invade? What will you use to fight then?" At this point, Li Shuhua let out a heavy snort of anger. "If you Zhu Yuanzheng die here today, it will be a swift end with a reputation for unyielding. After all, even if it becomes a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, you won't see it, will you? This is purely the bravery of a fool." Zhu Yuanzheng was at a loss for words after being yelled at by Li Shuhua. In his memory, Li Shuhua, as the director of the Historical Research Institute, had always been gentle and refined for decades. When had he ever lost his temper like this? All right. You are not a fool. You are educated. So what do you propose? Do you think that if you say a few good words, the Haidong people will obediently leave? Our present was not given by anyone, but forged by the power of the gun. Decades ago, how many people died? Aren't they also born of mothers? Look at Ba Baoshan. Now look at Zhou Gongshan. Those people died. They died so that more people could live today. After studying history for so many years, don't you understand this? If I had even the slightest solution, would I want to do it this way? Who would willingly let their soldiers go to their deaths? But if we don't die, 1.4 billion people can only stick out their necks to be slaughtered." After saying these words, Zhu Yuanzheng's eyes were filled with tears, his tall figure trembling uncontrollably. This general had fought on the battlefield for half a lifetime, never bowing to the enemy. Yet at this moment he seemed to have aged 10 years, his body trembling as he clutched his chest and coughed violently. Li Shuhua fell silent. He could clearly see that the Haidong people were determined to obtain the symbol of their ancestors this time. No matter how they responded, it would ultimately lead to a dead end. Struggling was better than not struggling. But it was precisely because he had studied history for decades that he understood the suffering of this land. Thus he was unwilling to see the motherland engulfed in war again. Even more so, he did not want to see his fellow countrymen die in vain. After a brief silence, Li Shuhua let out a long sigh. As long as things have not reached the worst point, there is still a chance for change. Now that the knife is already at our throats, we cannot give up any glimmer of hope. Let's let that person try first. Saying this, Li Shuhua couldn't help but laugh at himself bitterly. What if? Zhu Yuanzheng looked at Li Shuhua, and his emotions gradually calmed down. Although the two had different perspectives, one being literary, and the other martial, there was no doubt that both were devoted to their country. What about that young man who reported earlier? Zhu Yuanzheng shook his head slightly, thought for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "Let's treat a dead horse as a living horse, doctor." After saying this, Zhu Yuanzheng straightened his trembling body, the aura of an iron-blooded general resurfacing. But I cannot wait any longer. In my position, I must make the best plans and prepare for the worst. Even if we must die with value. After saying this, Zhu Yuanzheng turned around and strode away. Watching his back, Li Shuhua took a deep breath, unable to calm himself for a long time. Under the push of fate, the future of the country had already headed toward an unpredictable direction. A slight misstep could lead to utter destruction. But what could they do at this point? Could they really place their hopes on that suddenly emerging young man? The ancestral symbol that experts across the nation could not understand even after a year of research. Could a mere young lad understand it clearly? Just thinking about it felt unreliable. An hour later at Tiananmen Square. Unlike the usual throngs of people, Tiananmen was heavily guarded at this time. Under the watch of countless guards, a large cauldron stood on a high platform in the center of the square. After failing to yield results, Li Shuhua and others requested permission from their superiors to move the ancestral symbol here for public display, hoping for a breakthrough. But 3 months had passed, and still there was no gain. At this moment, Li Shuhua stood in the square, his gaze complex. Beside him stood a young man in his 20s, Su Chun, who had been urgently sent by the community committee. Young man, I have told you the current situation. The Haidong Kingdom can no longer hold back, and the domestic forces have already begun to mobilize. Do you really have confidence? Li Shuhua asked Su Chun if he had confidence, but he had not a bit of faith himself. Before meeting Su Chun, he still held a glimmer of hope. What if Su Chun came from some ancient banner family, and some unknown secret history had been passed down in his family, just recently discovered? There might be a sliver of hope. As long as the ancestral symbol was activated, the Haidong people would naturally have no excuse to act. Even if it were just a little-known figure from the Qing dynasty, it could prevent a disaster. As for losing face, Li Shuhua had no thought to consider that at all. But that last tiny bit of hope was crushed by. After checking, Su Chen's background was utterly ordinary. Han ethnicity, 21 years old, from an average working-class family. He was still in his second year of college with a major that had nothing to do with history. Upon realizing that their last hope rested on an ordinary student, Li Shuhua felt like crying. Yet faced with the skeptical and pessimistic gazes of Li Shuhua and others, Su Chun simply smiled and directly stepped forward, walking towards the large cauldron in the center of the square. Su Chun continued forward, but as he reached the base of the high platform, the guards had already blocked his way. The ancestors' symbol was of great significance, and even if displayed openly, one could only watch from below. However, the entire high platform was over 10 meters tall. Standing below, one could barely make out its general outline. In Su Chen's memory, the Ding had appeared throughout various historical periods in Huaxia. In the previous world, there were hundreds that had survived. Yet none of the Ding matched the exact form and inscriptions of the ancestor's symbol. Which ancestor did this suddenly appearing ancestral symbol represent? Su Chen needed to get closer to observe carefully if he hoped to find any clues. At this point, Li Shuhua could no longer afford to hesitate. With so many guards present, was he really worried that Su Chun would run off with the ancestral symbol? He hesitated for only a moment before nodding. With Li Shuhua's gesture, the guard blocking Su Chen's path immediately stepped aside, clearing a step for him. Around the square, the media reporters who had previously been drowsy became alert at this moment. If there was anything that had captured the attention of Huaxia this year, it was undoubtedly the ancestral symbol. From the moment it was publicly displayed, major media outlets across the nation had dispatched reporters to monitor the scene, eager to document this historic moment. However, months passed, and while visitors came in droves, no one had managed to activate the ancestral symbol. If it weren't for their duties, most reporters would have left long ago. But today seemed different. Some sharp-eyed individuals had already spotted Li Shuhua. As the president of the Huaxia Historical Research Institute, his current prominence far surpassed that of celebrities. At this moment, Li Shuhua was present. Moreover, the young man he brought was able to ascend the high platform and view the ancestral symbol up close. Something significant was surely about to happen. With a professional instinct, countless cameras immediately focused on Su Chun. As he ascended the steps, taking in the familiar surroundings and enduring countless gazes, a mix of emotions swirled within him. 5,000 years of majestic history. Countless ancestors like a sea of stars. Among the hundreds of surnames in Huaxia, which one does not overshadow the Jin dynasty by several streets? Yet this was a land that had historically been a vassal. An ancestor who only defeated Goguryeo by bending the knee to the Tang emperor. How could their descendants dare to flaunt their power before Huaxia today? But Huaxia in this world had long been weakened by historical issues. Forget about other countries, even the people of Huaxia had grown accustomed to enduring all of this. Even if he eloquently spoke of each Huaxia ancestor, now no one would believe him. They might even think he had been traumatized and lost his mind. At that time, not only would he not be able to approach the ancestral symbol, but he would probably be dragged off to a mental hospital. So upon seeing Li Shuhua, he chose to say nothing. As long as he activated the ancestral symbol and awakened the ancestors of Huaxia, everything would naturally be proven. The high platform was merely a few dozen steps tall. But the closer he got to the Great Ding, the more he could feel an invisible pressure. It was the weight of Huaxia's history. He believed that in a moment everyone present, and even the 14 billion people of Huaxia, would feel as he did. Su Chen calmed his emotions and finally stepped onto the high platform standing before the Great Ding. The ding was over a meter tall, with a round body and 3 legs covered in intricate patterns that did not resemble any ancient script from Huaxia's history. Upon closer inspection, it resembled images of mountains and rivers. Just one glance conveyed an overwhelming sense of majesty. More importantly, this ding did not possess the exquisite craftsmanship of those Su Chen had seen in his past life. From top to bottom, it revealed a raw and primitive feeling. Even the bronze used was not pure, riddled with blemishes. Yet because of this, the Great Ding possessed a quality that other Huaxia dings lacked. An ancient aura surged forward, transcending countless ages. Were the mountains and rivers merely decorations? Was the great clumsiness akin to skill? Su Chen was momentarily stunned as a lightning bolt struck his mind, giving rise to an idea he could hardly believe. Could this ding be the one from legend? No matter, let's just give it a try. Su Chen steadied his mind, parted his lips, and attempted to call out 2 words. Dong! As the 2 words left his mouth, the long silent Great Ding suddenly shook, emitting a thunderous roar. The surrounding crowd, caught off guard, trembled from the immense sound wave. Some of the more timid ones even sat down on the ground. What's happening? The ancestral symbol. Is it the voice of the ancestral symbol? My heavens! Could it be that the ancestral symbol of Huaxia has been activated? Which ancestor of the Qing dynasty has been summoned? With such a great commotion, it might be an emperor of the Qing dynasty. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. If it were the 2 great emperors Kangxi or Qianlong, then Huaxia would be saved. The area around Tiananmen Square erupted in chaos, and everyone felt a bit dazed, unable to believe what was happening. The news of the ancestral symbol, making a loud noise and possibly about to be activated, spread like thunder across all of Huaxia. Regardless of age or gender, everyone immediately set aside their tasks, turned on their televisions, and pulled out their phones. The number of viewers in the live broadcast rooms set up by major official media outlets surged at a shocking rate. Across the land of Huaxia, countless eager gazes pierced through screens of all sizes. Focusing on Tiananmen Square. Focusing on the Great Ding. Focusing on Su Chen. They had been disappointed for too long, and when happiness suddenly arrived, no one could contain their inner excitement. But soon these people were left dumbfounded. For on the Great Ding, a phantom had already begun to materialize. It was a tall man. But contrary to everyone's expectations, he was not wearing a dragon robe, nor any Qing dynasty official attire. Instead, he was clad in simple hemp clothing, wearing a bamboo hat. He looked like a farmer. Who is this person? No way. The ancestor summoned by Huaxia is actually an ordinary farmer. This is bad. The ancestors summoned by others are either founding monarchs or queens, if not they are heads of ancient noble families. How did it come to this for Huaxia? Oh my, what use is it for descendants to awaken their bloodlines if we summon such an ancestor? After others activate the ancestral symbol, the ancestor's phantom would emit light spots, and the descendants would merge with these light spots to activate their bloodlines. Why does our ancestor's phantom show no reaction at all? Could it be that this ancestor has become extinct? My heavens, is Huaxia really doomed? The live broadcast room was filled with wails, and the ecstatic feelings of everyone dissipated by more than half in an instant. However, at that moment, Su Chen's eyes shone brightly, and he was ecstatic. He looked up at the phantom on the Great Ding, then glanced at the crowd with complex expressions, understanding something within. An ancestor reappearing, yet unrecognized, possessing a treasure mountain, yet feeling ashamed. How could such descendants hope to earn their ancestors' favor? How could they activate their bloodlines? Now he must clear the name of the ancestors. He must restore the name of Huaxia. Su Chen stood before the grand cauldron, gazing at the throngs of people in the square, and declared loudly, "Have you lived here for so many years, and ever wondered why this land beneath your feet is called Huaxia?" Su Chen's voice was not loud, yet it echoed throughout every corner of the square. The once boisterous crowd fell silent, all in a state of confusion. Why is it called Huaxia? This question had never crossed the minds of many. It was simply passed down from generation to generation, and so it was called. Before anyone could react, Su Chen's voice continued to rise. In the Zhuazhuanzheng, it is written that the beauty of clothing is called Hua, and the grandeur of rituals is why it is called Xia. But in my view, the Xia in Huaxia not only represents rituals, but also humanity, the central land and origin. Because this was the name of the first dynasty of Huaxia. This is the true meaning of Xia in Huaxia. Su Chen's words not only stunned everyone, but also left Li Shuhua in shock. Even Zhu Yuanjing, who had just received the news and rushed to the scene, found himself frozen in place, dumbfounded. Zhuazhuanzheng. What ancient book is this? Why have I never heard of it? And the first dynasty of Huaxia, was it not the Qing dynasty? Everyone felt their minds in disarray, staring blankly at Su Chen. Su Chen slightly turned his head, looking at the phantom in midair. His voice suddenly rose again. The Dragon Gate divides the Yeek. The three gates cleave the Yellow River. In ancient times, the sages governed the waters for 13 years, relieving the people of the Central Plains from flooding, achieving everlasting merit. He traversed Huaxiao, empathizing with the suffering of the people. He delineated the 9 provinces, uniting the world, preventing Huaxiao from falling into chaos, and established the future order. As he spoke, Su Chen pointed at the Grand Cauldron. This is the supreme artifact of Huaxia, the ancestor of all cauldrons. The 9 provinces cauldron. The cauldron on the high platform emitted a deep rumble, as if responding to Su. It was like a traveler after many years finally stepping upon the soil of his homeland, hearing the voices of his fellow countrymen calling his name. In Su Chen's previous world, the 9 provinces cauldron had been lost since the pre-Qin era, and no one had witnessed its true form. The debate over whether there was 1 or 9 cauldrons continued endlessly. Even the existence of the Xia dynasty had been constantly criticized by outsiders. But now Su Chen had seen this artifact of Huaxiao with his own eyes. He had witnessed the phantom of the ancestors of the Xia dynasty. Everything was already beyond doubt. 4,000 years ago, our ancestors, the sages, united the tribes, delineated the world, and established the capital in Yangqing, naming it Xia. He united the scattered tribes and clans of Huaxiao, overcoming the disasters that plagued the land. The people crowned him with a great title to commemorate his achievements. He is the first emperor of Huaxiao. He is the ancient sage monarch. The Emperor Xia. Do you? With every word Su Chen uttered, the phantom in midair grew taller by several meters. By the time the last word fell, the yes figure had already reached over 1,000 meters high. Like a colossal giant, he supported the sky of Huaxiao with his strong arms. The coarse robes he wore transformed into a majestic imperial robe adorned with azure and crimson. A tremendous pressure instantly enveloped the surroundings, penetrating through countless screens, causing all Huaxiao people to feel their scalps tingle and hair stand on end. Shock, confusion, disbelief. This was the collective sentiment of everyone present. Generations of Huaxiao people had long accepted the reality that their country had only a 300-year history. In response to the mockery from foreign races, they had felt anger and resentment, yet they had never doubted this point. But now, this deeply ingrained belief was beginning to shatter. For 1,000 years. What an exceptionally long span of time. In the past, Huaxiao people would not even dare to dream of it. But now, the towering phantom of Diyu, the thunderous rumble of the 9 provinces cauldron, all proved one thing. Su Chen's words were not false. Li Shua's eyes turned red, tears streaming down his wrinkled face uncontrollably. As the director of the Huaxia Historical Research Institute, he had suppressed too much pain in his heart. In the 300 years of history, half of it was filled with blood and tears and humiliation. A mere tens of thousands of outsiders had breached the gates of Huaxia with guns and cannons, burning, killing, looting, as if entering a no man's land. Not to mention the subsequent invasion of the cherry blossoms. The land of Huaxia lay in ruins with corpses strewn everywhere. Each time he opened the history books, those gruesome accounts, those blood-soaked numbers felt like sharp needles stabbing into Li Shua's heart, making him feel deep anguish and sleepless nights. But now he knew. 4,000 years ago, we had already established a dynasty. The Xia and Huaxiao represented a glorious history. In that distant era, we had great sage ancestors. We were not the remnants of foreign races. We were not vassals of other nations. Our history, beyond blood and tears, also held brilliance. Li Shua cried out, but even as tears blurred his vision, he would not blink. Because he was afraid. He was afraid this was all just an illusion. He was afraid that if he closed his eyes, everything would vanish. Along with him, every Huaxiao person present shared the same fear. And those before the screens, countless figures with tearful eyes trembling with excitement. However, among the crowd in the square, some faces showed not joy but fear. These people were the awakened ones from the Haidong nation who had just arrived. Zhu Yuanzheng and Li Shua's sudden departure had already aroused Jin Zhengxin's suspicions. Initially, he hadn't paid much attention, because in his view, any resistance from Huaxiao was child's play in the face of the awakened one's power. But he never expected that the ancestral symbol of Huaxia, silent for a year, would be activated at this moment. Using the abilities of the after witnessing it with his own eyes, Jin Junxian was left utterly dumbfounded. The ancestral phantom towering over 1,000 meters. The emperor of Huaxiao from 4,000 years ago. Is this a joke? Huaxiao clearly has only a 300-year history. How could an ancestor from 4,000 years ago appear? Jin Junxian frowned and pondered for a moment, suddenly widening his eyes. This character, he seemed to have seen it before. And not just him, many people from the Haidong nation must have heard of it. That was a passage from the Huantan ancient record. Tang Junwangjian sent his son Fulu to meet Yu Shun at Tushan, and Shun sent the Minister of Works Yu to learn my 5 elements water control method, which he succeeded. In the understanding of the Haidong people, Huaxia had always been a territory of Haidong. And Yu Shun was a minister of the Haidong nation sent to govern the land of Huaxia after learning the methods of statecraft in Haidong. This Minister of Works, he was Shun's subordinate and also a Haidong person. With the help of the Haidong nation's prince, he successfully managed the water issues of Huaxia. Later, the king of Haidong ordered the integration of the Huaxia tribes and allowed Shun to abdicate to Yu, leading Yu to become the king of Xia. So in this case, De Ye's achievements are entirely the credit of our Haidong nation. Moreover, he is not an ancestor of the Huaxia people. Clearly, he belongs to our Haidong nation. Upon realizing this, Jin Junxian suddenly saw the light and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. No wonder. I was wondering how Huaxia could suddenly activate the ancestral symbol. With only a 300-year history, yet it summoned the ancestral phantom from 400 years ago. Most likely that kid had sneaked a peek at the Huantan ancient records and guessed it by sheer luck. But what of it? It was we the people of Haidong who unified all your tribes and became your emperors. Doesn't that perfectly prove that Huaxia is the land of the descendants of Haidong? Moreover, it has been so long since the phantom was summoned, yet no Huaxia person has awakened their bloodline. Can this not prove that Deyu is the ancestor of us Haidong people? As long as we bring the ancestral symbol back to Haidong, countless awakeners will surely emerge. An ancestor from 400 years ago. How powerful will their descendants be once their bloodlines awaken? Just thinking about it made Jin Junxian tremble with excitement. Move. We can't wait any longer. Jin Junxian steeled his heart, and a force far beyond ordinary humans erupted from his veins, filling every inch of his muscles. He pushed off with one leg, producing a loud bang, and shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. Accompanying him were over 100 awakeners from Haidong. These 100 figures disregarded the crowd in the square, charging straight towards the high platform. The square, which had been filled with joy just a moment ago, was suddenly engulfed in screams and cries of panic. This is bad. Quick, stop them. We cannot let them approach the ancestral symbol. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression changed, and he was the first to react, immediately issuing orders. The guards in the square showed no hesitation, quickly gathering beneath the high platform to form a solid wall of humanity. They understood that weapons would have little effect on these awakened ones, and if they opened fire, the casualties would only be the surrounding Huaxia citizens. However, relying solely on flesh and blood, it was impossible to stop the awakeners from Haidong. Yet there was no hint of fear in the eyes of the guards forming the wall, because behind them stood Huaxia's divine artifact, the ancestors of Huaxia. Even knowing they would likely die, they could not take a step back. Foolish Huaxia people, since you wish to die, then go ahead and die. In just a breath's time, Jin Junxian had already reached the base of the high platform. He waved his right hand, and a beam of red light surged from his palm, forming a half-meter-long rod that slammed fiercely forward. This is blood gathering to form soldiers. Zhu Yuanzhang stood at the forefront of the human wall, his pupils sharply contracting. Previously, he had only heard that the descendants of certain powerful ancestors, upon activating their bloodlines, not only experienced a surge in strength, but could also use the power of their lineage to forge weapons unique to awakeners. Even a tank would be reduced to scrap metal in a single strike. He had thought it was mere rumor, but now witnessing it, he realized it was indeed true. The rod swung through the air. Though only half a meter long, it produced a fierce sound as it cut through the air, its might terrifying, giving a sense of a meteor crashing down. Seeing this scene, the Huaxia people turned pale. If this rod were to strike down Zhu Yuanzhang, and the guards behind him would be instantly turned into a bloody mess. Many people instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. However, in the next moment, a furious roar echoed from the high platform. Within Huaxia's Zhuzhou, how dare foreign barbarians act so recklessly? Before the ancestors of Huaxia, how can the descendants be bullied? I, Su Chen, a descendant of Huaxia, stand for the 14 billion descendants of Huaxia. I beseech the ancestors to bless Zhuzhou and protect the descendants. Boom. The earth trembled and the winds howled. The phantom that had remained still like a statue suddenly opened its eyes at that moment. I am the Emperor of Xia Siyu. The voice of thunder shook the universe. The Haidong awakeners were momentarily stunned, their bodies frozen in place by an invisible force, and the rods they wielded turned to clouds of blood mist and dissipated. I am the sovereign of Zhuzhou. How can foreign barbarians run rampant? The gaze was as tangible as substance, as if it pierced through time and space, looking down upon the entire land of Huaxia. In the next second, every foreign awakener present in Huaxia trembled in unison. The awakening power they had prided themselves on vanished like water spilling away. I am the ancestor of Huaxia. Who dares to bully my descendants? The overwhelming might felt like a mountain pressing down. Jin Junxian and the others had no resistance whatsoever, collapsing to the ground, spitting blood. The once invincible body that could withstand bullets was now completely broken, and they lay limp, unable to move even an inch. Silence. A deathly stillness. All the Huaxia people in the square, their previous expressions of horror still fresh, raised their heads in a daze, gazing up at the phantom of Dayu. One guard at the base of the high platform, who had remained composed even in the face of death, was now trembling, the fear rapidly spreading throughout his body, until finally his legs gave way and he knelt on the ground. Descendants of Huaxia, pay homage to the ancestors. This shout was like a spark, instantly igniting a wildfire. In the square and across the entire land of Huaxiao, a roar of cheers erupted like the waves of the sea. Descendants of Huaxiao pay homage to the ancestors. Descendants of Huaxiao pay homage to the Emperor of Xia. Dayu. Great Yu. This is our ancestor of Huaxia. I had never heard of the Xia dynasty, nor had I heard of Dayu, but for some reason the moment I saw the phantom, I was certain it was our ancestor. We have ancestors in Huaxia. Not the Manchus nor foreign tribes, but our own Han ancestors. So our roots, our blood, have always been here. I had never heard of the Xia dynasty, nor had I heard of Dayu, but for some reason the moment I saw the phantom, I was certain it was our ancestor. Because the character for Xia in Huaxia comes from this. He is our origin, blood of the Xia people flows in our. We are all descendants of Huaxiao. This is our common ancestor. Nonsense, Haidong. Just because you summoned an ancestor from 1,000 years ago, you dare to cast your covetous eyes on Huaxia. Now you can only lie on the ground like a turtle. Long live the ancestors. Long live Huaxia. At this moment, whether on-site or online in the live broadcast room, all the Huaxia people were venting their inner excitement and joy. This feeling of rising from the dead had driven all Huaxia people to the brink of madness. For a year, Huaxia had endured too much ridicule and mockery. The rumors of Huaxia having no ancestors had long spread across the world, becoming a joke among foreigners. Many foreign awakeners had flooded into Huaxia acting with impunity. Haidong even came knocking, demanding the ancestral symbol. Humiliation. Unwilling, yet helpless. This feeling was like a mountain pressing down on every Huaxia person's heart. After Dayu himself had uttered those 3 sentences, nothing else mattered. At this moment, every Huaxia person felt a surge of blood rushing in their chest. All that remained was an overflowing sense of pride and joy. Impossible. Could it be that Dayu is not from Haidong? Could it be that thousands of years ago Huaxia was not the territory of the Huan kingdom? Jin Junxian collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. If it were indeed as recorded in the national history of Haidong, how could Dayu admit with his own mouth that he is an ancestor of Huaxia? If Dayu were truly from Haidong, it would be even more impossible for him to act against them. At this moment, the power of the bloodline from Jin Xuanxiu within them had been completely stripped away. Their bones were shattered, rendering them incapable of even taking their own lives. The ancestral phantom had personally intervened, something that had never been heard of before. Moreover, it was so terrifying that they could not muster even the slightest resistance. This was enough to prove that Dayu's power completely crushed Jin Xuanxiu. What kind of disaster would such an ancestor's reappearance bring to Haidong? Just the thought of it sent chills down Jin Junxian's spine. Not long ago, they had regarded Huaxia as mere fish on a chopping board to be manipulated at will. Who would have thought that the situation would flip 180 degrees in an instant? He simply could not accept such an outcome. On the high platform, Su Chun smirked disdainfully, looking down at Jin Junxian. Laughable. Huaxia has a glorious history of 5,000 years, beginning with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, thriving and flourishing beyond measure. A tiny nation of vassal land, a tributary state that has always needed to be formally recognized by Huaxia to ascend to the throne, dares to boast about ruling Huaxia? You are not only laughable, you are also pitiful, despicable. To hold a fabricated book as a historical classic, believing yourselves to be the best in the world. This indeed fits your arrogant character. Everyone was stunned. The appearance of an ancestor from 4,000 years ago had shocked the Huaxia people to the brink of madness. If this is true, then Huaxia is no longer a land without roots. Its depth and richness of lineage surpass those of any nation in the world. And 5,000. It began with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. My God, 5,000 years. No country in the world, even those claiming to be the oldest like the White Elephant Kingdom and the Golden Pagoda Kingdom, could compare. If this is true, then Huaxia is no longer a land without roots. Its depth and richness of lineage surpass those of any nation in the world. Everyone looked at Su Chun with admiration and gratitude. Li Shuhua was even pinching his own skin to avoid fainting from excitement. In a time of crisis, he activated the symbol of Huaxia. With his own strength, he revealed a history unknown to many. How did this seemingly ordinary youth come to know all this? Moreover, Su Chun once again confirmed that Huaxia was not, as Haidong claimed, a land of their descendants. The truth was quite the opposite. Huaxia had never been ruled by Haidong, who, on the contrary, Haidong was the vassal of Huaxia. In fact, the records in the Huan Ten ancient record involved not only Huaxia but also numerous countries in ancient Eurasia. The book described the predecessor of Haidong, the Huan Kingdom, as a federation composed of 12 states, with a territory spanning 50,000 miles north to south and 20,000 miles east to west. Such fanciful descriptions were naturally scoffed at by other nations, but the people of Haidong believed them wholeheartedly. They thought they truly had a history of over 10,000 years and were the origin of Asian civilization. Although Huaxia was equally indignant due to a lack of historical continuity, they found it hard to argue. But now not only did the Huaxia people know the truth, even the awakened ones from Haidong present began to waver. Everything happening at this moment had already proved that the Huantin ancient record was indeed misleading. If this news were to return to Haidong, revealing to the people that the historical texts they had believed for countless years were actually a fabricated novel, what kind of consequences would that bring? The collapse of faith. Especially in such a special period, Haidong would inevitably descend into chaos. However, Jin Junxian and the others were unaware. There was no need to wait until that time. Haidong was already in great turmoil. Beast Ear. Jin Dachong, the actual controller of Haidong and inheritor of Jin Xuanxiu, suddenly felt his body sink and knelt on one knee, his face filled with panic. He had no idea what was happening, his forehead throbbing with veins desperately trying to stand up. But no matter how he urged, the power of the inheritance within him was firmly suppressed, and his body would not obey. The same situation was occurring with all the awakened ones from Haidong. These descendants of Jin Xuanxiu, who had been regarded as deities by the people of Haidong, actually knelt down at the same time after Jin Junxian and the others were stripped of their bloodline power. Every one of them bore expressions of fear and confusion. These awakened ones, who prided themselves on being divine beings in this land they deemed to be the kingdom of gods. At this moment, they had no resistance at all. They could only kneel on the ground like servants before their masters. A strange feeling began to rise in the hearts of every awakened one from Haidong. It was fear. This feeling was something they had not experienced in a long time. Bloodline suppression. This is bloodline suppression. Jin Dacheng's teeth chattered. Cold sweat had long soaked through his luxurious robes. He racked his brain and finally recalled that a similar situation had occurred before. That was between the royal family of the Moonfall Kingdom and some small countries. During the Victorian era, the Moonfall Kingdom was at its peak and had once colonized and ruled over many countries. And after the Moonfall Kingdom activated the ancestral symbol and summoned the phantom of the queen, the awakened ones from those small countries were also, just like now, their bloodline powers suppressed, only able to exert half their usual strength. It was not until the queen's phantom returned to the symbol that they returned to normal. Thinking of this, Jin Dacheng's heart was filled with horror. The emergence of such a situation on the other side was due to their past rule over the Moonfall Kingdom. Now that Haidong was experiencing a similar situation, even more severe could it be? No way. Absolutely impossible. As soon as this thought emerged, Jin Dacheng instinctively wanted to deny it. But apart from this, he could think of no. But if this hypothesis were true, then the only place that had not yet activated the ancestral symbol. Huaxia. It must be Huaxia. But if this hypothesis were true, then the only place that had not yet activated the ancestral symbol. Huaxia. The reason, apart from the superficial competitive relationship, actually stemmed from a deeper fear. Because compared to Huaxia, Haidong's historical continuity was much weaker. In their ancient texts, apart from the Huantin ancient record, there were also other historical books that mention Huaxia. Although they were not detailed, the conclusions drawn from mere fragments were enough to overturn Haidong, creating a huge impact on the beliefs of its citizens. Thus, Haidong classified all these ancient texts as false history, confiscating and burning them. Meanwhile, the exaggerated and fabricated Huantin ancient record that glorified Haidong was regarded as the official history. Of course, ordinary people were unaware of all this. Even the majority of awakened ones like Jin Junxian had received education based on the Huantin ancient record since childhood. However, Jin Dacheng, as the controller of Haidong, naturally knew these secrets. That was also why he sent the awakened ones from Haidong and issued a death order. Even if it meant stealing, they had to bring back the ancestral symbol of Huaxia, the fundamental reason. Because Jin Dacheng understood that once Huaxia activated the ancestral symbol, the lies that Haidong had woven for countless years would be instantly exposed. Of course, this is just the worst possibility. Even an hour ago, Jin Dacheng still believed that Huaxia was only aware of its own 300-year history. Even if the ancestral symbol could truly be activated, the summoned ancestors would only be those of the Qing dynasty, posing no threat to the Haidong kingdom. That is why he did not take action at the outset, but instead applied constant pressure, hoping to force Huaxia to yield and avoid giving them a handle to grasp. However, he never expected things would turn out this way. In the forbidden text of the Haidong kingdom, it was stated that for a long time Haidong was not actually a country, but rather a regional power. This is the highest secret of the Haidong kingdom and must never be leaked. Could it be that the ancestors summoned by Huaxia are this one? GZ fled to the Haidong Peninsula, which led to the rise of the Haidong ethnic. This is the highest secret of the Haidong kingdom and must never be leaked. Could it be that the ancestors summoned by Huaxia are this one? Jin Dacheng was drenched in sweat, but his heart felt as if it had plunged into an ice cellar. However, he did not know that although the Xia and Shang dynasties were relatively recent in time, De Yu and King Zhou were actually not blood relatives, let alone his uncle. If he did not send awakened ones to Huaxia, Ye's appearance would have no impact on them at all. But now De Yu was taking action personally. This ancient sage emperor, who could be compared to Fuxi and the Yellow Emperor, was suppressing not only the awakening powers of Jin Junxian and others, but now De Yu was taking action personally. This ancient sage emperor, who could be compared to Fuxi and the Yellow Emperor, was suppressing not only the awakening powers of Jin Junxian and others. On the Huaxiao side, they were naturally unaware that the Haidong kingdom was in chaos. All the eyes of the Huaxiao people were focused on the phantom of Diyu. Excitement and joy filled every city and every street. After thousands of years, there are still descendants who remember my name and my achievements. I am greatly comforted. De Yes' gaze lowered his star-like eyes looking at Su Chun. Su Chun hurriedly bowed and said seriously, Emperor, you governed the floods, carved the Dragon Gate, and divided the 9 provinces, while every step was fraught with extreme difficulty. This sense of responsibility, this belief, this perseverance are the invaluable legacy that Emperor Yu left for his descendants. Even if thousands of years have passed, and for some reasons the descendants do not know the name of Emperor Yu, this spirit still deeply resides in the bones of the Huaxiao descendants. I believe this is the best way to commemorate Emperor Yu. Su Chun had pondered these words carefully. The historical gap in Huaxiao meant that no one knew the ancestors from 300 years ago. Even if he activated the ancestral symbol and summoned Diyu, there were still no individuals in Huaxiao who had awakened their bloodline. Even before the Haidong people acted, Diyu was unwilling to even open his eyes. However, this is quite normal. Ancestors were once human too. If descendants forget their forebears, who wouldn't feel resentment? Even in the past world, Diyu's name was well known, and temples honoring him were widespread. But apart from a few elderly people who might pay respects during festivals, how many young people would go? When it comes to the birthdays of certain young celebrities, these people can recount them in detail. Yet when it comes to the memorial days of their own ancestors, they are completely ignorant. But an ancestor is an ancestor. Whether descendants remember or forget them, they remain unchanged. Once bullied by outsiders, they will unhesitatingly step forward to protect. This is the unbreakable bloodline. This is truly the one who cares for you. These people are the ones who should be remembered the most. Hearing Su Chun's words, many Huaxiao people revealed expressions of shame. De Yes' gaze softened somewhat. After a moment of silence, he asked again, after thousands of years, are the people of the 9 provinces thriving? In ancient times, ferocious beasts roamed, and natural disasters were frequent. Humanity was truly struggling to survive. Diyu governed the floods for 13 years, divided the 9 provinces, and united the world. This was to bring together various tribes to resist disasters, so that the Huaxiao people could continue to propagate. Therefore, for this ancient emperor, the nation and its territory were far less important than the people. The prosperity of the populace is the foundation of the prosperity of the 9 provinces. Su Chun smiled and bowed again. Rest assured, ancestor, today's Huaxiao has an exceedingly prosperous population, reaching as high as 1 billion. Even looking beyond the 9 provinces, my Huaxiao descendants are everywhere. Hearing Su Chun's answer to yes, previously calm eyes finally stirred. 1 billion. Truly. Absolutely true. Even as an ancient sage, Diyu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I never expected the 9 provinces after thousands of years to be so prosperous. Then I ask you again, do the common people of today's 9 provinces still suffer from flooding? When asking this question, Diyu's expression suddenly became solemn. In ancient Huaxiao, floods raged. Yu had migrated east with his father Gun, coming to the Central Plains. He witnessed countless common people displaced, their homes destroyed, and lives lost. His father Gun used the method of damming to manage the floods, building dikes along the riverbanks. However, the floods continued to rise, and after 9 years he still could not quell the disaster. After being appointed as the Minister of Water Management, Diyu reflected on the reasons for his father's failure and changed the approach from damming to dredging. During the 13 years of flood control, Diyu traversed innumerable mountains and crossed countless rivers and streams. His footsteps moved from west to east. Wherever he encountered a mountain, he would open a path. Where he found a depression, he would build a dam. To control the floods, he exerted all his efforts, not fearing hardship, and lived rough alongside the common people, going past his home 3 times without entering. Finally, the Dragon Gate mountain opened and rivers flowed into the sea. The floods that had ravaged the Central Plains for 20 years no longer posed a threat. It was precisely because of these experiences that Diyu understood the harm of floods so deeply. Thousands of years ago, he quelled the floods. But what about thousands of years later? Su Chun pondered for a moment, finally parting his lips. Today's Huaxiao still has not completely eliminated the threat of floods. Many common people still endure the suffering of floods. Hearing this, the light in Diyu's eyes dimmed. After thousands of years, does the harm of floods still persist? Diyu murmured quietly, letting out a long sigh. Indeed, the power of the 5 elements cannot be completely eradicated by human effort. It is merely unfortunate for the common people of the 9 provinces. Hearing Diyu's words, the people in the square exchanged glances. Meanwhile, the online community was in an uproar. How can one say such a thing? While there are still floods now, it must be worlds apart from thousands of years ago, right? Exactly. Although I don't know what it was like in the Xia dynasty, wasn't there a dam on that river now? Even if there are floods, it shouldn't be as tragic as before, right? If he says this, isn't he making the ancestors look down on us descendants even more? Sigh. Seeing the ancestors sigh, I feel uncomfortable. If it were me, I would say that our nation is peaceful and stable, and there is no flood threat at all. Everyone be quiet. If it weren't for him, who could activate the ancestral symbol? Just keep watching. That's right, if it weren't for this young man, our ancestral symbol would have probably been snatched away by the Haidong people. Although Su Chen spoke the truth, everyone wanted to showcase the best side of Huaxiao in front of you. This is similar to how many young people report only good news to their families, and not the bad. It's not that they want to deliberately hide things, but rather that saying it would be of no use, and would only add to the. However, while everyone was discussing, Su Chen remained calm, as if he felt no problem with his answer. As I mentioned before, even if future generations do not know the name of Emperor Yu, his spirit has always been passed down, deeply ingrained in the bones of every descendant of Huaxia. Although today Huaxia still suffers from floods, how can there not be countless descendants like Emperor Yu? With these people around, even facing towering waves, what is there to fear? Saying this, Su Chen bowed again, his eyes filled with sincerity as he looked at Emperor Yu. To honor our ancestors by offering incense and bowing is indeed a way to show respect. However, to inherit their will and continue their actions is, in my view, the best way to commemorate our ancestors. Emperor Yu frowned slightly. In today's Huaxiao, are there really countless descendants like me? Do these descendants carry my will? Follow my actions? Su Chen's words echoed in Emperor Yu's mind as he suddenly pointed with one hand. A point of light instantly flew from his fingertip towards Su Chen, merging into him. In the next moment, a scene appeared before Emperor Yu and in the minds of all Huaxia people. It was exactly what was in Su Chen's heart at that moment. It depicted the bank of a great river, the sky darkening with constant thunder. Within the embankment, torrents of floodwaters surged. Outside the embankment, there was also a vast expanse of flooded land. Broken houses, uprooted trees, and floating carcasses of livestock. And the disaster victims covered in mud climbing the embankment, crying out for their loved ones. Everything resembled a doomsday scene from a movie. In the face of nature's power, everything appeared so small and fragile. Even those who were not in the midst of it felt their legs go weak, instinctively taking 2 steps back upon seeing this. At that moment, a sudden loud sound erupted. The already precarious embankment finally could not withstand it and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Like an ancient ferocious beast, the flood surged out from the breach that was 7 or 8 meters wide. Countless disaster victims desperately ran towards higher ground, for if they lagged even a moment, the flood would swallow them up and they would disappear from existence. Seeing this, all the people of Huaxia gasped for breath, their fists clenched unconsciously. Yet in the next moment, figures dressed in camouflage lined up, pushing through the fleeing crowd towards the breach. The soldiers have arrived, we are safe. Although danger was imminent, the appearance of these figures seemed to magically dispel the fear in the hearts of the disaster victims. These young warriors had not closed their eyes for several days and nights. When hungry, they took a few bites of steamed bread. When thirsty, they scooped mud water from the embankment. When utterly exhausted, they would rest on sandbags for a moment before diving back into the fight. Yet despite their swift arrival, the breach, which had originally been only 7 or 8 meters wide, had now expanded to several dozen meters under the relentless assault of the flood. A massive wave nearly 10 meters high swept over the fields behind the embankment with unmatched ferocity, heading towards the distant city. The hundreds of thousands of citizens in the city were in imminent danger. Is this Jioha City? Could this be the flood from 98? Oh my god, these images are actually real. When the scene shifted to the city, seeing the street signs and the fleeing crowd, many Huaxia people could not help but exclaim. Many among them still remembered the catastrophe from over 20 years ago. That year, our country suffered an unprecedented flood disaster with over 200 million people affected and more than 600,000 houses collapsed. This flood before our eyes shattered countless families and separated many loved ones. The scene of the city flashed by, and when it returned to the embankment, countless soldiers were already standing at the breach attempting to block the surging flood. However, the speed of the water was simply too fast. The sandbags thrown by the soldiers were swept away before they even sank to the bottom. If sandbags wouldn't work, then use trucks. But 21 military trucks pushed in only to turn around and be swept away by the flood, having no effect whatsoever. As Jioha City was on the verge of becoming a hell on earth, the on-site commander could only requisition nearby cargo ships, hoping to block the breach by sinking the ships. Upon hearing the requisition order, the nearby shipowners immediately brought their ships over. As the valuable cargo ships were sunk one by one, the breach, which spanned dozens of meters, was finally blocked. However, the flood was not so easily defeated. Before the soldiers could catch their breath, new breaches soon appeared on. At this moment, the ships were already sunk, and all the sandbags had been used up. There was nothing left to block the breach. But everyone knew that if they waited any longer, before long these breaches, just meters long, would become 10 or even dozens of meters wide. A shocking scene occurred. Those young soldiers who looked no older than 18 or 19 and still bore traces of youth jumped into the breach without hesitation. Facing the towering waves rushing towards them, they held hands, desperately bracing themselves. These young warriors formed a wall with their own flesh and blood. If one was swept away, another would immediately take their place. They used their lives to show the disaster victims a glimmer of hope. At this moment, they were not only beloved children of their parents, but they were also soldiers of Huaxia. Before them lay the cycle of life and death, and behind them stood the people of their homeland. The citizens present witnessing this scene had tears streaming down their eyes. They even forgot to flee, kneeling on the ground, crying out at the top of their lungs. Please don't jump. We can give up our land. Just come back. You are still children. You cannot be harmed. Don't jump. Don't jump. But in the face of the people's pleas and the hands trying to stop them, the soldiers remained silent, still rushing towards the breach one after the other. They proved the oath taken before embarking. As long as there are people, the embankment stands. If the embankment falls, so do the people. At this point, the scene abruptly halted. Su Chen's voice then echoed in everyone's ears. In the face of natural disasters, humanity is indeed small, but it is precisely this smallness that gives rise to our spirit of unity. These heroes who faced death without fear left few names behind, but they share a common title. The soldiers of the Huaxia people. They are the heroes of Huaxia, and they represent Huaxia. They are the countless Diyu of today's Huaxia. For countless years, we Huaxia descendants have always been like this, not relying on heaven or earth, but on our unyielding spirit. In our blood flows the gene of human determination, conquering nature, which has been passed down through generations, and even after thousands of years, it has not been extinguished. This is the spirit of Diyu. This is the spirit of the Huaxiao nation. From ancient times to the present, it has never. In our blood flows the lineage of overcoming fate. This is the spirit of Diyu, and also the spirit of the Chinese nation. Su Chen's words echoed in the ears of countless Chinese people. The previous scenes brought tears to everyone's eyes. Those younger individuals who had not experienced the 1998 flood may have heard of it from their parents or seen it on the internet and television. Yet in their hearts, this event felt distant, even irrelevant. However, the scenes that appeared in their minds made them feel as if they were there, watching the soldiers of similar age standing as a barrier, observing the citizens on the shore kneeling and crying out. The shock they felt far exceeded their imagination. At this moment, they deeply felt what it meant to be soldiers of the people. This was not merely a title, it was a profound responsibility. In some countries, soldiers trample on their citizens. Yet the soldiers of China hold the people dear to their hearts. When disaster strikes, these young figures will undoubtedly stand at the forefront. Whether facing a hail of bullets or raging floods, as long as the Chinese people are behind them, they will never take a step back. Such scenes, such spirit have appeared countless times in China. They have only appeared countless times in China. Zhu Yuanzhong was tense all over, taking several deep breaths to prevent tears from falling. He had spent half his life in the military, and at this moment no one was more moved than he was. Moreover, he had been on the front lines during the flood relief efforts back then. Many of those young soldiers were about the same age as high school students. At an age when they should be in the classroom, they bore the heavy responsibility of defending their country. Zhu Yuanzhong still remembered that to block the breach, a whole company went down, but only less than half returned. The company commander sat beside the newly blocked breach smoking. He smoked while crying. Zhu Yuanzhong saw this and wanted to comfort him with a few words. Unexpectedly, the company commander suddenly stood up and jumped into the raging Yangtze River. Although 20 years had passed, recalling that scene still felt like a knife cutting through his heart. He understood that the company commander had gone to accompany his comrades. He had brought his company out intact, but could not bring a single one back. He felt ashamed to face the parents of his comrades, and even more ashamed to face himself. In fact, for China, those who sacrificed were not just them, but countless martyrs. It is because of these individuals that China enjoys today's peace. Though those heroes who defended the country with their lives have become mere names on a stone tablet. However, their spirit has been passed down. It now reappears in the young soldiers of today, just as Su Chen said. This is the national spirit of China. It has never changed from ancient times to the present. Dai's eyes trembled, and he remained silent for a long time. He could feel that the scenes Su Chen displayed were not fabricated, but were real scenes from future generations. At this moment, he deeply understood the meaning of Su Chen's previous words. The best memorial to ancestors is not to worship them with incense, but to embody their will and carry on their deeds. Though future generations may not know their names, those descendants standing in the raging flood are yet another version of themselves. No, these descendants possess even more courage. Is this what the descendants of China are like? Even if they forget their ancestor, the same blood still flows in their veins. Before Diyu could regain his senses, another scene appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a news clip where a female host choked on her words. As of the 17th, there have been 5210 aftershocks in the four mountains. So far, over 200 have died, 100 have been injured, and over 100 are buried. Among them, with just a few words, the host was already in tears. The scene changed again, presenting a sight even more terrifying than the previous flood. The earth shook and the crumbling boulders buried a school filled with students in an instant. The fissures in the ground resembled gaping abysses, swallowing building after building. Seeing this sight, all Chinese people tensed up, their eyes instantly reddening. They knew at a glance where this was. 2008 was a year worth remembering in China. That year we held the Olympics for the first time. Yet it was also the year when China experienced unprecedented pain. In the land of abundance, countless clock towers were forever frozen at 2:28, never to tick again. For it was at that moment that tens of thousands of vibrant lives left their loved ones. At that moment, countless families were shattered, and even entire families departed together. Even those who survived lost relatives or friends in that instant. The scene changed again. Under a pile of rubble, rescuers struggled to pry open a woman's arm and pulled out a baby who looked only 3 to 4 months old. The woman had long since lost her breath. However, the baby was unscathed. The rescuers found a phone in the baby's small blanket. There was a pre-written text message on it. "Dear baby, if you survive, always remember I love you." A fragile woman used her body to protect the fallen boulders. In her last moments of life, she did not forget to leave her love for her child. The baby was still sweetly asleep. Perhaps in his dreams, he lay in his mother's arms. That was the safest haven in the world. Even if the heavens were to collapse and the earth to crack, as long as mother was there, everything would be all right. Looking at the baby's small face, countless Chinese people burst into tears. This great disaster claimed or left nearly 1,000 compatriots missing. No one knows how many children have lost their parents from now on. They cannot imagine the immense pain this brings. Yet, just as everyone was heavy-hearted, the scene changed again. Several farmers were sitting together, speaking in their thick Qilu accents, discussing how to rescue people in the disaster area. Having never traveled far in their lives, they looked at the map for a long time before realizing they were 4,000 miles away from the disaster zone. Yet even so, these people hesitated not at all. In their hearts, there was only one simple thought: those with money would help with money, and those without money would help with labor. Thus, a small agricultural tricycle loaded with shovels and hoes, a sack of pancakes and scallions, a box of instant noodles for the disaster area, and an old hen set off. 10 Qilu farmers set off for the disaster area. The scene paused on the faces of these 10 people for a few seconds before quickly pulling away. As the view widened, all sorts of vehicles began to appear around the agricultural tricycle. Motorcycles, sedans, SUVs, vans, trucks, and buses. These vehicles formed a long queue, filling every road, heading in the same direction. Each vehicle was laden with supplies. No matter the license plate, they all hung the same banner. When one side is in trouble, support comes from all sides. The scene shifts. In Tiananmen Square, the crowd, having watched the flag-raising ceremony, lingers, unwilling to leave. Everyone holds a red flag in one hand and a slogan in the other, loudly cheering for the disaster-stricken areas. The scene transitions again. In the classroom, students line up one by one, dropping money into the donation box. Although the amount is not significant, it represents their weekly living expenses. Disasters are indeed terrifying, and the loss of compatriots is heart-wrenching. However, the sight of the nation uniting to assist the disaster areas fills the hearts of every Chinese person with a warm surge. Those who spontaneously rushed to the disaster area were in ordinary times office workers, merchants, and farmers. They have their own families and livelihoods. But now, regardless of whether they are from Qilu or Jingchu, whether from Jianghuai or Bammen, from north to south, and from east to west, everyone shares a common identity. Chinese people. Seeing compatriots suffering, how could they turn a blind eye? They bid farewell to their loved ones, set aside their livelihoods, and rush to the disaster areas by any means possible. They know their strength is small. They also know the road ahead is fraught with danger. Yet none of this can deter their determination to aid their compatriots. Even those who cannot go are contributing in various ways, doing their part. The scene gradually fades, and Su Chen's voice begins to resonate. Why do we love this land so deeply? Not for its richness, nor for its vastness, but because on this land live 14 billion Chinese people. The people on this land understand mutual care and compassion. Whether in the face of natural disasters or man-made calamities, regardless of whether you are in coastal areas or mountainous regions. Whenever there is a need, countless brothers and sisters across this 960,000 square kilometers of land will immediately extend a helping hand. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his voice rose continuously. This spirit of selflessness appears not only in times of great disasters, but also in everyday acts of kindness. An elderly person collecting scraps donated their life savings to impoverished students. Businesses on the brink of bankruptcy still generously offer assistance to others. Even when life kisses me with pain, I will still respond with song. He suddenly waved his right hand vigorously, and a photograph appeared in everyone's mind. It was of a young man who appeared to be around 20 years old, with a spirited face and a faint smile on his lips. His name is Lu Zijuan, an orphan at 1 year old, and lost his mother at 3, left to fend for himself with his intellectually disabled brother. After his stepfather remarried, his brother was sent back to be raised by their grandmother. Meanwhile, Lu Zijuan continued to live with his step-grandfather. At 70 years old, the elderly man had no source of income, and Lu Zijuan grew up eating from the kindness of others. But despite the hardship, Lu Zijuan remained dutiful and filial. Whenever the school distributed an egg, he would save it to take home for his step-grandfather. However, misfortune did not spare him. In his teenage years, his step-grandfather passed away. In this world, Lu Zijuan was left with no relatives. But instead of going astray, he chose to become a firefighter. In June 2022, a fire broke out in the area served by Lu Zijuan's fire station. Firefighters arrived, immediately extinguished the flames, and rescued the public. However, the 20-year-old Lu Zijuan was unable to escape from the fire scene. This world showed Lu Zijuan the greatest malice. Yet he returned the greatest kindness to others with his short. Saying this, Su Chen's voice trembled slightly, but he still insisted on speaking loudly. Someone once asked 2 questions. Why are there no superheroes in China? Why do most Chinese people not believe in deities? Today, I will tell these people the answer. In China, if you accidentally get run over by a car, a crowd will rush out to lift the vehicle and rescue you. They might be traffic officers, delivery personnel, takeaway workers, or simply passers-by. In China, when a natural disaster occurs, countless people will traverse mountains and rivers, rushing day and night to save you. They might be wearing camouflage or just a muddy sweatshirt. They are not deities. And certainly not superheroes. They are ordinary Chinese people. Su Chen's gaze was resolute and his expression was stern, every word resonating powerfully. Yes, we do not need superheroes. We need not believe in deities. Because each of us can be, as long as we unite as one, we can create miracles. What we Chinese people reverence is never deities, but our ancestors. What we Chinese people worship is not superheroes, but the blood-tied brothers and sisters. This is our own faith as Chinese people. Su Chen's voice gradually faded, but whether in the square or in the live broadcast room, there was a lingering silence. Everyone was still immersed in the previous scenes and Su Chen's words. Zhu Yuanzheng looked up, gazing intently at Su Chen. After decades of military service, there was not a shred of authority in his eyes, only admiration and excitement. After several minutes, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Excellent. That was brilliantly said. We do not need superheroes because each of us is a hero. We do not need deities because we can create miracles ourselves. Why do we love China? Because it is not only the place that gave me life, but also where 14 billion Chinese compatriots live. When nothing is happening, everyone may not yield to each other, and they might even argue online about whose hometown is better. But regardless of the squabbles, when something happens, these people will unhesitatingly lend a helping hand. Because no matter where they are from, at the end of the day, they are all Chinese people. Zhu Yuanzheng's face turned red, his emotions extremely stirred as he grabbed Li Shua's collar and shook him continuously. What was that kid's name again? With these words, I refuse to believe he is just an ordinary student. Li Shua was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Suddenly being shaken by Zhu Yuanzheng, he nearly lost his breath. What are you doing? Li Shua used all his strength to finally break free from Zhu Yuanzheng, panting for a while, and said with annoyance, his name is Su Chen and he is indeed a student. Hey, earlier didn't you doubt him? If it weren't for my insistence that he come to try, you might have already made a heroic sacrifice. So, now do you know to admit it? Zhu Yuanzheng's eyes widened, his lips moved for a long time, but couldn't utter a word. He had indeed doubted Su Chen's ability to activate the symbol of their ancestors. But Li Shua were also just grasping at straws. Why does it sound like you had a discerning eye? But anyway, it was indeed because of Li Shua's insistence that Su Chen came. Otherwise, China would have certainly already clashed with the Haidong people. Seeing Zhu Yuanzheng silent, a hint of amusement flashed in Li Shua's eyes. Having been old friends with Zhu Yuanzheng for decades, he had previously suffered his wrath many times. Today he finally turned the tables, and his heart felt an indescribable comfort. But Li Shua also understood that all of this relied on Su Chen. He knew that Su Chen's intention in saying so much was to gain recognition from the for the descendants of the Chinese. Li Shua was filled with mixed emotions. Young yet knowledgeable about lesser-known history. With his own strength, he showcased the unity and resilience of the future generations of China. Such knowledge, such vision, such composure in the face of danger. How did this young man named Su Chen achieve? From Su Chen's previous words, Li Shua has understood that Huaxia does not merely have a history of 300 years, but rather a profound legacy of 5,000 years. In such an extensive and magnificent time, how many extraordinary ancestors have emerged? Just thinking about it made Li Shua's scalp tingle. As the president of the Historical Research Institute, no one understands better than him the significance of these ancestors to Huaxia. History is not merely a segment of the past. It is also the root of a nation, the soul of a country. If Su Chen had not appeared, Dayu would forever remain unknown to Huaxia. The Qing dynasty would still be the only existing dynasty of Huaxia. But now Su Chen awakened the forgotten ancestors before all Huaxia people, bringing back the buried dynasties. Through a series of images, he connected the hearts of all Huaxia people. He made the descendants of Huaxia understand how profound the two characters of Huaxia truly are. What deep meanings lie behind these two characters? In Li Shua's eyes, the significance of all this even surpassed the awakening of bloodlines. At this moment, both Zhu Yuanzheng and Li Shuhua felt deeply fortunate. Fortunate that Huaxia has a Su Chun. Even more fortunate that despite his youth, Su Chun has already engraved the essence of Huaxiao in his heart. Boom. A series of rumbling noises suddenly interrupted their thoughts. Everyone was astonished to find a beautiful landscape appearing before them. A great river surged through the mountains. The banks were lined with towering peaks shrouded in clouds and mist. However, the unstoppable river came to a halt at a certain canyon. What the heck? Showing the three gorges to Daiyu, what does that mean? I think I understand now. First is flood control, proving that we inherit the aspirations of our ancestors. A massive column of water gushed forth from an opening, producing a thunderous roar like the Milky Way descending. The Three Gorges. This is the Three Gorges Dam. What the heck? Showing the three gorges to Daiyu, what does that mean? I think I understand now. First is flood control, proving that we inherit the aspirations of our ancestors. Then there is disaster relief, proving that the descendants of Huaxiao are even more united than in ancient times. Now showcasing the three gorges, the young gentleman surely wants the ancestors to understand that the later generations of Huaxiao have surpassed their predecessors. Inheritance, promotion, transcendence. This young man is truly remarkable. Oh my, hearing you say that gives me goosebumps. I'm done for, really done for. From today on, that young gentleman will be my idol. No one can change that. Daiyu looked at the towering Three Gorges Dam, his eyes already filled with shock. Although he did not fully understand what this thing was, he could tell just from its appearance that it was not a product of nature. In a realm of towering mountains and deep valleys, such a massive structure had been created. To Daiyu, this was simply unimaginable. In a daze, he recalled Su Chen's recent words. The descendants of Huaxia do not need to believe in deities, because we ourselves can create miracles. Indeed, what lay before him at this moment was the best proof. Buzz. With a loud whistle, the scene, a ship resembling a city of steel was sailing across the vast and boundless sea. Dozens of warships of various sizes circled around it, like a protective escort. Swish, swish, swish. A series of sonic booms sounded as iron birds suddenly spread their wings and soared into the blue sky. Boom. Arrows shot into the sky, trailing flames, landing in an instant miles away. With each booming sound, they transformed into countless terrifying bursts of fire, creating monstrous waves. Such a shocking scene made Daiyu shudder, his massive ethereal form slightly swaying backward. Yet all Huaxiao people witnessing this felt a surge of blood rush to their heads, wanting to shout out loud. The Baman. This is an aircraft carrier battle group exercise. My goodness. I didn't feel anything watching it on TV before, but just now with the missile explosion, I almost wet myself. Not only the Baman, but also the J-20O, our country's most advanced fighter jet. That is the 055 destroyer. And the 052D, a 054A. Look, just surfaced, that is the 093 class attack submarine. My gosh. This is the top-tier luxury package of the Huaxiao Navy. Huaxiao has become powerful. We are no longer in the era of rice and rifles. I have never felt so proud to be born in Huaxiao as I do now. Countless Huaxiao people were ecstatic, cheering loudly. Those veterans who had come through hard times were even moved. Daiyu stared intensely at the scene before him, his shock evolving into horror. This is what the future generations of Huaxiao look like. Thousands of years later, the world of Jiuzhou is astonishingly magnificent. Today's Huaxiao has not only tamed the surging Yangtze River, even the boundless sea has been incorporated into the territory of Jiuzhou. Su Chen's voice rose high once more. Once, foreign tribes mocked Huaxiao for having no ancestors. Strangers belittled Huaxiao for its weakness. In just over 100 years, Huaxiao has endured countless sufferings and lessons. That is why on that stone tablet, the 150 characters written in blood and tears were left behind. Su Chun extended his right hand, pointing towards the center of Tiananmen Square. The crowd followed the direction of his finger, their expressions immediately solemn. Standing in the center of the square is the Huaxiao Hero Monument. It is inscribed with 3 segments. 150 characters. 3 eternal and unyielding. Once Huaxia's greatest crisis was the invasion of foreign tribes, the colonization. But the greater crisis lay in the belief of every Huaxiao person. Mr. Sun Yat-sen once lamented, the 400 million Huaxiao people are merely as scattered sand. If there is doubt about the cohesion of one's own nation, if there is no confidence in whether they can unite, then what future does Huaxiao have to speak of? Fortunately, during Huaxia's darkest times, there was a group of people who did not abandon hope. They firmly believed in the power of unity among the Huaxiao people. They were like sparks that reignited the deeply rooted belief within us. It is because of them that Huaxiao has hope for continuity. However, after driving away the invaders, the heart of foreign nations has not perished. Once there is an opportunity, they will reveal their fangs in an instant. Su Chen looked at Jin Junxian and others who were barely hanging on, his gaze piercing. But this is not entirely a bad thing, because it reminds us of an ancient truth once more. Unity brings prosperity, division leads to demise. Jin Junxian spat out a mouthful of blood again, his face filled with agony. Not long ago he was still a high-ranking awakened being of the Haidong Kingdom. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he could only lie on the ground like a dead dog, becoming a negative lesson in Su Chen's effort to enhance the cohesion of Huaxia. Zhu Yuanzheng below nodded repeatedly. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he could only lie on the ground like a dead dog, becoming a negative lesson in Su Chen's effort to enhance the cohesion of Huaxia. Cultural invasion. Ideological assimilation. This kind of aggression is more insidious than physical weapons and far more terrifying. When a Huaxia person sees himself as a citizen of a foreign nation in spirit, he is no longer a member of the Huaxia nation. Because when faced with choices, these people will first turn to foreign nations, aiming their weapons at their own compatriots. Such traitors emerged over 100 years ago. Even now they still exist. Du remained silent as the colossal phantom swiftly shrank, soon becoming indistinguishable from an ordinary person. He stood face to face with Su Chen, their gazes profound and silent. Whether it be the devastation of future calamities, the unwavering unity of the descendants of Huaxia, or the miraculous Three Gorges Dam. Like a world-destroying artifact, the naval fleet left Du deeply shocked, unable to calm down for a long time. The vast square was also silent as a grave. All Huaxiao people felt anxious inside, like children waiting for the appraisal of their elders. Whether it was the Three Gorges Dam or the formidable naval vessels, they were the culmination of countless efforts from the descendants of Huaxia. Today's prosperity of Huaxia is the fruit of generations of hard work. It could be said that every Huaxia person along with their ancestors contributed to this. I understand now. Du finally spoke, his voice resonating like the tolling of a morning bell, piercing and awakening. Even if the floods rage, they cannot wash away the dam built with unity. Even if the heavens collapse and the earth splits, it cannot shake the foundation of the 9 provinces. In times of hardship, we support each other, our brethren, aid one another. With such a spirit, the descendants of Huaxia have already far surpassed the Summer people. Du's gaze swept across the square, penetrating countless screens, landing on the face of every Huaxia person. In the deep valleys we build miracles, in the vast seas our vessels sail. Iron birds spread their wings to soar, long arrows travel thousands of miles. In my lifetime, I have not once ceased to worry for the future of the 9 provinces. Who would have thought that thousands of years later the 9 provinces would be so miraculous? Du's voice paused, and his eyes held no hesitation as he spoke each word with conviction. With such descendants, the 9 provinces are fortunate. With such children, I am fortunate. As the last 2 sentences fell, the entire land of Huaxiao erupted in joyous uproar. Previously, all Huaxiao people were anxious and restless. Even though Huaxiao has only 300 years of history, traditional beliefs still emphasize filial piety. Forgetting one's ancestors is an unforgivable act. After Du was summoned, many could sense that this ancestor indeed harbored some grievances towards his descendants. But now with Du's final 2 statements, that anxiety dissipated in an instant, replaced by boundless joy and pride in the hearts of all Huaxiao people. As descendants, what could bring more happiness than the praise of an elder? As children, what could be more worthy of pride than making one's ancestors proud? In the live broadcast room, the bullet comments rolled in continuously. The excitement within everyone transformed into words filling the screen. Did you hear that? Our ancestors have recognized us. With such children, it is the fortune of our ancestors. This is pride for having us descendants. This is not only the acknowledgement of the ancestors towards the future generations, but also the recognition of the ancestors towards their descendants. Whoa, I am so excited. It's like seeing a compliment suddenly appear on my ancestor's tombstone during a visit. Damn, I was just feeling moved. Why are you suddenly talking about strange tales? Someone drag this guy out and chop him. The live broadcast room was in a frenzy, and the square was equally bustling with voices. Du's gaze shifted to Su Chen, not concealing the affirmation and admiration in his eyes. During the era of the Great Xia, the expanse of the 9 provinces was merely a few 100,000 miles, and the population of the Xia people was only in the millions, incomparable to today's Huaxia. But throughout my life, I have been cautious, serving my country and my people without a moment's neglect. Today, you shall inherit my legacy and bear the heavy responsibility of protecting the 9 provinces. Can you accomplish this? Upon hearing these words, Su Chen's expression instantly became solemn as he bowed deeply. As a junior, I will not fail the trust of my ancestors. As Du raised his right hand and gently placed it on Su Chen's shoulder, the colossal ancestral power surged into him like a river turned upside down. Yet Su Chen felt no pain, instead it was as if he were a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes, enveloped in boundless warmth and security. Although it felt long, in reality, it was merely the span of a breath before Du withdrew his hand. Su Chen opened his eyes, and 2 glimmers of light flashed within them. His entire aura instantly transformed, becoming incomparably different from before. At this moment, Su Chen, though unchanged in appearance, felt a wondrous connection with Du beside him. Their gazes met. Despite the separation of thousands of years, in that instant, they seemed to see another version of themselves. This was the inheritance, regardless of whether Su Chun had the Yes bloodline. He and you were now connected by blood. Empowered by the ancestral force, Su Chun was no longer an ordinary person. Both his strength and speed had reached an astonishing level. What was even more outrageous was that a layer of dazzling golden light emanated from Su Chun's body, making it difficult to gaze directly at him, resembling a deity descending to the mortal realm. However, all this did not make Su Chun ecstatic. Instead, he felt a heavy weight upon his shoulders. Accepting the inheritance meant that he would carry the responsibility of Huaxia, continuing to guard this land for his ancestors. This responsibility was undeniably burdensome. Though Su Chun remained calm, the eyes of Zhu Yuanzhong and Li Shuhua, witnessing the golden light surrounding Su Chun, nearly bulged out of their sockets. My God, it is absolute inheritance. Oh my, I never expected Su Chun to actually receive the Yes absolute inheritance. Both were dumbfounded, their mouths agape to the extreme, nearly dropping their jaws to the ground. What absolute inheritance represented might be unknown to ordinary people, but they had certainly heard of it. Normally, after activating the ancestral symbol and summoning the ancestral phantom, the bloodline descendants would awaken. Yet in rare cases, the ancestral phantom would not directly lead to the awakening of the descendants' bloodline. Instead, it would bestow that power to its chosen inheritor. This is absolute inheritance. Previously, such a situation had only occurred in a small country. However, the ancestor activated there had only been around for a mere 100 years, and hardly any descendants remained. But Du was an ancestor from 400 years ago. Continuing to this day, the number of descendants possessing his bloodline was undoubtedly a terrifying figure. Su Chun receiving the Yes absolute inheritance meant that from now on he was both Su Chun and Du. He could awaken the bloodline of Da Yes descendants or revoke it at will. This power far exceeded that of ordinary inheritors. If he wished, he could even create an army of awakened individuals that would only obey him. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuanzhong could not help but take several deep breaths. Although he was shocked, he felt no fear. Instead, he even felt a sense of relief. Li Shuhua beside him shared a similar sentiment. Perhaps to ordinary people, awakening one's bloodline was undoubted, but for a country and a nation, it was a double-edged sword. When one suddenly possessed powers far beyond the norm, their character would naturally change. In the past year, countless countries had descended into chaos due to the emergence of awakened individuals. Those who awakened their bloodlines were akin to ascending to the heavens. And what about those ordinary people who did not awaken their bloodlines? They had no means of self-defense against awakened individuals. The things that could originally protect them seemed insignificant in the eyes of the awakened. Of course, Zhu Yuanzhong and Li Shuhua believed that the vast majority of Huaxia people had kind hearts. However, it was also undeniable that Huaxia had its share of bad people. Some even disguised themselves as Huaxiao while hiding the hearts of foreign races. If such individuals also activated their bloodlines, wouldn't that be akin to lifting a stone to smash their own feet? His choice to grant Su Chun absolute inheritance not only proved that Su Chun's character garnered complete recognition from this ancestor, but also suggested that he likely had concern. His choice to grant Su Chun absolute inheritance not only proved that Su Chun's character garnered complete recognition from this ancestor, but also suggested that he likely had concerns in this regard. Moreover, if it were not for Su Chun, no one in Huaxia would know about Du, let alone activate the symbol. Turning the situation around for Huaxia single-handedly was an unprecedented achievement. Every word and action of his was observed by all. Compared to knowledge and charisma, what moved people the most was Su Chun's fervent love for Huaxia. Thus, Zhu Yuanzhong and the others believed that Su Chun would never do anything detrimental to Huaxia. His obtaining of the Yes absolute inheritance was undoubtedly the best outcome for Huaxia. You are indeed remarkable. After accepting the inheritance, Su Chun felt no trace of joy or excitement, only a heavy expression. Do you watch this with growing satisfaction? My heart's wish is fulfilled. From now on, I entrust the 9 provinces to you. As the Yes phantom began to fade, Su Chun's expression instantly turned serious. The ancestral symbol can only be activated once. Once the ancestral phantom returns to the symbol, it will never appear again. I have devoted my life to the well-being of the people of the 9 provinces. Though I have passed away, my spirit will continue to live on through you. From this day forth you are me. You must guard the 9 provinces and protect the common people. Hearing these words, Su Chun could not help but feel a surge of sadness. Although the ancestor had reappeared in the world, it was merely a fleeting moment. Today's parting would be an eternal farewell. Rest assured, Emperor Yu, I will not fail your trust. Su Chun bowed deeply. This bow was not merely for the grace of the inheritance, but for the virtue of the ancestor. Good. Du laughed heartily, and in his majestic voice there was a hint of pride. Those old fellows do have good eyes. In this vast otherworld, they chose you at a glance, even risking their remaining souls to bring you here. But they did not anticipate that the 9 provinces cauldron would emerge first. Now that you have received my inheritance, I have also taken the lead. A great calamity is approaching. Living beings will surely suffer, but with you guarding it, the 9 provinces should avert disaster. Thousands of years later my remnant soul will be ahead of those old fellows. How delightful. Haha. The onlookers were puzzled as they saw Du Yu laughing heartily. Only Su Chun stood there struck as if by lightning, frozen in place. Others may not know, but he understood all too well that he originally did not belong to this world. Previously Su Chun thought that his crossing over was merely an accident. But now hearing Du Yu's words, it seemed that his arrival in this world was intentional, and there was more than one person. The old fellows mentioned by Du Yu were likely ancestors of Huaxia. What was so special about him? How could he attract the attention of these long-gone ancestors and be dragged into this world? This is a gang operation, a kidnapping. And what does the Great Calamity mean? The ancestral symbol has already appeared for a year. While many countries are in chaos, it cannot be said that living beings are suffering greatly. What exactly is the Great Calamity that Du Yu speaks of? Su Chun was both astonished and confused. But before he could regain his senses, Du Yu's figure had already melded into the 9 provinces cauldron, vanishing completely. Great figure. Can you please clarify your words before you leave? Speaking half and leaving half, do you not realize it could cost a life? Su Chun looked at the 9 provinces cauldron, his lips twitching, wanting to cry, but having no tears. He suddenly thought, perhaps from the very beginning the target of Du Yu's assessment was not only the descendants of Huaxia, but primarily himself. Otherwise, with just a few words and fragments of memory, how could Du Yu fully recognize an unfamiliar descendant? Not only granting the inheritance, but also bestowing the rights to awaken the bloodline of his descendants. If this is the case, then they have underestimated the first emperor of Huaxia, who unified the 9 provinces. At this moment Su Chun suddenly felt a sense. In the vast unknown, it seemed that countless eyes were watching him. This feeling was akin to a thorn in the back, making him feel utterly uncomfortable. As for the rest, that can be discussed later. With these thoughts, Su Chun's heart finally eased a bit. The yes phantom dissipated, and but no matter what these ancestors intended, Su Chun could still be certain of one thing: these ancestors would never harm. As for the rest, that can be discussed later. With these thoughts, Su Chun's heart finally eased a bit. The yes phantom dissipated, and the remnant soul returned to the 9 provinces cauldron, never to appear again. However, since he had accepted Du Yu's inheritance and gained control over the rights to awaken the bloodline, he must also keep his promise and fulfill his mission. Su Chun collected his thoughts. The golden light around him returned to his body, and then he clasped his fists in a deep bow towards the 9 provinces cauldron. I will forever remember the ancestors' entrustment. Su Chun collected his thoughts. The golden light around him returned to his body, and then he clasped his fists in a deep bow towards the 9 provinces cauldron. I will forever remember the descendants of Huaxia bid farewell to their ancestor. The descendants of Huaxia bid farewell to Emperor Yu. In just half a day's time, a tremendous change had taken place throughout Huaxia. This change was not in reality, but in the hearts of every Huaxia person. An ancestor from 400 years ago. An emperor who established a dynasty in ancient times. If it weren't for witnessing it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have imagined it, even in their dreams. But at the same time, the Huaxia people also felt deep confusion. The ancestral phantom has disappeared. Why has only Su Chun received the inheritance, while others have not awakened their bloodlines? Everyone believed that only Su Chun could answer all these questions. The reporters in the square could no longer hold back. As soon as Su Chun stepped down from the high platform, they rushed forward, clamoring to surround him. Hello? May I ask how you learned about Du Yu? Are there other unknown ancestors of Huaxia? Why haven't any descendants of Du Yu awakened their bloodlines? As the inheritor of Du Yu, do you know anything? Sir, I am a reporter from Zhongtai, and I would like to invite you for an exclusive interview. Sir, please answer a few questions. Countless reporters surrounded Su Chun, making it impossible for others to squeeze in, while those who couldn't push their microphones through the crowd. Faced with such a scene, Su Chun felt quite uncomfortable and instinctively frowned. A surge of energy instantly erupted from within him, sweeping through the surroundings. The reporters surrounding Su Chun, who had been clamoring with questions just a moment ago, were suddenly pushed back by a tremendous force, one by one falling silent. However, Su Chun was also measured. Those reporters, though appearing flustered, were unharmed. Please rest assured the official statement will be released soon. After saying this, Su Chun walked directly towards Li Shuhua. Elderly, let's go. There are some matters I need to discuss with you. Li Shuhua exchanged glances with Zhu Yuanjing, feeling completely relieved. In today's world, being an inheritor means something that needs no further explanation. Many inheritors in various countries have directly replaced the government, standing at the pinnacle of power. Even those who have no interest in power still hold an absolutely transcendent status in their own countries, looking down on ordinary people. Although the two had previously concluded that based on Su Chun's words and actions he would not do anything detrimental to Huaxia. But nothing is absolute. At this moment, Su Chun was not only the inheritor of Du Yu, but also held the power to awaken the bloodline of Huaxia. If Su Chun truly wanted to do something, who could stop him? But what they did not expect was that in front of Li Shuhua, Su Chun still addressed him as Elder Li, and there was not a hint of arrogance in his words. Such a disposition one could hardly find a second in Huaxia. The ancestors discerning I truly did not miss. The looks directed towards Su Chun were now devoid of any suspicion, replaced only by deep excitement. After a year, the news of Huaxiao finally activating the symbol of its ancestors has spread across the globe. Countries around the world are in utter shock, and all inheritors immediately turn their gaze towards Huaxia. Daiyun. 4,000 years ago. What a joke. The first reaction from all the inheritors upon receiving the news is surprisingly unanimous. However, the videos transmitted from Huaxia clearly recorded everything. A towering phantom reaching thousands of meters. An overwhelming imperial pressure. Even watching it later through a screen made these inheritors' hair stand on end and their legs go weak. What shocked everyone the most was the sudden action of Jin Junxian and others. With the blood rods in their hands, many immediately recognized them as the awakened from the Haidong nation. It should be noted that after Haidong activated its golden spring and autumn, over 100,000 people awakened their bloodlines. With Haidong's current strength, it undoubtedly sits at the top of East Asia. Yet these self-proclaimed deities, upon merely being glanced at by Huaxia's ancestors, instantly fell to the ground. Looking at their bizarre posture, one would fear that not a single bone in their body was intact. However, what shocked everyone was not Dai's might. Rather, up until now, all ancestral phantoms summoned worldwide have merely stood like statues. Not only did they not take action, but they also never uttered a single word. However, Huaxia's ancestor not only spoke, but personally suppressed the awakened from Haidong. Even all foreign awakened within Huaxiao were simultaneously stripped of their awakening powers. This unbelievable situation both shocked these inheritors and instilled deep fear within them. If the ancestors are this terrifying, how powerful must the inheritors of Huaxiao be? But they couldn't understand. Huaxiao clearly has only a 300-year history. How could it summon an ancestor from 400 years ago? Could it be that Huaxiao deliberately kept a hand hidden, intentionally concealing its own history to feign weakness and then astonish everyone? Yet before the symbol of the ancestors appeared, no one in the world had any inkling that such an event would transpire. Moreover, due to historical issues, Huaxiao had suffered oppression from Haidong and Sakura for decades. If Huaxiao had known it had a 4,000-year history all along, why endure such years of humiliation? This simply doesn't make sense. Countless people racked their brains, but could not fathom what was truly happening. At this moment, the reactions of countries around the world to Huaxiao varied. Some sincerely congratulated, some raised doubts, while others remained silent watching the developments. At this time, the most restless were undoubtedly the people of Haidong. With over 100 awakened rendered powerless, it was akin to delivering a resounding slap to Haidong in front of the entire world. However, what the people of Haidong found most unacceptable were the words spoken by Su Chun. Previously, all Haidong people believed their nation had been prosperous since ancient times, dominating surrounding countries, and was undoubtedly the foremost ancient civilization. This notion had long been deeply ingrained. Yet Su Chun had the audacity to brazenly deny that Huaxiao was a land of Haidong immigrants, while also accusing Haidong of having once been a vassal of Huaxia. Even the Huantan ancient record, which was revered as a historical scripture by the people of Haidong, was dismissed as a fabricated false book. These words not only slapped Haidong's face, but also insulted the face of Haidong's ancestors. How could the Haidong people, who had always viewed themselves as the best, accept such words? The entire nation was already in an uproar. After the Phantom of Dayu returned to the Jiuzhou Ding, the suppression on the awakened from Haidong was also lifted. Faced with the confusion of the populace, Jin Dachong would naturally not admit the truth. He falsely claimed that it was because Su Chun deliberately distorted the facts and angered the lingering will of Jin Xuanqiu that the awakened from Haidong exhibited abnormalities. In Jin Dachang's eyes, ordinary citizens were already as lowly as dogs, with the power of life and death being merely a thought away. Yet the enormous ant colony still required countless ants to keep it operational. His extravagant indulgences naturally required the citizens to sustain. Undermining the authority of Haidong's ancestors was tantamount to shaking the status of the inheritors. Jin Dachong would never allow such a thing to happen. The lower-class citizens were always the easiest to placate. Especially in the current Haidong, having too much brain could be fatal. Those who were clear-headed and dared to question were quickly purged by the awakened, disappearing from the world. When all voices were reduced to a single one, the people's ire in Haidong naturally turned towards Huaxia. Damn Huaxia! How dare they desecrate our ancestors and our history? We of Haidong have always been the strongest nation. How could we possibly be a vassal of Huaxia? This is complete nonsense. Huaxia has only 300 years of history. How could they summon an ancestor from 400 years ago? I don't believe it. I saw in the video that the ancestor summoned by Huaxia is named Dayu. I feel like I've seen this name before. Yes. There is a record of this in the Huantan ancient record, but this Yu is clearly one of our Haidong people. What? If he is one of Haidong people, why does he admit to being an ancestor of Huaxia? Damn it. As an ancestor of Haidong, he actually chooses to protect Huaxia. Traitor. Regardless of how the Haidong people cursed, it couldn't change the reality. But the excitement of the Huaxia populace had not yet subsided. How could they indulge them? Furthermore, just after Diyu had disappeared, the people of Haidong jumped out to spew filth. Who could tolerate that? An unprecedented verbal battle erupted entirely between the people of the two nations. Countless Huaxia people continuously flooded various social platforms and communication software. A myriad of extremely insulting greetings swiftly emerged in various sections and chat windows. At this moment, the people of Huaxia displayed an unprecedented unity. Initially, the Haidong people could still manage to retaliate with some back and forth, barely holding their ground. But as the battle escalated, the number of Huaxia participants rose exponentially. What began as a tit-for-tat exchange gradually turned into a barrage of insults flooding the screens. The words typed by the Haidong people were quickly drowned in a sea of familial curses. Under the bombardment of hundreds of millions of internet users, the sparsely populated Haidong people could not withstand the onslaught, quickly retreating and becoming overwhelmed. Gaga! How dare a mere Haidong offend my Huaxia ancestor, seeking death? Where's that kid who was cursing at me earlier? Dare to fight me for another 300 rounds. That one who can only shout Shiba, come here. Let Grandpa show you what it means to insult someone. Damn. Today I've typed 34600 words, and 2 keyboards have died. Yet in the input method rankings, I'm only over 1,000. You beasts. Fellow Daoists, don't get angry. Even after spamming over 500 words today, I'm barely in the top 700. Amitba. A monk does not speak falsehoods, a witch benefactor can copy and paste for me. Damn. Brothers, show mercy, leave me a few survivors. The internet was in an uproar. However, Jin Dachang had no time to pay attention to it. The other party had already activated the emblem, awakening their ancestors, and some had even received their inheritance. Everything had already been set in motion, and there was no way to reverse it. Fortunately, after some investigation, it appeared that no one had awakened their bloodline there. Hearing this news, Jin Dachang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The absolute inheritance had only occurred once before in a small nation, and those who were aware of it were few. Zhu Yuanzheng and his companion had been unable to activate their emblem and were burdened with heavy responsibilities. They could only search the world for clues before inadvertently discovering this information. After Haidongwa awakened Jin Xuanxiu, over 100,000 bloodlines awakened. As the inheritor, Jin Dachang did not even regard Jiang, let alone pay attention to those small nations. Thus, in his view, there was only one possibility in the current situation. That was that the descendants of Diyu had long since perished. It made sense, so after 4,000 years enough time had passed to erase everything. It was normal for there to be no descendants left to this day. Thank goodness. If such a terrifying ancestor had any descendants left, their bloodline power would surely far surpass that of Haidongwa. Just thinking back to how he had been suppressed like a dead dog, unable to move, filled Jin Dachang's heart with fear. However, even if Diyu had no descendants, the phantom had already returned to the emblem. Yet the threat still existed. That was the inheritor of Diyu. The awakened individuals of Haidongwa had publicly attacked, and the two nations had completely torn apart their facade of friendship. The inheritor of Diyu would surely retaliate against Haidongwa. The ancestors from 4,000 years ago outnumbered Jin Xuanxiu by 3 times. Moreover, he was the first emperor in the history of the other party. Jin Dachang had no idea how strong the inheritor truly was. However, that person could awaken Diyu, which indicated they knew many things that ordinary people did not. What if he activated other ancestral emblems in the future? He thought of the records in the forbidden books of Haidong. If all those inheritances were bestowed upon one person, just thinking about it made Jin Dachang break out in a cold sweat. What if he activated other ancestral emblems in the future? He thought of the records in the forbidden books of Haidong. If all those inheritances were bestowed upon, even if he was strong, could he really take on over 100,000? But if he waited for the next emblem to emerge, everything would be uncertain. That kid must not be allowed to live. Jin Dachang clenched his jaw, his gaze filled with intensity. Outside the Dian Gate, a massive convoy composed of dozens of vehicles blared their sirens as they sped toward the outskirts of the city. At the center of the convoy was a specially made Hongqi L5. The driver, with decades of experience and having hosted countless foreign leaders, was now exhibiting an unusual nervousness. This was because seated behind him was the inheritor of Diyu. For Huaxia, no one in the world could possibly carry more weight than Su Chun at this moment. Zhu Yuanzheng sat in the passenger seat, his neck twisting back repeatedly. Meanwhile, Li Shuhua, who was sitting in the back with Su Chun, seemed to be engaged in an animated conversation. One moment he was wailing and pounding his chest, and the next his face was flushed, dancing with excitement. The over 60-year-old head of the Historical Research Institute resembled a 3-year-old child lacking any semblance of composure. However, Zhu Yuanzheng could empathize with Li Shuhua's current feelings. Having spent a lifetime studying history, he suddenly realized that his knowledge was merely the tip of the iceberg. This feeling was enough to drive any historian mad. Su Chen appeared ordinary with nothing particularly, yet the more ordinary he seemed, the more astonishing Zhu Yuanzheng found him. Leaving aside how an ordinary sophomore could come to know such things, Considering his age and background, his psychological resilience shouldn't have been this mature. In that previous environment, anyone else would likely have been so frightened they couldn't speak. But Su Chun, faced with Dayu in front of tens of thousands in the square, and under the gaze of 14 billion people, he still managed to remain unflustered and articulate. Every scene Su Chun presented, and every word he spoke were not only aimed at gaining Dais recognition of the present generation, but also served as a reminder to the world. If they are like a pile of loose sand, each person only thinking of themselves, even possessing great power, cannot lead to significant achievements. They might even fall into internal strife. If they are like a pile of loose sand, each person only thinking of themselves, even possessing great power, cannot lead to significant achievements. They might even fall into internal strife, giving outsiders an opportunity to exploit. If they are like a pile of loose sand, each person only thinking of themselves, even possessing great power, cannot lead to significant achievements. They might even fall into internal strife, giving outsiders an opportunity. At this moment, even without the identity of an inheritor, Su Chun was regarded as a hero in the eyes of the people, embodying their hope for the future. The first emblem was the supreme artifact of Huaxia, the Zhizhou Ding. The first ancestor was the first emperor of Huaxia, who established the future generations. What about the second and third times? As long as Su Chun remained, activating these emblems should not be a problem. By then, who would dare to cast covetous eyes upon us? The rise was unstoppable. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but tremble with excitement, unable to contain himself. But he quickly came back to his senses. If he could think of this, so could others. If other forces plotted any nefarious schemes, they would inevitably target Su. Notify everyone, immediately implement the highest level of protection for Su Chen's family. No. In addition to family, you must thoroughly investigate Su Chen's social connections. Regardless of whether they are distant relatives or close friends and neighbors, even stray cats and dogs he has fed, anyone related to Su Chun must be protected immediately. There must be no mistakes. Su Chun is the only hope. The security around him goes without saying. Moreover, as the inheritor of Dayu, anyone who wants to harm Su Chun must weigh their own worth in advance. Thus, in Zhu Yuanzhang's view, if external forces wish to make a move, the best targets would be Su Chen's family and friends. If anyone he cared about encountered an accident, Su Chun would surely be thrown into chaos. If his family and friends fell into enemy hands, Su Chun would be hindered by hesitation and become constrained. Regardless of the outcome, Zhu Yuanzhang could not bear it. Thus, even if it were merely a conjecture, Zhu Yuanzhang had to prepare for the worst. As the orders were given, the military swiftly commenced action with lightning speed. Outside a certain university, countless reporters were stationed at the entrance, eagerly awaiting. This was the school that Su Chun attended. Although they couldn't interview Su Chun at such a time, even uncovering a hint of information about him would be a high point in their careers. However, what these reporters did not expect was that just as school was about to end, hundreds of military vehicles suddenly surged in from all directions. Before the vehicles had even come to a stop, armed soldiers jumped out, swiftly sealing off the entire school, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. In just a few minutes, under the astonished gazes of countless reporters, Su Chen's teachers and classmates were bewilderedly escorted out, directly shoved into vehicles, and whisked away. Su Chen's identity as a traveler was known only to him. However, with the memories of 2 lifetimes, he naturally felt a bond with the family and friends of this world. Moreover, Su Chun understood a principle. That is, one must never underestimate the insidious nature of the enemy. Since the Haidong Kingdom dared to act openly, they would certainly not wait idly for retaliation and would strike first. Su Chun was unwilling to see his family in this world get involved. So even though Zhu Yuanzhang's arrangements sounded somewhat exaggerated, he said nothing more. Wherever the convoy passed, traffic had long been regulated, and the way was unobstructed. About an hour later, the convoy exited the city and entered a mountainous area on the outskirts. After turning several corners and passing through several checkpoints, they finally entered a relatively large complex. Mr. Su, this way, please. As soon as the vehicle stopped, Li Shuhua hurriedly got out, his gaze towards Su Chun filled with respect. Although they were more than 40 years apart in age, in Li Shuhua's eyes, knowledge has no precedence. A master is determined by ability. In just this short hour's drive, Li Shuhua's gains far exceeded those of the previous decades. Qin Huang and Han Wu, Tang Zong and Song Zhu, the hundreds of schools of thought, the 3 kingdoms contending for supremacy. Just a simple description had already stirred Li Shuhua's heart and filled him with excitement. If he could, he would wish to traverse time and witness the extraordinary eras Su Chun spoke of, to meet those ancestors who dominated the world. Every word and phrase from Su Chun was etched into Li Shuhua's heart, fearing he might forget even a little, because these were buried histories holding extraordinary significance at any time. Through Su Chen's narration, Li Shuhua finally understood. 5,000 years was not just a simple number. Because during this lengthy period of time, we have given birth to countless glories. Countless awe-inspiring ancestors have emerged. It is these people and these events that bestow profound and weighty meaning to these 5 millennia. This is true history. This is true heritage. For this young man before him, Li Shuhua was already completely convinced. If it weren't for the urgent matters at hand, he would have certainly wanted to talk with Su Chun for 3 days and 3 nights. Salute. As soon as Su Chun stepped out of the car, the soldiers who had already lined up by the vehicle immediately stood at attention and saluted. As soldiers defending the homeland is their supreme mission, and today Su Chun had helped them fulfill this mission. They could only express their respect in the manner of soldiers. All right, everyone stand at your posts. No one is allowed to enter or exit without orders. Zhu Yuanzheng waved his hand, dispersing everyone, then led Su Chun quickly into the building. This building was specifically constructed to respond to the issue of ancestral symbols. In addition to the military and historical research institutions, countless departments work together here. It can be said that this place is now the center of the nation's highest power. Following Zhu Yuanzheng, Su Chun took the elevator upwards and soon entered a quiet small conference room. As soon as he entered, Zhu Yuanzheng snapped to attention, raising his right hand to his forehead. Young Su, on behalf of the nation, I thank you for your contributions. In such times, modesty only appears hypocritical. However, Su Chun was not the kind to bask in glory. He smiled and replied, Good. Zhu Yuanzheng laughed heartily. What a commendable sentiment of not forgetting one's duty to the country despite one's low rank. If everyone in the country— Good. Zhu Yuanzheng laughed heartily. What a commendable sentiment of not forgetting one's duty to the country despite one's low rank. If everyone in the country were like this, how could we worry about its prosperity? But contributions are contributions. If you were a soldier, just based on today's matter, it would be more than enough for you to sit in my position. Speak no matter what your requests, or I will do my utmost to petition the country. Li Shuhua shot a glance at Zhu Yuanzheng. His lips moved, but he said nothing. Perhaps to others, Zhu Yuanzheng's words were merely gratitude and praise. But Li Shuhua, having interacted with him for decades, easily picked up on Zhu Yuanzheng's underlying meaning. Given Su Chun's current identity and strength, if he truly cared about power, what general would he pay attention to? Whatever he desired, he wouldn't even need to voice it. Countless people would naturally rush to present it to him, let alone needing to petition the country. Zhu Yuanzheng was testing him. He wanted to see if Su Chun would place himself above the nation. Even if he didn't speak it, as long as a hint of such intention was revealed in his demeanor, it would not escape Zhu Yuanzheng's keen perception. Although both had essentially affirmed Su Chun's character, his significance at this moment was simply too great. Whether to be cautious or entirely open in the future must be approached with care. General Zhu Oldly. Su Chun looked at the two with a sincere expression. The Summer Emperor entrusted me with a legacy when bestowing it upon me. From now on, I will continue to guard the 9 provinces and protect the common people. Since I have promised, I will certainly fulfill it. Moreover, to you is not just my ancestor, but the ancestor of countless people of Huaxia. If the ancestral legacy were to become a tool for me to vie for power, it would not only be a desecration of the ancestors, but also a disrespect to history. I don't care how other inheritors are. In my view, only by respecting history can one be respected by history. Those who desecrate their ancestors are unworthy of even being called descendants. Therefore, if General Zhu has any doubts, please speak openly. There is no need to hold back. Upon hearing this, both Zhu Yuanzheng and Li Shuhua instantly stood in respect. Well said. Li Shuhua slapped his thigh, looking at Zhu Yuanzheng with a smile that was not quite a smile. Old Zhu, now you can fully rest assured, right? Faced with the gazes of Su Chun and Li Shuhua, a hint of awkwardness appeared in Zhu Yuanzheng's eyes. Li Shuhua did not need to say, after decades of friendship, he could surely hear the underlying meaning. But Su Chun's response clearly showed that he had perceived Zhu Yuanzheng's thoughts. Although from Zhu Yuanzheng's personal perspective, he was already 100% at ease with Su Chun, even admiring him. Yet concerning national affairs, what needed to be done still had to be done. Young Su, please do not blame me. Zhu Yuanzheng also put aside his previous politeness and spoke sincerely. Many people only see the prosperity of the nation today, yet forget how we have come this far step by step. Those so-called developed countries, how did their achievements and successes come about? Which of them did not colonize, did not invade, did not plunder? But what about us? Our growth has come from decades of hard work. We rely on countless migrant workers separated from their families. We rely on the output of resources from the entire nation. We rely on the accumulation of every small bit to achieve today's national strength. For today, what a great price have we paid. How much frustration have we endured. Thus I must be cautious, and I cannot afford to be careless. After listening to Zhu Yuanzheng's words, Su Chun let out a long sigh and nodded slightly. General Zhu is right. The strength our nation possesses today was not acquired through theft or plunder. It was achieved through generations of people step by step enduring countless hardships to pave the way. Now the whole world is facing a tremendous change, and with the foundation of Huaxia, we will undoubtedly rise. However, this outcome is certainly something many forces do not wish to see. If issues arise within Huaxia at this time, the efforts of countless ancestors may very well go to waste. Therefore, it is only right for General Zhu to be cautious. Zhu Yuanzheng gazed deeply at Su Chun. Good. Since you can say such words, I trust you, old Zhu. From now on, whatever you need, the state will wholeheartedly cooperate. Compared to before, this statement from Zhu Yuanzheng was no longer mere personal courtesy. It represented the nation's complete trust in Su Chun. Li Shuhua wiped his eyes, rendered speechless for a long time. He still remembered the two phrases that Dai Yu had mentioned before. With such descendants, the fortune of the 9 provinces. With such offspring, my own fortune. And having Su Chun, how could it not be a blessing for Huaxia? Li Shuhua cleared his throat and said loudly, all right, let's not discuss this anymore. Today, Mr. Su has become the inheritor, which can be said to shock the world. Those forces that have been secretly plotting against us will certainly restrain themselves now. The pressure Huaxia faces in the future will not be as heavy as before. This past year, old Zhu has had quite a burden of finally he can breathe a little easier. Zhu Yuanzheng also smiled, and after inviting Su Chun to sit down, he said, Old Li is right, this past year nearly exhausted me. Now with young Su to rely on, I can take it easy. By the way, young Su Yu and old Li were whispering behind me for quite a while discussing our Huaxia's history, right? But I find it a bit strange. These historical facts have never been recorded in our historical texts. How do you know about them? Upon hearing this, Li Shuhua immediately turned his gaze to Su Chun. This was also his biggest question in his heart. Su Chun thought for a moment, raised his brow, and said, what if I say I learned it in a dream? Would you believe me? A dream? Zhu Yuanzheng and Li Shuhua exchanged glances. Can one dream of lost history? Isn't that just nonsense? But they did not know that for Su Chun the previous life was like a grand dream, so saying he knew it in a dream was not entirely a lie. I understand now. Li Shuhua suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed with wide eyes, it must be a dream from the ancestors. It must be a message from the ancestors. The 9 provinces cauldron has appeared for a year, but it has not yet been activated. Although Dai Yu passed away thousands of years ago, his residual soul remains in the 9 provinces cauldron. It must be that the ancestral spirits sensed this and could not bear to see Huaxia suffer, which is why they conveyed dreams to Mr. Su. Li Shuhua grew more and more certain, his previously dull old eyes shining brightly. This also explains why Mr. Su hasn't shown up at all in the past year. Especially when the country of Haidong provoked us attempting to seize the symbol of our ancestors. Mr. Su suddenly appeared to save us from impending doom. Because, even before this, Mr. Su didn't even know about Dai Yu's existence. It must be that the ancestors foresaw Huaxia's peril and conveyed dreams to Mr. Su the night before. Am I right or not? Hearing Li Shuhua's words, Su Chun couldn't help but grin. Goodness, this imaginative capability is indeed worthy of someone who has worked in history all his life. Just grasping at a clue, he could spin an entire story. So it turns out this way. Zhu Yuanzheng's eyes bulged wide. As a soldier, he was originally a staunch materialist. But in this past year, with the symbol of the ancestors emerging and the ancestral residual soul reappearing in the world, compared to all this, how could the idea of dreams be difficult to accept? No wonder. Seeing Su Chin's astonished expression, Li Shuhua thought he had hit the nail on the head and became even more convinced. No wonder Dai Yu said that a few old Kof ancestors immediately chose you. I was puzzled at the time, but now I think the ancestors who conveyed dreams must not only be Dai Yu. Precisely because these ancestors have been continuously conveying dreams to you, that is why you know so much concealed history, and those unknown ancestors. Su Chun looked at Li Shuhua, who was spitting everywhere, feeling speechless. You really dare to think. If I closed my eyes every night, and a group of old men who died hundreds of years ago waited for me, how could I still sleep? However, compared to time travel, the notion of dream conveyance seems to be more acceptable. So Su Chun shrugged, choosing to tacitly agree with Li Shuhua's explanation. However, compared to time travel, the notion of dream conveyance seems to be more acceptable. So Su Chun shrugged, choosing to tacitly agree with Li. Zhu Yuanzheng clicked his tongue, gazing at Su Chun with eyes as if he were staring at some rare treasure. In his view, with so many ancestors simultaneously conveying dreams to Su Chun, he must have been designated as the inheritor. Even if Su Chun were to impart everything he knows now. When the symbol appears again, others might not necessarily be able to activate the ancestral symbol. Moreover, doing so could very well go against the will of the ancestors, and he might even be blamed. When the symbol appears again, others might not necessarily be able to activate the ancestral symbol. Moreover, doing so could very well go against the will of the ancestors, and he might. Su Chun, without a doubt, was the most suitable candidate. Young Su, there is one more thing. Zhu Yuanzheng organized his thoughts and asked again. Besides granting you the inheritance, did Dai Yu also give you the power to activate the bloodline of his descendants? Yes. Su Chun nodded without any hesitation. Zhu Yuanzheng and Li Shuhua exchanged glances simultaneously, taking a deep breath. Mr. Su, Li Shuhua cautiously asked, Dai Yu is a 4th ascend-year-old ancestor. Is there still a bloodline surviving today? Originally, he thought there must be many descendants of Dai Yu. But he also learned from Su Chun that throughout Huaxia's history, wars have been relentless and famines and disasters have been nothing short of numerous. Thus, regarding whether Dai's bloodline could be passed down to the present, Li Shuhua felt a bit uncertain. Yes, and quite a few. Su Chen's voice was firm. After obtaining absolute inheritance, he could perceive all descendants possessing Dai's bloodline regardless of distance. With just a thought, he could awaken their bloodlines. 20 to 30,000 awakened individuals, even if they could not compare to the 100,000 in the country of Haidong, at least they would be able to protect themselves. Su Chen looked. Among these people, those with ulterior motives or improper dispositions would certainly be a minority. The vast majority of Huaxia people are upright and loyal to their country. 20 to 30,000 awakened individuals, even if they could not compare to the 100,000 in the country of Haidong, at least they would be able to protect themselves. Su Chen looked at Li Shuhua, then at the equally tense Zhu Yuanjing, and held up 3 fingers. 30,000. Li Shuhua's eyes instantly filled with light. But Su Chen merely pouted. My goodness. It can't be 300,000, right? 300 million. Li Shuhua's legs went weak and he collapsed onto the ground. Zhu Yuanzheng trembled uncontrollably like a leaf in the wind. The seasoned general who had galloped across battlefields for decades was so frightened that he couldn't even speak clearly. You can't be joking, can you, Su? Su Chen looked at the shocked expressions of the two and couldn't help but chuckle. What's so strange about it? As the first emperor of the Central Plains, Dayu passed the throne to his son Qi, leading to a family dynasty that replaced the system of abdication. Since it's a family dynasty, what is the most important thing? Of course, it's the emperor's bloodline. Although Dayu had only one child, Si Qi, he had 5 sons, and those 5 sons had a multitude of children. 4,000 years ago, the population of Huaxia was already not large, and considering the branches, Dai's bloodline accounted for a significant portion. Moreover, after the fall of the Xia dynasty, these descendants spread out and intermarried with others, further expanding Dai's bloodline. Although Huaxia has faced continuous conflicts and natural disasters throughout its history, these hardships have also forged the resilient and tenacious character of the Huaxia people. No matter how great the calamities of nature and man, they could not completely sever the propagation of the Huaxia lineage. Thus, after 4,000 years, the descendants possessing Dai's bloodline number in the vast multitude. Zhu Yuanzheng and Li Shuhua gasped repeatedly. Despite Su Chen's explanation, their shock remained at 300 million. That's almost 1/5 of Huaxia's population. Many countries only have a few million people in total. The descendants of Dayu alone are several times the total population of their nation. My goodness. Zhu Yuanzheng could only feel shock at this moment. He had thought that 3 million was already an unrealistic fantasy. But unexpectedly, he realized that his perspective was still too narrow. If these 300 million people awaken their bloodlines, what will Huaxia become? Just a moment of thought made Zhu Yuanzheng's scalp tingle. Seeing the terrified expression on Zhu Yuanzheng's face, Su Chen's lips curled into a smile. What I just mentioned is only within Huaxia. Su Chen continued, if we include those outside the country, the number of Dai's descendants will double. Li Shuhua was still immersed in shock. Upon hearing this, his entire body shivered again. Double. That means 600 million. Thud. Li Shuhua could no longer bear it, rolling his eyes back and fainting. Fortunately, there was a medical team on standby in the building, and they quickly rushed over when they received the call. After a flurry of activity from several doctors and nurses, Li Shuhua finally woke up slowly. It's just an emotional reaction. There's nothing serious. Just rest for a bit. The doctor said a few brief words before turning and hurriedly leaving. Su Chen, Zhu Yuanjing, and Li Shuhua were now the 3 most important individuals in Huaxia. Especially Su Chen. Every move he made at this moment could change the future trajectory of Huaxia. They dared not waste a single moment of his time. Zhu Yuanzheng closed the door and turned his gaze back to Su Chen. Little Su, it's not that we doubt you, but the number you mentioned is just too frightening. Su Chen did not respond, but looked at the pale-faced Li Shuhua. Li Shuhua quickly waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. General Zhu, elderly. Su Chen tried to keep his tone steady to avoid further shocking the two. You all are shocked because you don't understand Huaxia's history. After the fall of the Xia dynasty, the Gui surname was changed to Xia to commemorate their bloodline origin. The Xia surname is one of the prominent clans among Dayu's descendants. There's also the Xiahou surname, which also originates from the Si surname. A descendant of Dayu once lived in the state of Lu, and Duke Dao of Lu, due to his being a descendant of Dayu, honored him as Xiahou, thus this branch flourished. The Zeng surname also originates from the Si surname, founded by Chu Lai, the younger son of Emperor Xia Shaokong. Elderly should know Zeng Guofan right. This minister of the Qing dynasty is indeed a descendant of this lineage. There's also the Deng surname. This branch's descendants were in theft in the state of Deng, so they are called the Deng clan. Similarly, General Deng Shichong of the Qing dynasty during the Battle of the Yellow Sea in 1894 led the entire crew to crash into the enemy flagship when his ship was out of ammunition and heavily damaged, sacrificing all 250 crew members heroically. While the Qing court was indeed corrupt, the descendants of Dayu still possess a proud spirit, truly deserving the title of national heroes. Zhu Yuanzheng was momentarily stunned, his gaze filled with complexity. He certainly knew of Deng Shichong, but who would have thought that this general from the Qing dynasty could be connected to Dayu? Su Chen's voice continued. In addition to the previously mentioned Dai's descendants, there's also the Bu surname. It is said to originate from the brother of Taikong whose descendants engaged in divination, thus they are called the Bu clan. The Yu surname is also a branch of Dai's direct descendants. After establishing the state of Yue, they took the state name as their surname. King Gojian of Yu once dominated the region and accomplished a remarkable feat. In addition to these surnames, there are also the Bao Lu Chao, O Ouyang, and dozens of other surnames. All these surnames are related to the descendants of Diyu and are considered heirs of the Xia dynasty's royal family. During the Xia dynasty, these descendants were granted fiefdoms across various regions. After the fall of the Xia, those descendants either took the name of their fief or the state as their surname. Although these people changed their surnames, they still carry the blood of Diyu within them. Through generations of evolution, they have attained the scale we see today. With several hundred million descendants, such a miracle can only be born from the long history of Huaxia. The phrase Huaxiao children and daughters is indeed well-deserved. Su Chen paused, seeing Zhu Yuanzheng and Li Shuhua's expressions gradually calm down, before continuing. Moreover, for us Huaxia people, what we have always valued is not bloodlines, but the bloodline itself. We emphasize not whether the bloodline is pure, but whether it can be passed down. Over the course of 5,000 years, the descendants of Huaxia have undergone countless migrations and integrations. This has led to the fact that the blood flowing within us is not limited to one lineage of ancestors. Thus, it's not just many of Huaxia's ancestors. The number of descendants preserved to this day would surely be a terrifying figure. In fact, behind these words, Su Chen had another layer of meaning. Since many Huaxiao people have more than one ancestral lineage, the awakening of the bloodline may very well not be a singular event. For example, Diyu, although he lived 4,000 years ago, regardless of how much time has passed, he would still have his own ancestors. According to legend, Diyu is a descendant of the Yellow Emperor and a descendant of Zhuanqiu. All Huaxiao people share sons of Yin and Huang. As time goes on, ancestral symbols will certainly emerge again. It is not impossible for a single descendant to possess bloodlines from multiple ancestors. If all these bloodlines awaken one by one, wouldn't the awakening power be like stacking buffs continuously? However, this was merely Su Chen's speculation. Whether it can be realized is still uncertain, and Li Shuhua clearly couldn't withstand more shocks. Therefore, he considered and decided to keep it to himself for now. Little Su. Zhu Yuanzheng swallowed hard. So, when do you plan to activate the bloodlines of these people, eh? Li Shuhua also propped himself up from the sofa, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Previously, the Haidong kingdom bullied us terribly, relying on their over 100,000 awakened ones. Now it's finally our turn to hold our heads high. Let's not worry about those from abroad for now. Just within our country, we have 300 million awakened ones. This time we must make them pay. Su Chen raised his slender fingers and gently tapped on the armrest of the chair a few times. No need to rush. There are some matters that need to be considered before awakening the bloodlines. Zhu Yuanzheng nodded repeatedly. You're right, we cannot rush this matter. 300 million people is no small number. It must be handled with caution. If chosen correctly, it will be a sword for Huaxia. If chosen incorrectly, it will be a ticking time bomb. The human heart has always been the most difficult thing to fathom in this world. Even the descendants of Diyu cannot all be virtuous. If the wrong people activate their bloodlines, even if Su Chen could reclaim the awakened powers afterward, the losses caused would be irreparable. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuanzheng felt a headache coming on. If it were tens of thousands or 100,000, but now there are 300 million people. To review such a large number of individuals thoroughly is no easy task. If we truly want to get it done, it might take a year or more before we see any results. Su Chen pondered for a moment and slowly said, General Zhu, what I worry about is not these matters. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzheng and Li Shuhua were both taken aback. Not this. Then what is it? Su Chen thought for a while and asked quietly, what was your first impression when you heard that Diyu had 300 million descendants? Zhu Yuanzheng and Li Shuhua exchanged glances and answered without hesitation, of course it was shock. After saying this, Li Shuhua thought for a moment and added, besides shock, there was a bit of anxiety and unease. When something far exceeds previous expectations, even if it is a good thing, the initial human reaction is seldom joy, but rather a surge of negative emotions. This has nothing to do with ideology. It is a human instinctive reaction to things that exceed their control. Su Chen nodded. Indeed, even the two of you felt uneasy upon hearing this number. What if other countries learn of this news? What do you think their reaction would be? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzheng's expression changed instantly. They would unite and resist Huaxia together. Su Chen nodded. Exactly. If a particularly strong wolf appears in a pack of wolves, the others will submit and recognize it as the alpha wolf. But what if a lion appears in the wolf pack? The awakening of 300 million people in Huaxia is like a lion suddenly appearing among wolves, causing all countries to feel a sense of danger. If we were to take the initiative to strike at the Haidong kingdom at this time, that psychology would be exponentially magnified. If neighboring countries unite for self-preservation and resist Huaxia, wouldn't that be counterproductive? You two should know better than I do. The rise and fall of a nation is fundamentally based on power, but economy is also crucial. The reason Eagle Sauce has been so dominant for so many years is not only due to its powerful armed forces, but also because of its unparalleled economic strength. Although Huaxia's total economic volume ranks second, its proportion in the global economy is only a little over 10%, much of which still relies on import and export trade. Is it really worth it to let Huaxia fall into an unfavorable position just to vent our frustrations, eh? After listening to Su Chen's words, both Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Shuhua fell silent. With their insight, they naturally understood the truth behind Su Chen's words. The number of awakened ones in each country varies, and their strengths differ. However, even with disparities, it is not to the extent of being worlds apart. But Huaxia would undoubtedly break this balance. The tall tree attracts the wind. This truth is understood by everyone. But Huaxia cannot be prevented from awakening the bloodlines of Dai's descendants just because of this. Li Shuhua furrowed his brow, pondering for a long time before speaking with a hint of melancholy. Mr. Su is right. I was impulsive before. But for decades Huaxia has been oppressed on historical issues. Today the Haidong Kingdom says we have always been their subordinate territory. Tomorrow the Sakuras will claim that the children of Huaxia are their ancestors, and even their past barbaric actions are merely reclaiming the land that rightfully belongs to them. As the director of Huaxia's History Institute, I can only watch helplessly as they spout their nonsense. This feeling is worse than death. I understand that between nations it has never been a matter of mere sentiment. What they say is not just to gain an advantage in words, but to undermine our confidence as Huaxians and subsequently create divisions among us. But even knowing their malicious intentions, I still have no way to retaliate. I am furious. Previously we had no idea that Huaxia still had so much lost history, and we did not have enough strength to fight back. But now it's different. Mr. Su, you have revealed the truth, and we did not have enough strength to fight back. But now it's different. Mr. Su, you have revealed the truth. Sighing at this point, Li Shuhua shook his head. But Mr. Su is right. It really isn't worth it to let Huaxia fall into an unfavorable situation just to vent our anger. Although those awakened ones from the Haidong Kingdom acted openly, the Haidong side has already defined it as their personal behavior unrelated to the Haidong Kingdom. If Huaxia retaliates now, it would be unreasonable. The Sakuras, kangaroos, and white elephants would definitely seize upon this point, uniting with neighboring countries to resist Huaxia together. To let our path to rising be obstructed for the sake of venting our anger is indeed not worth it. After all we have endured for decades and have long since become accustomed to it. Enduring a few more years is not a big deal. After saying this, Li Shuhua sighed again. Although he said so, it was evident to all that he felt unwilling deep down. Scholars also have their pride and passion. Although he had previously advised Zhu Yuanzhang not to act impulsively, deep down, he certainly hoped to vent his anger. However, personal emotions must never dictate national interests. After calming down, Li Shuhua naturally understood this. Zhu Yuanzhang stood up, patted Li Shuhua on the shoulder, and then looked at Su Chen. Little Su, I understand your point now. Anyway, reviewing these 300 million people is not something that can be completed in 10 days or half a month. Let's wait until the review is clear before discussing the awakening of bloodlines. As for the Haidong Kingdom, let's endure this time and settle accounts with them later. Su Chen looked at the two, his eyes widening in disbelief. Endure? When did I say I would endure? Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback. Wasn't that what you just said? Su Chen shook his head in exasperation. I merely stated that to vent our frustrations it might not be worth it to put Huaxia in a disadvantageous position. But when did I ever say we should endure it? We can turn the disadvantage into an advantage, can't we? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Shuhua were even more confused, unable to comprehend what Su Chen was trying to convey. Su Chen looked at the bewildered expressions of the two and raised an eyebrow. Huaxia has not been without restraint from foreign powers. On the contrary, it is precisely because we have suffered for decades that generations of our people have struggled through hardship and adversity. Why do we strive to strengthen our nation and military? Why do we emphasize education, proclaiming that a strong youth means a strong Huaxia? Isn't it all for the day when we no longer suffer foreign bullying? Today, Huaxia possesses the power to retaliate. It is time to show our might to the world. Therefore, this time we must not only fight, we must fight with reason. We must showcase Huaxia's prestige. The days of enduring humiliation should also be experienced by others. Hearing this, Li Shuhua felt his mind was racing to keep up. But Zhu Yuanzhang seemed to ponder, as if grasped. Fight with reason. Little Su, do you mean we need a justified cause? Su Chen clapped his hands and laughed. No wonder you're a General Zhu, you catch on quickly. Regardless of any action, we must have a justified cause. Only with a justified cause can we stand on the moral high ground, so that even if foreign powers are dissatisfied, they cannot criticize us. Li Shuhua looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, then at Su Chen, still with a bewildered expression. You two stop playing riddles and clarify things. Once we take action, the Haidong Kingdom will definitely retaliate. How can we have a justified cause? And there are 300 million awakened ones. Once other countries find out, how could they possibly remain calm? They will undoubtedly join forces to curb Huaxia. Zhu Yuanzhong also looked at Su Chen. Although he understood Su Chen's implication, he couldn't think of a solution. Su Chen smiled slightly, asking leisurely, Yao the Emperor Dayu has 300 million descendants, besides us three, who else knows? Zhu Yuanzhong and Li Shuhua were taken aback and fell silent. Before Su Chen appeared, no one in Huaxia knew of Emperor Dai's existence, let alone how many descendants he had. Now, except for the three of us, no one could possibly know. Seeing the two remain silent, Su Chen continued, Since only the three of us know, if I don't say anything, General Zhu doesn't say anything, and Elderly doesn't say anything. How could other countries find out how many awakened ones we actually have? A trump card is called a trump card precisely because no one knows about it. Once it is revealed, not only will we lose our deterrent power, but we will also be completely seen through, which would be a loss. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes lit up. Right. The actual number of Emperor Dai's descendants is known only to us. Whether it's 3,000, 30,000, or 300 million, it's still up to us to decide. Those countries are also full of cunning schemes. Unless their survival is threatened, there's no reason for them to join forces. Zhu Yuanzhang smacked his forehead, looking utterly speechless as he continued. I was also shocked by that 300 million figure. My mind went blank. Not to mention the awakened ones, even the military strength is a state secret. There's no reason to disclose it directly. Su Yan nodded. General Zhu is absolutely correct. A nation's deterrent power lies not in the open, but in the shadows. It is the unknown that constitutes humanity's greatest fear. The more secrets there are, the less transparent it becomes, and the enemy will become more wary and less willing to act recklessly. After saying this, Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. It's certain to show our muscles, but there's no need to strip down completely for others to see right. Upon hearing this, Li Shua's mouth twitched, and he smiled self-deprecatingly. After hearing that Emperor Dayu had 300 million descendants, his first thought was to announce it publicly, letting Huaxia hold its head high. Upon hearing this, Li Shua's mouth twitched, and he smiled self-deprecatingly. After hearing that Emperor Dayu had 300 million descendants, his first thought was to announce it publicly. No matter how many awakened ones we have, once we take action, the Haidong Kingdom will surely label it as an act of invasion. Elderly hit the nail on the head. Su Chen slapped the armrest of the sofa and said loudly, Since our action is considered an invasion, then how about their arrival? Is that not an invasion? Dealing with invaders on our own land, can we not be said to have a justified cause? More importantly, this time we want not only to make Haidong pay a price, but we can also utilize it to force certain clowns to reveal. This way, not only do we vent our anger, but we also showcase the might of Huaxia to the world, while also avoiding the hassle of examining each of Dai's descendants. You tell me, does this count as killing 3 birds with 1 stone? Zhu Yuanzhong and Li Shua's eyes widened in shock, staring blankly at Su Chen. Indeed, after the phantom of Dayu disappeared, no one in Huaxia had awakened bloodlines. Although they knew the reason, others might not. Perhaps the Haidong Kingdom still thinks that Dai's bloodline has not been passed down to the present. Even if Su Chen is the inheritor, one person cannot possibly contend with over 100,000 awakened ones, right? Moreover, the Haidong Kingdom is not without its own inheritors. That person named Jin Dachong is the 28th descendant of Jin Shunyao. Zhu Yuanzhong and Li Shuhua were not unfamiliar with this person. Before obtaining the inheritance, this person was just a truck driver. He had a volatile temper and acted recklessly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Haidong's awakened ones to act publicly. Now that Jin Dachong had suffered a silent loss, he must be seething with anger. Since the two countries have already torn their faces, it is only a matter of time before they take action. While Huaxiao still has only Su Chen as an inheritor, the Haidong Kingdom will definitely move. At such a time, as long as Huaxiao provides a bit of bait, Jin Dachong will surely take the hook. Once the other side launches a massive invasion, Huaxiao will stand on the side of righteousness. Even if we pack up and take out over 100,000 awakened ones from Haidong, other countries will not be able to say a word. On the other hand, once the news of the Haidong Kingdom's large-scale invasion spreads domestically, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. Huaxiao has only one Su Chen, but the other side has inheritors and over 100,000 awakened ones. No matter how you look at it, Huaxia is bound to lose. In such an environment, who harbors ulterior motives and who is loyal to the country will immediately become evident. Is there still a need for individual examinations? Thinking of this, Zhu Yuanzhong and Li Shuhua simultaneously took a deep breath, their eyes filled with joy. In truth, with their experience, if they calmed down, they could have thought of all this. But after so many events transpired in a single day, who could remain calm? Yet they were like this, and Su Chen was even more so. As the inheritor, the pressure Su Chen bore was greater than anyone else's. Yet even under such pressure, he maintained a clear mind. In the midst of a tangled mess, he dissected and analyzed the current situation one by one. Ultimately, he pieced together the most advantageous path for Huaxia. Such psychological resilience. Such mental steadiness. Is he really just a young man in his 20s? Time flies, and in the blink of an eye 3 days have passed. However, the scene at Tiananmen Square 3 days ago has long been etched in the minds of all Chinese people. They will remember it in their hearts and recount it to future generations. Our China actually has a history of 5,000 years. 4,000 years ago, there was an ancestor named Yu. Yet amidst the excitement, many people's doubts have only grown heavier with the passage of time. On that day, after Su Chun descended from the high platform, he personally stated that the officials would soon issue a statement. But 3 days have passed in a flash, and all official media remain eerily silent. Not to mention a statement. Even Su Chun, the inheritor of China, has not shown his face again. Within China, no one has awakened their bloodline. The officials and the inheritors have remained silent. This situation makes it hard not to engage in wild speculation. Is it possible that in today's China there are truly no descendants of Yu? Could it be that this ancestor from 4,000 years ago has left no trace of his bloodline? The emotions of doubt and hesitation have been rising both online and in reality. Every heart that was just filled with pride has become heavy again because of this matter. However, the Chinese officials still turn a blind eye to these comments. Not only have they provided no explanation, but they have also released several articles about Jin Xuanxiu. 1,000 years ago, the Goguryeo and Baekje alliance sought to destroy Silla. The king of Silla could only pay tribute to China year after year, positioning himself as a vassal in hopes of requesting military assistance from China. The ancestors of China, seeing his tail wagging, sent troops and dealt a heavy blow to Goguryeo. Only then did Silla have the qualification to survive. The Silla people are the ancestors of today's Haidong kingdom. The king of Silla who pleaded with China was the ancestor awakened by Haidong King Taizong Jin Xuanxiu. Each of these articles is well-reasoned and convincing. Moreover, there are rumors about the source of these articles, which supposedly comes from Su Chun, though no one has encountered this part of history. But it is an ironclad fact that Su Chun activated the 9 provinces tripod and summoned the Phantom of Yu. The credibility of the articles attributed to Su Chun has soared countless times. As a result, not only within China but the entire world was in an uproar. No one understands what China intends to achieve by releasing these articles at this moment. In the past, although Haidong suppressed China regarding historical issues, it was always through the internet or civilian television stations, and the officials never participated. Because no matter how big the uproar in the civilian sector, that is still a civilian matter. Doing so today, and then denying it tomorrow, poses no problem. Thus, even if China is dissatisfied with the Haidong people's rhetoric, it can only resort to verbal confrontations in the civilian sector, as the officials have no means to intervene. However, now that the Chinese officials have personally entered the fray, the nature of the situation is entirely different. Because matters recognized in the name of the state cannot be altered, leaving no room for maneuver whatsoever. It must be known that Jin Xuanxiu is the ancestor summoned by Haidong. There are as many as over 100,000 descendants in the country. What China is doing is undoubtedly rubbing the face of their ancestor in the dirt in front of these descendants. This is no longer just a historical issue. This is shaking the authority of Jin Xuanxiu. It undermines the status of Haidong's inheritors and bloodline awakeners. In this situation, whether Haidong wants to or not, they must retaliate. Because not retaliating would mean admitting that the articles released by China are indeed factual. It would mean acknowledging that their ancestor pleaded with China. Not only would the descendants of Jin Xuanxiu lose face, but the entire status of Haidong would plummet. Beast ears. Blue-tiled house. Jin Dachong looked at the facts sent by his subordinates, his face darkened to the extreme. Over these past few days, he had dispatched countless spies to secretly infiltrate China in search of Su Chen's relatives. In his view, once Su Chen's family fell into his hands, it would be equivalent to grasping the opponent's lifeline. Perhaps in the future, he could control the inheritor of China with this. At that time, China would still be his possession. But what he did not expect was that after several days of searching, all the spies turned up empty-handed. Not to mention finding Su Chen's relatives, even a neighbor or classmate could not be found. After some inquiries, he learned that 3 days ago, all these people had already been taken away by the Chinese military. As for where they went, there was not a shred of clue to be found. In Jin Dachang's view, the Chinese military was not to be feared. However, with China's vast territory, trying to locate a few people deliberately hidden and protected by the military is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. He is an inheritor, not a deity. Faced with this situation, no matter how unwilling he is, he can only give up. After all, there is only one inheritor in China now. Oh, how much trouble can he possibly stir up? Since he cannot control them, then they must be killed. As long as he gets rid of this kid before the next symbolic emergence, China will have no hope of a comeback. However, just as Jin Dachong was pondering how to deal with Su Chen, the Chinese officials unexpectedly released several articles concerning his ancestor Jin Xuanxiu. Jin Dachong merely glanced at it and instantly flew into a rage, tearing the paper in his hands into shreds. Has China gone crazy? What are they trying to do? The several awakened individuals beside him also wore angry expressions, gritting their teeth. Everything they have now is given by Jin Xuanxiu. Insulting their ancestor is equivalent to insulting them. Commander. An awakened individual stepped forward and said loudly, "Last time China accused us of being their vassal territory. We haven't even settled the score with them, yet they dare to slander our ancestor. This is not only a great disrespect to King Taizong. This is also a great disrespect to you, Commander. We must make China pay the price. Upon hearing this, Jin Dacheng's anger flared even more, slamming his hand on the table. Boom. With a loud crash, the expensive wooden desk was instantly reduced to a pile of fragments. Another awakened person hesitated for a moment, then cautiously said, Commander, the sudden change in the Chinese official's behavior might indicate some sort of conspiracy. In my opinion, it's better for the commander not to act impulsively to avoid falling into China's trap. Get lost. Jin Dacheng glared. The awakened individual who spoke felt as if struck by a hammer, instantly flying out, crashing against the wall, with a loud thud, spitting out a mouthful of blood. China only has one inheritor. What can they do even if there is a conspiracy? These Chinese brutes, I haven't even gone to trouble them, yet they dare to provoke first. Insulting King Taizong means insulting me, insulting all of us descendants. To retreat at such a time would make others think that the articles from China are indeed true. If that's the case, the Jin family will become a joke in the future. Fueled by anger, Jin Dacheng's inheritor power erupted, sweeping through the surroundings. The several awakened individuals standing nearby felt a tightening in their hearts and dared not speak. Although Jin Dacheng did not possess the natural suppressive force over royal family members like the inheritor of the Moonfall Kingdom, just by virtue of his identity as an inheritor, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary awakened individuals. At that moment, Jin Dacheng resembled an enraged beast ready to pounce at any moment. Everyone bowed their heads, afraid to meet his gaze lest they become the next to suffer. After a long while, the aura surrounding Jin Dacheng gradually subsided. His gaze slowly swept across the terrified awakeners of the Haidong Kingdom, and he let out a cold snort once more. To all the awakeners, Jin Dacheng's apparent agitation stemmed from the slander of his ancestors by Huaxia. Yet they were unaware. The true reason behind Jin Dacheng's fury was that the contents in Huaxia's publications were all true. In the forbidden texts of the Haidong Kingdom, there once described a powerful and prosperous empire. At that time, this empire was the center of the world. Envoys from countless nations bearing jewels and beautiful maidens traveled thousands of miles to bow at the feet of the emperor of this empire. Back then, the ruler of the Haidong Kingdom only dared to call himself a king, not an emperor, and needed to be conferred to ascend the throne legitimately. These records coincided with the articles published by Huaxia. Even if Jin Dacheng didn't want to believe it, he couldn't. The Haidong Kingdom was once a vassal of Huaxia. The ancestors of Haidong had once begged Huaxia's ancestors. In fact, the establishment of the nation was also due to Huaxia's assistance. Thinking of this, Jin Dacheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. It seemed that the descendants of Huaxia truly knew many secrets that others did not. This time, it was merely an article. What if they found some concrete evidence next time? That would be the end. Yet even with just a few articles, he could not ignore them. Because this was about the face of Jin Xuanxiu, about the confidence of all the descendants of the Jin family. Thus, he had to act furious and display sufficient anger. He had to make everyone believe that these articles from Huaxia were nothing but nonsense. Jin Dacheng's gaze was fierce, his tone somber. Huaxia slanders the ancestors of the Jin family. I absolutely cannot swallow this anger. What do you think we should do to retaliate? The people present instinctively glanced at the corner of the room. The person who had previously advised Jin Dacheng to remain calm was still coughing up blood. Commander. One of Jin Dacheng's aides, seeing no one spoke, stepped forward directly. He was not an awakener, but due to his keen understanding of his superior's thoughts, he had been kept by Jin Dacheng's side. In this world, ancestors are not just ancestors, they are the powerful foundation. King Taizong is not only the ancestor of the Jin family, but also the ancestor of all Haidong people. Huaxia's wanton actions insulting King Taizong is not merely a provocation, it is a declaration of war. We must retaliate with thunderous actions and severely punish Huaxia. The aide spoke with righteous indignation, but his eyes were always watching Jin Dacheng's expression. As long as there was a hint of discontent, he would immediately change his words. Severely punish Huaxia. Jin Dacheng deliberately frowned and spoke in a deep voice. Do you mean to declare war directly on Huaxia? But Huaxia is only publishing articles and has not taken any other actions. If the Haidong Kingdom declares war now, we fear it will bring us infamy. The excitement that flashed in Jin Dacheng's eyes did not escape the aide's notice. The aide's spirit instantly brightened, and his voice rose a few notches. Commander, our ancestors must not be insulted. Huaxia must be severely punished. Huaxia provoked us first. No matter how the Haidong responds, it is Huaxia's own doing and willful suffering. Under the command of the leader, our tens of thousands of awakeners will surely crush Huaxia's lies in one fell swoop. Only then will the world know that King Taizong is not to be insulted. Whoever dares to insult our ancestors, whoever dares to insult the descendants of the Jin family, will be trampled underfoot by the mighty people. Under the aide's incitement, others felt their blood boiling and spoke up, demanding to declare war on Huaxia. Jin Dacheng let out a cold snort and the overwhelming pressure silenced everyone once more. Though he pretended to be in a dilemma on the surface, Jin Dachang was laughing wildly inside. He was vexed about how to deal with Su Chun. Unexpectedly, Huaxia had actively provided him with an excuse. Although declaring war would certainly lead to many unfavorable comments, it was nothing compared to the threat posed by Su Chun. Moreover, just a year ago, he was an ordinary truck driver in the Haidong Kingdom. Becoming a descendant was like ascending from the bottom of society to the pinnacle of power. A life filled with indulgence and luxury. The sense of control where he could take from others and no one dared to resist. These things which he had never even dared to dream of before had suddenly become reality. Jin Dachang quickly forgot what it felt like to be an ordinary person. At this moment, what he cared most about was merely securing the power and benefits that had fallen from the sky. And Su Chun was undoubtedly the greatest threat now. If the Haidong Kingdom declared war on Huaxia, not only could he legitimately eliminate Su Chun, but he could also cleanse the stain on Jin Chunkius' name, solidifying his own position. This was simply killing two birds with one stone. Although it was indeed somewhat strange that Huaxia suddenly produced these articles, in Jin Dachang's view, it was a manifestation of Huaxia's weakness. The Awakeners of Haidong would seize the symbol of Huaxia's ancestors, and Huaxiao would surely bear a grudge. Yet with no one awakening of their bloodline, there was only one successor in all of Huaxiao, which could not compare to the Haidong Kingdom. However, if they simply endured this, it would not appease the Huaxiao populace. Thus, the Huaxiao authorities, along with the successor, produced these articles. They aimed to divert the public's attention elsewhere. But what they did not realize was that this gave me a reason to act. As long as I eliminate your successor from now on, no one will know about the buried history of Huaxia. You are only shooting yourself in the foot. Thinking of this, Jin Dachang no longer hesitated and spoke directly. Send my order. Huaxia is openly provoking and insulting my Haidong ancestors. We have decided to retaliate resolutely. However, considering that Huaxia has been neighbors with us for generations, as the successor of the Haidong Kingdom, I do not wish to hastily initiate war. But the Huaxia successor, as the instigator of this incident, must personally come to the Haidong Kingdom to apologize to the symbol of King Taizong and confess his crimes. Otherwise, my Haidong Kingdom will declare war on Huaxia. My Jin family with tens of thousands of Awakeners will flatten Huaxia. As Jin Dachang's words fell, the group of Awakeners in the room was filled with excitement, unable to refrain from cheering. Commander, you are wise. The successor represents the ancestors. If the Huaxia successor confesses to King Taizong, it would be as if Huaxia's ancestors were bowing to our Haidong ancestors. Indeed, as long as Huaxia isn't out of their minds, they will never allow the successor to do this. But by doing so, our declaration of war will be even more justified. That's right. Huaxia provoked us first, but our commander is not willing to easily start a war, giving you a chance to apologize. If you fail to cherish it, it's only right that you face destruction. Huaxia only has one successor. How could they possibly withstand our army of tens of thousands of Awakeners? This time our Haidong Kingdom will undoubtedly flatten Huaxia and shake the world. Flatten Huaxia and shake the world. The declaration from the Haidong Kingdom quickly spread across the globe. Countries receiving the news felt astonished and couldn't help but sympathize with Huaxia. Many countries were aware. Over the past year, Huaxia had been unable to activate the ancestral emblem, leaving it oppressed by Haidong and the cherry blossom. Finally, it was activated, but not a single person in the entire nation awakened their bloodline. There have been unfortunate situations before, but none as unfortunate as this. However, many countries viewed Huaxia as deserving of its fate. Even if there were no Awakeners, they could at least be a bit more humble. There are many short-lived small countries in the world that manage the same. After summoning their ancestors, some countries had over 100 or 80 people awaken their bloodlines, while others had only 20 or so. Moreover, due to the recent ancestry, there were no significant achievements. Thus, even if their descendants activated their bloodlines, they were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. It could only be said that it was better than nothing. But these countries were self-aware. They would never proactively provoke others, nor would they respond when insulted. But Huaxia, not a single awake. They even dared to publish articles that slapped the Haidong Kingdom in the face. What were they thinking? Did Huaxia think that relying solely on one inheritor could compete with Haidong's hundreds of thousands of Awakeners? This is courting death. Countries that have always been at odds with Huaxia naturally reveled in their misfortune. Countless people began to mock Huaxia's overestimation of itself online. Even countries that previously had good relations with Huaxia chose to turn a blind eye. Not to mention intervening in this matter, they wouldn't even dare to stand up and condemn it. Between nations there is no true friendship, only interests. When Huaxia was strong, these nations benefited and were naturally willing to cheer for Huaxia. But now, a single inheritor from Huaxia faces Haidong's hundreds of thousands of madmen. There's no need to think it's definitely doomed. Intervening at this time would yield no benefits. If Haidong sets its sights on them, it could bring disaster upon themselves. In such a situation, unless one is out of their mind, who would help Huaxia? Who would dare to speak on behalf of Huaxia? The declaration from the Haidong Kingdom loomed over Huaxiao like a heavy cloud isolating it from the world. This is the deterrence of hundreds of thousands of awakeners. It is also the greatest confidence of Jin Dachong and the Haidong Kingdom. Under such pressure, the sentiment within Huaxia began to quietly change. Previously in high demand, Su Chen suddenly became a hot potato in the eyes of some. In Zhu Yuanzhang's office, several individuals of considerable status hurriedly came to hold him accountable. General Zhu, where is Su Chen? He can't hide at a time like this. Hurry and bring him out to see how to resolve. Several middle-aged men in suits were hopping up and down in front of Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang raised his eyelids, glanced at them, and asked slowly, Su Chen has more important matters to attend to and does not have time to meet you. Besides, think before you speak. He is Huaxia's inheritor. Why would he hide while in Huaxia? Several men twitched at the corners of their mouths, but their tone showed no sign of softening. Zhu Yuanzhang indeed held considerable prestige in the military, but their ranks were not low either, so they were not easily intimidated. What time is it now? We don't have time to waste with you. A leading middle-aged man slapped the table. What on earth were you thinking to provoke the Haidong Kingdom? Now Haidong uses this as an excuse to declare war on Huaxia. This is all your responsibility. Hurry and bring Su Chen here. He must give me an explanation today. Zhu Yuanzhang shot a sidelong glance at the man and snorted. Explanation? What explanation? Su Chen merely spoke a few truths. Is that wrong? If the Haidong people want to fight, then let them fight. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang remain indifferent, the middle-aged man's anger surged even more. You make it sound easy. With Haidong's hundreds of thousands of awakeners, what does Huaxia have to fight with? Zhu Yuanzhang, I have put in so much effort to stabilize the relations between the two countries. Yet you all managed to ruin it in an instant. If Haidong really declares war, you will be the sinners of Huaxia. Bang! Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, Zhu Yuanzhang slammed his palm on the table. Lao Lu, if you hadn't mentioned this, I would have felt embarrassed to speak. Your so-called effort was merely using Huaxia's assets to appease Jin Dachong. Over the past year, how many benefits have you secretly funneled to Haidong? Don't think I don't know. And now you still have the face to say it was for Huaxia. If it weren't for your single-handed promotion, we would never have been able to sit at the negotiation table with Haidong's awakeners. For the sake of your own interest, you nearly sold out the ancestral emblem. Are you even human? Fortunately, Su Chen appeared, or your scheme with the Haidong people would have succeeded. Otherwise, even if I risked my life, I would probably not be able to protect the ancestral emblem in the end. Oh, now that you see Haidong is about to declare war, you panic. But you aren't worried about the country's safety, rather you worry whether Haidong will fulfill the promises it made to you. Dare you say I'm wrong? After being rebuked by Zhu Yuanzhang, the middle-aged man's face turned blue and white, while the others looked horrified. You are talking nonsense. I have no regrets about what I did. You are slandering me. Zhu Yuanzhang snorted, opened the drawer, and tossed a stack of documents onto the table. What a clear conscience. I have long suspected something was off with you. I have been keeping an eye on you for the past year. Come, look at these things, and then try saying your conscience is clear. At this point, Zhu Yuanzhang pointed at the surrounding people. And you guys are you in Huaxia, but already have your hearts flying overseas. I didn't have time to deal with you before. Did you really think you did everything flawlessly? Su Chen was right. Zhu Yuanzhang, you are crazy. You dare to arrest me. The leading middle-aged man turned pale with rage and struggled desperately. Come in. With a bang on the table from Zhu Yuanzhang, the guards who had been waiting outside immediately rushed in and unceremoniously dragged the people inside. Zhu Yuanzhang, you are crazy. You dare to arrest me. The leading middle-aged man turned pale with rage and struggled desperately, but could not break free. Zhu Yuanzhang sneered. I will not only arrest you, and none who are like you will escape this time. Lao Li, you not only betrayed your identity as a Huaxiao person, but also your surname. With a wave of Zhu Yuanzhang's hand, the group that had just been arrogant and demanding accountability was swiftly dragged out. Similar situations were occurring in many places across Huaxia. During Huaxia's weakness, these people chose to betray their own country, flattering foreign invaders. When Huaxia rises, they will surely be the first to be discarded. Zhu Yuanzhang's ability to lead during times of crisis speaks volumes about his authority and competence. Over the past year, he has been well aware of the covert actions taken by many. However, without Su Chen, he truly would not dare to act against these people. One misstep could lead to a chain reaction. If these individuals resort to desperate measures, it would undoubtedly cause chaos. But now with Su Chen as the heir and 300 million descendants of Diyu, he has nothing to fear. Seize those who should be seized and eliminate those who should be eliminated. Nonetheless, all of this is kept strictly confidential from the outside world, and ordinary people remain blissfully unaware. At this moment, the public clearly lacks the mood to focus on such matters. The statement from Haidong Nation has long spread across the internet, resonating throughout the 9 provinces. The entire nation is in an uproar. Just days ago, Su Chen was viewed as a hero. Now he has become the target of public condemnation. Some are stirring up trouble online, demanding that Su Chun immediately go to Haidong Nation and bow an apology before the symbol of Jin Xuanxiu. I really don't know what Su Chun is thinking. If he lacks strength, he shouldn't speak recklessly. Now we've been put in a terrible position. If Haidong Nation declares war, how can we resist? Relying on just him and air. What are those in power thinking? It's bad enough that Su Chun is causing chaos, oh why are they joining in? While Haidong hasn't declared war yet, Su Chun must quickly go and apologize. Right. Hand Su Chun over to Haidong Nation, oh peace is the most important. I was planning to study abroad, and now how can I go? Su Chun deserves to die. Damn it. It's over, those who can escape should hurry. Luckily I foresaw this, I am already enjoying the cherry blossoms. Countless complaints, curses, and sarcasm flood the internet. However, another voice soon rises, and when the nation is in trouble, it is precisely the time for me to step up. I will never leave. If it weren't for Su Chun, who among you could activate the ancestral symbol? If not for him, who even knows about Diu? Who knows about the Xia dynasty? His contributions are evident to all. What have you 500,000 done for the country? What gives you the confidence to criticize Su Chun? Exactly. Even if Su Chun hadn't released those articles, do you think Haidong Nation would let us off the hook? That's right. Those scoundrels have been eyeing us for a long time. They even wanted to seize our ancestral symbol. Have you all forgotten? Su Chun now represents our ancestors. He absolutely cannot bow to Haidong Nation. If he wants war, then let it be. It's just a life. Dying on the battlefield would still be a glorious legacy. I'd rather die standing than live on my knees. Let's fight those Haidong dogs. If there is war, I volunteer to return to the battlefield as a veteran. Su Chun now represents our ancestors. He absolutely cannot bow to Haidong Nation. If he wants war, then let it be. It's just a life. Dying on the battlefield would still... The people of Sichuan have never failed their country, and Sichuan soldiers will never fail the nation. Despite knowing the strength disparity and being aware it is a path to certain death, most people chose the latter without hesitation between enduring humiliation and rising up in resistance. Countless voices requesting to fight for the country surged forth, instantly drowning out the sarcastic remarks. These voices, like countless streams converging, transformed into a mighty torrent across various chat groups and forums, flooding the screens. 1,400,000,000 people. Some are resolute while others are anxious. Some drag their aging bodies, wanting to contribute one more effort for the nation. Some hurriedly transfer their assets, eager to escape the conflict. Yet what these people do not realize is that every reaction they make, every word they utter, has been continuously collected through various channels flowing to the vast building on the outskirts of Yanjing. The Galaxy computing system, occupying thousands of square meters, is screening the incoming information at a rate of millions of times per second. Meanwhile, an old man and a young boy sit calmly in front of the screens. A list scrolls rapidly before their eyes, continuously growing longer. Mr. Su, everyone on this list has the potential to awaken their bloodline, right? Li Shuhua looked at the densely packed names with a bright expression. Su Chun did not respond, but instead took a slow, deep breath. When he previously mentioned the figure of 300 million, he felt indifferent. However, now that he sees each name on the screen, Su Chun feels an inexplicable stirring within. Because these names represent not just a number, but living, breathing individuals. It is precisely because of these people that today's 9 provinces exist. A moment's words and actions may not represent all of a person's thoughts. Yet in times of national crisis, these individuals are willing to stand up. Even if the path ahead is a bottomless abyss, they charge forward without hesitation. Just for this reason, they are already worthy of the passionate blood that surges within them. They are worthy of the title of descendants of Diu. Li Lao. Su Chun shook his head, suppressing his emotions, his gaze becoming sharp. Notify General Zhu, we can start now. This time, if Haidong Nation doesn't come, it's fine. If they dare to come, let them return without success. One day later, the uproar within the country has yet to subside. The statement issued by Zhu Yuanzhang once again elevated everyone's emotions to a peak. The statement is quite brief, mainly conveying 2 points. 1. Su Chun, as the heir of De, you will absolutely not go to Haidong, nor will he apologize to the symbol of Jin Xuanxiu. 2. We do not seek trouble, but we are not afraid of it. No matter what Haidong wishes to do, let them come. Upon seeing this statement, not only domestically but the entire world erupted once more. They are determined to stand firm. But where does this confidence come from? Now is the era of heirs and awakener. Do you really think that relying solely on one heir can withstand the tens of thousands of troops from Haidong Nation? Strength is the basis of being tough. But if it's purely bluster, then that's just a joke. Haidong Nation is already itching to move. You refuse to admit defeat, and yet you set up to welcome battle. Isn't this seeking death? Many nations have experienced Jin Dacheng's temperament. When he sees this statement, he will undoubtedly launch an attack with great fury, to satisfy a moment's impulse and place oneself in danger. To everyone, this seems utterly foolish. Zhu Yuanzhang is renowned. He should not act so impulsively. Behind this, it is likely that the heir of Du is instigating. Many believe Su Chun has undoubtedly made a terrible move. Not only will he endanger himself, but he will also drag countless others down with him. 3 days later, in the Haidong Kingdom, at Axiport, Jin Dachong stood with his hands behind his back, showing no signs of regret, only excitement. Before him lay the roaring sea, a massive ship waiting at the shore. Those familiar with military equipment could recognize it at a glance. The largest ship, named Mule, was Haidong's amphibious assault ship. This was Haidong's largest and most technologically advanced vessel. Surrounding the Mule were dozens of large ships. A year ago, these were Haidong's prideful maritime forces. Now, however, they could only serve as tools for crossing the sea, because behind Jin Dachong had gathered over 100,000 awakened individuals from Haidong. The crowd was bustling, their voices overwhelming even the ship's horn. The power of awakening surged, creating an awe-inspiring atmosphere. In comparison to this force, the might of modern weaponry seemed utterly insignificant. So what if he has the legacy of Daiyu? In the end, he is just a young man in his 20s, unable to remain calm. I really overestimated him before. Jin Dachong chuckled coldly and turned his gaze to a person beside him. Is everything ready? That person tensed up and quickly bent down to reply. 130,000 awakened individuals from Haidong have gathered and are ready to follow your command. Good. Jin Dachong laughed heartily and turned to look at the dark mass of people behind him. Listen carefully. As Jin Dachong spoke, the once noisy dock fell silent in an instant. These hundreds of thousands of awakened individuals were high-ranking figures within Haidong. But in the face of Jin Dachong, none dared to be reckless. In the name of King Taizong, revered throughout history, respected by all in Haidong, you all were once ordinary citizens. It is through the blessings of your ancestors that you have awakened your lineage and become beings above the ordinary. Now, with the name of your ancestors tarnished, this is what you must do. As Jin Dachong's words fell, the scene erupted into a thunderous roar. Severely punish Huaxia. Eliminate their inheritors. Flatten Huaxia. All of this will belong to you. 130,000 awakened individuals roared in unison, causing the entire dock to tremble. Everyone was filled with high spirits, harboring an unwavering belief in victory. In the current world, those who could compete with Haidong were few and far between. In East Asia, there were none at all. In their eyes, Huaxia's meager strength could be swept away with ease. It was impossible not to win. At this moment, everyone was filled with disdain for Huaxia. Only one inheritor dared to challenge Haidong. Who gave you the courage? Not to mention 130,000 awakened individuals. Even if they sent just 20 to 30,000, it would be an unstoppable force. Creating such a grand spectacle was like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. However, many understood. The reason Jin Dachong had mobilized so many was not only to eliminate the Huaxia inheritor, but also to absorb Huaxia. However, many understood. The reason Jin Dachong had mobilized so many was not only to eliminate the Huaxia, then the territory of the Great Stick Nation would multiply nearly 100-fold. The benefits these awakened individuals could gain were unimaginable. The 130,000 awakened individuals were like hungry wolves sensing blood. Each one had green eyes, excited to the point of howling. Seeing this scene, a hint of pride flashed in Jin Dachong's eyes, and he seized the moment to point towards the descendants of King Taizong. The enemy is right across from us. Endless glory and wealth await. Vast and fertile lands lie just ahead. Flatten Huaxia. All of this will belong to you. Jin Dachong, full of enthusiasm, turned and leaped onto the bow of the mule. All aboard. To battle. The 130,000 awakened individuals, already filled with fervor, heard the command and rushed towards the warship at the dock. Each wore a greedy expression, eager and impatient. In Huaxia, at a certain seaside, the beach, there was not a single fishing boat in sight on the sea. Besides the sound of waves crashing against the rocks, there was no. However, behind the beach lay a stretch of dense mangroves spanning several dozen miles. If one looked closely, they would see countless figures hidden beneath the thick shade of the trees. These individuals were dressed in military uniforms, while others wore ordinary clothing. These people were spread out, occupying almost the entire vast area of the mangroves. 3 days ago, Zhu Yuanzheng issued a statement along with a mobilization order. Unlike normal mobilization orders, this one was not directed at the entire nation, but specifically notified individuals. Within Huaxia alone, there were 300 million descendants of Daiyu. Such a large number, even after removing the undesirable, would not have a significant impact. However, among these individuals were many elderly and children. Even if they wished to come, Su Chun could not agree. War was no child's play. Even with a sure victory, the elderly and children could not be put at risk. Moreover, up to this point, how many descendants of Daiyu remained known only to Su Chun and 2 others. To oppose awakened beings with ordinary people's strength was tantamount to suicide in the eyes of normal people. Fired up online yet afraid to back down when the time came was also human nature. Thus the mobilization order was merely a mobilization not forced. But what shocked Su Chun was, even knowing it was futile, even aware it was a death sentence, The number of individuals who met the criteria and accepted the mobilization quickly surpassed 100 million and continued to rise. Who says the children of Huaxia lack blood and vigor? In the face of national righteousness, even ordinary people would risk their lives. However, shock aside, to gather all these scattered descendants of Dayu across the nation in a short period was utterly impossible. Even if it were, Su Chun would not do so. The opponents were merely over 100,000 awakened individuals. If Huaxia could gather even 1% of the descendants of Dayu, it would still be 3 million. 3 million against 100,000. Each could easily crush the opponents. In a real fight, the awakened beings of Haidong would likely not even be enough to share, mobilizing the entire nation, bringing in hundreds of millions from all corners. In the end, the vast majority would just take a look at the sea and then go home. Isn't that a waste of manpower and resources? Thus, the selection for this mission began with active or retired military personnel. Their loyalty to the country was unquestionable, and their identities and backgrounds were clear. Additionally, concentrating transport would save time and resources. Among the 3 million active service members, 16,000 descendants of Dayu were selected. From the 7 to 8 million retired veterans, over 300,000 were screened out. Combined, there were already 500,000 individuals, far exceeding Haidong's awakened beings. However, to ensure absolute certainty, this 500,000 was only half. The other half came from various industries within Huaxia. These individuals were white-collar workers, university students, workers, and farmers. However, to ensure absolute certainty, this 500,000 was only half. The other half came from various industries within Huaxia. These individuals were white-collar. At this moment, among this million people, no one knew about their potential bloodline awakening. Yet they all wore resolute expressions, prepared to sacrifice their lives for their country. Perhaps the atmosphere was too heavy. A young man in his 20s glanced around and poked a fat man to his left. "Hey, buddy, since we're waiting, why not chat a bit?" The fat man turned his head, furrowing his brows, and remained silent. The young man curled his lip and looked towards a person on his right. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a buzz cut, dressed in blue work clothes, looking like a factory worker. "Brother, did you also receive the mobilization order? Look at your age, you should be settled down by now. Would your family agree to let you come?" The middle-aged man seemed to be quite accommodating and smiled in response. "How could I let my family know about this? I told my wife that I was promoted to a workshop director and would be going for training for a few days." The young man opened his mouth deliberately, making an exaggerated expression. "That's great, big brother. Aren't you afraid your wife will come after you later?" The middle-aged man glanced at him and laughed again. "If my wife really comes after me, I'll accept it. I just fear there won't be such an opportunity." Hearing this, the young man's expression stiffened, and the remaining words got stuck in his throat. "It's okay, little brother." The middle-aged man reached out and gently patted the young man's shoulder. "Anyone who comes here has prepared themselves. Though I have never served in the military, I understand the principle that a man has a responsibility for the rise and fall of the nation. Some things must be done. Some battles must be fought. You're right, big brother." The young man gave a thumbs up, looked around, and lowered his voice. "But big brother, I still find it a bit strange. Although fighting for the country is a duty, but the army is the professional force. Look around, why are there so many ordinary people here? If it were a real fight and reinforcements were needed, that would make sense. But how can you send civilians to the battlefield before a fight even starts? What if it causes chaos? Moreover, they mobilized us without any training or weapons, bringing us here to wander in the woods. This doesn't make sense." The middle-aged man frowned and thought for a while, then shook his head. "I hadn't considered these aspects until you mentioned them. However, since they arranged it this way, there must be a reason behind it. Regardless, even if I only have my fists, I will fight against the Haidong dogs." As he said this, the middle-aged man reached into his clothing and pulled out a photo from his pocket, holding it in front of the young man. The photo showed a young boy around 6 or 7 years old, looking quite lively. "This is my child." The middle-aged man's anger dissipated and his rugged face was filled with tenderness. "I once watched a movie and remembered a line. If we finish the battles we need to fight, our descendants won't have to fight. It's because of those ancestors that we have these peaceful decades. Now it's our turn to fight for our descendants. At this moment, if we back down, how can we face those ancestors, and how can we have the face to meet our descendants?" The middle-aged man took back the photo and kissed it fiercely. "I haven't been to school much, spent my whole life as a laborer, only got married at 40 and had a son. I am not accomplished, unable to provide a good life for my wife and child. But I am a father. I am the man of the family. Whoever dares to touch my wife, to touch my child, then I will fight them with all my strength." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the emotions of those around also surged. The fat man, who had been reluctant to speak before, suddenly stood up and stomped his feet hard. "What this big brother said is true. Without a nation, how can there be a family? Protecting the home and defending the country is originally one and the same. I am an orphan, raised in an orphanage since childhood. It was the country that raised me, and now that the Haidong people are at our doorstep, if I don't stand up, who will? I always thought I had no family. But since Su Chun activated the symbol of our ancestors and summoned Diyu, I realized I am not, because when I was picked up by the orphanage, I had a note on me with my name written on it, Xia Yang. Did you hear that? My name is Xia Yang, the Xia of Huaxia. My home is the entire Huaxia. My ancestor is Emperor Yu. I dedicate myself to the country that is to honor my ancestors. The fat man waved his fists fiercely, growing more excited as he spoke. The young man from earlier looked bright-eyed and patted the fat man's back forcefully. Your name is Xia Yang, right? How can you have no family? I am your family. What a coincidence. Your name is Xia Yang, my name is Xia Donglin. We both share the surname Xia. We are from the same clan. Have you heard this saying? Not asking to be born on the same year, month, and day, but hoping to die on the same year, month, and day. These words used during a brotherhood ceremony are perfectly suitable for today. If we die for our country, not only can we accompany each other on the road to the Yellow Springs, but we can also be reincarnated together and be real brothers in the next life. Before Xia Donglin could finish, he was pulled back by the middle-aged man next to him. Little brother, you also share the surname Xia. Xia Donglin was taken aback. Yes, what's wrong? The middle-aged man's eyes widened slowly, and suddenly he slapped his thigh. What a coincidence. My name is Xia Hai, and it turns out we three all share the surname Xia. What a coincidence. No way. Xia Donglin looked completely surprised. Even Xia Yang wiped away his tears. In this grove, it was hard to tell how many people there were. Just in their area, there were over 1,000 people crowded together. The three who had come together by chance, surprisingly, all shared the surname Xia. Isn't this a bit too coincidental? But before the three of them could regain their senses, the people around them began to speak up in unison. Is this true? My name is Xia Guoming, and I also share the surname Xia. My name is Xia Jia. What's going on? I also share the surname Xia Tianhao. My name is Xia Jianjun. Everyone who spoke without exception shared the surname Xia. Countless pairs of eyes looked left and right, the astonishment in their eyes growing deeper. 2 or 3 people sharing the same surname was one thing. But so many people sharing the surname Xia together, if one were to say it was a coincidence, no one would believe it. While everyone was still in a daze, a man in military uniform strode over from the distance. Xia Donglin's eyes lit up. He was about to go up and stop him to ask what was going on. Unexpectedly, the man had already walked straight to the front of the crowd and shouted, "Everyone quiet down. Let me say a few words." The soldier's authoritative gaze swept over the crowd, and even though everyone was filled with confusion, they could only suppress it for the time being. Although everyone comes from all corners of the world and did not know each other before today, standing here we are brothers who share life and death. Most of you have not undergone training, and if a real fight breaks out, you will surely panic and run about. Therefore, the higher-ups have assigned someone with military experience to lead, and I will be responsible for you. If everyone still wants a chance to go home, you must follow orders in all actions. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Xia, and I am a retired veteran. You can just call me Old Xia. The people present looked at each other completely bewildered. What happened? The veteran furrowed his brows and spoke with a dark expression. Although I have retired before my retirement, I was a company commander, so don't look down on me. No. Xia Donglin hurriedly waved his hands, speaking in a somewhat weak tone. We are not looking down on you. But if I say that if someone shouts Old Xia now, at least 1,000 people in this area will respond, would you believe it? Similar scenes were playing out everywhere. This red forest was vast and lush, stretching for dozens of miles. Yet with 1 million people gathered here, it still seemed quite crowded. These individuals came from different military units hailing from all corners of the motherland. In addition to the Han people, there were also Changdong, Biye, Miao, Tibetan, and other ethnic minorities. Before today, they were all strangers to each other with no connections whatsoever. Yet upon introduction, many discovered they shared the same surname. Apart from the Xia surname, there were also Ho Zung, Bao Tan, and others. Moreover, it seemed everyone had been grouped according to their surnames. Even the personnel dispatched to command were no exception. This inexplicable situation left everyone baffled, unable to understand what was going on. Just as everyone was confused, the sound of a helicopter's rotor blades roared from afar, quickly approaching overhead. Everyone instinctively looked up, and through the gaps in the leaves saw more than a dozen helicopters flying over the treetops, gradually landing on a nearby beach. The gusts of wind stirred up by the helicopters sent sand flying across the beach. Wuji 10. Everyone instinctively squinted, their expressions turning excited. However, their excitement was not due to the armed helicopters, but because of the person descending from them. Look, isn't that Su Chun coming down from the middle helicopter? That's right. It's him. Great. I was worried. What are you talking about? Su Chun is now the heir of Huaxia. With foreign enemies invading, how could he possibly stand by idly? I didn't mean to think like that, but there was news a few days ago about a country in East Africa being invaded by a neighboring nation, and their heir not only didn't resist, but was the first to flee with the funds. So what? What are you talking about? Su Chun is now the heir of Huaxia. With foreign enemies, Su Chun's current status is different from ours. If he abandoned Huaxia, no matter which country he fled to, he would be treated like a guest of honor, and it's normal for people to speculate since he hasn't shown up for so many days. That's right. If Su Qian sought refuge in the West, those countries would certainly welcome him with open arms. If he stays, it's a matter of life and death. Anyone would be conflicted in his position. I don't know about others, but Su Qian would never. When he summoned the shadow of Daiyu, didn't he say something you all forgot? If he betrayed Huaxiao, I would be the first not to believe it. As Su Qian appeared, the once quiet forest became noisy. The Sea East was declaring war, ready to launch a large-scale invasion at any moment. Every Huaxiao citizen's heart was shrouded in dark clouds. As the heir of Huaxiao, Su Qian's status in the people's hearts was unparalleled. At such a time, he should have stepped up to command the situation immediately, even if it was just to say a few words. But so many days had passed. Su Qian hadn't shown up, nor had there been any news. He seemed to have vanished completely. With war imminent, the heir had yet to appear. How could the public not be filled with wild speculation? But now, with Su Qian jumping down from the helicopter, all rumors and conjectures were rendered obsolete. I told you people, you just love to overthink. How could Su Qian possibly betray Huaxia? Exactly. He promised Daiyu that he would guard the 9 provinces and protect the common people. How could he leave at this time? Hey, you guys, who do you think is stronger, Su Qian or the heir of the Haidong nation? Is that even a question? Daiyu was our ancestor 4,000 years ago, while that Jin Xuanqiu from the Haidong nation is just over 1,000 years old. Obviously, Su Qian is stronger. Sigh. But no matter how strong Su Qian is, he's just one person. He can't take on tens of thousands alone. What are you saying? Are we not considered people? We rushed here from our homes without eating or sleeping just to fill our time. That's right. Although we are ordinary people, we are not made of clay. Even if we die, we must bite off a piece of flesh from the Haidong dogs before we go tear off a piece of their skin. Right? If 1 isn't enough, we will go up as 10. If 10 aren't enough, then 100 or 1,000. As long as we can take 1 Haidong dog down with us, it will be worth it. The ground beneath our feet is Huaxia's land, and behind us are our parents and families. Even if we die, we cannot take a step back. Exactly. We will fight to the death. Fight to the death. With Su Qian's appearance, everyone was invigorated, and their inner apprehension and fear dissipated significantly. This is the influence of the air. Even if he didn't utter a word, just standing there was like a bright banner that inspired. Zhu Yuanzheng heard the shouts in the forest and couldn't help but turn to take a look. Although he knew Su Qian's plan, when he heard the words "fight to the death," the over 50-year-old general couldn't help but be moved. Half of these people were ordinary citizens. Until today, they had been striving for their livelihoods and fighting for their family. But when the motherland was in danger, they unhesitatingly dropped everything and gathered here from all over the country. They did not realize they were flowing with Dai's blood. They all held the belief of sacrificing themselves for the country. This courage, this responsibility, this national spirit, this is Huaxia's most precious treasure. Perhaps to survive, many have gradually become shrewd and pragmatic, no longer as passionate as they were in their youth. But these qualities never disappeared. Instead, they transformed into seeds deeply buried in their hearts. With just a bit of rain and dew, these seeds will take root and sprout again, showing vibrant life. No wonder they are my home. With these people around, Huaxiao will surely be invincible. Zhu Yuanzheng's eyes flickered, and the blood in his chest couldn't help but surge. Su Qian nodded, a smile appearing on his lips. Everything is ready. Now we just wait for the Haidong people to come. Hopefully they won't keep us waiting too long. Looking at the confidence in Su Qian's eyes, Zhu Yuanzheng also smiled and fiercely clenched his fist. The Haidong Awakeners are mobilizing. It seems Jin Dachong is going all in this time. I wonder what expression he will have when he sees our welcome ceremony. Little Su, do you think our setup is a bit too much? A few days ago, the 13,000 Awakeners were undoubtedly seen as an invincible force in Zhu Yuanzheng's eyes. But now, looking at Su Qian and then at the red forest behind him, Zhu Yuanzheng inexplicably felt a hint of disdain for the Haidong nation. Although Zhu Yuanzheng held unparalleled prestige in the army, a sense of regret lingered in his heart. It had been over 30 years since Huaxiao had engaged in war. As a Huaxiao person, he naturally hoped for his country's peace and prosperity. Yet as a soldier, he equally yearned to achieve great deeds. This conflicting mindset had followed Zhu Yuanzheng for decades. But now the opportunity had arrived. The descendants of Daiyu and Huaxiao would complete their mission in one decisive battle today. In the known history of Huaxiao, a battle of such scale was utterly unprecedented. Moreover, both sides in this confrontation were awakened. And although Zhu Yuanzheng had no chance to awaken his bloodline this time, he would participate from beginning to end. One must ask, how many people have such an opportunity? Zhu Yuanzheng felt profoundly thankful. He was grateful to be in Huaxia, grateful for the chance to witness this historic battle. Even more grateful that in this time of crisis, a Su Qian had emerged, turning the tide of a seemingly doomed situation. After this battle, the rise of Huaxiao would be unstoppable. After this battle, the reputation of Huaxiao would spread across the globe. Zhu Yuanzheng stood shoulder to shoulder with Su Qian. Their gazes crossed the surging waves of the sea, directly aimed at the horizon where sea and sky met. At that moment, a green light suddenly shone on the distant sea. Within minutes, a swarm of dark figures abruptly appeared on the horizon. At that moment, a green light suddenly shone on the distant sea. Within minutes, a swarm of dark figures abruptly appeared on the horizon. Jin Dachang and the 1300 awakened had finally arrived. At this time, every ship in the Haidong fleet was enveloped in a green light. Under the protective power of Jin Dachang's inheritance, conventional weapons posed no threat to these warships. Jin Dachang stood at the bow of the Ma Luo ship, gazing into the distance with an extraordinary presence. "Commander, there are reports ahead. There are people on the shore." A flattering aide beside him handed over a telescope. But Jin Dachang didn't even glance at it, directly waving his hand to dismiss the telescope. With his keen eyesight, he had already spotted Su Chun on the beach as soon as the coastline entered his field of view. To him, the inheritance power contained within Su Chun was like a beacon in the night. With just one glance, he confirmed Su Chun's identity. It seems the intel was indeed accurate. The Huaxiao inheritor is really here. Jin Dachang chuckled coldly, turning his gaze to the aide beside him. "He'll remember this merit for you. When we take down Huaxiao, this commander will reward you handsomely." A glint of ecstasy flashed in the aide's eyes as he lowered his head even further. "All thanks to the commander's brilliance. To follow the commander is the greatest reward for me." After saying this, the aide suddenly turned his eyes and added, "However, that Su Chun doesn't seem to be very clever. Of facing such great danger, he actually doesn't flee. Now that the commander has arrived, even if he wanted to run, he wouldn't have the chance." Jin Dachang laughed heartily. "This kid is actively provoking us, giving us a legitimate reason to strike, so he can't be that clever. However, knowing he has no chance of winning, he still deliberately leaked his whereabouts to us. He at least has some guts. What does the commander say?" The aide suddenly raised his head, feigning a look of surprise. Seeing the aide's expression, Jin Dachang felt even prouder and slowly spoke. "It's been so many days and this kid hasn't shown his face at all. But just as we set sail, his whereabouts were reported. Don't you think that's too coincidental?" The aide frowned, tightly forcing a contemplative expression. Hearing the commander say this, it indeed seems a bit too coincidental. Jin Dachang snorted disdainfully, presenting an expression of having seen through everything. "Heh, he can deceive you all, but he can't deceive me. That kid knows that he has tarnished the name of Emperor Taizong, and I will definitely not let him off. Rather than fleeing all over the world, he might as well take the chance to fight to the death while he still has power. He deliberately leaked his position, hoping to lure me over and then ambush me." After saying this, Jin Dachang raised his right hand and pointed to the redwoods by the shore. "Under those trees, at least 1,000,000 presences are hidden. I wonder if this kid is truly foolish or just scared silly. Doesn't he know that with so many people hiding together, it is impossible to hide from the eyes of an inheritor?" Hearing this, the aide was genuinely startled. 1,000,000? Is this guy out of his mind? Standing beside him, the Haidong awakened also slightly changed their expressions upon hearing this. Although the strength of ordinary people is hard to threaten an awakened, many ants can kill an elephant. If Huaxiao had indeed ambushed over 1,000,000 troops, then fighting desperately would surely result in injuries. Jin Dachang observed the expressions of those around him and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "What are you panicking about? Half of those 1,000,000 have weak auras. That means at most only half of them are soldiers, the rest are all ordinary citizens. What does this indicate? It indicates that Huaxia is already in chaos. Otherwise, with over 3,000,000 active troops, why would they need to use ordinary citizens to bolster their numbers?" The more Jin Dachang spoke, the more excited he became, and his disdain for Su Chun grew deeper. "Those ordinary citizens must have been forced to come. Do you believe that once I land, these people will flee in panic without me even lifting a finger?" Originally, Jin Dachang had some lingering doubts. After all, the developments were simply too smooth. But everything before him completely dispelled the last trace of his suspicion. In his view, even ordinary citizens were brought to their doom, so Su Chun must be at his wit's end. Dealing with such a person did not require caution. As soon as Jin Dachang's words fell, the aide immediately raised his thumb and said, "The commander is indeed the commander. I couldn't have imagined this was a trap, even if I racked my brains. However, that kid, being the inheritor of Huaxia, actually forced the citizens to come to their deaths. That's quite ruthless. Having done such a thing, he must have already become a target of public anger. If the commander wipes him out, it will definitely be a righteous act. The citizens of Huaxia will not only harbor resentment, but might even be grateful, obediently surrendering. If that happens, won't it be easy for the commander to subdue Huaxia? The glory of Emperor Taizong will surely illuminate the entire Huaxia." Jin Dachang laughed heartily, looking at the aide with increasingly satisfied eyes. "If the trap ensnares a sheep, then it is indeed a trap. But if it ensnares a tiger, then it is a path to self-destruction. Since that kid has gone to great lengths to lure me here, I will certainly satisfy him. Today not only must he die, anyone daring to resist shall face the same fate." Under Jin Dachang's orders, the entire fleet surged forward at full speed. On the shore, Zhu Yuanzheng squinted his eyes, watching the approaching fleet, suppressing his inner excitement. They finally arrived. Su Chun nodded slightly. The previously calm gaze now radiated a cold glimmer. Now that you've come, don't even think about leaving. With a sudden surge, dazzling golden light burst forth surrounding him. A heavy pressure and ancient aura swept through like a tidal wave, shaking the surroundings. At that moment, the seemingly relaxed and indifferent youth had vanished without a trace. In his place stood the formidable inheritor of Dayu. At this moment, he represented the ancient emperor representing the ancestors of Huaxia. Anyone daring to offend Huaxia before him would find no way back. Haidong officially declared war. Jin Dachong personally led the team. The Awakeners of Haidong mobilized in full force. This explosive news had already spread across the globe at the first moment. At this time, countless satellites and drones focused their lenses on the Haidong fleet, zeroing in on this coastal land of Huaxia. Billions of eyes from around the world were fixated on this unprecedented century battle. As the Haidong fleet appeared on the screen, and as everyone saw the densely packed Awakeners aboard the ships along with the overwhelming power of inheritance emanating from Jin Dachong, many citizens from various countries could not help but exclaim, "Oh my God, is this all the power of Haidong? 130,000 Awakeners. Such a powerful force few countries around the world can compare, right?" I remember that after Haidong activated the ancestral symbol, their inheritors had never left Haidong. This time they actually led the charge themselves. It seems they truly intend to flatten Huaxia. Huaxia is finished this time. How can they possibly withstand the Haidong army with just one inheritor? Sigh. Being weak shouldn't lead to arrogance. This is also Huaxia's own doing. Countries around the world were marveling at the formidable lineup of Haidong. To everyone it seemed that Huaxia had no power to resist, and the day of its annihilation was imminent. Meanwhile, within Haidong, there was a wave of excitement. In shopping malls, on the streets, and in subway stations, every screen was live streaming the progress of the Haidong fleet. Every time Jin Dachong appeared on the screen, it would incite earth-shattering cheers. Haidong's land was small, and it had previously held little sway in the international arena, only waving flags for powerful countries. But now who would dare to underestimate Haidong? As long as they swallowed Huaxia, Haidong would truly become the #1 power in East Asia. 1.4 billion Huaxia people would have to bow and scrape before the Haidong people, resembling mere servants. The deep-rooted vanity and arrogance of the Haidong people were greatly satisfied at this thought. Countless people with excited expressions flooded the streets, cheering for Jin Dachong and celebrating the impending victory. However, just as the entire nation of Haidong was in high spirits, all cameras suddenly turned towards the coast. A golden light appeared on the originally calm beach, rising like a nascent sun. An ominous aura swirled around the golden light. The swirling sands formed massive tornadoes that shot into the sky. This scene, reminiscent of a sci-fi movie, left everyone stunned. Even those watching from screens could feel the terror of this aura. Where the golden light was, a tall figure could be found. That was the inheritor of Huaxia. Impossible. Everyone's eyes widened. Their first reaction was, but aside from Su Chun, who else from Huaxia could create such a grand spectacle? Yet just as everyone was in shock and confusion, something even more unexpected occurred. Boom, boom, boom. A series of extremely muffled explosions suddenly sounded along the coastline. As Su Chun raised his hands, a large cauldron towering over a person slowly surfaced from the sea. The cauldron's body was surrounded by golden light, floating several dozen meters above the sea surface. Just one glance, and all Huaxiao people were wide-eyed in disbelief, because they were all too familiar with this cauldron. It was the supreme artifact of Huaxia, the ancestor of all cauldrons, the Jiuzhou Ding. Su Chun actually brought the Jiuzhou Ding here and placed it in the sea ahead of time. What on earth was he trying to do? At this moment, the Haidong fleet was only 1 or 2 miles from the shore. Even ordinary people could clearly see the situation on the coast. At the moment Su Chun released his inheritance power, Jin Dachong's relaxed expression suddenly froze on his face. Upon seeing the Jiuzhou Ding appear, all Haidong Awakeners felt an invisible pressure, their hearts uneasy. What's going on? Isn't that the ancestral symbol of Huaxia? Can the ancestral symbol be used as a weapon? I've never heard of that. Impossible. The symbol is where the ancestral remnants reside. Even inheritors can't control it. Damn. The ancestral symbol of Huaxia is flying up. That can't be considered uncontrollable. What on earth is happening? Wasn't it said that Huaxia's inheritor was very weak? It doesn't seem that way. Jin Dachong's expression darkened, despite his efforts to conceal it. A hint of shock could not be hidden in his eyes. Previously, Su Chen's inheritance power had been hidden, and he had felt nothing. But now, watching the tangible golden aura surrounding Su Chun and the hurricane that erupted from the entire beach, even Jin Dachong, despite his arrogance, realized the gap between him and Su Chun. Was this the power of the ancestors from 4,000 years ago? Was this the inheritance of Huaxia's first emperor? Although he had been mentally prepared, he never expected Su Chen's inheritance power to be this formidable. Why? Why isn't Dayu the ancestor of Haidong? Why am I so much weaker than that kid? Jin Dachong felt both jealousy and hatred, but still decisively ordered the fleet to halt. Though impulsive, he was not a fool. At this moment, Su Chen's displayed strength coupled with the inexplicable Jiuzhou Ding left Jin Dachong both surprised and shocked, forcing him to act cautiously. At this point he no longer cared about his pride and quickly ordered the fleet to retreat. But unfortunately, from the moment they entered Huaxia's waters, retreat was no longer an option. Before Jin Dachang's order could be transmitted, he heard Su Qin's voice ringing out. We Huaxia have a good song to sing. When friends come, there is good wine. When wolves come, there are rifles. We Huaxia also have an ancient saying. In all directions, if barbarians dare to invade, their nations will perish, their races will be exterminated, and their progeny will be cut off. Su Qin's eyes sparkled with divine light, and under the support of his inheritance power, his voice resonated across heaven and earth. All Huaxiao people were filled with a surge of electric excitement. Although they did not know where this phrase came from, it did not diminish the shock within their hearts. In all directions, if barbarians dare to invade, their nations will perish, their races will be exterminated, and their progeny will be cut off. How domineering. This is the spirit that Huaxia should possess. Before this, no one had confidence in Huaxia. Even Huaxiao people themselves believed there was no chance of victory against Haidong. But now, looking at the imposing Su Chun and the Jiuzhou Ding hovering over the sea, a glimmer of hope suddenly arose in the hearts of Huaxia's children. Su Chun had already created a miracle once. This time perhaps another miracle would appear. Just as all Huaxiao people hoped, yet hesitated to expect. Su Chen's voice rang out once more. Though Huaxiao is good, it must not be deceived. Though Huaxiao is vast, it cannot allow outsiders to touch even a hair. In the land of Huaxiao by the shores of Jiuzhou, how can foreign barbarians run amok? As Su Chen spread his arms, the Jiuzhou Ding floating in the air suddenly let out a thunderous sound, transforming into a hazy shadow that rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, the originally one-person-high cauldron had transformed into a shadow several thousand meters long and wide, hovering above the Haidong fleet like a great mountain. Faced with such a terrifying sight, the Haidong awakeners had no psychological preparation at all of them staring up in shock, frozen in place. 4,000 years ago, the Jiuzhou Ding guarded the luck of the world, protecting the common people of the Great Xia. 4,000 years later, this Huaxiao artifact can still protect my Huaxiao descendants, protecting my Huaxia's mountains, rivers, and the state. The Jiuzhou Ding once again let out a deafening roar, seemingly in response. As Su Chun pressed down with both hands, the mountain-like shadow crashed down. Faced with the enormous shadow of the Jiuzhou Ding, Jin Dachang's protective inheritance power for the fleet had no effect whatsoever. Upon contact, it shattered completely, turning into nothingness. Hurry! Jump ship! Bela! Seeing this situation, the Haidong awakeners dared not hesitate at all and quickly abandoned their ships to flee. 130,000 awakeners jumped into the sea like dumplings. Boom! With a loud crash, the waves rose to the sky. In the moment before, the Haidong fleet was still brimming with momentum, but it was instantly suppressed into the depths of the sea by the Jiuzhou Ding. Dozens of warships continuously disintegrated under the immense pressure, ultimately turning into dust. From ancient times to the present, it had always guarded the mountains and rivers of Huaxiao, protecting the common people. From ancient times to the present, it had always guarded the mountains and rivers of Huaxiao, protecting the common people. Upon witnessing this scene, the bodies of all Huaxiao people trembled uncontrollably. Just a few days ago, they were still unaware of the significance of the Nine Provinces Cauldron. Even if Su Chun summoned the shadow of Diyu, to many the Nine Provinces Cauldron was merely an artifact that housed the remnants of their ancestors' souls. But now, looking at the majestic cauldron standing tall on the surface of the sea, witnessing the once invincible Haidong fleet being instantly obliterated, 1,400 million Huaxiao people felt their blood surge, their hearts filled only with shock. So this is the supreme artifact of Huaxiao. This is the national treasure forged from the power of the Nine Provinces. With the cauldron, Huaxia is secure. Even after thousands of years, the Nine Provinces Cauldron can still protect Huaxia. It can still shelter the descendants of Huaxia. Li Shuhua stood in front of the screen, unable to contain his excitement, tears welling in his eyes. Earlier, when Su Chen asked him to arrange for the Nine Provinces Cauldron to be sent over, he had some misunderstandings. As the president of the Huaxia Historical Research Institute, he deeply understood the significance of the Nine Provinces Cauldron. Even if the Yes soul was not within it, this cauldron represented Huaxia's history from 4,000 years ago, embodying the civilization of the Great Xia. If it were damaged on the battlefield, it would be an unbearable loss. However, now Li Shuhua realized he had overthought it. The Nine Provinces Cauldron is a symbol of Huaxia. Within Huaxia, who could harm this artifact? As for why other countries cannot wield such a symbol, it was simple to Li Shuhua. Su Chen possesses an absolute. What does this represent? It signifies complete acknowledgement. It signifies absolute trust. Now one could say Su Chen is Diyu and Diyu is Su Chen. And the Nine Provinces Cauldron was forged by Diyu. Why would it be surprising that Su Chen could command it? Li Shuhua gazed at the screen, his eyes constantly flickering. Even without being present at the scene, he could clearly feel the overwhelming and majestic aura of the Nine Provinces Cauldron. For every Huaxiao person, this aura brought no sense of oppression, but rather an immense feeling of reassurance. Because this is the legacy of Huaxia's ancestors. Because this is the treasure left behind by the ancestors of the 9 provinces for future generations. Li Shuhua tremblingly reached out his hand, gently stroking the screen. Warm tears could no longer be controlled, spilling from the corners of his eyes and flowing down his cheeks. The 9 provinces cauldron displayed its might, naturally causing Huaxiao people to be filled with joy and excitement. However, other nations upon witnessing this scene were instantly thrown into chaos. What the heck? What on earth is that? How can it suddenly grow larger? The ancestral symbol actually has such— How is this possible? Why can Huaxiao use the symbol, but we cannot? My god! The Haidong fleet was wiped out in an instant. This is too exaggerated. No wonder the Huaxiao inheritors dare to confront us. They were clearly well prepared. Huaxiao is truly devious. They made the Haidong nation stumble so badly. Wait. Look in the sea. That's the Haidong inheritor. Yes, the Haidong inheritor is fine. Most of those awakened are still okay. Previously, everyone's attention had been captivated by the 9 provinces cauldron. Only then did someone notice that near the cauldron's vicinity countless people were thrashing about like ants, desperately swimming towards the shore. In front of these people, one individual was enveloped in a blue glow, walking directly on the waves. No matter how turbulent the sea was, it could not penetrate the blue light, drenching even a corner of his clothing. This person was Jin Dachang. However, the expression on this Haidong inheritor's face was devoid of any pride, replaced instead by endless fury. He had come with great fanfare to establish his authority before the world. But before he could even set foot on the shore, his entire fleet had vanished. This was undoubtedly a resounding slap to Jin Dachang's face in front of all the nations of the world. He could not understand why Su Chun could wield the ancestral symbol and so extravagantly. In the past, he had never seen or even heard of such a thing. At this moment, Jin Dachang suddenly felt a twinge of regret. He regretted his impulsive behavior. Why hadn't he been a bit more cautious? But what good is regret now? The fleet was already gone. He couldn't possibly lead the Haidong awakened back by swimming, could he? In this situation, he was already in a dilemma. To fight or not to fight, he had no choice. Thankfully, although the 9 provinces cauldron's might was unmatched, he and the awakened were not ordinary individuals. Before the shadow of the 9 provinces cauldron descended, most people had jumped ship to escape, desperately activating their awakening powers to avoid disaster. Although the entire fleet and ordinary crew members had perished at sea, the 13,000 awakened only lost over 20,000, which was not catastrophic. Compared to Huaxiao, they still held an absolute advantage. However, Jin Dachang believed that Su Chun would not sit idly by. If the 9 provinces cauldron were used again at this moment, the casualties among the Haidong awakened would undoubtedly increase. The only solution was to get ashore as quickly as possible, because Jin Dachang knew that many Huaxiao people were hidden in the woods. With the power of the 9 provinces cauldron, once it descended on the coast, they might not die, but those Huaxiao people would undoubtedly be doomed. Su Chun, no matter how ruthless, wouldn't go. Once the assistance of the symbol was lost, how long could Su Chun, the Huaxiao inheritor, last? Even if he did not take action, just the remaining 11,000 awakened could easily overwhelm him. Thinking of this, Jin Dachang immediately shouted, urging the awakened to quicken their pace and hurry ashore. In fact, even without his urging, the Haidong awakened did not dare to delay. Each of them paddled fiercely, exerting all their strength to swim toward the shore. A distance of 100 or 200 meters was nothing in front of the awakened. In just a few minutes, the Haidong awakened began to reach the beach. Although they were drenched and looked disheveled, when they turned back to look at the immovable 9 provinces cauldron, their faces were filled with relief. As Jin Dachang set foot on the beach, he couldn't help but turn back to glance, his face filled with confusion. He had thought Su Chun would take advantage of this distance to try to eliminate or weaken the Haidong awakened. To his surprise, after the 9 provinces cauldron sank the fleet, it had remained silent. Could it be that this symbol of Huaxia could only be used once? Otherwise, how could Su Chun allow them to reach the shore? That's right. It must be so. Although he was unclear why Su Chun could use the symbol. In Jin Dachang's eyes, this was definitely Su Chun's greatest trump card. Using it right from the start was probably meant to intimidate him. Yet Su Chun might not have anticipated just how great the power of the ancestral symbol would be. It had directly led to the annihilation of the Haidong fleet, ultimately forcing him to land. If a few ships had remained, perhaps he would have truly been intimidated. That was close. He almost fell for it. The more Jin Dachang thought about it, the more certain he became, the fear in his heart gradually dissipating. The majesty of the Taizong King inheritor returned to him once more. Although he had suffered a setback, now Su Chun had lost all support, left with no path but to death. As long as he eliminated Su Chun, Huaxiao would be his possession. But when Jin Dachang shifted his gaze to Su Chun not far away, he couldn't help but freeze. Su Chun was also looking at him, his expression calm. There was no fear, no anger, no panic in his eyes. Only a hint of pity. And those who had originally hidden in the woods had come out without him noticing. 1 million Huaxiao people lined up behind Su Chun, filling the entire beach. Previously, these people were hidden in the woods undetected by drones and satellite cameras. However, when all the people of Huaxia stepped onto the beach, the shock was no less than the previous display of the Jiuzhou Cauldron. 1 million. It appears to be just a number. Yet when this number transforms into living individuals and gathers together, it becomes an extraordinarily exaggerated affair. The wide beach was now bustling with people. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of black. In comparison to these 1 million Huaxiao individuals, the 111,000 awakened from Haidong seemed weak and powerless. 1 million Huaxiao individuals remained silent. A million gazes were fixed intently on Jin Dachang, and the Haidong awakened. There was no fear, only anger. Under such pressure, even Jin Dachang felt a chill creeping down his back, instinctively wanting to retreat. But he steadied himself and couldn't help but burst into laughter. What does it matter if there are many of you? Do you think these ordinary people can stop me? At this point, Jin Dachang coldly laughed again, his gaze sweeping over the Huaxia people on the beach. However, King Taizong is benevolent and kind, and you Huaxia citizens were forced to come here. You first insulted King Taizong, and now you sneak attacked my Haidong fleet, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands of King Taizong's descendants. Today you will undoubtedly die. At this point, Jin Dachang coldly laughed again, his gaze sweeping over the Huaxia people on the beach. However, King Taizong is benevolent and kind, and you Huaxia citizens were forced to come here. As long as you kneel and surrender, submitting to Haidong, I can represent King Taizong in forgiving you. In Jin Dachang's eyes, Su Chen had to die. However, killing these ordinary people would certainly incite public outrage. If all the Huaxiao people rose up in rebellion because of this, it would be a loss that couldn't be afforded. Besides, ordinary people are just that, ordinary. Even with 1 million of them, they stand no chance against him, and the Haidong awakened. As long as their minds aren't broken, who would willingly die alongside Su Chen? But what Jin Dachang didn't, the moment he finished speaking, the sea of people behind Su Chen erupted in earth-shattering curses. Shut your stinking dog mouth. Who was forced? We all came willingly. Surrender. Dream on. You Haidong dogs want to invade Huaxia. You have to step over my dead body first. If I die here, that would bring glory to my ancestors. What is there to fear? Represent King Taizong in forgiving us. We Huaxiao people, when did we ever need your ancestors' forgiveness? If we are to fight, then fight. Why so many words? Jin Dachang's brows twisted into a knot, his face darkening to the point where it seemed like water could drip from it. Half of the Huaxiao people opposite him were ordinary citizens, even unarmed. At this moment, they dared to be. Could it be that Huaxiao people truly fear not death? Impossible. Jin Dachang couldn't believe there were people in this world unafraid of death. Even if they aren't afraid now, he could make them fear. You seek death? Then don't blame me. With that, Jin Dachang waved his right hand. Kill them for me. Upon receiving the order, the Haidong awakened immediately trembled, their awakened powers surging forth from within. Kill, kill, kill. Flatten Huaxia. With each shout, the Haidong awakened charged toward the Huaxia camp, their faces twisted with rage. The awakened power released by 111,000 awakened combined into an astonishing force. From the perspective of satellites and drones, the Haidong awakened appeared like a red sickle about to reap away 1 million lives. Seeing this scene, all Huaxiao people felt a pang of pain in their hearts, lowering their heads, unable to bear to look any longer. The earlier display of the Jiuzhou Cauldron had shocked everyone, and it had also ignited a glimmer of hope in the Huaxiao people. But what they never expected, the immensely powerful Jiuzhou Cauldron had only attacked once, and then fell silent. Now that the Haidong army had landed, how could Su Chen and those ordinary people possibly withstand it? In this moment, countless Huaxia citizens were crying out in anguish. Among the 1 million people on the beach were their fathers, husbands, and children. Their loved ones stood right at the forefront of Huaxia, directly facing the slaughtering blades of the Haidong awakened. On the border of Huaxia, soldiers returning from patrol were covered in mosquitoes and leeches. But they didn't have time to deal with that. They rushed back to the border station immediately. The invasion from Haidong tugged at the hearts of every Huaxia soldier. As soon as they received the order, they would undoubtedly step onto the battlefield without hesitation. But now they could only do their utmost to guard the Huaxia land beneath their feet. Yet when they looked through the screen and saw the murderous Haidong awakened, and the 1 million Huaxia people prepared to face death, these ironclad border soldiers couldn't help but shed tears. If they could, they would love nothing more than to jump into the television and stand in front of the Huaxia citizens. They would rather die themselves than watch helplessly as the Huaxia people were slaughtered by Haidong. Because they are Huaxia soldiers. This is their mission. This is their responsibility. A similar situation unfolded in every military camp and every outpost across Huaxia. If they could, they would love nothing more than to jump into the television and stand in front of the Huaxia citizens. They would rather die themselves than watch help. Why were the ones facing the enemy not themselves, but rather the Huaxia citizens? They couldn't understand. Why did the higher-ups issue such orders, sacrificing so many lives for nothing? It wasn't just them. Even people from other countries watching this scene were dumbfounded. Unarmed Huaxia citizens dared to resist the Haidong awakened, and they even refused to surrender. What difference was there from suicide? On the beach facing the approaching Haidong awakened, all Huaxia people gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. Are you afraid? Xia Hai looked at Xia Donglin beside him. Of course I'm afraid. Xia Donglin puffed out his chest. But I'm more afraid of not being able to face my father. Well done. Xia Yang's face jiggled as he raised a hand to pat Xia Donglin's shoulder. If you go down first, you better wait for me. Xia Donglin glanced at him, forcing out a smile, even uglier than crying. Facing the murderous Haidong awakened, not just the three of them, many felt their legs weaken and their hearts tremble. Jin Dachang was right in his earlier thoughts. In this world, no one is unafraid of death, for it is human instinct. But he forgot. In Huaxia's history, there have been countless ancestors who sacrificed themselves for the greater good of the nation. The spirit of these martyrs is deeply ingrained in the bones and blood of every Huaxia person. In times of national peril, at the moment of the nation's survival, even if afraid, one cannot take a step back. Even if dying, one must bravely move forward. Rise! 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 It was unclear who took the lead, but suddenly they began to sing loudly. We are united as one. Facing the enemy's gunfire. Advance. The familiar melody instantly struck the hearts of everyone. All Huaxia people couldn't help but sing loudly with trembling voices. Facing the enemy's gunfire. Advance. Facing the enemy's gunfire. Advance. 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 The majestic singing dispelled the fear within, stirring boundless courage. The voices of a million people. The majestic singing dispelled the fear within, stirring boundless courage. The songs on the beach pierced through the screen, resonating across the globe. In this moment, every Huaxia person forgot their tears. Regardless of age or gender, everyone stood up spontaneously. Everyone placed their right hand on their chest and sang in unison. We are one heart. Facing the enemy's cannon fire. Advance. Facing the enemy's cannon fire. Advance. 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 The blood of every Huaxia person surged with fervor. The lyrics, forged with the blood of countless martyrs, burned fiercely in the hearts of the Huaxia children. Advance. Advance. With each shout, the fear vanished from the eyes of a million Huaxia people. Countless feet marched forward, resolutely heading into battle against the awakening warriors of Haidong. Even onlookers from other countries could not help but be moved by such a sight. Knowing they would face death, yet charging forward. What nation would dare to claim victory? Alas! Even if the Huaxia people were fearless facing the wolves of the Haidong awakeners, there was no hope of survival. All who dare resist, kill them all. Jin Dachang's eyes were dark, filled with murderous intent. At this moment, Haidong had already secured victory. A group of ordinary people like ants not only refused to beg for mercy, but dared to resist. This made Jin Dachang feel that his authority was severely provoked. For the inheritors of Haidong, this was absolutely intolerable. Under his command, the 11,000 awakeners became even more ferocious. 100 meters. 50 meters. As the distance closed, countless rods made of condensed awakening power, looking at those grim faces. Looking at those rods representing death. A million Huaxia people continued to sing loudly, continuing to advance. As the next moment approached, blood was about to spill on the coast. Su Chun, who had remained motionless, suddenly sprang into action. He waved his right hand, and the golden light surrounding him instantly shot out, rapidly spreading. Like a golden wall, it stood in front of all the Haidong awakeners. Bang, bang, bang. The rods in the hands of the Haidong awakeners smashed down with full force, but only emitted a series of muffled sounds before being bounced back by the golden light. What? Jin Dachang's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Tens of thousands of awakeners struck simultaneously, yet were easily blocked by Su Chun. How could this be? But soon Jin Dachang was delighted instead. This kid actually released all the inherited power. Has he gone mad? Charge. Everyone continue to charge. As long as we drain his inherited power, this kid will be no different from an ordinary person. As an inheritor of Huaxiao, if Su Chun fought with all his strength, he would at least have a chance. But he actually released all his inherited power to protect a group of ordinary people. This was equivalent to giving up the counterattack, choosing to passively take a beating. Once the inherited power was exhausted, neither he nor the million people would survive. Jin Dachang did not understand why Su Chun made such a foolish decision. But he would never let this opportunity slip away. 11,000 Haidong awakeners desperately attacked the golden light, blocking their path. Under the constant crashing and attacking, the originally solid golden light began to tremble. However, Su Chun paid no attention to it, showing no signs of anxiety. He slowly turned his gaze to the Huaxia people around him. Countless eyes were now looking at Su Chun. Su Chun smiled slightly, and suddenly brought his hands together, bowing towards the distant Jiuzhou Ding. I am entrusted by Emperor Yu to guard Jiuzhou and protect the common people. But today you have made me understand that each of you is a guardian of Huaxia. In our great Huaxiao there are 14 billion sons and daughters. What fear is there of not having armored warriors? What fear is there of not having troops to defend the land? An inch of mountains and rivers, an inch of blood. 100 million commoners, 100 million soldiers. Su Chen's eyes shone brightly, his voice sincere. Though Huaxiao is weak, it must not be bullied. Because you dare to fight against the gods with your mortal bodies. Though the great Xia has fallen, the rivers and mountains still remain. Because you would sacrifice your families and children to protect our Huaxia's land. You are worthy of the blood that flows within you. You are worthy of being called descendants of Diyu. Su Chen's voice resonated across the entire beach. The Huaxiao people present were struck as if by lightning, standing there in a daze. In fact, after Jin Dachong and others landed, Su Chen could have activated everyone's bloodline. But he had remained patient and inactive. He wanted to see how these ordinary people would react when facing a formidable enemy. He wanted to see if the Huaxiao people in this world still had the courage and cohesion of their past lives. Now he saw, regardless of which world it is, regardless of any historical gaps, Huaxiao people remain Huaxiao people. The same blood still flows within them. When facing foreign enemies, the Huaxiao people of this world would still use their flesh and blood to protect the land they dearly love. However, looking at the impassioned Su Chen, all the Huaxiao people's minds were in chaos. Descendants of Diyu. This. Are they referring to us? Could it be that we have the bloodline of Diyu? Confusion and bewilderment were written all over everyone's faces. They wanted to believe, but dared not. We Huaxiao people have never believed in bloodlines. Because that is a Western relic, a mark of class distinction. We the children of Huaxia are all descendants of Yin and Huang. None are more noble than the other. So remember this. What you awaken today is not bloodline, but the bloodline left by our ancestors of Huaxia. Today you will use the power hidden in your bloodline to display the courage of the Xia people. Raise the might of Huaxia. As he said this, Su Chen suddenly raised his right hand palm, facing the sky. Boom. A loud roar erupted. Countless light points shot out swiftly from Su Chen's palm. Soaring hundreds of meters into the sky, they suddenly exploded apart. Like a grand fireworks display, it was breathtakingly beautiful. A torrential rain of light fell from the sky. It sprinkled onto the beach, merging into the bodies of 1 million Huaxia people. In the next instant, all the Huaxia people trembled. The power hidden in their bloodlines for 4,000 years began to awaken rapidly. The Jiuzhou Ding towering over the sea also trembled incessantly, emitting a continuous humming sound. It seemed to have witnessed 1 million Xia people re-emerging. It cheered and rejoiced for the descendants of Diyu. Su Chen's inherited power returned to his body. The golden light blocking the Haidong awakeners also vanished. In its place, 1 million awakening powers surged skyward. Just a moment ago, the Huaxia people who were seen as ants were no longer ordinary. Now, they are the descendants of Diyu. They are the awakeners of Huaxia. Su Chen's hand lowered slightly, pointing forward, his eyes filled with immense pride. Descendants of Diyu, heed my command. Follow me. Engage in battle. What? All these people from Huaxia are actually awakened ones. What on earth has happened? Why have these people suddenly awakened their bloodlines? 1 million awakened ones. My God. Across the globe, countless people jumped from their chairs, their eyes bulging as they frantically tugged at their own hair. The people of Haidong who had been closely monitoring the battle were instantly thrown into chaos. Impossible. Their ancestors had long returned to symbolize their lineage. Why can they awaken their bloodlines now? Illusion. This is definitely an illusion. 1 million awakened ones. What a joke. This is absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. The great ancestor Taizong is the strongest. The Bang Bang people are the finest. How could the Huaxiao people possibly be more powerful than us? It's fake. It's all fake. Having witnessed their fleet perish beneath the sea, all the people of Haidong were boiling with pent-up anger. At this moment, they were all hoping that the Haidong awakened ones could rampage and make Huaxia pay a bloody price to restore their dignity. But they could never have imagined. What was supposed to be a certain victory turned into a reversal. Just as the Huaxiao people were about to become souls under the Bang Bang, they suddenly transformed into awakened ones. One blow after another. The huge psychological gap drove all the Haidong people nearly insane. They could not believe any of this. They could not accept this outcome. But no matter how much they shouted, the facts would not change. The entire beach was now resonating with divine light. The awakening power unleashed by the descendants of Diyu forced the Haidong awakened ones to retreat repeatedly. Just moments ago, the Haidong people, brimming with murderous intent, were now left in shock and fear. Even with the loss of 20,000 people, they still had 110,000 awakened ones. In their eyes, this power was sufficient to sweep everything away and easily flatten Huaxia. But what was the result? They hadn't even touched the corner of Huaxia people's clothing. It was as if the opposing side had performed magic, turning 1 million ordinary people into awakened ones. 1 million awakened ones. That's 10 times our numbers. Moreover, the ancestors on the opposing side were ancient emperors from 4,000 years ago. Just from the momentum, they had already crushed these descendants of Jin Shuqiu. 1 million against 100,000. 4,000 years against 1,000 years. What hope do we have? You are bullying people. But facing the retreat of the Haidong people, the glimmer of pity in Su Chen's eyes had long since vanished. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. To all the barbarous invaders, anyone who dares to harm Huaxia must perish in their nation. Annihilate their kind. Cut off their descendants. Today none of those who invade Huaxia shall escape, and the Haidong nation shall pay the price for its actions. Battle! Su Chen shouted, charging forward. He clenched his right hand, and a golden light burst forth from his palm, condensing into a massive axe. This is one of Dai's divine artifacts, the mountain opening axe. 4,000 years ago, the ancestors used this axe to carve open the Dragon Gate, transforming the Central Plains into fertile land, laying the foundation for the proliferation of the Huaxia people. This is one of Dai's divine artifacts, the mountain opening axe. 4,000 years ago, the ancestors used this axe to carve open the Dragon Gate, transforming the Central Plains into fertile land, laying the foundation for the... He wants Huaxia to leap through the Dragon Gate, and from now on soar across the world. Battle! 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 Under Su Chen's momentum, a million Huaxiao people let out a thunderous roar and followed closely behind. The excitement, surprise, and pride in their hearts transformed into a fierce battle intent. They are now the descendants of Daiyu. The blood of Emperor Yu flows within them. They absolutely cannot tarnish the face of their ancestor. A million golden lights gathered in the hands of the Huaxiao people. Axes swung toward the pale-faced Haidong people. Hajima! No! Retreat! Quickly retreat! With a chorus of horrified cries, Su Chen had already charged into the enemy ranks. Wherever the mountain opening axe passed, the Haidong awakened had no power to resist. Blood splattered, and severed limbs flew. Ahead was the enemy of Huaxia. Behind them was the land of Huaxia. As a successor of Huaxia, Su Chen would show no mercy. He possessed the power of the inheritance and wielded the artifact of Emperor Yu, unstoppable. He tore through the enemy ranks like a sharp, unmatched dagger, easily ripping apart the enemy formation. A million Huaxiao awakened ones followed closely behind, like a torrential flood, crushing everything in their path. The 110,000 Haidong awakened ones were mostly ordinary citizens of Haidong. When it came to battle, they had no strategy. Now in panic, they quickly fell into chaos. On the Huaxiao awakened side, they had long been divided into countless small teams commanded by veterans and soldiers. Even with a million, their movements were calculated. If Jin Dachang had charged at the front like Su Chen with his strength as a successor, he might have been able to slightly hinder Huaxia's offensive. As long as he could buy a little time to let the Haidong awaken, gather together, and resist collectively, they might still have a fighting chance. But now, faced with the killing god like Su Chen, faced with the overwhelming tide of a million Huaxia awakened ones, Jin Dachang's legs simply couldn't move. This heir of Jin Shuqiu, standing at the pinnacle of Haidong and controlling the lives of millions, was now already pale, trembling all over, his mind blank. Without the leadership of a successor, the Haidong camp could only charge around like headless flies. Each Haidong awakened had to withstand the attacks of 10 descendants of Daiyu. And facing Su Chen, who was like a reaper, let alone resisting, even escaping, had become a luxury. The Haidong camp was quickly divided, surrounded layer by layer. Screams and curses instantly filled the entire beach. Under the horrified gaze of countless people worldwide, those awakened ones who had been revered as deities by the citizens of Haidong fell like wheat under the sickle. Under the threat of death, many Haidong awakened directly knelt on the ground, weeping and begging for mercy. This scene was worlds apart from the fearless demeanor displayed by the Huaxia people. It's over. It's all over. Jin Dachang's lips trembled, and his inner fear grew as the Haidong awakened fell one after another. Jin Dachang. With a loud shout, Jin Dachang's dazed gaze suddenly focused, only to find that Su Chen had already killed his way to within dozens of meters. Looking at Su Chen covered in blood, seeing the still vigorous power of inheritance on the other side, Jin Dachang's last shred of courage instantly evaporated. Run. Quickly run. Jin Dachang turned and fled toward the sea. Those awakened ones may die, but he is the successor of the Haidong nation. He is the 28th descendant of Jin Shuqiu. He does not want to die. He cannot die. Even if he has to swim, he must swim back to Haidong. However, what Jin Dachang did not expect was that just as he reached the seaside, the long immobile Jiuzhou Ding suddenly emitted a thunderous roar. As the waves surged, the immense Huaxia artifact soared into the air once again. The phantom of the enormous cauldron, several thousand meters in diameter, hovered above the sea like a heavy dark cloud shrouding the entire expanse of water ahead. He had no doubt that as soon as he fled into the sea, the Jiuzhou Ding would unleash a ferocious attack. Even if he could withstand it, he would certainly not escape Su Chen's pursuit. At this moment, he finally understood. This whole affair was a trap from start to finish. Every step he took had long been calculated by Su Chen. Footsteps echoed behind him as Jin Dachang slowly turned around. Su Chen's cold gaze sent a chill down his spine. Wait! Seeing Su Chen raise the mountain-splitting axe, Jin Dachang hurriedly stepped back, shouting in a frantic voice. I am a descendant of Haidong. I am the 28th descendant of Jin Shuqiu. You cannot lay a hand on me. In response, there was only the extreme coldness of the axe light. Bang! With a dull thud, Jin Dachong was sent flying, landing in the shallow waters more than 10 meters away. Shibat! Jin Dachong struggled to stand, his teeth chattering as he let out a hoarse roar. Su Chun, you set a trap to lure us here. It's truly insidious. If you stop now and let me go, I promise you all this can be forgiven. In the future, Huaxiao and Haidong will be allies for generations, never to conflict. But if you dare to harm me, you will be at war with the entire Haidong to the death. Bang! Another dull sound resonated as Jin Dachong was once again sent flying over 10 meters. The power of the inheritance surrounding him shattered completely. Jin Dacheng's head and face were covered in gravel, and his exquisite luxurious robe was soaked with seawater. No! No! Faced with the slowly approaching Su Chun, Jin Dachong kept retreating. The pride of the Haidong inheritor was completely shattered by the fear of death. In the Haidong where Jin Dachong wielded life and death, he now lacked even the courage to resist. I cannot die. Spare me. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master, and the entire Haidong will be yours. Wealth, women, power, whatever you desire I can fulfill. Faced with Jin Dacheng's desperate pleas, Su Chun raised the mountain-splitting axe once more and brought it down. This time there was no previous dull thud. Jin Dachong remained kneeling on the ground, yet his wails ceased. Su Chun did not spare him another glance, retracting the axe and resting it on his shoulder as he turned to leave. A few seconds later, the once formidable Haidong inheritor leaned to one side and collapsed onto the shallow beach. His entire body split in two. Crimson blood gushed forth, rapidly spreading with the waves, dyeing the surrounding seawater a vivid red. Is he dead? Did Jin Dachong just die like this? Many inheritors from around the world stood up in shock, staring at the screen with eyes full of horror and disbelief. Inheritors represent their ancestors. They are the flag bearers of a nation. They are the figures standing at the pinnacle of this world. Before today, no one believed that someone could kill an inheritor. No one dared to kill an inheritor. Even with the Haidong's massive invasion, the vast majority did not think Su Chun would come to harm. For with the abilities of an inheritor, as long as Su Chun wished to escape, Jin Dachong could not possibly stop him. Yet now, as the invading Jin Dachong found himself unable to do anything to Su Chun, he died on the beach of Huaxiao before the eyes of the entire world. This utterly exceeded everyone's imagination. In truth, many inheritors could see that if Jin Dachong had fought with his life on the line, he might have been able to save himself. Even if he was not a match for Su Chun, he should have been more than capable of dealing with Huaxia's awakened ones. As long as he controlled a portion of them, Su Chun might hesitate to harm him and let him go. However, first the fleet was destroyed. Then Su Chun displayed strength beyond imagination. Following that, 1,000,000 Huaxiao people suddenly awakened. Even his last hope of escape was blocked by Huaxia's divine artifacts. The series of blows and the fear of being controlled caused Jin Dachong to lose all courage, thrown into chaos, and ultimately, he didn't even dare to resist, dying directly under Su Chun's axe. The inheritors from various countries were not fools. They had realized from the beginning to now. Most understood that the entire situation was a trap set by Su Chun. On the surface, it seemed that Haidong had initiated the invasion while Huaxiao was forced to defend. But the sudden awakening of 1,000,000 descendants of Dayu along with the Huaxiao divine artifacts hidden in the sea proved that this Huaxiao inheritor had long since plotted everything. He spread his net, cast the bait, and then waited for Haidong to take the hook. As long as the Haidong people dared to come, there would be no chance of escape. Insidious. Truly insidious. Clearly possessing such immense power, yet remaining patient. Had he revealed the 1,000,000 awakened ones from the start, even if Jin Dachong was foolish, he would not have dared to invade Huaxiao. Yet facing Haidong's continuous taunts, Huaxiao remained silent. Not even the citizens of Huaxiao knew if there were descendants of Dayu. These appearances bolstered Jin Dacheng's confidence, leading him step by step into the trap Su Chun had set. Such cunning. Such strategic foresight. It was truly terrifying. So terrifying. Looking at Su Chun on the screen, many inheritors felt a chill run down their spines, a sense of trepidation rising within them. But even if they saw through the trap, what of it? Haidong declared war, yet no one forced them. The invasion of 130,000 awakened ones was a well-known fact. Huaxia's ability to turn the tide was their own merit. Without Su Chun and those descendants of Dayu, the Haidong people would never have put down their slaughtering knives. Therefore, no matter how one puts it, Huaxiao had already stood on the moral high ground in this matter. Even if Jin Dachong died and the 130,000 awakened ones were annihilated, it would still be their own doing, and no one could say a word. At this point, anyone who dared to step forward to rally allies to suppress Huaxiao would simply not have the moral standing. Since they had no moral standing, Huaxiao had every reason to counterattack. Huaxia's strength had already been revealed. Anyone wishing to follow in the footsteps of Haidong could come and try. On the beach, the shouts of killing gradually ceased. Faced with 1,000,000 descendants of Dayu, the 110,000 awakened ones from Haidong had no chance of resistance. Those who refused to surrender were directly executed. Those who knelt and begged for mercy had their limbs disabled, left to lie on the ground like dead dogs. The great battle came to a halt. On the beach, the shouts of killing gradually ceased. Faced with 1,000,000 descendants of Dayu, the 110,000 awakened ones from Haidong had no, finally confirming that everything before was not an illusion. They had all been ordinary people. Faced with the awakened ones from Haidong, they had faced certain death. But their ancestors who lived 4,000 years ago left them the strength to resist the invaders. They did not let down their ancestors' expectations. They defended their homeland, the land of the 9 provinces. They upheld the foundation established by their ancestors. They were just like the Xia people of that era. They drove away disasters for Huaxia and protected their parents' wives and daughters. Descendants of the Xia family, we thank our ancestors for their grace. As the shouts rang out, over 100,000 people knelt towards the sea. Descendants of the Zheng family, we thank our ancestors for their grace. Descendants of the Deng family, we thank our ancestors for their grace. Descendants of the Bao family, we thank our ancestors for their grace. Descendants of the Go family. Descendants of the O family. On the beach, 1,000,000 descendants of Dayu all knelt down, bowing and weeping towards the magnificent 9 provinces cauldron. The 9 provinces cauldron resonated incessantly, and a massive phantom gradually coalesced, transforming once more into a towering bronze cauldron. A gentle force spread forth, lifting the descendants of Dayu, who were kneeling on the ground. Like an elder full of compassion, it raised its own descendants. The remnant soul of Dayu had already returned to the 9 provinces cauldron with no possibility of reappearing. However, as the ancestor of Huaxia, the forebear of millions of descendants, perhaps the heroic spirit still felt something. He took pride in his offspring. He laughed heartily at the imminent rise of the 9 provinces. The 9 provinces cauldron flew over the bund, slowly landing behind Su Chun, its meaning clear without words. The millions of Dai's descendants suddenly awakened and immediately bowed again. From the events that transpired, they could already see that it was Su Chun who awakened their bloodline. This was akin to the ancestor entrusting his descendants to this heir of Huaxia. Su Chun dissipated the power of inheritance and received the bow from the crowd. Looking at the mass of Dai's descendants on the beach, his gaze flickered constantly, his heart surging with emotion. Just a few days prior, he was an ordinary person like everyone else. But now he had become the heir of Huaxia, shouldering the heavy responsibility of defending the homeland and revitalizing the nation. This burden was undeniably heavy. Fortunately, he was not advancing alone. Alongside him were the bloodline descendants left by his ancestors. And there were also 1.4 billion children of Huaxia. At this moment, Su Chen's heart was filled with unyielding pride as he raised his hand and shouted, "From this day forth, those who dare to offend Huaxia shall be punished no matter how far they are. From this day forth, Huaxia shall stand proudly in the world, dragons soaring across the heavens." The millions of Dai's descendants were invigorated, rising to their feet and shouting along with him. "From this day forth, those who dare to offend Huaxia shall be punished no matter how far they are. From this day forth, Huaxia shall stand proudly in the world, dragons soaring across the heavens." The multitude of voices converged, echoing across the beach and resonating throughout the world. The Huaxia citizens in front of their screens collectively fell into a daze upon witnessing the awakening of millions of Dai's descendants. It wasn't until this moment that many suddenly awakened. "We won. We actually won. Oh my God. Who said Dayu had no descendants before this?" The 1,000,000 people on the beach were all descendants of Dayu. In our Huaxia land, the heavens truly favor us. What heavens? This is the blessing of our ancestors. This is what Su Chun and the others fought for with their lives. 1,000,000 awakened ones. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe it. I am also a member of the Xia family. Even though I haven't awakened my bloodline, I'm so excited I could burst. Because we are all Huaxia people. Even if I'm not a descendant of Dayu, the blood of Huaxia flows in my veins. Su Chun is so cool. He didn't hesitate to chop down that bastard with a single axe. From today onwards, Su Chun is my idol. No one can change that. This is incredible. I never thought we Huaxia would have such a magnificent day. Hey uncles and grandpas, calm down. Our pharmacy's emergency pills are sold out. Who can stay calm at a time like to witness this scene? It was worth dying. We won. We won. Long live Huaxia. At this moment, all Huaxia people embraced their family and friends, jumping and shouting, crying and laughing. The situation that was once doomed had turned around in an instant. This immense shock and surprise transformed into thunderous cheers reverberating throughout Huaxia. However, before the Huaxia citizens could revel in their excitement for long, an even more shocking message was timely released by Li Shuhua. Everyone look quickly. The official announcement has been made. Oh my, the descendants of Dayu are actually not limited to just 1,000,000. I can't be seeing things. That's right. Although the officials did not disclose the exact number, they mentioned that as long as one's character is up to standard, there is a chance to activate the bloodline. My God, is this true? Does that mean I also have a chance? Wow, 1,000,000 awakened ones is already outrageous enough. And it's not even the full count. This is too much. How are other countries supposed to cope? Everyone stay still, I'm signing up first. At this moment, everyone truly realized the meaning behind Su Chen's words. From this day forth, those who dare to offend Huaxia shall be punished no matter how far they are. From this day forth, Huaxia shall stand proudly in the world dragons soaring across the heavens. This is not just a slogan, but a declaration of fact. At this moment, Huaxia had both the courage and the strength to accomplish all of this. For a long time, Haidong had loomed over Huaxia like a great mountain. But now this mountain had come crashing down. Su Chun and the millions of Dais descendants proved with their actions that Huaxia must not be underestimated. The ancestors of Huaxia are incomparable. Those who dare to touch Huaxia will certainly pay with blood. Su Chun and the millions of Dais descendants proved with their actions that Huaxia must not be underestimated. The ancestors of Huaxia are incomparable. Those who dare to touch. At this moment, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, regretting their earlier decisions. If they had known that Dayu had so many descendants, if they had known Su Chun was so powerful, how could they have spoken such nonsense? How could they have left Huaxia? The most critical point is that the official figures regarding the number of Dais descendants have not been disclosed. Perhaps they were one of them. Yet this golden opportunity to ascend was discarded by their own hands. There is no medicine for regret in this world. No matter how they lament or pound their chests now, it would make no difference. Their past actions and words had already been. In times of crisis, they did not stand by their homeland. Naturally, Huaxia would no longer accept them. This great battle stirred up a storm across the world. The strength displayed by Huaxia shocked all nations. Among them, the most injured were undoubtedly the Haidong people. With Jin Dachong and the 13000 awakened ones utterly defeated, the treasured Jin Chuanxiu jade tablet of Haidong shattered into pieces. All Haidong citizens mourned deeply, and the sound of weeping could be heard everywhere. They could not accept such an outcome, yet they had no choice but to accept it. Although compared to Jin Dachong and the awakened ones of Haidong, these ordinary people were like servants. However, in the face of Huaxiao, they always maintained a sense of superiority. But now watching Jin Dachong, who was revered as the reincarnation of the great king, kneeling before Su Chun begging for mercy, seeing the Haidong awakened ones who were regarded as deities weeping and pleading for mercy from the descendants of Dayu, these scenes were like sharp knives ruthlessly stabbing into the hearts of the Haidong citizens. The arrogance cultivated over a long time was instantly shattered, each Haidong person's heart bleeding profusely, painful to the point of inability to breathe. From the moment Dais descendants awakened their bloodline, all Haidong people understood that Huaxiao was by no means the vassal state that the officials had long promoted. Jin Chuanxiu, who was regarded as the founding monarch, could not be compared with the ancestors of Huaxia. The Huangdan ancient record, which had always been seen as the official history of Haidong, was completely labeled as a false book and burned by countless Haidong people. Who knows how many Haidong historians, unable to accept that their live study was merely a joke, wept as they leapt from rooftops. In today's Haidong, let alone heirs, not a single awakened one remained. In this world, they had completely lost the ability to protect themselves. Across the globe, countless factions would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. At that time, there would be no need for Huaxia to take action. Haidong would collapse under the plundering and sorrow, terror, and confusion. Various negative emotions enveloped the hearts of the people of Haidong. They could never have imagined that what was supposed to be a battle for resurgence would turn into a catastrophe. After Jin Dachong took the stage, although various institutions in Haidong were controlled by the awakened, at least they could maintain a semblance of stability on the surface. Now with these people gone, social order had completely collapsed. Riots, looting, and vandalism erupted across Haidong, rapidly spreading like wildfire throughout the peninsula. As chaos intensified, a frenzied tide of migration ensued. The Jiangnan district, once a gathering place for the elite, had turned into a ghost town in just half a day. All major airports and ports in Haidong were overcrowded. Everyone was doing everything possible to leave Haidong as quickly as they could. This country, which had always prided itself as the origin of Asian civilization and had long touted itself as the foremost nation in East Asia, yet now it was visibly shattering at an alarming speed. In the face of Haidong's tragic plight, most countries around the world remained indifferent, because Huaxia was the focus of everyone's attention. Just a day ago, many still regarded Huaxia as a mere joke, but now no one could bring themselves to laugh. 1 million awakened. Such terrifying power. Even now, many still found it hard to believe. What further unsettled them was that Huaxia had announced that the descendants of Dayu numbered far more than just 1 million. This was truly frightening. It should be noted that the Queen Victoria of the Moonfall Kingdom was known as the grandmother of Ozhou. At its peak, the Moonfall Empire had colonies around the globe, occupying a quarter of the world's land area. Yet, even so, the descendants with royal blood did not exceed 1 million. Moreover, most of these descendants were now scattered across various Ozhou countries. Even those who had awakened their bloodlines were often unwilling to return to the Moonfall Kingdom to be governed by its heirs. But what about Huaxia? In just one battle, they had unleashed 1 million awakened, and that was not even the entirety. This was simply beyond imagination. Incomprehensible. At this moment, the whole world was speculating just how many hidden descendants of Dayu Huaxia still had. 2 million. 3 million. No matter how they guessed, they could never arrive at the true answer. But with each guess, their inner trepidation deepened. However, what concerned them even more, aside from the unknown number of awakened in Huaxia, was Su Chen. Of the 130 awakened from Haidong, at least 100 had perished, and the rest had their limbs severed, rendered as invalids. Even the heir Jin Dachong had been cleaved in half. Compared to the hidden strength of Huaxia, the ruthlessness and decisiveness displayed by Su Chen undoubtedly had a more immediate impact. If one were to consider Huaxia's usual attitude towards the outside world, they would never have resorted to such extremes. Awakened or not, Jin Dachong was still an heir of Haidong. He had already knelt down and begged for mercy, expressing his willingness to submit. If Su Chen took control of Jin Dachong, it would be tantamount to controlling the state of Haidong. This would be far more beneficial to Huaxia than simply executing Jin Dachong. To everyone, Su Chen's extreme ruthlessness seemed to have a singular purpose: to establish authority. He knew that the entire world was watching this place. He aimed to make everyone understand that Huaxia had changed. Anyone who dared to offend would face certain death. Even the heirs would not be exceptions. Recalling the image of Su Chen wielding an axe and charging forward, even now many could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Although he was just in his 20s, he was so ruthless and merciless. Seemingly harmless, yet he had set traps that lured over 100 people from Haidong to their deaths. Not to mention that with the current chaos in Haidong and the collapse of the state, countless civilians had perished. This debt would undoubtedly be laid at Su Chen's feet. Those countries that were opposed to Huaxia were now filled with unease. The heirs of Sakura Kangaroo and Eagle Sauce were the first to pick up the phone to discuss countermeasures. But after much discussion, they ultimately chose silence. In their eyes, Huaxia had become an inscrutable forbidden, and Su Chen was the demon guarding this forbidden zone. Anyone daring to stick their neck out would surely bring disaster upon themselves. However, while some were fearful and anxious, others were delighted and eager to curry favor. Those countries that had always maintained friendly relations with Huaxia sent congratulatory messages at the first opportunity. On the phone, they sternly condemned Haidong, while lavishing praise on Huaxia. Though these nations had initially acted like cowards during Haidong's declaration of war, now they were all scrambling to form alliances with Huaxia, vowing to support each other from now on. Even nations that previously had little interaction with Huaxia were now actively seeking to befriend them. And they promptly dispatched delegations hoping to establish closer ties with Huaxia. Though these nations were seen as opportunistic, lacking in integrity. In truth, there is no real friendship between nations. Everything is for their own national interests. No one would be foolish enough to help another country and plunge themselves into the vortex of war. And for Huaxia to truly rise and stand at the pinnacle of the world, it involves many aspects. Relying solely on military might, even if they could conquer the world. In truth, there is no real friendship between nations. Everything is for their own national interests. No one would be foolish enough to help another country and plunge themselves into the vortex of war. Thus, no matter how strong Huaxia becomes when faced with certain issues, they may still find themselves at a disadvantage. However, if a group led by Huaxia is formed with intertwined interests, the path to resurgence will certainly be much smoother. Therefore, for those countries that proactively sought to befriend Huaxia, as long as it was beneficial to Huaxia, they would welcome them. However, the specifics of how to maneuver and utilize the current opportunity to secure greater benefits for Huaxia, these matters would be handled by professionals, so Su Chen need not worry. Although the war had ended the aftermaths, in the following months, countless statues of Dayu rose across the land of Huaxia, flourishing with incense off. Regardless of whether they were descendants of Dayu or not, anyone passing by the Dayu temple would offer incense and bow their heads, expressing their respect and gratitude. They would no longer share the misconceptions of the older generation, believing that Huaxia had only 300 years of history. They would no longer feel that Huaxia's cultural depth was. They would no longer share the misconceptions of the older generation, believing that Huaxia had only 300 years of history. They would no longer feel that Huaxia's cultural depth was thin and feel ashamed. And Su Chen became a symbol of Huaxia, a hero in the hearts of countless people. With his strength, he revived the brilliance of Huaxia that had been buried. He restored confidence for billion citizens, enhancing their cohesion. He defeated the invaders, awakening the power buried in the blood of the descendants of Dayu, opening a new chapter for Huaxia. In a city in the southwest of Huaxia, the summer sun blazed fiercely, and the heat hung heavily in the air. The leaves of the trees drooped listlessly by the roadside, and even the once noisy cicadas had fallen silent. At that moment, a series of sharp sirens shattered the oppressive silence on the street. Fire trucks roared past one after another, rushing towards the outskirts of the city. The prolonged high temperatures combined with the lack of rain had triggered forest fires. The flames spread rapidly, continuously threatening the safety of over 30 million citizens in the city. Thousands of firefighters immediately threw themselves into battle. Block it. We cannot let the flames spread any further. The fire chief's face was covered in soot, and each hoarse shout made his throat burn with pain from the scorching air. But he could hardly pay attention to these discomforts, frantically directing operations while using a branch to beat down the flames licking at his feet. Despite the firefighters' utmost efforts, the steep terrain made it impossible for vehicles to ascend the mountain, and many firefighting supplies could not reach the scene in time. The speed at which the fire spread was still accelerating. The situation was urgent, and there could be no delay. Just as the chief was anxiously requesting reinforcements, a loud rumbling suddenly echoed from the base of the mountain. Many firefighters rubbed their eyes, reddened from smoke, turning to look in shock. Motorcycles loaded with supplies were laboriously climbing the rugged and steep mountain roads, steadily approaching. After seeing the news, countless citizens without any organization braved the scorching heat and rushed to help immediately. Nearly 90% of the motorcycles in the city gathered at the foot of the mountain in a short period. A mighty army of motorcycles formed a long line winding up the mountain. Supplies for firefighting were carried up one basket at a time, delivered into the hands of the firefighters. Even a young mother who had just become a parent came with her child to help. These individuals dropped off supplies and left, ignoring requests to leave their names. But when they heard that volunteers were needed, everyone present immediately turned around and raised their hands high. This was the unity of a city. No matter how these individuals behaved in daily life, when faced with a situation, they would not hesitate for a moment. This is also the spirit of a city. Countless such spirits combined created modern Huaxia. Make way, make way. I am the awakened, let me through. And I too. I am a descendant of Diyu. And me too. Figures squeezed out of the crowd, directly shouldering firefighting equipment and charging into the flames. In the past, you all protected us. Today, it is our turn to protect you. These figures stood right in front of the firefighters, blocking the fierce flames that soared towards the sky. 1, 2, 10, 100, 1,000. As the awakened of this city arrived one after another, the rampant forest fire was finally suppressed and gradually extinguished. A catastrophic disaster dissipated without a trace. Similar situations unfolded across Huaxia. As the descendants of Diyu continuously awakened their bloodlines, the significance of the land of the 9 provinces in the world grew increasingly prominent. However, what surprised all nations was that Huaxia possessed a terrifying number of awakened, yet there was not the slightest hint of chaos or disturbance. Not only was order maintained, but remarkably the crime rate had also decreased significantly. To everyone this was simply unimaginable, but it was not surprising that they were astonished. Huaxia was different from the countries they resided in. The power of every awakened bloodline was entirely controlled by Su Chun. Each descendant of Diyu who awakened their bloodline had undergone strict scrutiny beforehand. Those with criminal records, or who typically bullied the weak and fought aggressively, were all excluded from consideration. This was not Su Chun viewing people through tinted glasses and categorizing the descendants of Diyu into classes. Rather, the power left behind by their ancestors was a double-edged sword. If utilized well, Huaxia would have everyone soaring like dragons in the future. But if the selection of individuals was poor, this ancestral gift of power could become the source of chaos in the 9 provinces and oppression of fellow citizens. Neither Diyu nor Su Chun wished to see such events unfold. Su Chun, bearing absolute inheritance, could awaken the bloodlines of the descendants of Diyu and could also retract that awakened power at any time. This served as a warning bell hanging over the heads of all Huaxia awakened, constantly reminding them not to act recklessly. Moreover, after previous events, the descendants of Diyu who awakened their bloodlines valued this gift left by their ancestors even more than those from other nations, and would not easily tarnish their ancestors' reputation. However, nothing is absolute. As the number of awakened bloodlines increased, it was impossible for Su Chun alone to manage everything. During such times, reliance on Huaxia's unique social structure became essential. Under Zhu Yuanzhang's meticulous selection, a large number of upright and patriotic awakened individuals were quickly chosen from the military. From community committees to local police stations, every grassroots organization had these individuals in charge, specifically managing the ordinary citizens with awakened bloodlines within their jurisdictions. There were also strong and weak awakened among them, and they could not be generalized. These soldiers were originally stronger than ordinary people, and after awakening they would naturally be even stronger. With their presence, generally no major incidents would arise. Furthermore, not only at the grassroots level, but also at higher levels, reliable awakened individuals ensured supervision. Like a pyramid, responsibilities were layered and jurisdiction was clear. In this way, Su Chun did not need to exert much effort. He only needed to manage the few top awakened to control the vast number of descendants of Diyu. However, this was determined by the unique national conditions of Huaxia. A vast grassroots system, citizens who considered the greater good and obeyed management, and numerous reliable awakened individuals. Along with Su Chun's unparalleled deterrent power. If any one of these conditions were missing, it would be impossible to achieve such results. Thus, even if other countries envied and resented it, they could not imitate it. When the awakened no longer became a source of social instability, but instead shared one mind and worked together, every city in Huaxia radiated unprecedented brilliance. As a result, social order improved significantly. After all, the man enjoying the shade by the roadside, the old man walking his birds by the river, and even the students riding bicycles to school could all potentially be awakened. In such circumstances, who would dare to commit crimes? With the country flourishing and over dozens of nations now looking to Huaxia for guidance, the global landscape that had formed over the past year was once again changing. Despite many forces wishing not to see this scene, they could do nothing to stop Huaxia's advance. However, despite the favorable domestic and international situation, Su Chen always felt a weight on his mind. He still remembered a phrase spoken by Diyu. A great calamity is approaching and living beings will surely suffer, but with you guarding the 9 provinces should be able to turn misfortune into good fortune. At that time, this statement weighed heavily on Su Chen's heart. Previously, he thought the great calamity mentioned by Diyu referred to the invasion from Haidong. However, reflecting on it later with Diyu's foresight and vision, how could a mere Haidong nation be considered a great calamity? To clarify this matter, he had Zhu Yuanzhong deploy personnel to investigate across the globe. But months passed, and no clues were found. Diyu would surely not speak frivolously. So what exactly did this great calamity refer to? It couldn't possibly be an alien invasion, right? The more Su Chen thought about it, the more confused he became, and the more agitated he felt. After all, Diyu was an ancestor from 4,000 years ago. How could he only speak half of what he meant? Was he intentionally trying to make others anxious? But overthinking was of no use now. He could only wait for the next emergence of the symbol to summon the other ancestors, and then ask them. However, it had already been over a year since the first symbol appeared. No one knew when the second would come. It might take another year, or it could be today. This uncertainty was truly uncomfortable. That night, countless bright lights suddenly appeared in the night sky, resembling shooting stars falling to various parts of the world. However, one particular light after appearing did not descend, but flew swiftly in an almost parallel trajectory. In that direction, another bright light had just emerged and was descending toward Huaxia when it was directly struck by the swiftly approaching light. A thunderous roar shattered the dreams of countless Huaxia people. Everyone stuck their heads out of the window just in time to see a vast array of shattered light points exploding outward, plummeting down. Meanwhile, another dazzling light traced a long arc falling far into the ocean to the east. This unexpected event instantly stirred the entire world. Naturally, Huaxia was no exception. Zhu Yuanzhong and Li Shuhua rushed to Su Chen's residence at the earliest opportunity to discuss countermeasures. The ancestral symbol has fallen from the heavens. Li Shuhua exclaimed with excitement, breathing heavily. On the way here, Zhu Yuanzhong had already sent people to inquire. Some countries currently friendly with Huaxia had already located the landing spots of their respective lights. Preliminary investigations indicated that they were not meteors, but rather artificially created objects. Such things could not have simply fallen from the sky for no reason, especially not scattered all over the world. In the eyes of the two, it was undoubtedly an ancestral symbol. The anticipation for the second ancestral symbol was not only felt by Su Chen. At this moment, every person on Huaxia's land was eagerly awaiting news. As the director of the Huaxia Historical Research Institute, Li Shuhua was particularly restless, unable to sleep at night, his eyes filled with longing. He was not just hoping for the awakening of his bloodline. Instead, he wished to once again witness the extraordinary ancestors of Huaxia in his lifetime. The first symbol was the supreme artifact of Huaxia, the Jiuzhou Ding, which awakened the ancient Emperor Yu from 4,000 years ago. The emergence of this ancestor directly reversed the situation for Huaxia, turning defeat into victory. Su Chen had previously mentioned that Huaxia has a history of over 5,000 years. The illustrious ancestors are as numerous as the stars. The second symbol's emergence must also be significant. It surely represented one of the crucial ancestors in Huaxia's history. Thinking of this, Li Shuhua was even more restless, wishing he could see the true form of the symbol at the earliest opportunity. Zhu Yuanzhong was naturally not idle either. As soon as he received the news, he dispatched a large number of personnel to search for the landing site of the ancestral symbol. However, as time passed, reports from the search teams arrived. The excitement in both of their hearts quickly cooled, turning into a profound shock. The ancestral symbol shattered. How is that possible? This news left Zhu Yuanzhong and Li Shuhua astounded, and even Su Chen stood up abruptly, unable to believe it. How crucial is the ancestral symbol? It not only relates to whether the ancestors buried by history can re-emerge, but also determines whether Huaxia can truly rise and reach the pinnacle of the world. Such an important thing could just shatter. Moreover, by now many countries had already searched for their second symbols. These symbols had all suddenly appeared high in the sky and then plummeted down. There had been no reports of any damage, let alone breakage. Why did this situation only occur with Huaxia? The three could not believe it and could not accept such a thing. General Zhu, elderly, please do not rush to conclusions. Looking at Zhu Yuanzhong pacing the room, and Li Shuhua pounding his chest in despair. Su Chun, though equally shocked, thought for a moment and still tried to offer some comfort. Currently, this information has not yet been verified. It is possible that there was an error in the report. It is also possible that the second ancestral symbol was originally made up of fragments which simply scattered during the descent and should be reparable. Really? Upon hearing this, Li Shuhua clutched Su Chen's sleeve tightly, as if grabbing a lifeline. Su Chun pondered for a moment and did not continue to answer the question, instead asking, "Do you remember how the first ancestral symbol appeared?" Without hesitation, Li Shuhua replied, "Of course I." Before the first ancestral symbol's emergence, there were no signs. It suddenly appeared in various parts of the world, including our Wuxia's Jiuzhou Ding. It also appeared suddenly in the center of a small town before being transported here. Su Chen nodded and said solemnly, "The first appeared out of thin air, and the second came crashing down." So where were these ancestral symbols before they appeared? And why did they suddenly manifest in this world? Furthermore, why did they all emerge at the same time, and their locations were precisely in their respective civilizations? If this is mere coincidence, I doubt either of you would believe it. Zhu Yuanzheng and Li Shuhua exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. They had thought about these questions before, but there were no answers. Su Chun did not expect them to answer, and shook his head, continuing, "Everything that happens has its reasons, and the ancestral symbols are no exception. Although we do not know the exact reasons for the appearance of the ancestral symbols, one thing is certain. There is definitely a force behind all of this driving it." Hearing this, Li Shuhua's mouth fell wide open, his expression one of horror. "Do you mean all the ancestral symbols in the world are actually controlled by some kind of power? Their appearance in the world was also deliberately arranged. Who could achieve this? A deity?" Su Chen, "I don't know if there is a deity. What I want to say is, since that force can achieve these things, it definitely exceeds our capacity to resist or speculate. With the capabilities of that force, since it allowed the Huaxia symbol to emerge and even descend from the heavens, how could it possibly allow it to shatter for no reason? Don't you think this reasoning holds?" After listening to Su Chen's words, Zhu Yuanzheng and Li Shuhua were silent for a moment and nodded slightly. Their anxious hearts also relaxed slightly. However, they understood that all of this was merely speculation. Only by finding the ancestral symbol could they clarify what actually happened. However, after enduring a long night, it was only with the dawn that fragments of the second symbol began to be found and delivered. The little hope left for Zhu Yuanzheng and Li Shuhua was completely shattered. After piecing together, these fragments roughly formed the shape of a bronze mirror with a diameter of about 20 centimeters and a thickness of around 2 centimeters. Each fragment was intricately carved with complex patterns appearing quite exquisite. However, what caused everyone great sorrow was this bronze mirror had already shattered into dozens of pieces. Despite the extensive overnight search, some fragments were still missing. No matter how one looked at it, this ancestral symbol had no possibility of being repaired. Moreover, given its condition, the ancestral remnants contained within it had likely long since dissipated. How could this happen? Looking at the shattered copper mirror, Li Shuhua was filled with sorrow. After witnessing the grandeur of Diyu, he became even more fascinated by the unknown ancestors of Huaxia. Even in his dreams, he saw the figures standing in the long river of Wuxia's history. However, relying solely on Su Chen's verbal account, Li Shuhua knew their names, but had never seen their appearances or understood their histories, leaving him in a state of longing. He had thought he would soon witness the reappearance of an ancestor of Huaxia. Little did he expect the situation would turn. Looking at the pile of fragments on the table, Li Shuhua could no longer bear the pain in his heart and fainted. Zhu Yuanzheng's eyes twitched, and he quickly reached out to support Li Shuhua. "Old Li, try to be more optimistic. Even if the second emblem is shattered, we still have the 9 provinces cauldron. We have 300 million descendants of Diyu. Huaxia will not fall. There will definitely be a third and fourth emblem in the future. We still have a chance." Zhu Yuanzheng's words of comfort had no effect on Li Shuhua. In the eyes of this old man, the lost history of Huaxia was more important than life itself. An emblem of an ancestor represents a segment of forgotten history. Now that the emblem is shattered, it signifies that this history can never be reclaimed. Though Zhu Yuanzheng also felt a longing for the forgotten history of Huaxia, he did not regard it as seriously as Li Shuhua did. As a soldier, he valued the present and future of Huaxia more. Though Zhu Yuanzheng also felt a longing for the forgotten history of Huaxia, he did not regard it as seriously as Li Shuhua did. As a soldier, he valued the present and future of Huaxia more. The emblem of the ancestors not only represents the past, but also relates to how far and high Huaxia can go in the future. Although Zhu Yuanzheng wanted to comfort Li Shuhua, he refrained from saying too much. Yet he understood very clearly in his heart. The shattering of the ancestral emblem was undoubtedly an unbearable disaster for Huaxia, not to mention how other countries would perceive it. Just the news of this incident reaching the Huaxia people would greatly affect morale. The national confidence that had been painstakingly built would likely suffer a blow. Although Huaxia is currently powerful and renowned, ultimately, there is only one emblem, while other countries Once the second emblem is activated, the strength of nations will surely surge again, while Huaxia can only stand still. Under these circumstances, Huaxia's current status will inevitably be shaken. Those forces that covet Huaxia will certainly take action. By then, the advantage Huaxia has painstakingly built may be lost. Yet no matter how unwilling or painful it was, what could they do now? As the saying goes, spilled water is hard to retrieve, and a broken mirror is difficult to mend. Looking at the pile of copper mirror fragments on the table, Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Shuhua found themselves at a loss and fell into painful silence. However, Su Chen seemed completely unaware of it all. From the moment the fragments were brought over, he had been standing by the table, not even lifting his head. Only when Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Shuhua fell into despair did he frown slightly and murmur, "Something's not right." After speaking, he did not look up, but became even more focused. The fragments of the copper mirror were numerous, varying in size. Some were about the size of half a palm, while others were merely the size of a fingernail. Even the tiniest fragments were picked up and examined closely by Su Chen. He meticulously copied the patterns formed by these fragments onto paper, placing it beside the actual pieces for repeated comparison and deduction. However, the longer he observed, the stronger the confusion in Su Chen's eyes became. Something's wrong. It's definitely not right. He shook his head repeatedly, his brows furrowing tightly as he paced back and forth at the table. Suddenly his steps faltered as if he remembered something, and he slammed his palm down on the table. Crack! With a crisp sound, the solid wooden table broke into two. Copper mirror fragments scattered all over, clattering on the floor. The sudden loud noise startled Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Shuhua, bringing them back to reality. However, when their gazes shifted to Su Chen, they couldn't help but be startled. At this moment, Su Chen's face was ashen, his eyes filled with anger. This is a killing intent. Zhu Yuanzhang's heart tightened, and he quickly pushed Li Shuhua aside, jumping up to say, "Little Su, now that it has come to this, you must This is a killing intent." Zhu Yuanzhang's heart tightened, and he quickly pushed Li Shuhua aside, jumping up to say, "Little Su, now that it has come to this, you must remain calm." Li Shuhua also stood up, trembling, suppressing the pain in his heart, trying to persuade him. "Yes, Mr. Su, the ancestral emblem is shattered, but you are the heir of Huaxia, you must not fall." Compared to the emblem, Su Chen's significance to Huaxia was undoubtedly greater. If Su Chen could not withstand the blow, the consequences were simply unimaginable. Yet looking at the scattered copper mirror fragments, Li Shuhua couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Just as he was about to bend down to pick them up, Su Chen extended his foot and kicked the fragments away. "Mr. Su, what are you doing?" Li Shuhua suddenly looked up, his voice laced with anger. "Even if the emblem is shattered, it is still a relic of Huaxia. It represents our ancestors. How can you do this?" Zhu Yuanzhang also furrowed his brows, seemingly not recognizing the current Su Chen. "Old Li General Zhu." Su Chen took a deep breath, and as his emotions stabilized, the surrounding killing intent gradually dissipated. However, his gaze remained sharp and his voice was still icy. He looked at Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Shuhua, pointing at the copper mirror fragments on the ground, and spoke word by word. "This thing is not the emblem of Huaxiao at all. What a..." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression froze, and Li Shuhua's hand, which was picking up fragments, also froze in place. Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed, and then relaxed, and then furrowed, thinking for a long time before hesitantly asking, "Little Su, are you saying this copper mirror is not an emblem?" But the search team scoured the area around the crash site and confirmed that only this piece's fragments were found. Moreover, this copper mirror is clearly an ancient relic, and Old Li has never seen it before, indicating it is not a relic that has always existed in Huaxia. If it is not an emblem, what else could it be? Su Chen shook his head, speaking in a deep voice. "You didn't understand my point. What I mean is this copper mirror is indeed an emblem, but it is not the emblem of Huaxia." "What?" Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Shuhua were utterly confused. From the moment the fragments arrived until now, they had never considered this issue. Because in everyone's mind, as long as it fell within their country's borders, it must undoubtedly be the emblem of their ancestors. So even though Su Chen spoke with conviction, the two still dared not believe it. "Mr. Su, could you be mistaken?" "Exactly. Little Su, this thing is at least hundreds or thousands of years old, and there are no inscriptions, and it's shattered like this. How can you be sure it's not our emblem, right? If it is not our ancestral emblem, how could it have fallen in Huaxia? Where did our emblem go?" "Little Su, your explanation does not make sense." Faced with the repeated doubts of the two, Su Chen spoke with certainty. "I hadn't thought about it in that direction before, because from the first glance I felt this bronze mirror was somewhat familiar. At first I thought this item was an ancient water mirror from Huaxia, so I kept reflecting on which ancestor it might be. However, after considering all the ancestors of Huaxia, I couldn't figure out who would use a water mirror to symbolize their lingering soul. It wasn't until just now that I suddenly realized I couldn't think of it, because I was starting off in the wrong direction. The reason I felt this bronze mirror was familiar wasn't because it resembled a water mirror, but because I've seen this thing before." "What?" Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Shuhua were stunned once again. Symbols of ancestors are supposed to appear out of thin air. They didn't exist before. This bronze mirror isn't like a statue or anything. Where could Su Chen have seen it before? But the two suddenly thought. Su Chen knows so much about the lost history of Huaxiao, isn't it just because of dreams from the ancestors? Perhaps he had seen this bronze mirror in a dream. Realizing this, the two suddenly understood and believed him to some extent. Zhu Yuanzheng stroked his stubble and asked again. Little Su, since you've seen this bronze mirror, do you know its name and to whom it belongs? Su Chen bent down and picked up a piece of paper from the ground. It depicted the complete drawing of the bronze mirror based on the fragments. In addition to the intricate patterns, there was a distinct sun mark at the center of the bronze mirror. Su Chen presented the paper in front of the two, speaking each word clearly. Although this item originates from Huaxia's water mirror, it is not something from our Huaxia. It is called the Yada no Kagami. It is one of the 3 supreme artifacts of Sakura country. In Su Chen's previous world, the Yada no Kagami was a real object always enshrined in Ise Shrine. Along with the Kusanagi sword and the Yasakani no Magatama, it was revered as one of the 3 supreme artifacts by Sakura. He had seen images of the Yada no Kagami in magazines and online. Thus, when he saw the fragments of the bronze mirror earlier, it sparked a sense of familiarity. Yada no Kagami. Sakura country. Zhu Yuanzheng's expression changed instantly. How did a symbol of Sakura country end up in our Huaxia? Then what about our Huaxia's symbol? Where is it? Up until now, they had completely believed Su Chen's words. But if it was as Su Chen said, the situation became complicated. Investigate. Immediately find out for me. No matter what method. We must get to the bottom of this. With Zhu Yuanzheng's command issued, the events of the previous night were quickly collected in detail. After sorting through the information, a video quickly caught Su Chen's attention. It was a video of an astronomy enthusiast recording the starry sky in the wild. One segment just happened to capture the scene when the symbol appeared. Under the watchful eyes of Su Chen and the others, a bright light suddenly appeared in the sky over Huaxia, and another light flew in from outside the frame, colliding in an instant. In the violent collision, the swiftly flying light shattered, transforming into dozens of points of light that fell. The other light was knocked far away, tracing a long arc in the sky before plunging into the vast ocean to the east. Seeing this scene, all the previous doubts of the 3 were unraveled. The swiftly flying light could certainly be none other than the Yada no Kagami. The light that was knocked away was the true symbol of Huaxia. Understanding this, Zhu Yuanzheng and Li Shuhua couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Although they didn't understand why the 2 symbols collided, it seemed from the footage that the Huaxia symbol did not shatter. Now, as long as they found the area where it fell, recovering it should not be a major issue. But just with a little investigation, the hearts of the 3 sank again. This morning, Sakura had announced that they had found the 2nd ancestral symbol. And the location was precisely the area where the Huaxia symbol had fallen. A conspiracy. It's all a conspiracy. Upon hearing this news, Zhu Yuanzheng was furious and Li Shuhua trembled with anger. If anyone in this world wanted to eliminate Huaxiao the most, it was definitely not the Eagle Sauce, but Sakura. Because Eagle Sauce bullies the weak and fears the strong most, are self-serving opportunists. When Huaxia is weak, they will continually suppress it for their own interests. But once Huaxia truly rises and becomes unassailable, the first to draw close may well be Eagle Sauce. But what about Sakura? Sakura is completely different. Their political structure has long been controlled by hereditary clans. It can be said that the entire upper class of Sakura is inextricably linked to the invasion of China back in the day. Their ancestors and fathers have directly or indirectly participated in that inhumane war. For instance, the recent incident involving the loudmouth who vanished into thin air. His grandfather was known as the Demon of Manchuria and was the notorious creator of the 731 unit. Ironically, there were still people from Huaxia who shed tears for him and cried injustice. This is simply treating one's rear as a brain completely filled with nonsense. Why have successive Sakura leaders resolutely gone to worship the divine toilet? Because what is enshrined inside is their fathers, their grandfathers. Even after the ancestral symbol descends, the one awakened by Sakura country is still an emperor. Whether as a successor or an awakener, they still come from the upper-class hereditary families of Sakura. With deep-seated enmity at hand, if one were to say who in this world fears the rise of Huaxia the most, these people would be at the forefront. The emergence of the 2nd symbol is of extraordinary significance for Huaxia. Yet the Yada no Kagami did not appear within Sakura's borders, but swept across the sky above Huaxia. Even more coincidentally, it collided with the Huaxia symbol. After being knocked away, it conveniently fell into the waters of Sakura, where they retrieved it. If one were to claim that all of this was coincidence, no one would believe it. The Foot Basin Chicken is really ruthless. To suppress Huaxiao, they would even abandon their own symbol. This is really harming others without benefiting oneself. Zhu Yuanzheng's veins bulged, gritting his teeth in anger. But Su Chen pondered for a long time and slowly shook his head. This matter cannot possibly be the doing of the Foot Basin Chicken. Even if their successors are powerful, they cannot manipulate an unactivated symbol, can they? Moreover, the location of the ancestral symbol's appearance is entirely random. Yet in the video, as soon as the Huaxia symbol appeared, the Yada no Kagami directly collided with it. It's as if they knew in advance where the Huaxia symbol would manifest. If the Foot Basin Chicken really had the ability to predict the future, would they still need to engage in all these tricks? Hearing these words, Zhu Yuanzhang was stunned for a while, gradually calming down. Su Chun was right. This matter had completely surpassed the capabilities of the Foot Basin Chicken. Su Chun could control the Kyushu Cauldron because he had the absolute inheritance of Deyu. However, the Yada no Kagami is an unactivated symbol and cannot be manipulated by human hands. Furthermore, the Foot Basin Chicken is not a deity. How would they know in advance where the Huaxia symbol would appear? If they truly had such prophetic abilities, they would never have allowed Su Chun to appear earlier. Huaxia would have had no chance to activate the Kyushu Cauldron. Why wait until now to engage in these shenanigans? But no matter how one looks at it, this matter seems to have been deliberately manipulated. If not by the Foot Basin Chicken, then Su Chun remained silent for a long time, his gaze flickering as he pondered something unknown. Li Shuhua observed and spoke directly. Mr. Su, your insights and knowledge far exceed ours. If you have something to say, please feel free to express it. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Su, since this matter is not the doing of the Jiao Penji, who do you think could be responsible? Who else possesses such capabilities? Su Chun slightly lifted his eyelids, glancing at the two before hesitantly replying. I do have some thoughts, I will share them, and you can listen for now. As for whether I can convince you, we will analyze it together after I finish speaking. Seeing the two nod, Su Chun turned his gaze to the scattered fragments and slowly began to speak. This mirror, the Yada no Kagami, is one of the 3 supreme artifacts of the Sakura. For a long time it has been a symbol of the Emperor's authority. However, if we delve deeper, the Yada no Kagami does not belong to any particular emperor, nor does it solely represent any specific ancestor of the Sakura. The significance of the 3 artifacts exists entirely to highlight that the Emperor's authority is conferred by the divine. Thus, in my view, the Yada no Kagami cannot be considered a symbol of an ancestor at all. Li Shuhua furrowed his brows deep in thought. He had never heard of the Yada no Kagami before, and he couldn't understand how Su Chun knew all this. Even if the ancestors of Huaxia were to send a dream, would it really require an introduction to the culture and customs of the Sakura? How idle is that? Yet he trusted Su Chun. Especially at this moment, Su Chun was certainly not one to speak recklessly. Since he spoke with such conviction, Mr. Su, are you implying that even if the Yada no Kagami fell into the hands of the Sakura, the Jiao Penji would still be unable to activate it, let alone summon the ancestral apparitions? But if that is the case, what is the significance of the Yada no Kagami's appearance? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression suddenly twitched. Do you think this Yada no Kagami might have appeared specifically to target us? Otherwise, releasing an unactivatable symbol for no reason would serve no purpose at all. Li Shua's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Zhu Yuanzhang. No way. Did we not analyze before that the appearance of ancestral symbols likely involves a certain force? If this force allows the Huaxia symbols to manifest, why would it also release the Yada no Kagami to clash with them? Isn't that redundant? Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing that the two had fallen silent, Su Chun continued, Li Laoyu is correct, but General Zhu's analysis also has its merits. Since we are all just speculating now, why not be bolder? What if we assume that the power controlling the manifestation of ancestral symbols is not singular, but rather consists of many forces? What if these forces are divided into factions and are in competition with one another? Wouldn't that explain everything? Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang and Li Shuhua looking confused, Su Chun took a deep breath and asked, in the mythological system of the Sakura, there is a deity called Amaterasu Amakami. Li Laoyu should have heard of it, right? Li Shuhua came back to his senses and nodded quickly. Yes, Amaterasu Amakami, also known as the Great Goddess of the Sun, is one of the 3 main deities in Sakura mythology. She is revered as the ancestor of the Sakura royal family, hence called the Imperial Ancestor, and is also the supreme deity of Shinto. As he spoke, Li Shua's gaze became somewhat peculiar. Why did Mr. Su suddenly ask this? Su Chun smiled and pointed again at the fragments of the bronze mirror. What if I told you that in the mythological system of the Sakura, the Yada no Kagami is actually the embodiment of Amaterasu Amakami? Would you believe it? What? Upon hearing this, not only did Li Shuhua freeze again, but even Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback. Mr. Su, you can't possibly mean that the force controlling the Yada no Kagami to strike against the Huaxia symbols is actually the work of the Sakura deities, right? Is that a bit far-fetched? Xiao Su, all these myths and legends are fabricated. The Jiao Penji royal family concocted these myths merely to convince the populace that they are descendants of the divine in order to secure their own position. You believe in such nonsense? Su Chun did not rush to respond, waiting for the two to calm down before continuing. As I mentioned earlier, I will share my thoughts, and you can listen for now. As for whether it is reasonable, we can analyze it together later. After saying this, Su Chun took a couple of steps forward and spoke in a serious tone. Every nation's mythology is artificially constructed. I share this view with General Zhu. However, while myths may be fabricated, the deities within them are not necessarily so. Perhaps you are unaware, but our Huaxia mythological system is not inferior to those of other nations that yet many of our Huaxia deities are transformed from humans and not merely imagined out of thin air. But since you haven't heard of these deities, I want to elaborate further. Let us talk about something more tangible. Emperor Yu of the Xia dynasty, both of you have seen him in person, right? 4,000 years ago, he was indeed a living person. There is no doubt about that, is there? However, previously, even if it was just a remnant soul of you with merely a glance, he suppressed all foreign awakeners within Huaxia, stripping them of their bloodline powers. What do you think is the difference between this and the gods and legends? Gods may have been human once. Humans can also become gods. Those ancient ancestors may now exist like deities. In other words, the power behind the manipulation of ancestral symbols descending into the world may very well be these ancestors themselves. Zhu Yuanzheng and Li Shuhua exchanged glances, unable to speak for a while. Yet Su Qin's eyes grew increasingly bright, as if touching the edge of some great secret. If this assumption holds, then everything makes sense. Previously you mentioned that a great calamity is approaching and the entire world will be plunged into suffering. Though we are unclear about the nature of this great calamity, surely the ancestors of various civilizations will not stand idly by. Perhaps due to certain reasons, or perhaps the ancestors who became deities are too powerful to truly descend into this world. Thus they would send down symbols to enhance the strength of their descendants, aiding them in overcoming calamities. Additionally, this world has its own rules. Only during specific windows of time can the descent of symbols occur without disrupting the normal functioning of the world. This is why symbols from all over the world manifest simultaneously. What resides within the ancestral symbols should merely be a fragment of consciousness split off from these ancestors. Their true forms, their souls, are in another unknowable place, observing everything. These ancestors, hailing from different civilizations, would naturally form different factions. Each faction's ancestors not only wish for their descendants to survive the calamity, but also hope to seize this opportunity to surpass other factions. I do not know if the Yata no Kagami is truly related to Amaterasu Amakami, but it is certainly connected to the ancestors of the Sakura. This matter the Jiao Penji indeed lacks the capability to accomplish, yet their ancestors can. After hearing Su Chun, Li Shuhua sucked in several cold breaths. The departed ancestors had become something like gods, and the ones steering the descent of the ancestor emblem were those very ancestors themselves. Such words were staggeringly implausible, scarcely believable. Yet the facts lay plainly before them. If not for the intervention of the Yinghua ancestor, who would command the Ba Ji Jing to strike at the Huaxia emblem, who even possessed such power. Once every impossibility was ruled out, whatever remained, no matter how incredible, had to be the truth. Su Qin's conjecture sounded absurd, but it was the only explanation that fitted the facts. Still, the thought that in the unseen, countless godlike ancestors were watching Huaxia. Perhaps even now their gaze was fixed upon him. Li Shuhua felt a chill run down his spine, his legs went weak. Zhu Yuanzheng's expression was equally striking. As a Huaxia soldier, he had long been a staunch materialist, yet the recent events had shattered his convictions again and again. If what Su Qin suggested were true, then over the ages of the worlds turning, the number of ancestors spawned by each civilization would be astronomical. If all those near-divine ancestors acted together, what catastrophe would follow? A war of gods. If that came to pass, the world might be destroyed outright, without ever reaching some grander tribulation. You two needn't worry so much. Su Qin read the expressions on Zhu Yuanzheng and Li Shuhua's faces, and even if my hypothesis is correct, it shows that the ancestors of great civilizations cannot directly intervene in this world. Otherwise, the progenitors of the Jiao Penji could simply attack Huaxiao outright. Why bother crafting a Ba Ji Jing to target the Huaxiao emblem? Moreover, there is a window for an ancestor emblem to manifest. Once that window closes, whether it be the Jiao Penji's ancestor or any deity, they can only look on helplessly. Therefore, our urgent task is to recover the Huaxia emblem. The rest can wait. Dwelling on it now achieves nothing. In the boundless dim void, several towering silhouettes, 10,000 zhang tall, hovered. Each figure was swathed in innumerable auroral lights, hiding its true visage. But their gazes pierced the dazzling radiance like shafts of light, all fixed on the same direction. Such discernment. Our burning of the remnant souls to bring him here was not in vain. One silhouette slowly spoke. Its voice was like 1,000 thunderclaps, sending ripples across the surrounding void. Calm in the face of terror, uniquely perceptive. Though this child is young, there is a measure of his past life's bearing. With the six paths shattered, he alone succeeded in reincarnation among myriad worlds. Naturally, he stands apart. Alas, the old gods will awaken, the six paths vanish. We have been unable to reincarnate for millennia or return to our homeland. I confess to envying him a little. Fellow beings, Tianzhao has broken its pact. How shall we deal with this? We cannot be lenient. Tianzhao breached the agreement. It must be eradicated. Other silhouettes spoke in turn like successive thunderclaps. The entire void trembled violently, fissures appearing across space. What are we then? If we intervene personally, would that not be a gross injustice? One figure raised a hand and made a gentle gesture. Instantly, the surrounding aurora spread, enveloping nearby starfields, and the collapsing void began to mend. Let's see you handle this matter. The child now bears Cuyu's legacy. It is most fitting that he act. With that, the figure withdrew its hand and fell back into the host. Tianzhao's breach is minor. Our greater concern must be the old gods strive to buy more time for Huaxia's descendants. This worldly emblem that has manifested, what is it, and whose is it? A leftward figure asked at once. Chuan Guayushi Qin Emperor Yingzheng. Yingzheng. The central silhouette chuckled softly. That scion was always arrogant, even claiming merits above ours while living, styling himself the first emperor. He was proud, yet undeniably capable. His deeds did much for Huaxia. But alongside his accomplishments there flowed no small measure of a slaughterous temperament. Now that Tianzhao has betrayed the pact and allowed one of his descendants to obtain this ancestral dragon emblem, it seems they have invited their own torment. Li Shuhua and Zhu Yuanzheng hunched forward, their heads pressed together, eyes glued to the computer screen. Moments earlier, Ying Hua had held a press conference. Mr. Su, are you saying the seal in the photograph is our Huaxia's Chuan Guayushi? Li Shuhua's eyes went wide, his face was almost against. Mr. Su, are you saying the seal in the photograph is our Huaxia's Chuan Guayushi? Li Shuhua's eyes went wide, his face was almost against the screen. He longed to reach into the picture and pry the Huaxiao emblem free. It cannot be wrong. Su Chen's eyes shone, his breathing quickened. For inches square, 5 dragons on the knob. Without doubt the Chuan Guayushi. Zhu Yuanzheng shifted his seat, squeezing Li Shuhua aside. Xiao Su, what do the characters beneath the seal say? I cannot make them out. Su Chen answered without hesitation. They are in small seal script from the Qin era. You would not recognize them. Rendered in modern script, the 8 characters read, Shou Ming Yu Tian Ji Shou Yong Chong. It means I have been mandated by heaven. The realm shall endure, long-lived and prosperous. Wait, Mr. Su, did you just say? Qin. Li Shuhua looked up, his eyes ablaze. Su Chen had already told him much of Huaxia's lost history. The Qin, undeniably one of its most vivid and pivotal chapters. And the soul of Qin was the timeless emperor famed as Huaxia's ancestral dragon. If this Chuan Guayushi comes from Qin, then the ancestor it represents. Seeing Li Shuhua's excited gaze, Su Chen nodded decisively. Indeed, if any relic embodies a single figure above all, it is without doubt Yingzheng, the Qin emperor. For Huaxia's unification began with Qin. He conquered the 6 states and unified the realm. Standardized script, standardized vehicles and measures, standardized laws and rights. Thus he brought the world under one rule. His virtue matched the 3 sovereigns, his achievements eclipsed the 5 emperors. He was emperor. Yingzheng was Huaxia's first emperor, the first emperor. This Chuan Guayushi was carved at his command from the Husher. By Yu, it was the symbol of his heavenly mandate and lawful legitimacy. Even after Qin's fall, successive emperors of Huaxia used this seal as the emblem of legitimate sovereign power, revering it as a national treasure. Those who schemed for the throne regarded it as indispensable. To hold it was to be heaven mandated, to lose it was to invite the end of one's mandate. This Chuan Guayushi passed through generations, until in the late Tang Emperor Li Tsongka's family burned themselves at Xuanwu Tower, and the seal vanished from the world, not to reappear. Su Chen recounted the seal's history in one breath, his own excitement barely contained. He had never imagined that Huaxia's second emblem would be the Chuan Guayushi, nor had he expected the second Huaxia ancestor to re-emerge as none other than the timeless emperor, the ancestral dragon of Huaxia. Li Shuhua was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Su Chen. Although he could tell the importance of the imperial jade seal just by its name, it was only after hearing Su Chen's account that he truly understood its significance for Huaxia. Commanded by heaven, may it last forever. This jade seal represents the rightful emperor's position of Huaxia. It symbolizes the supreme power of Huaxia. More importantly, this imperial jade seal was created by Qin Shi Huang. It is the symbol of this eternal emperor. Yet now this imperial jade seal has fallen into the hands of Sakura. To put it harshly, it is equivalent to the supreme authority of Huaxia being controlled by the Foot Basin chicken. The legacy of the ancestral dragon of Huaxia could also fall into the hands of foreign tribes. Who can tolerate this? Who dares to tolerate this? Li Shuhua's face turned blue and white, suddenly screaming and grabbing Zhu Yuanzheng by the collar. No, the imperial jade seal must not fall into the hands of the Foot Basin chicken. Immediately issue a national decree. If not, we must go to war directly. Our navy, our aircraft carriers must set sail immediately, and nuclear weapons all aimed at Sakura. At any cost, we must regain the imperial jade seal. Li Shuhua's eyes turned crimson as if he had gone mad, continuously shouting. Right? There's also the descendants of Dayu. We have 300 million descendants of Dayu. Su Chen, you are the heir of Dayu. All descendants of Dayu listen to you. Quickly give the order, let everyone go to Sakura. to reclaim the Imperial Jade Seal. Zhu Yuanzheng was also shocked to the extreme, barely waking up from Li Shuhua's shouting. "Old Li, can you calm down a bit?" Zhu Yuanzheng reached out, pressing down on the jumping and shouting Li Shuhua. If Xiao Su hadn't said it, who would know that the Imperial Jade Seal is a symbol of Huaxia? Even if we know it now, do we have evidence to prove it? The Foot Basin Chicken now asserts that the Imperial Jade Seal is their second symbol. Do you think they will easily hand it over? Yes. We have 300 million descendants of Dayu not afraid of war with the Foot Basin Chicken. But the current situation is completely different from before when we fought against Haidong. We destroyed Jin Dachang, annihilated the Awakeners of Haidong. That was them initiating the offense. We were in the right. But if we now send Awakeners to aggressively invade Sakura, then we would be the invaders. Do you think those Western forces will stand by it? Do you think those fence-sitters will still stand by our side? At that time, Huaxia will face not just Sakura, but the entire Eurasia, even half of the globe. You know that these countries have always been looking for opportunities to suppress Huaxia. What we are doing now is just giving them a reason. Do you really want to exhaust Huaxia's strength and fight to the death? Fight if we must. What else can we do now? Li Shuhua struggled desperately to break free from Zhu Yuanzheng's hand, shouting in exasperation. That is the Imperial Jade Seal. That is the symbol of Qin Shi Huang. Do you want to watch helplessly as the Foot Basin Chicken awakens our ancestors and obtains the legacy of Qin Shi Huang? By then, even if the descendants of Qin Shi Huang awaken their bloodline, they will still be subject to the Foot Basin Chicken. We, the children of Huaxia, the descendants of the great Qin, will have to obey foreign tribes in the future. Can you accept such a result? Su Qin, do you want to see such a thing happen? Zhu Yuanzheng looked at Li Shuhua. His lips trembled for a long time and finally fell silent. His old friend had always been calm. Even when Haidong pressed relentlessly before, he could still remain composed, even advising himself not to act impulsively. But now this authority in Huaxia's historical circles had completely collapsed. Where was the slightest trace of calmness? However, he understood why Li Shuhua was so out of control. Because even Zhu Yuanzheng himself wished he could immediately march east to reclaim the symbol of Huaxia. But he couldn't do that. Because without justification, openly seizing the symbol of another country would undoubtedly be a major taboo that all nations of the world cannot tolerate. The reason Haidong dared to act against Huaxia before was that for a long time most countries in the world regarded Huaxia as a vassal of Haidong, a land of remnants. Moreover, after a year of inability to activate the Jiuzhou Ding, many people believed that the symbol of Huaxia actually belonged to the ancestors of Haidong. Thus, even if Haidong acted, it would be seen as reclaiming something that originally belonged to them. Other countries would only consider Haidong too aggressive, but there would be little resistance. But now that this matter has fallen on Huaxia, it is different. Because no historical records have ever documented the relationship between ancient Sakura and Huaxia, let alone the matter of Sakura being a vassal of Huaxia. Now that the Imperial Jade Seal is in the waters of Sakura, it is a symbol of Sakura. Huaxia has no public opinion foundation. Furthermore, there is no evidence to prove that the Imperial Jade Seal belongs to Huaxia. If we act rashly, it would be an open seizure of another country's symbol. Today, if Huaxia can seize Sakura, tomorrow it could potentially seize others. Under such psychology, Huaxia would inevitably become a target. Not to mention that Huaxia currently lacks the strength to contend with the entire world. Even if they had, they would be burdened by the flames of war in the future. A prosperous and stable situation would no longer exist. Let alone talk about the rise of nations and the rejuvenation of ethnicities. In fact, with Li Shuhua's insight and sophistication, how could he not understand these? But precisely because he understood, he felt extreme unwillingness, which caused this elder's emotions to completely collapse. Seeing Li Shuhua slowly calm down, Su Chun, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Old Li, General Zhu, although the Imperial Jade Seal has fallen into the hands of the Foot Basin Chicken, but things haven't reached the point of no return yet. Seeing the two looking at him, Su Chun continued. You know about the Imperial Jade Seal and Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng because of me. But how does the Foot Basin Chicken know what the Imperial Jade Seal is and which ancestor it symbolizes? As long as they cannot activate the symbol, then things are not that bad. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzheng immediately nodded. That's right. If Xiao Su hadn't mentioned it, who would know about the Imperial Jade Seal? Who would know about Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng? These things are not recorded in history books, and the Foot Basin Chicken has no way of knowing. As long as they cannot activate the symbol, we don't need to be so anxious. We can think of a way slowly. Old Li, stop being so stubborn. After venting, Li Shuhua gradually calmed down. But his face still looked grim, his brows still furrowed together. While that's true, the Imperial Jade Seal is still in the hands of the Foot Basin Chicken. That is our national treasure, our ancestors' legacy. Better safe than sorry. Su Chen nodded. Old Li is right. The symbol of our ancestors is of utmost importance. Even if the Foot Basin Chicken cannot activate it, it cannot be left in their hands. Because that is disrespectful to our ancestors and a desecration of Huaxia's history. No matter what, we must quickly retrieve the Imperial Jade Seal. Zhu Yuanzheng was taken aback, quickly said, Xiao Su, it's one thing for old Li to be foolish, but you must not act impulsively. If you lead the descendants of Daiyu to attack, that would be equivalent to declaring war on the entire world. Su Chen glanced at Zhu Yuanzhong and said lightly, we will definitely go. But we won't attack. I won't bring a single Huaxiao awakener. You help me arrange it. I want to visit Sakura as the heir of Huaxia. No way. As soon as Su Chen's words fell, Zhu Yuanzhong and Li Shuhua voiced their opposition in unison. Even without stating his intentions, they could guess his plans. He intended to personally head to Sakura and activate the Imperial Seal before the Foot Basin Chicken could. As long as he activated the symbol and awakened the Phantom of Qin Shi Huang, the ownership of the Imperial Seal would be unmistakably clear. This way he could reclaim the ancestral symbol without shedding blood. But while it sounded simple executing, it was far more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Though the number of awakened ones in Sakura wasn't vast, it still numbered in the tens of thousands. Moreover, the ancestors they awakened were the first emperor of Sakura from 1,000 years ago, and their descendants who awakened their lineage were not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the awakened ones from the Foot Basin Chicken were different from those of Haidong. Most of them came from the upper families of Sakura, where their ancestors had gone through countless intermarriages, creating familial ties. If one were to provoke even a single one, it would be like stirring a hornet's nest. Not to mention activating the Imperial Seal in front of the Foot Basin Chicken. It was akin to a Foot Basin Chicken inheritor coming over here and activating the 9 provinces cauldron in front of everyone. This was simply courting death. Zhu Yuanzhong was all too aware of the Foot Basin Chicken's inherent stubbornness and aggression. The other side had now firmly believed that the Imperial Seal was a symbol of Sakura. If Su Chen dared to act recklessly, the Foot Basin Chicken would undoubtedly rush in at the first opportunity to fight back. Being in a foreign land, and all alone, no matter how strong Su Chen was, he would find it difficult to contend against many. Su Chen was now an inheritor, a figure of immense significance to the entire country. Additionally, he was the only one who understood the history that had been lost. If anything were to go wrong, the damage to the nation would far exceed that of a single ancestral symbol. However, Su Chen was resolute in his intentions, and no amount of persuasion from the two would sway him. Given Su Chen's current status, once he became adamant, Zhu Yuanzhong, no matter how unwilling he was, would have no choice but to comply. Since they couldn't stop him, they might as well do it grandly and let the world know. Perhaps this would make the Foot Basin Chicken think twice. Soon news of Su Chen's impending visit to Sakura spread rapidly across the globe. All countries were left bewildered upon hearing this news. The second ancestral symbol had just emerged, and at this moment every country and every inheritor was focusing all their energy on it. Yet this Su Chen chose this moment to visit Sakura. What was he planning? The other countries couldn't comprehend it, and the citizens of Sakura were equally confused. The relationship between the two countries had always been tense, especially after the battle between Su Chen and Haidong. Many citizens of Sakura had become even more hostile. Of course, this did not mean they sympathized with Haidong. Rather, they felt threatened and fearful. In truth, both peoples understood one thing. That was, no matter how harmonious the two countries appeared on the surface, once one side possessed the strength to annihilate the other, they would not hesitate to strike. Sakura, in order to develop itself, had to expand outward. And enslavement, plunder, and occupation were undoubtedly the quickest and most effective methods. Sakura was surrounded by vast oceans on 3 sides. The land to the west became the only option. They had attempted this countless times over the course of several hundred years. Decades ago, they were on the verge of success. And China, after a century, had not forgotten this deeply ingrained hatred. After awakening the Phantom of Daiyu, they even possessed a hint of strength for revenge. However, at such a time, Su Chen not only did not show off to Sakura, but instead visited unexpectedly. Such an action left all of Sakura in astonishment and surprise. Could it be that Su Chen was actively trying to befriend Sakura? Did they not want to give up the prosperous and stable situation, choosing to continue swallowing their pride? With Su Chen's status, even if he were to visit, he should have brought along a large group of awakened ones. Yet he came alone. To the majority of the people in Sakura, this was undoubtedly a gesture of goodwill and an olive branch for peace. The anxious citizens of Sakura suddenly felt a surge of confidence. All major social media platforms were abuzz with discussions about Su Chen's visit. Who cares? Even if there are a million awakened ones, what does it matter? They have no courage to confront us, Sakura. As an inheritor, he actually visits Sakura alone. What does this represent? It signifies their submission to us. Sakura is indeed. Our great river nation is undoubtedly the most outstanding nation in the world. Our awakened ones of Sakura are all direct descendants of the divine martial emperor. The nobility of their bloodline is beyond their comparison. But this Su Chen is not researching his own symbol, yet he comes to Sakura at this time. It is rather strange. You don't know? I heard their second symbol shattered upon landing, so even if they wanted to study it, they couldn't. What? Is this true? You're not making this up, are you? I searched online, and it seems there really is such a thing. When their symbol fell, some pieces landed in residential areas, and someone took photos and posted them online. They are fragments, so they are likely genuine. Now most countries have announced their second symbol, but they have not, so it seems it is true. That's what it is. No wonder Su Chun took the initiative to befriend us at this time. It turns out it was like this. They are afraid. That's why they rushed to seek peace. Haha, this truly is a forsaken land. Our Sakura is the nation favored by the gods. The Great River Nation is the best in the world. The day of the Holy War's revival is not far off. Su Chen's visit stirred up a storm in Sakura. However, the citizens of the country felt confused and puzzled. As the inheritor of Daiyu, every move Su Chun made represented the nation and millions of descendants of Daiyu. His sudden visit to Sakura without bringing a single awakened one was to many an utterly incomprehensible act. Despite Zhu Yuanzhang's immediate efforts to seal off news about the Yada Mirror, the range of falling fragments was too wide, making it inevitable that some information would leak. At this time, rumors about the second symbol being shattered had already begun circulating online. Coupled with Su Chen's sudden visit to Sakura, everyone's hearts were in a state of suspense. Could the rumors online be true? Was Su Chen's visit aimed at seeking peace? If this were in the past, many would have lost their rationality, resorting to insults or even obstructing Su Chen's visit to Sakura. For any Chinese person, bowing to the foot basin chicken was utterly intolerable. Moreover, Su Chun represented the entire nation. However, now, even if their hearts were anxious, confused, or angry, the vast majority still maintained their composure. Because they had witnessed the Battle of Binhai, they believed that within Su Chen's chest burned a passionate heart. As long as this heart continued to beat, Su Chen would not do anything that would harm the dignity of the nation or hurt the sentiments of the people. Su Chun earned the respect of 14 billion Chinese people through his actions. At this moment, every Chinese individual chose to grant Su Chen their unconditional trust. Qin Clan Ancestral Hall. An elderly man appearing to be in his 80s or 90s sat in the center of the hall. Despite his gaunt face and wrinkled skin, his eyes remained clear and bright. Qin Clan Ancestral Hall. An elderly man appearing to be in his 80s or 90s sat in the center of the hall. Despite his gaunt face and wrinkled skin, his eyes remained clear and bright. Are you ready? The old man slightly lifted his eyelids and glanced outside, softly inquiring. A middle-aged man in a suit quickly bowed in response. Everything is prepared, great-grandfather. Good. The old man nodded slightly, his gaze falling upon a Sisyphus wood tea table beside him. On it lay a photograph prominently featuring the imperial seal of the nation, reported by Sakura. Taking a deep breath, the old man suppressed the excitement within him. The Qin clan was a prestigious family in northwest Huaxia. However, the entire Qin clan genealogy could only be traced back approximately 300 years. All members of the Qin clan were unaware of their origins or where their roots lay. However, in the passed-down Qin clan genealogy, the first few pages were filled with bizarre characters that were completely unintelligible. After several generations of Qin clan members studied it, they finally confirmed it was written by their ancestors, yet no one knew what it actually said. Over the years, they searched everywhere for historical records, hoping to discover similar characters, but ultimately found nothing. However, just a day prior, after Sakura released the photograph of the imperial seal, the Qin clan members were astonished to find that the characters on the seal were identical to those in the Qin clan genealogy. What did this signify? This symbolized that the Sakura emblem was clearly an artifact of the Qin ancestors. Could it be that the Qin clan was indeed descendants of Sakura? The roots they had been desperately searching for turned out to be that small island across the ocean. The Qin clan members could not tolerate this and fundamentally did not believe such a claim. Not long ago, the news of Su Chun visiting Sakura suddenly spread. To outsiders, it might seem puzzling. However, the Qin clan members instantly awakened to the reality. Since Su Chun could recognize the Jiuzhou Ding, he surely also recognized the artifact of the Qin ancestors. At this time, his visit to Sakura was most likely for this stamp. Although the Qin clan members did not know what the artifact was or which ancestor it belonged to, they also had no idea why the items of the Qin ancestors would appear in Sakura. But the ancestors' artifacts had fallen into the hands of enemies. The remnants of their ancestors were controlled by foreign tribes. This was absolutely something the descendants of the Qin clan could not tolerate. Su Chun went to Sakura alone to retrieve our Qin ancestors' artifact. As descendants of the Qin clan, how could we sit idly by? The old man leaned on his cane, stood up, and walked tremulously to the entrance of the hall, looking out at the dense crowd outside. All Qin clan members immediately head to Sakura. We must protect the inheritor of Huaxia. We must welcome back our ancestors. Not long ago, the clan name may not have been so significant to many Chinese people. But now the clan name represented more than just a title passed down from our forefathers. It represented bloodlines. It represented origins. It represented shared ancestors. The emergence of ancestral symbols made the clansmen of the same surname in Huaxia closer and more united. Tens of thousands of Qin clan members began to head to Sakura in various ways. Although they did not know what they could do, they understood they could not do nothing. On the third day after Su Chun announced his visit to Sakura, a private jet finally took off from Huaxia heading to Sakura's Chintian International Airport. The airport in Sakura had long been prepared. Regardless of whether Su Chen's purpose for this trip was to seek goodwill or peace, his identity was after all that of the inheritor of Huaxia. He held within his grasp millions of descendants of Daiyu. Therefore, no matter what the necessary formalities must be properly observed. From the tarmac, a large red carpet had already been laid out. A ceremonial guard stood ready on both sides. Countless media personnel filled the airport inside and out. All cameras were focused on the runway, broadcasting live images to the world. Finally, with a deep rumble echoing from the sky, a passenger plane gradually came into view, slowly descending and finally landing on the runway. As the cabin door opened and Su Chen's figure appeared, the Sakura citizens erupted in thunderous cheers. However, their cheers were not for Su Chun, but for themselves. Citizens of other countries also looked on in disbelief, not expecting Su Chun to truly go to Sakura. The animosity between Huaxia and Sakura was known worldwide. To everyone it seemed that no matter what Su Chun intended to do, it would not have much effect. When Sakura had the strength to strike against Huaxia again, they would never hesitate even a bit because of his goodwill visit today. Moreover, Sakura's attitude at this moment seemed to confirm this point. According to etiquette, after Su Chun exited the cabin, the Sakura inheritor should have come forward to greet him. However, until Su Chun stepped off the plane and stood on the red carpet, the Sakura inheritor Nit Yoshihiro remained motionless several dozen meters away. He was observing. His thoughts differed significantly from those of the vast majority of Sakura citizens. He did not believe Su Chun would come to offer goodwill and peace at such a time. Because he was also an inheritor, he understood what it meant for an inheritor to a country. Even if the second symbol of Huaxia were to break, they still possessed a terrifying number of descendants of Daiyu. At this time, it was impossible and entirely unnecessary to bow to Sakura. Under such circumstances, Su Chun coming alone raised suspicions about his intentions. But the other party sent an official letter and publicized it under the guise of a visit, making it known to the world. Even if he doubted Su Chun's motives, he had no way to refuse. Because once he refused, it would mean that Sakura feared Su Chun. For several nights, Nita Yoshihiro could not sleep, constantly pondering what Su Chun's true purpose was. What troubled him even more was that after Sakura obtained the Imperial Seal, national history experts had studied it day and night for 3 days, yet could find no clues. Let alone activating the symbol, even the 8 characters beneath the stamp could not be deciphered. The second symbol had not yet been activated, and the Huaxiao inheritor suddenly appeared. In his view, no matter how strong the security measures, it was more reassuring to have it under his own watch. Upon witnessing Su Chun exit the cabin, he saw that aside. In his view, no matter how strong the security measures, it was more reassuring to have it under his own watch. Upon witnessing Su Chun exit the cabin, he saw that aside from staff, no other awakened individuals were present. Nit Yoshihiro finally felt half of his anxiety lift. Thousands of awakened individuals from Sakura had already gathered in the Chiyo region on standby at any moment. Su Chun was now alone, and no matter how strong he was, he could not stir up much trouble. As Su Chun stepped off the plane, his gaze subtly fell on a follower behind Nita Yoshihiro. Outwardly, he appeared to be a burly bodyguard. However, in Su Chun's eyes, it was easy to discern that he was an awakened individual. Yet what truly captivated Su Chun's attention was not this person, but rather a black briefcase in his hand. A familiar aura emanated from the briefcase, instantly seizing Su Chun's nerves. It felt as if he had heard some kind of summons. This sensation was precisely the same as when he first encountered the Jojo Ding. However, this aura did not possess the ancient and weathered feel of the Jojo Ding. Instead, it was filled with the might of emperors and a sense of slaughter. In a daze, Su Chun seemed to see millions of Qin soldiers waving their banners and shouting, as if witnessing a towering figure commanding thousands of troops. In just a moment, Su Chun had already concluded. What was in the briefcase was undoubtedly the Imperial Seal. He had initially thought that after landing he would have to maneuver around the opposition before having a chance to approach the Imperial Seal. To his surprise, as soon as he got off the plane, the other party had proactively brought it to him. How considerate. Outside Chintian Airport, Sakura petals danced in the air, blending into the illusions before Su Chun. The splendid petals rose with the wind, falling among countless Qin flags, landing at the feet of that towering figure. At this moment, Su Chun suddenly recalled a phrase he had seen online. When the Qin flags fill the world, I will accompany the first emperor to admire the cherry blossoms. This line, originally belonging to a fantasy novel, today it was likely to become a reality. The corners of Su Chun's mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. He looked towards Nita Yoshihiro from a distance and loudly declared, "Would you like to hear a story? A story about a great dynasty called the Qin." As Yamada Jinxiong's heart momentarily relaxed, he was about to step forward to meet Su Chun. Upon hearing those words, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. A story? What story could possibly be told at this moment? Is this kid a fool? Yamada Jinxiong was utterly confused, unsure if he had misheard or if Su Chun was the one with issues. The journalists inside and outside the airport along with countless citizens of Sakura wore expressions of bewilderment, unable to comprehend what Su Chun was attempting to do. He had made such a grand entrance from afar. And yet upon disembarking he asked others if they wanted to hear a story. Had he lost his mind? However, Su Chun paid no attention to these people and spoke loudly. During the Western Zhou dynasty, a tribe with the surname Ing was punished as slaves due to their involvement in a rebellion and was forced to migrate westward. Ancestral figure Qin Fizi of this tribe, due to his merit in horse breeding, was later granted the title of vassal. From then on, the Qin people served the Zhou royal family in horse breeding and defended the border against the Western Rome. In 770 BC, due to his contributions in escorting King Ping of Zhou's eastward migration, Duke Xiang of Qin was conferred the title of a feudal lord with the land west of Qishan as his fief. Thus, this tribe, originally composed of slave horsemen, officially became a regional lord. The Qin often engaged in battles against the Western Rome, with several kings losing their lives on the battlefield, yet this also forged the Qin's reputation as formidable warriors. During the reign of Duke Mu of Qin, the Qin state conquered 12 Western Rome nations, expanding its territory by over 1,000 miles, eventually becoming one of the 4 great powers of the spring and autumn period. Under Duke Xiao of Qin, Xiangyang's reforms greatly enhanced the state's strength, allowing Qin to overshadow the other nations and gaze down upon the world. Standing tall, Su Chun spoke eloquently. Yet everyone present was left in a daze, completely oblivious. What is the Qin state? What does BC mean? The things Su Chun spoke of were completely alien to those present. A commotion erupted inside and outside the airport. Citizens from other countries watching the live broadcast also wondered if Su Chun had gone mad, suddenly rambling nonsensically. However, amidst the bustling crowd, there were some whose expressions told a different story. They trembled, their eyes reddening. Their gazes were filled with excitement, disbelief. These people were the descendants of the Qin clan who had rushed in from various parts of Huaxia. Though they had never heard of these tales before, they understood that what Su Chun was discussing was the origin of the Qin clan, their ancestors. So it turns out, our Qin clan once established a powerful nation. So it turns out, our ancestors of the Qin clan once dominated the world. Yamada Jinxiong frowned, his eyes flickering as he watched Su Chun. He considered stepping forward to stop Su Chun, but hesitated and remained still. Su Chun represented Huaxia. His bizarre actions and nonsensical words at this moment were also a disgrace to Huaxia. As a bearer of Sakura's legacy, Yamada Jinxiong naturally welcomed this. Su Chun paused for a moment, his gaze refocusing on the suitcase behind Yamada Jinxiong. His previously passionate tone rose once more. In 259 BC, the son of King Zhuangxiang of Qin was born and named Zheng. At 6 he returned to Qin, and at 13 he ascended the throne. With his youthful body he quelled internal strife and seized power for himself. During his 37 years of reign, he avenged the legacy of his 6 predecessors, annihilating the 6 states of Han, Zhao Wei, Chu Yin, and Qi. He led the elite soldiers of the Great Qin, striking the Xiongnu to the north and conquering the 100 Yu to the south. He expanded the territories of Huaxia. He established the 3 dukes and 9 ministers, abolished feudalism, and established commanderies and counties, unifying the world and ending the chaos of feudal lords. He constructed the Lingxiu Canal and dredged the waterways, creating thousands of acres of fertile land for Great Qin, ensuring the people had food to eat. With the same will gauge, unified writing, and shared moral codes. From then on, the world belonged to Qin, and all past events belonged to the Qin people. The unification of the world began with Ing. The unification of Huaxia began with Zheng. With virtue comparable to the 3 sovereigns and achievements surpassing the 5 emperors. The name of the first emperor has since spread far and wide. At this point, Su Chun suddenly brought his hands together and bowed deeply. The Great Qin shall never perish. The ancestral dragon shall forever exist. Even in foreign lands, the legacy of the Great Qin must never be reduced to the history of another nation. Even if future generations are unaware, the name of the ancestral dragon must never be associated with the Yamato people. Su Chun, descendant of Huaxia, on behalf of the 1.4 billion descendants of Huaxia, I respectfully invite the Great Qin Emperor, the ancestral dragon of Huaxia, Qin Shi Huang, Ing Zheng. Yamada Jinxiong looked at Su Chun with a cold smile, as if watching a clown's silly performance. But as Su Chun uttered those last 2 words, the smile at the corner of his mouth instantly froze. Boom! A tremendous roar suddenly erupted behind Yamada Jinxiong. A massive wave of energy like a hurricane swept all the surrounding people away. Neither Yamada Jinxiong nor the awakened citizens of Sakura could offer any resistance against this force. Everyone was sent flying like paper, soaring over 100 meters away. In the face of this sudden change, the crowd of onlookers erupted into chaos, screaming in panic. What is happening? Is it a terrorist attack? Su Chun. It must be that Su Chun's doing. He's been rambling on to buy time for a surprise attack. Is he really insane to come to Sakura and attack our inheritor? The scene was filled with shouts and cries, and the people from various countries watching the screen were equally astonished. Everyone had witnessed the earlier scene. Just as Su Chun bowed forward, the spot where Yamada Jin Xiong stood exploded. Anyone would assume it was Su Chen's doing. However, as the dust settled, all the gasps and angry shouts abruptly halted. For where Yamada Jin Xiong had just stood, a gigantic phantom suddenly appeared. The phantom gradually solidified, transforming into a man clad in a black imperial robe towering hundreds of meters tall. An overwhelming and unmatched pressure mixed with the aura of clashing swords and iron horses rapidly spread, engulfing the entire realm. Every Sakura citizen present felt a tightening in their chest, struggling to breathe. Many timid individuals even collapsed to the ground. The intense imperial pressure penetrated screens, affecting the nerves of countless people worldwide. Everyone in front of their screens felt a prickling sensation on their scalp and a sense of unease. In stark contrast, the citizens of Huaxia. Before this, they couldn't fathom why Su Chun had visited Sakura. Could it be that the symbol of Huaxia truly shattered? Did Su Chun really go to bow down to Sakura? Though most people chose to trust Su Chun. But now, looking at that solitary figure, feeling the heavy and dignified imperial aura, the disappointment in everyone's hearts instantly transformed into immense surprise. Qin Shi Huang, Ingzheng, is this our ancestor from Huaxia? Of course, didn't you hear what Su Chun said? This ancestor is the first emperor of Huaxia. That's why he's called the first emperor. My heavens, the great Qin's first emperor, the ancestral dragon of Huaxia. It turns out we have such an impressive ancestor in addition to Diyu. Oh God, I was still a bit critical of Su Chun, but I never expected he would give us such a huge surprise. Hey, 120. Quick, come save me, my heart can't take it. Wait, if Qin Shi Huang is our ancestor, why is he appearing in Sakura? Oh, that's true. What on earth is going on? All the people of Huaxia were both shocked and puzzled at this moment. The news of the second shattered symbol of Huaxia had already spread online for several days. However, the authorities surprisingly remained silent, neither denying nor confirming it. Meanwhile, Su Chen's visit to Sakura had inexplicably awakened an ancestor of Huaxia. Even those who had never heard the name Ingzheng understood from Su Chen's description that this Emperor Qin Shi Huang was undoubtedly a significant ancestor of Huaxia. Why would such an important ancestor choose to awaken in Sakura? This matter seemed off in every way. Inside the Huaxia headquarters, Zhu Yuanzheng and Li Shuhua were watching the screen, both letting out a long sigh of relief. Previously, whether it was Su Chun or them, they believed that Sakura would definitely take great care of the Imperial Seal. Even if they went to Sakura, getting close would be an exceedingly difficult task. Moreover, given Su Chen's identity, even if Sakura appeared polite on the surface, they would undoubtedly be under strict surveillance, taking precautions. Awakening Emperor Qin Shi Huang seemed almost impossible. Yet no matter how impossible it seemed, Su Chun would not allow the Imperial Seal to fall into foreign hands, letting Emperor Qin Shi Huang be recognized as an ancestor by another race. Therefore, as Su Chun set off, Zhu Yuanzheng ordered hundreds of thousands of awakened individuals in the military to be prepared. If Su Chun were in danger, he wouldn't care about the consequences. Even if it meant facing the condemnation and resistance of countless nations, even if it meant becoming enemies with the entire world. He must save Su Chun. But Zhu Yuanzheng never imagined that such a precious imperial seal would actually be carried by Noda Jinshan. After spending 3 sleepless nights preparing contingency plans with a group of advisors, not a single one was used. If it weren't for Noda Jinshan's identity as a successor of Sakura, Zhu Yuanzheng would even suspect that the other party was an insider lurking within Sakura. At Xintian International Airport, everyone was still deeply shocked, unable to extricate themselves. After being sent flying by the shockwave, Noda Jinshan flew over 100 meters and rolled several times on the ground before finally stabilizing himself. What the hell? Noda Jinshan, furious, struggled to get back on his feet. But when he turned around, he was utterly an ancestor's phantom. How is this possible? What on earth is happening? Noda Jinshan's expression was blank, unable to believe what he was seeing. Suddenly his lips twitched as his gaze fixed on the dazzling golden light below the phantom. It was impossible to look directly at it. Yet with the vision of a successor, Noda Jinshan could still see that at the center of the golden light was a seal the size of a fist. The 8 characters Divine Seal. The 8 characters Divine Seal has been activated. Noda Jinshan's face turned from red to white, then from white to green before he immediately locked his gaze on Su Chun. He remembered that it was after Su Chun uttered the last 2 words that the 8 characters Divine Seal suddenly underwent a change. Those 2 words seemed to be hard shock. Noda Jinshan had never heard this name. However, he understood that this must be the ancestor symbolized by the 8 characters Divine Seal. At this moment, Noda Jinshan finally realized. Su Chen's visit was not about making peace or goodwill, but rather for the symbol of Sakura's ancestor. Although he didn't recognize the 8 characters Divine Seal. In his eyes, and in the eyes of all Sakura people, this seal was the second symbol of Sakura. At this moment, Su Chun activated the 8 characters Divine Seal right in front of him, in front of all the Sakura people. For Sakura, this was undoubtedly an unprecedented insult. An intolerable provocation. In the history of the Qin dynasty that Su Chun had recounted, In Noda Jinshun's view, it was completely fabricated. What BC? What Warring States? What the first emperor of Huaxia? These events had never been recorded in any historical books in the world and were utterly unbelievable. Su Chen got off the plane and immediately started spinning a web of lies. He just wanted to claim Sakura's ancestor symbol as his own. He even wanted to say that Sakura's ancestor was a Huaxia person. Noda Jinshun didn't know how Su Chen had learned about the ancestor symbolized by the 8 characters divine seal. However, in his opinion, as long as Su Chen finally said the words hard shock, the 8 characters divine seal would activate. This would make it seem to everyone as if Su Chen's previous lies were true. Insidious, thief, shameless. Having their own symbol shattered, they sought to seize the symbol of Sakura. Do they think I don't exist? Do they think the Great River people are easy to bully? They should have disregarded everything back then and wiped out this inferior country. Hachigayala, as a successor of Huaxia, to fabricate rumors and intend to seize Sakura's symbol is indeed a heinous crime. All awakened individuals of Sakura obey my command and eliminate this person on the spot. Upon hearing Noda Jinshun's order, the awakened individuals of Sakura hidden inside and outside the airport immediately surged out like a swarm of bees. Noda Jinshun's body trembled as the power from the first emperor of Sakura surged upwards. Surrounded by a sea of awakened Sakura individuals from all directions, at this moment many Sakura citizens finally awoke from their shock. As Sakura people, they naturally believed what Noda Jinshun said. The earlier shock turned into a torrent of resentment and anger. Is this Su Chen crazy? He actually wants to steal our symbol. Seize him. This is a crime against Sakura. This is an insult to the Great River people. Kill him. We must kill him. How dare he provoke us? Huaxia must pay for this. The curses and insults filled the airport and spread throughout the entire land of Sakura. Every Sakura person wished they could personally kill Su Chen, tearing him apart. Even the voices of condemnation from other countries rang out. Breaking their own symbol, they come to seize the symbol of another country. What difference does this behavior have from that of a thief? So despicable. I never expected Huaxia to commit such a shameless act. Is there any possibility that this symbol truly belongs to Huaxia? After all, it was Su Chen who activated the symbol and recounted a bunch of unknown history. Impossible. The symbol belongs to whichever country it falls to. This is a universally recognized fact. Exactly. Just like the Queen of the Moonfall Nation, would the Haidong people, after speaking some unknown history, claim the Queen's true name and make her an ancestor of Haidong? Hey, don't say that the Haidong people can really do such things. Shiba, our Haidong is on the verge of disappearing, and you still mock us. Your country is gone, but it wasn't us who did it. If you want to blame someone, blame Huaxia. Ever since Huaxia activated the symbol, peace has eluded us everywhere. We should unite and resist Huaxia. Exactly. If Su Chen can steal Sakura's symbol, he might come to seize ours in the future. This time we must not let him go. Kill Su Chen. Resist Huaxia. For every nation, the symbol of their ancestors is undoubtedly the most precious treasure. To seize the symbols of another country is akin to severing their chance for resurgence. No nation in the world can tolerate such occurrences. At this moment, over 200 countries around the globe are watching, whether they are successors, awakened ones, or ordinary citizens. All regard Su Chen as a villain who has snatched the symbol of cherry blossoms. Meanwhile, the entire Huaxia is engulfed in a wave of denunciation. Undoubtedly, the one who hates Su Chen the most at this moment is Noda Jinshun. The 8-character divine seal is the symbol of the cherry blossoms. Whoever obtains the inheritance of their ancestors should rightfully be him. Yet Su Chen actually activated the symbol in front of him. This is simply too outrageous. At this moment, Noda Jinshun naturally wishes to devour Su Chen alive. However, he still harbors a glimmer of hope within. Although the 8-character divine seal has been activated and the ancestor's phantom has appeared, the inheritance has yet to descend. There is still room for recovery. If he can eliminate Su Chen, the rightful successor could still be himself. Thus, no matter what, Noda Jinshun cannot allow Su Chen to leave the cherry blossoms alive. The opponent is alone while the cherry blossoms have him and tens of thousands of awakened ones. To slay Su Chen seems to Noda Jinshun an assured victory. However, just as they were closing in, the crowd of onlookers suddenly erupted into chaos once again. Hundreds of people suddenly attacked, breaking through the police blockade and charging out of the crowd. And it wasn't just these people. More individuals continuously surged in from outside the airport. With red eyes and gritted teeth, they disregarded the police batons and pressed on even if it meant bleeding. Protect Su Chen. Bring back our ancestor. Su Chen, don't be afraid. The descendants of the Qin family are here to help you. Charge. Even if we die, we must die before our ancestors. The crowd erupted in a chorus of shouts. The figure at the forefront leaped forward, tackling the cherry blossom police, blocking the way to the ground. More descendants of the Qin family surged into the airport like a tide rushing towards the runway. Seeing this scene, Su Chen was filled with astonishment. When he heard the words descendants of the Qin family, he trembled all over and his eyes turned red. In truth, he was not the type to act impulsively. He also understood the significance of his existence to Huaxia. The reason he dared to come to the cherry blossoms alone was that he had his own confidence. He remembered the words spoken by Daiyu. His arrival in this world was not a coincidence. Instead, it was the remnants of Huaxia's ancestor that brought him here. Since they exerted such effort, the ancestors of Huaxia would not easily let him come to harm. As long as he awakens Xingzheng, this ancestor of Huaxia, the eternal emperor, would undoubtedly protect him completely. In the face of the great power of the ancestors, no matter how strong the successor or how many awakened ones there are, they would shine no brighter than stars beneath the scorching sun. However, while Su Chun had planned everything, he never anticipated that the descendants of the Qin family would gather at the cherry blossom spontaneously. At this moment, in a foreign land, facing the bloodthirsty Nidu Jinxiong and the furious awakened ones of the cherry blossoms, the Qin family members showed no signs of fear, charging forward one after another. They wanted to protect Su Chun, to reclaim their ancestral symbol. Perhaps from others' perspectives, the descendants of the Qin family were marching to their deaths, acting recklessly. But knowing it was impossible, yet still proceeding, isn't this precisely the reason Huaxia has stood strong for thousands of years and gradually risen? Brave old Qin, together we face the national peril. Brave old Qin, restore our rivers and mountains. Until the blood runs dry, we will not cease fighting. In a trance, familiar lyrics surged in Su Chen's heart. But knowing it was impossible, yet still proceeding, isn't this precisely the reason Huaxia has stood strong for thousands of years and gradually risen? Brave old Qin, together we face. They share the same blood. They are all Qin people. Baka. Nidu Jinxiong turned to look at the crowd that was surging closer, his expression growing more furious. A bunch of ordinary people dare to come to Huaxia to seek death. Kill. Kill them all. Leave not a single one of these Huaxia people alive. The eyes of the awakened ones from the cherry blossoms were filled with fierce light as they wielded their swords formed from awakened power, wildly swinging them at the charging Qin family members. Let's see who dares. Su Chen's eyes widened in anger as the overwhelming power of inheritance erupted instantly. The golden power of inheritance split into hundreds of streams, crashing out like ocean waves. The hundreds of cherry blossom awakened ones who were swinging their swords suddenly felt a tremendous force, and in the next moment, they were sent flying back. Nidu Jinxiong snorted coldly and pushed forward with both hands. The murky yellow power of inheritance surged out, meeting Su Chen's power of inheritance. Chhchchhch. The clash of the yellow and gold energies emitted a piercing sound akin to metal scraping against metal. In just a breath's time, the two powers of inheritance were nearly exhausted and ceased to exist. Though it appeared evenly matched, Nidu Jinxiong's expression changed. Others could not perceive it, but he could. The power of inheritance he released was nearly twice that of Su Chen's. Yet in the end, they both dissolved simultaneously. This could only mean that Su Chen's power of inheritance was far more refined than his own. However, although Nidu Jinxiong was somewhat surprised, he was not flustered. Now in the cherry blossoms, even if Su Chen is stronger than himself, he has no chance of victory. Continue to kill. You managed to block once, but can you block a second or third time? I want you to witness these Huaxia people being minced before you die. I want the whole world to see that you, a Huaxia successor, cannot even protect your own people. As the butcher's blade of the cherry blossom awakened ones was raised once more, Su Chen snorted in anger, and the power of inheritance surged out once again. But this time, instead of blocking the cherry blossom awakened ones, it extended and wrapped around, pushing the Qin family members who had surrounded him far away. I truly cannot protect these descendants of the Qin family, but their ancestors can. After speaking, Su Chen's gaze turned to the phantom of Xingzheng not far away. Since being summoned, the phantom had remained with its eyes closed like a sculpture. However, this was already within Su Chen's expectations. All ancestral phantoms awakened by other countries appeared thus. Only Huaxia, only Daiyu had once opened his eyes and even taken action personally. If Daiyu could, then Xingzheng could certainly do the same. Su Chen's expression grew serious as he shouted loudly. I unite the 6 nations, the world belongs to one. Building the Great Wall to secure the dragon veins of the 9 provinces, safeguarding my great Qin, protecting my nation. I swear in the name of the first emperor. As long as I exist, I will guard the land and expand the borders, sweeping away the barbarians, securing the foundation of my great Qin for 10,000 generations. Should I perish, my soul shall transform into a dragon's essence, blessing Huaxia for eternity. This oath is witnessed by the sun and moon, the heavens and earth, and heard by all gods and demons. As he spoke, Su Chen's aura surged once more, empowered by the force of inheritance. His voice thundered. This is the vow inscribed on your tombstone. This is your promise to the state of Huaxia and to your descendants. Now, the descendants of the Qin family are facing the blades of foreign tribes. The proof of the rightful lineage of Huaxia is being treated as the possessions of another country. All foreign lands regard you as the ancestor of the Wokou, viewing us as thieves. As Su Chen's words fell, a strange wave suddenly emanated from the phantom of Xingzheng. This wave was imperceptible, yet it penetrated the bodies of everyone present. It sent chills through their hearts, instilling an inexplicable sense of fear. It was as if a slumbering giant dragon was slowly awakening, evoking a feeling of impending doom. I am the first emperor of Qin Zheng. A majestic voice suddenly resounded through heaven and earth. The previously motionless phantom of the first emperor slowly opened its eyes. Its eyes as bright as the full moon gazed down upon the entire land. I am the ancestral dragon of Huaxia. Who dares to insult my name and deceive my descendants? A tremendous pressure instantly swept forth. The surrounding air was filled with howling sounds reminiscent of a dragon's roar. At this moment, the imperial pressure released by Ing Zheng was terrifying beyond measure, 100-fold greater than before. Yamashita Jin Xiong, who was already terrified and at a loss, instantly knelt on the ground, drenched in sweat, unable to even raise his head. If the inheritor was like this, the Sakura Awakeners were even more helpless. The Sakura Awakeners, who were previously filled with murderous intent, now turned pale, their momentum completely dissipated. They could only tremble and crawl on the ground, shaking like chaff. Bloodline suppression. Once again, bloodline suppression. Far away in Huaxia, Zhu Yuanzheng and Li Shuhua, upon witnessing this scene, almost dropped their jaws to the ground. Previously, when Su Chun awakened Diyu, not only were the Awakeners in Huaxia suppressed, but all Awakeners within the borders of Huaxia also knelt down simultaneously, unable to move. Afterwards, the two felt somewhat regretful for not witnessing this grand spectacle with their own eyes. They never expected that such a situation would occur again. However, this time the misfortune befell not Huaxia, but Sakura. Zhu Yuanzheng and Li Shuhua could discern the bloodline suppression, and naturally other countries could see it too. Because of this situation, it had occurred not only between Huaxia and Huadong, but also with the Moonfall Nation. During the Victorian era, many countries around the world were once colonies of the Moonfall Nation. If these countries awakened ancestors from the same period, then, when the Phantom of Victoria appeared, the inheritors and awakeners of these countries would also be simultaneously suppressed. Neither the power of inheritance nor the power of awakening could be used. It was as if slaves facing their master could only kneel in submission, unable to resist. But Sakura and Huaxia had no subordinate relationship at all, did they? In fact, several decades ago, Huaxia had almost been occupied by Sakura. So why would this Qin Shi Huang impose bloodline suppression on the Sakura Awakeners? This simply made no sense. Although it was unfathomable, what most people cared about were still the few words spoken by Qin Shi Huang. Though many people did not understand Chinese and Qin Shi Huang had a bit of an accent after translation, everyone quickly grasped the meaning of those words. The countries that had previously condemned Huaxia were instantly in an uproar. Just moments ago, everyone believed that Huaxia sought to seize the symbol of Sakura. However, now, with the ancestral phantom suddenly awakening and explicitly stating that it was the ancestor of Huaxia, the truth had done a complete 180. No evidence could compare to the direct affirmation from the ancestral phantom. This Qin Shi Huang was clearly the ancestor of Huaxia. That seal was undoubtedly a symbol of Huaxia. Could it be that it was not Huaxia attempting to seize Sakura's symbol, but rather Sakura stole the symbol of Huaxia, prompting Su Qin to come and demand it back? The aimed spears that had originally pointed at Huaxia almost simultaneously turned direction, all targeting Sakura. To all nations in the world, it appeared that Sakura was crying thief while using everyone else as shields, stealing from others, and then accusing the owner of being a thief. Such behavior was undoubtedly more despicable and infuriating. In the face of the accusations and insults from the world, the people of Sakura were all struck as if by lightning, their faces blank. They could not understand. The 8 characters divine seal clearly fell in the Sakura Sea, so why would the summoned figure be an ancestor of Huaxia? Qin Shi Huang slightly lowered his head, his starlight gaze slowly sweeping across. After momentarily pausing on Su Chun and the descendants of the Qin clan, it settled on Yamashita Jin Xiong and others. At this moment, Yamashita Jin Xiong's power of inheritance had been suppressed to a mere dust, shrinking within his body. No matter how he urged it, he could not summon it in the slightest. However, Yamashita Jin Xiong was unwilling to accept this. He was a descendant of the divine martial emperor with the most noble bloodline of Sakura flowing in his veins. Even if Qin Shi Huang truly was the ancestor of Sakura, he would never kneel. Moreover, the other party was now the ancestral figure of Huaxia. Yamashita Jin Xiong let out a low growl, forcing his limbs against the ground, trying to stand up. Under the immense pressure, every bone in his body began to crack and snap. The pain of his muscles tearing almost drove him insane. But his pride in his bloodline, along with the deep-seated stubbornness of the great river people, would not allow him to remain kneeling on the ground. Finally, with all his strength, Yamashita Jin Xiong managed to lift his knee off the ground, his twisted limbs supporting his body. A descendant of a notorious impostor still possesses some backbone. I just wonder if your ancestor can match your resolve. Ing Zheng's expression showed no fluctuation as his gaze shifted away, sweeping around, before lightly flicking his hand, sending a point of black light shooting out. In just a breath's time, the black light inexplicably returned from an unknown source, merging into Ying Zheng's outstretched palm. As the black light dissipated, an object also appeared in Ying Zheng's hand. The statue of the divine martial emperor. With just a glance, all the people of Sakura changed their expressions. The first symbol of Sakura, representing the divine martial emperor, was actually wrapped in the black light. Seeing Qin Shi Huang's hand slightly grasp the revered ancestral symbol, held as the supreme treasure by Sakura, shattered instantly. A phantom floated out from within, landing in front of Ying Zheng. That is the divine martial emperor. Heavens! The divine martial emperor has reappeared. We're saved. We are saved. Countless people of Sakura, unable to grieve for the shattering statue, exclaimed in unison. For the phantom that landed before Ying Zheng was none other than the divine martial emperor, who had appeared a year ago when the statue was activated. Yamashita Jin Xiong desperately lifted his head, looking at the phantom of his ancestor, his bloodshot eyes brimming with excitement. For the phantom that landed before Ying Zheng was none other than the divine martial emperor, who had appeared a year ago when the statue was activated. Yamashita Jin Xiong desperately lifted his head, looking at the phantom of his ancestor, his bloodshot eyes brimming with excitement. He could never compare to even 1/10th of the divine martial emperor. Now that the divine martial emperor had reappeared, he would surely protect these descendants. At that time, whether it was Ying Zheng or Su Chun, they would have to endure the boundless wrath of the divine martial emperor. No, not just them. Even all of Huaxia would face destruction beneath the might of the divine martial emperor. This was the price of provoking Sakura. This was the consequence of angering the great river people. In the excited gaze of Yamashita Jin Xiong, amidst the hopeful eyes of tens of thousands of awakeners and the people of Sakura, the divine martial emperor's legs went weak, and with a thud, he knelt before Qin Shi Huang. Bowing his forehead to the ground, he displayed utmost humility. Guilty. Subject Su Fu pays respects to your majesty. All the people of Sakura felt as if their throats were suddenly gripped, letting out a series of strained low moans. Yamashita Jin Xiong trembled all over, collapsing back to the ground. What is going on? Am I hallucinating? The divine martial emperor didn't even make a move. Why did he kneel to our Dave people uphold etiquette, but this is not the right time. The hopes of all the Cherry Blossom citizens have been shattered by this scene. Every Cherry Blossom person would rather doubt their own eyes than believe that this is real. The people from other countries are equally bewildered, collectively petrified. Even if they are not Cherry Blossom people, they know the significance of the divine martial emperor to their kind. For the divine martial emperor is not merely the ancestor of the Cherry Blossoms. He is also the founder of the Dave people, the commencement of the Cherry Blossom imperial authority. In Cherry Blossom lore, this divine martial emperor is a descendant of the sun goddess Amaterasu. He represents the noble identity of the Cherry Blossom royal family, the son of the divine worshipped by the entire Dave people for countless years. But now, this unparalleled ancestor of the Cherry Blossoms, this first emperor representing the supreme power of the Cherry Blossoms, is actually bowing down with his forehead to the ground at the feet of Qin Shi Huang. At this moment, the divine martial emperor no longer resembles a divine being in the least. He is entirely like a servant facing his master, humiliated to the extreme. This scene is beyond everyone's imagination. Even witnessing it firsthand makes it hard to believe. Almost the entire world fell into silence at that moment, until several minutes later a world-shattering storm began to sweep across the global network. He is entirely like a servant facing his master, humiliated to the extreme. This scene is beyond everyone's imagination. Even witnessing it firsthand, wasn't the divine martial emperor the ancestor of the Cherry Blossoms? Why is he kneeling to the ancestor of Huaxia? Did anyone understand what the divine martial emperor just said? I think I understood. The divine martial emperor wasn't speaking in Cherry Blossom language, but in Huaxia language, something about a guilty minister bowing to the emperor. Your Majesty. The divine martial emperor referred to the Huaxiao emperor as Your Majesty. Could it be that the divine martial emperor is Huaxia's subject? My heavens! If the divine martial emperor is Huaxiao, then the Cherry Blossoms. Discussions from various countries erupted. Everyone has an innate curiosity about the gossip. Moreover, this gossip concerns the history and origins of the Cherry Blossoms. It's an unprecedented super scoop. If the divine martial emperor truly is a subject of Qin Shi Huang, then the entire Cherry Blossom people could be said to be descendants of Huaxia. It should be noted that in the past the Cherry Blossoms have always looked down upon Huaxia. They even referred to Huaxia as the land abandoned by the gods, and those living there as inferior people. But now the once high and mighty Cherry Blossoms suddenly become descendants of Huaxia. Their previous slanders against Huaxia now seem to be an insult to their own ancestors, and also an insult to this. Even novels wouldn't dare to be this absurd. In the face of the current situation, even Su Chun had no psychological preparation. Looking at the submissive divine martial emperor, who didn't even dare to lift his head before Qin Shi Huang, Su Chun couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Others might not know Su Fu, but he knew all too well. This sorcerer from the Qin dynasty could be considered the biggest con artist in Huaxia's history. He falsely claimed to find an elixir of immortality for Qin Shi Huang. He deceived and took vast amounts of gold and silver treasures to sea 3 times. The last time, he even took 3,000 young boys and girls along with numerous skilled craftsmen. In the end, he vanished without a trace. After all this time, it turns out this guy went to the Cherry Blossoms to establish himself as a king. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly realized why the Cherry Blossom ancestors were willing to sacrifice the Yada mirror rather than let the imperial seal fall into Huaxia's hands. Because once Qin Shi Huang is awakened, the Cherry Blossom descendants of Su Fu will all be suppressed by bloodline. At that time, the greatest secret of the Cherry Blossoms will also be revealed. This blow to the Cherry Blossoms will undoubtedly far exceed the significance of a symbol of their ancestors. All the Cherry Blossom people are slowly coming to their senses. Each one is like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, instantly becoming furious, starting to deny and question everything. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The Divine Martial Emperor is the son of the gods. He is the greatest ancestor of the Cherry Blossoms. How could he possibly be related to Huaxia? The true name of the Divine Martial Emperor is Xinhua Ibaraki. He is not Su Fu at all. I don't believe it. This is all fake. This is a trick of Huaxia. Those vile Huaxiao people dare to insult the sacred emperor. But regardless of how the Cherry Blossoms clamored and cursed, the facts before them could no longer be denied. All the countries of the world had already come to terms with it, displaying a posture of watching a joke. Inside the Qintian airport, the towering shadow of Yingzheng, hundreds of meters high, loomed like a giant. Meanwhile, the shadow of the Divine Martial Emperor constantly shrank, eventually becoming no different from an ordinary person. Looking at this con artist from the Qin dynasty who had deceived him, Yingzheng's calm gaze gradually turned cold. The once awe-inspiring imperial aura slowly began to reveal a hint of murderous intent. He is the first emperor of Qin, the supreme ruler of the world. He is the eternal emperor, the ancestral dragon of Huaxia. However, this sorcerer before him not only dared to deceive him 2,000 years ago. Even 2,000 years later, his descendants attempted to seize the imperial seal and slaughter the descendants of the Qin clan. But even with all that hatred, Qin Shi Huang did not utter a single word. Because in his eyes, Su Fu is unworthy. The guilty minister knows his sins are deep. Su Fu seemed to sense Yingzheng's anger, lowering his body even further. The sins of the minister cannot be redeemed, even if I die 100 times. But the minister is already dead and now can only scatter the remnants of his soul to redeem a bit. I only ask your majesty to show mercy and forgive these descendants of mine. Su Fu's voice was full of guilt and fear. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shattered. It transformed into countless points of light, scattering in the air. The Divine Martial Emperor is gone. Everyone stared blankly at the place where Su Fu had disappeared, unable to recover for a long time. And with Su Fu's disappearance, Noda Shinshu and tens of thousands of awakened Cherry Blossom people all convulsed and collapsed to the ground. The power from Su Fu in their blood has completely dissipated, becoming no different from ordinary people. No. Noda Shinshu's eyes turned blood red, letting out a hoarse scream. We are the noble Dave people. We are the descendants of the Sun Goddess. What's Su Fu? It's all fake. He is not our ancestor. We Cherry Blossoms have nothing to do with the lowly Huaxia people. Hearing Noda Shinshu shouting, the remaining sympathy from the world towards the Cherry Blossoms instantly turned into deep disgust. Regardless of who their ancestor was, they are still their ancestors. Poor Su Fu, even before he dissipated, was still thinking of these descendants. He even went so far as to scatter his soul to plead for Qin Shi Huang's forgiveness. But just after Su Fu has disappeared, Noda Shinshu has already disavowed him as an ancestor. Such behavior is truly chilling. But no matter what Noda Shinshu does, it cannot change anything. With Su Fu's disappearance, the Cherry Blossoms have lost their inheritors and all the awakened. What will happen next is entirely in the hands of Qin Shi Huang and Su Chun. All countries looked at the mad NATO Jinxiong, their thoughts varied. Not long ago, when Su Chun arrived alone at Cherry Blossom, almost everyone thought he was there to seek goodwill and peace. Yet in such a short time, so many bizarre changes occurred. The symbol that fell within the Cherry Blossom territory belonged to Huaxia. This was already enough to baffle anyone. It was utterly unexpected that even the first summoned Divine Martial Emperor turned out to be a subject of Huaxia. Now the second symbol of Cherry Blossom was activated by Su Chun. The first ancestors self-destructed their remnant soul and vanished. The Cherry Blossom Awakeners who had aimed to kill Su Chun moments ago suddenly returned to being ordinary people. Is this a bit too absurd? At the airport, Su Chun came back to his senses. Ignoring the crying and wailing NATO Jinxiong, he once again cupped his fists in a salute to the Phantom of Yingzheng. Descendant of Huaxiao, Su Chun pays respect to the first emperor of Qin. Upon hearing Su Chen's call, the scattered descendants of the Qin clan around him abruptly awoke and knelt down in unison. Descendants of the Qin family pays respect to our ancestor. Qin family descendants pays respect to our ancestor. A single sentence brought countless Qin descendants to tears, crying incessantly. Meanwhile, outside the Qin family ancestral hall in northwestern Huaxia, even more people knelt on the ground. The elderly patriarch of the Qin family looked at the phantom of Ying Zheng on the screen, tears streaming down his face. He shook off the hands of his sons and grandsons who were supporting him, trembling as he knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Across the vast expanse of 9600 square kilometers of Huaxia, all Huaxia people were also passionately expressing their inner excitement and joy. So it turns out that Ying Zheng truly is our Huaxia ancestor. The dog-like foot basin chicken stole our symbol and even turned against us. Wow, I never expected that the ancestors of the foot basin chicken would actually be subjects of Ying Zheng. How amazing is that? But if that's the case, does that mean the foot basin is related to us? Hey, you can talk without cursing. Exactly. Did you think before you spoke? Do you want such relatives? A mad dog that bites anyone it sees. Whoever wants to acknowledge it can do so. Anyway, our family has been native Huaxia people for generations, and it has nothing to do with the foot basin. A mad dog that bites anyone it sees. Whoever wants to acknowledge it can do so. Anyway, our family has been native Huaxia people for generations. This power is truly that of an emperor of ancient times. No kidding. Didn't you hear what Su Chen said earlier? This Ying Zheng is our first emperor of Huaxia. How can the foot basin chicken compare? So incredible. This is truly our Huaxia ancestor. Descendants of Huaxiao, pay respect to our ancestor. Descendants of Huaxiao, pay respect to the first emperor. As Ying Zheng's gaze swept over the Qin descendants kneeling on the ground, his majestic and heavy gaze finally softened a bit. You may rise. With a gentle wave of Ying Zheng's hand, the immense ancestral power was instantly released, gently lifting all the Qin clan members. Are you Su Chen? Ying Zheng's gaze slowly shifted to Su Chen. Su Chen's expression turned serious. Indeed, I am the younger generation. Ying Zheng nodded slightly, examining him from head to toe. His gaze was as substantial as if it could see through everything. Yet Su Chen did not flinch at all, standing there with a calm expression. Not bad indeed. No wonder those old fellows were willing to expend so much effort. Upon hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Ying Zheng's words once again confirmed his previous conjecture. Those ancestors who had long passed away were now in some place, and might even know each other. But before Su Chen could ask, Ying Zheng spoke directly. I know what you want to ask, but before that you must answer me too. Su Chen was taken aback. Please speak first, Emperor. Ying Zheng hesitated for a rare moment, waited a few seconds, and then spoke again. After my death, how long did the Qin dynasty last? Su Chen's mouth twitched, his originally calm expression changed. Does the first emperor not know? Ying Zheng snorted softly. Only those old fellows can penetrate the celestial mysteries and witness worldly matters. If I knew, why would I ask you this? Su Chen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately spoke up. In response to the first emperor. After the first emperor fell ill and died in the sand dunes during his tour, Hu Hai ascended to the throne as the second emperor of Qin, and the Qin dynasty lasted only 3 years. What? Ying Zheng's eyes suddenly widened. A terrifying imperial pressure and overwhelming killing intent surged into the sky. Nonsense. I clearly left an edict for Fusu to ascend the throne. How could Hu Hai possibly become emperor? My great Qin dynasty could never perish within 3 years. Do you dare deceive your sovereign? Facing the furious Ying Zheng, the surrounding Qin descendants felt a chill run down their spines. When an emperor is enraged, thousands will fall. Moreover, this was the eternal emperor, the ancestral dragon of Huaxia. Yet Su Chen was already prepared in his heart, immediately stating loudly, what I say is absolutely true. After your majesty ascended to the heavens, you indeed left an edict summoning your son Fusu back to Xianyang to mourn and ascend the throne. However, your majesty did not anticipate that Zhao Gao, the minister of the central vehicle, and Li Si, the chancellor, would conspire to alter the edict supporting Hu Hai to ascend to power. And Fusu was also deceived by the forged edict, committing suicide among the troops in Shangjuan. The empire that had been managed by 7 generations of Qin monarchs began to sound the death knell the moment Hu Hai ascended. If Hu Hai had governed with leniency, allowing the people to rest and recuperate, the Qin dynasty might have lasted a few more years. However, after Hu Hai ascended, the Qin dynasty's punishments became even more numerous and the killings more brutal. Officials began to imitate the harshness of the lower ranks, making governance increasingly ruthless and cruel. In such circumstances, everyone in Qin felt insecure, creating opportunities for the remnants of the 6 states to rise and rebel against Qin. 3 years after your majesty ascended to the heavens, Xiang Ye's army invaded Xianyang and killed Prince Ying of Qin. Thus the Qin dynasty fell. After hearing Su Chen's words, Ying Zheng's immense phantom swayed slightly. Zhao Gao, Li Si, traitorous ministers. They actually dared. How dare they? Looking at Ying Zheng's lost expression, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. The foundation built over 6 generations crumbled to dust just 3 years after his passing. Not just Ying Zheng, even Su Chen found it hard to accept. But history is history. What has happened cannot be changed. Your Majesty, the country and its people do not rely on a single dynasty, but on the entire Huaxia. Though Great Qin has perished, Huaxia still exists. Though the Qin people have died, the descendants of Great Qin still remain. I implore your Majesty to grieve less. The country and its people do not rely on a single dynasty, but on the entire Huaxia. Ying Zheng's lips moved, repeatedly reciting Su Qian's words. His eyes, once consumed by rage, gradually became clearer. You speak well. Though Great Qin has perished, Huaxia still exists. Though I have died unable to ensure the longevity of Great Qin's legacy, I can still guard Huaxia. I can still protect my descendants for generations to come. The words of Qin Shi Huang echoed through the screen, resonating across the entire world. Everyone felt a shiver run down their spine, their hearts filled with shock. Though the Great Qin has perished, Huaxia still endures. Though I have passed away, I can still guard Huaxia. I can still protect my descendants and ensure their glory for generations to come. Is this the spirit of our ancestors of Huaxia? Even knowing that the foundation I built no longer exists, even if my descendants have long forgotten me, as an ancestor, I will still guard this land to protect my own descendants. At this moment, regardless of their nationality, all people felt a deep envy for Huaxia. They envied Huaxia for having an ancestor like Qin Shi Huang. They envied even more the profound bond between Huaxia's ancestors and their descendants. Yet they overlooked that the faith of the Huaxia people has never been in gods, but rather in their forebears. During every festival, the people of Huaxia do not worship deities, but rather the graves of their ancestors. Even the most illiterate villagers possess their own family genealogy, and ancestral tablets are displayed in their halls. Although future generations may not know the name of Qin Shi Huang, within the Qin Ancestral Temple, the uninscribed divine seat of the Qin ancestors still occupies the center, with incense burning day and night. It is precisely because of all this that the Huaxia people have gradually forged an unbreakable bond of blood over thousands of years. Even if there are gaps in history, even as the years change, this bond remains deeply etched in the bones and blood of every Huaxia person. Ying Zheng's gaze fell back upon Su Qian. During my reign, I longed for immortality. But after I returned to the heavens, I came to understand one truth. The immortality of one person does not ensure the eternal existence of the nation. For the country does not depend on the emperor, but on the people, on the masses. Only through benevolent governance can the people live in peace and happiness, and only then will the people be loyal to the Great Qin, ensuring its longevity. However, after unifying the 6 states, I still relied heavily on the legalists, implementing harsh taxes, resulting in the suffering of the people and widespread resentment. In this regard, I, indeed, have committed faults. Su Qian looked at Qin Shi Huang in shock, hardly believing his ears. As a timeless emperor, Ying Zheng had always held himself in high regard. He even claimed to possess the virtues of the 3 sovereigns and the achievements of the 5 emperors. Yet now he was actually admitting his faults before his descendants. This was unimaginable to Su Qian. But soon Su Qian understood. History may be forgotten and future generations may not know. Qin Shi Huang's words were not only for himself, but for all the descendants of Huaxia. As the ancestral dragon of Huaxia, he despised hiding truths or glossing over his own faults. Achievements are achievements and faults are faults. With an open heart, he allowed for judgment. This is the true spirit of a timeless emperor. Reflecting on this, Su Qian was also slightly moved and clasped his fists, saying, Your Majesty, during the campaigns against the 6 states, amidst the flames of war, bandits ran rampant. Only by relying on the legalists could the bandits be deterred, stabilizing the nation. Even after unifying the realm, the Great Qin was not at peace. To the north were the Xiongnu, to the south the Nanyue, to the west the Rongdi, and from 3 sides they surrounded Huaxia like wolves, eyeing the land with malice. Your Majesty had no choice but to campaign far and wide for peace. Naturally, this brought forth the people's grievances. For every campaign depended on the taxes of the people, utilizing the lives of their descendants. The more times Your Majesty campaigned, the heavier the burdens of taxes on the people, leading to more families being torn apart. But peace has always been won through bloodshed. Without the blood of soldiers on the front lines, how could the common people in the rear enjoy tranquility and comfort? This has been an unresolvable issue throughout history. In the eyes of the younger generation, Your Majesty may have had faults, but ultimately it was for the sake of Huaxia's long-term stability. Times have changed, and the Great Qin no longer exists. Yet today's Huaxia still shares the same script, the same tracks, and follows the same principles. Though today's Huaxia is vast, the border defenders still fight with the same spirit as the Qin army of 1,000 years ago, refusing to yield an inch and fighting for every measure. Without Your Majesty, today's Huaxia would certainly not resemble its current form. These are all the legacy and merits of Your Majesty. Su Qian's response was firm and powerful. He was fully aware of Qin Shi Huang's faults. But in the context of that time, within the perspective of the ancients who could have done better than Ying Zheng, to evaluate the ancients with the eyes of the future is inherently unfair. Even if Qin Shi Huang had his faults, just the act of ending the chaos and unifying Huaxia is unparalleled in merit. A timeless emperor indeed deserving of the title. After hearing Su Qian's words, a divine light sparkled in Ing Zheng's eyes. Do you truly believe so? Su Qian stood tall, his expression sincere. In front of your majesty, how could I dare to speak carelessly? Kai. Ing Zheng laughed heartily, all gloom dissipating, his spirit soaring. I never expected that after thousands of years my descendants understand my thoughts better than the Qin people did. Then let me ask you, do you know why I chose to call myself I after ascending the throne? Su Qian pondered for a moment. To many, your majesty refers to yourself as I because of your name. However, I have heard a different interpretation. If I have spoken incorrectly, I hope your majesty will not take offense. Ing Zheng smiled, his gaze towards Su Qian growing increasingly satisfied. The I used 1,000 years ago was not in the form of the later generations. In the time of the Great Qin, the character I was not with the moon radical, but rather with the boat radical. On the right side it was not Guan but Hua. Together it suggests a person standing on a boat, holding a firebrand. I wonder if my interpretation is correct. Well said. Ing Zheng's eyes brimmed with brilliance, exuding a heroic spirit. During the Great Qin, people believed that this character I originated from my governance. I never expected that after thousands of years my descendants could discern the underlying meaning. The reason I chose this character as my title is not to elevate my own name, but to be that person steering the boat, safeguarding the mountains and rivers of the realm, ensuring that Huaxiao would no longer suffer harm from foreign tribes. Upon hearing this question, the bodies of all the people from Huaxia instantly tensed up. Where is Ing Zheng at this moment? The cherry blossoms. This place has left an indelible, painful memory for Huaxia. At this moment, Ing Zheng posed this question in front of the cherry blossoms. How would Su Qian respond? Seeing Su Qian fall silent, Ing Zheng slightly furrowed his brows. Why not speak? Whatever grievances you have, tell me, and I will take charge for you. As soon as this statement was uttered, countless people from Huaxia had tears welling up in their eyes. Su Qian took a deep breath and spoke with a trembling voice. It is not that the younger generation is unwilling to speak, but the suffering that Huaxia has endured in later generations is indeed too difficult to express in words. No words can convey the truth. What? Ing Zheng's brows knitted tighter and tighter. Is it possible that the suffering of Huaxia in later generations is even worse than the calamities caused by the Xiongnu? Well then, since you won't speak, I shall see for myself. With that, Ing Zheng pointed his hand, and a dark light merged into Su Qian's body. In the next moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the Chuntian airport. Images slowly emerged from the crack, constantly changing. With just a glance, many people from Huaxia couldn't help but burst into tears. Countless foreign spectators were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they stood up directly. In those images, the first one showed a huge pit. However, the bottom of the pit was not filled with soil and stones, but with countless common people of Huaxia. The scene changed. Hundreds of emaciated citizens were tied up and kneeling in a row. Behind them, there were even more people lying down. Each of them was headless. The scene changed again. A pregnant woman lay on the ground covered in blood. Beside her was a man who was wailing and crying, holding a bloody piece of flesh in his hands. This is the scene when Jin Lin fell. Su Qian's hoarse voice slowly echoed. The invasion of the cherry blossoms turned the ancient capital of Jin Lin into a hell on earth. 300,000 common people from Huaxia were brutally slaughtered. These beasts did not even spare children and the elderly. This is not just the pain of war, but the evil of beastly nature. As he looked at the images in the crack and listened to Su Qian's words, Ing Zheng's eyes widened continuously until they reached their limit. Countless Huaxia people were already in tears, crying uncontrollably. Damn it, those little devils. I can't help but wish to rush to the cherry blossoms and kill these bastards. In the past, whenever I saw these photos, I would instinctively avoid them. It wasn't that I didn't love my country, it was simply too painful for my heart. I am a Jin Lin person, and when I was in school, the teacher asked us a few questions. At the beginning, the teacher asked how many locals were in the class to stand up. Almost all the students stood up. Then the teacher asked, if your parents are also from Jin Lin, please continue to stand. From the originally full class, at least half sat down. Finally, the teacher asked, if your grandparents are from Jin Lin, please continue to stand. This time, not a single person remained standing. The teacher asked, do you know why this is? On that day, we all cried. We knew the answer, but we couldn't bring ourselves to speak it out. The scenes revealed by Su Qian undoubtedly tore open the most painful scars in the hearts of Huaxia people. Even after decades, the wounds remained fresh and heartbreaking. Just as the entire nation of Huaxia was in mourning, the images above the Chuntian airport changed again. A group of children appeared in the crack. From their appearances, the oldest among these children looked around 17 or 18, while the youngest appeared to be just over 10 years old. They were different from the children who are treasured today. These children were all ragged and dirty. What they held in their hands were not toys, but large knives. These children, at an age when they should have been loved by their parents, took up arms. With their small bodies, they killed over 200 enemies, burned countless enemy supplies, and delayed the invaders' advance. However, they also sacrificed their young lives, ultimately falling in battle. These children had a resounding name, the Jin Lin Orphan Volunteer Army. They avenged their parents with their lives. They repaid the hatred. With a wave of Su Chen's right hand, the crack in midair suddenly darkened. Seconds later, a clarion call suddenly echoed from the crack. This is the charge call. This is the charge call of Huaxia. All the people of Huaxia, with tears in their eyes, stood up uncontrollably. Comrades, charge! For our parents and wives, for our hometown and elders. Let's fight the little devils. The scene in the crack appeared again. Huaxia people wearing straw sandals and coarse clothes raised their large knives and charged forward with a roar. However, waiting for them were the enemy's machine guns. The deafening artillery fire. Bullets rained down like a storm, easily piercing their thin clothes, creating bursts of blood. However, waiting for them were the enemy's machine guns. The deafening artillery fire. Bullets rained down like a storm, easily piercing their thin. Not a single Huaxia person retreated, because behind them were their flesh and blood relatives, their hometown elders. They were the ones they risked their lives to protect. Watching the flames rising to the sky, witnessing countless sons and daughters of Huaxia fall under the guns and cannons of the cherry blossoms, Ing Zheng's eyes twitched and his hands tightened. After his death, he did not enter the cycle of reincarnation, but returned to the heavenly realm. However, as an emperor who among them was not proud and lofty, Ing Zheng was like this, and most other princes were the same. Therefore, even though they were in the heavenly realm, most ancestors of Huaxia had no interaction with each other for thousands of years. Naturally, they could not know about matters after their death. At this moment, witnessing the war scenes from 2,000 years later, the impact on Ing Zheng was unimaginable. Yet what moved Ing Zheng the most were those Huaxia people. From them, Ing Zheng seemed to see the border troops of the Great Qin from thousands of years ago. They shared the same deep-seated hatred for the enemy. For their homeland, they possessed the same determination and spirit of fearlessness in the face of death, standing together in times of national crisis. The scene changed again. In the icy mountains and snowy forests, a man, after running out of ammunition and food, fought alone against the Cherry Blossom Army for 5 whole days. Ultimately outnumbered, he heroically sacrificed himself. After his death, the enemy cruelly severed his head and opened up his body with bayonets. This was because the devils wanted to see how this man who had fought against them for 5 days in the icy wilderness managed to hold on. However, there was not a single grain of food in this man's belly, only cotton tree bark and a resilient heart. A blood-stained letter slowly appeared in the scene. This was the last will left by that Huaxia soldier before his sacrifice. A mere 4 cherry blossom islands can never destroy the power of Huaxia. Though I am just a common man from Huaxia, yet I stand tall at 7 feet. My belief in resisting the Japanese and saving the country is as solid as a rock. Today I have spilled blood for my homeland. That is enough for me. The scene changes again. A faded old photograph appears within the crack. It is a family portrait featuring dozens of people. The courtyard in the background of the photo looks quite grand. In that era, it could be considered a wealthy family. Su Chen looked up and said loudly to Ing Zheng, "Your Majesty, the elderly man in the center is named Dai Wanling." The scene changes again. A faded old photograph appears within the crack. It is a family portrait featuring dozens of people. The courtyard in the background. He used the money to buy weapons and led 57 members of the Dai family to the battlefield. In 6 years, the Dai family killed countless enemies, inciting deep hatred from the Japanese invaders. Tragically, when Dai Wanling turned 67, he fell into enemy hands. Those brutes pinned this elderly man between steel plates, drenched him in gasoline, and set him ablaze. Yet before his death, this old man never begged for mercy. He continued to curse fiercely. The photograph in the crack gradually zoomed in, revealing the faces of everyone before the onlookers. Dai family's eldest son Dai Kajin sacrificed in 1936. Dai family's second son Dai Kajin succumbed to serious injuries in 1939. Dai family's third son Dai Keiji sacrificed in 1937 while trying to save his father. Dai family's fourth son Dai Kaji sacrificed in 1935. Dai family's fifth son Dai Kiyuan sacrificed in 1937. Dai family's sixth son Dai Kajing sacrificed in 1938. Su Chen's voice trembled, nearly choking with emotion. By the end of the war, the once populous Dai family was left with only 2 women and a child. The entire family, numbering in the dozens, was almost completely wiped out in battle, heroically sacrificing themselves. A family so full of loyalty and valor was not unique to the Dai family at that time in Huaxia. Back then, a folk song was popular in Huaxia. The last bowl of rice was used for military rations. The last yard of cloth was made into military uniforms. The last old cotton quilt was laid on a stretcher. The last of the kin was sent to the battlefield. Witnessing these scenes and hearing Su Chen's narration, even the hardest-hearted person couldn't help but shed tears. For all the people of Huaxia, these memories are unforgettable. These individuals should forever be remembered. Millions of commoners, millions of soldiers, 9 out of 10 households had no sons. This is the true portrayal of that era. At home, the wife had just sent off her husband, and had to wipe away her tears to prepare her son's belongings. And these wives, these mothers, many of whom never saw their husbands or children return before their deaths. Zhu Yuanzheng gazed at the images on the screen, trembling, his fists clenched tightly. His grip was so tight that his nails pierced through the skin, crimson blood dripping steadily between his fingers. Yet Zhu Yuanzheng felt nothing, his eyes fixated on the scenes before him. He wanted to remember the faces of these people, to remember their names. This iron-willed man, the backbone of the Huaxiao military at this moment, showed no semblance of his former authority, tears streaming down his cheeks. Li Shuhua, standing beside him, gently patted Zhu Yuanzheng's shoulder, unknowingly mirroring his own expression. It is because of these warriors who sacrificed for their country that Huaxiao enjoys peace today. However, many of these martyrs who shed their blood have left no names behind. In the end, they became unmarked martyrs, graves still guarding the mountains and rivers of Huaxia. Yet it is precisely because of them that countless flames have been ignited in the hearts of the people. It is this painful memory that has inspired future generations to strive hard, building a strong military and a powerful nation, vowing never to let history repeat itself. Long live the Huaxiao nation! As the shouts echoed, the scenes within the crack abruptly changed. Soldiers leaped from high buildings, clutching grenades and explosives. Below, they were surrounded by enemies, countless cannons and machine guns. Yet when faced with despair, not a single soldier chose to surrender. Instead, they transformed alongside the enemy into a blaze of blood and fire. The scene gradually pulled back, revealing a warehouse built by the riverside. On this side of the river, the sound of battle raged on. On the other side, lights shone brightly. The scene changed again. A yellowed notice written with a brush appeared in the frame. To the strong men of Shu County, if we see an elderly person and some pitiful women and children being bullied by a group of robbers, shouldn't our strong men just stand by and watch? If we only act when the danger reaches us, it will be too late. Strong men of Shu, let us head to the front lines. Let us head to the front lines. Upon seeing this notice, countless elderly citizens of Tianfu abruptly stood up. This is the flyer that called for the Sichuan army back then. Oh my! This notice was plastered all over every street and alley in Shu County. The screen gradually darkened as a frail voice began to echo. Before we set out, the commander asked us, "Do you know what you are going to do in this campaign?" We replied, "We know. We will fight the Japanese. But do you understand that fighting can lead to death? Are you afraid?" "Not afraid." "Why are you not afraid?" "Because we want to protect our country. Because we refuse to be enslaved. Because if we die on the battlefield today, our descendants can live on their own land." The old man's voice, tinged with sorrow, gradually faded away. Su Chun took a deep breath, forcefully holding back the tears in his eyes, and spoke loudly. "A man must resolve to venture out of Kuoguan, not to return until the Japanese devils are defeated. It matters not where one is buried, for there are green mountains everywhere in the world." With a single notice back then, 3.5 million Sichuan troops resolutely marched out. Before leaving, they all made a vow to fight to the end, unwavering. As long as the enemy does not withdraw from Huaxiao, the Sichuan army vows not to return to their homeland. This force, composed of Sichuan people, participated in nearly all major battles, guarding nearly 1/5 of Huaxia's territory. The footsteps of the Sichuan army traversed the entire land of Huaxia. Wherever there were enemies, there were their figures. And 640 Sichuan soldiers never returned to their hometowns, never saw their parents again. Su Yan's eyes reflected sorrow, yet his tone remained passionate. At that time, the invaders had machine guns, tanks, and cannons. What did we have? We only had millet and rifles. But the descendants of Huaxia have never flinched because of these. Even if we only had machetes and hoes, we would not hesitate to strike down the invaders. It is because of this spirit that we have defended our nation, our home. September 2nd is a day worth, because on this day the invaders were finally expelled from Huaxia and announced their surrender. But September 18th is a day that the people of Huaxia must forever remember, because this is the day when Huaxia was trampled upon, leaving a mark of shame. These two dates are both in September, merely 10 days apart. Yet the flames of war across the land of Huaxia burned for a full 14 years. Su Chen's gaze swept across the surroundings as if piercing through the screen, landing on everyone. For over 100 years we have endured humiliation more than once. The pain left by our oppressors is far more than just one Sakura. Hearing these words, the inheritors of the Western nations felt a tightness in their hearts. They were well aware of this history. In fact, their museums housed numerous national treasures belonging to Huaxia. However, to them, these were merely old grievances. Moreover, as they were currently in Sakura, they wouldn't quickly turn their blades upon us, would they? Though anxious, these Western inheritors felt no fear. After all, the West has always been interconnected by interests, as if they were one entity. While this might not be apparent in daily life, if Su Chen truly wished to shift the focus onto a certain Western nation, the other nations would certainly not sit idly by. With Huaxia's current strength, dealing with one or two nations would be manageable. However, to confront the entire West, it was clearly insufficient. Yet just as these individuals were pondering, Su Chen's voice rang out again. although many nations have humiliated us over the past century. Today, if you casually ask a Chinese person on the street, he continued, among the countries that have invaded Huaxia, who do you hate the most? I can guarantee you, he declared, the answer from everyone will be the same, and that is Sakura, because the blood feud remains unavenged and the hatred is hard to dissipate. You may not be aware of our history, so today I will enlighten you. In the Qin and Han dynasties, Huaxia's greatest enemy was the Xiongnu. However, they were ultimately annihilated by Wei Qing and Hua Zubing. He stated, during the Five Barbarians' chaos, we eventually returned to the Sui and Tang dynasties. The Khitan and the Song dynasty fought over the Central Plains only to be ended by the Mongols. After the fall of the Yuan dynasty, the Yongle emperor of the Ming dynasty launched 5 expeditions to the northern deserts, becoming the first emperor to be honored as the Wolf's Nest. The previous grievances were also settled thoroughly. Then there's the Qing dynasty, which everyone knows about. Whether it be the Qing army entering the pass or the shaving of heads and braiding of hair, we have now merged into one as descendants of Huaxia. What hatred can possibly remain? After hearing this, the Huaxia populace, still immersed in sorrow, was nearly stunned, forgetting their tears. Qin and Han, Sui and Tang, the Song and Ming dynasties. This was the first time they had heard these names. They were astonished to learn that after the Qin dynasty, there were so many more dynasties. Our history is filled with heroic figures who drove out foreign invaders. But despite their excitement, as Su Qian's voice continued, everyone quickly gathered their thoughts and refocused their attention on the screen. Though the Western invasions caused immense losses to Huaxia, their primary objective was financial gain, not slaughter. Furthermore, several decades ago, we dealt with those nations next door and took our revenge. Only Sakura, he exclaimed. This tiny land, this narrow country. In the time of the Tang dynasty, they stole our culture and dressed like monkeys. During the Ming dynasty, they harassed our coasts and constantly provoked us. In the late Qing dynasty, they took advantage of our troubles and exploited us to the fullest. They are different from other invaders. They seek not only wealth, but also aim for our national extinction. Su Qian's eyes flashed with cold light as he gritted his teeth and continued. Yet even if we were to surrender, Sakura has never apologized or confessed their sins to us. They even deny their misdeeds, constantly stabbing us in the back. We are also born of parents. He shouted. We possess hearts. We possess livers. Old grudges remain and new enmities arise. If we do not hate you, whom shall we hate? As Su Qian spoke with increasing ferocity, the murderous aura surrounding him grew stronger. In Ying Zhang's eyes, Su Qian seemed like a different person entirely. No longer was there the previous lightness and calm. The deep-seated hatred and soaring killing intent even made this ancient emperor who unified the world feel a shiver of fear. At this moment, Ying Zhang's heart was also bleeding. He never imagined that the suffering of Huaxia's descendants far surpassed the calamities wrought by the Xiongnu. With every image that appeared, the heart of this ancestral dragon of Huaxia felt as if it had been brutally stabbed. He had been dead for a millennium with no tears left to shed. Yet this extreme pain still made Ying Zhang's soul tremble, making it difficult for him to maintain the demeanor of a timeless emperor. Meanwhile, Su Qian could no longer concern himself with the feelings of his ancestors. For this was the hatred buried deep within the hearts of 1 billion people. Once it erupts, it cannot be quelled. Su Qian's cold voice continued. Decades have passed, and we still remember this history. He said, to many nations it seems we are merely narrow-minded, clinging to the past. Some even urge us to let go of our hatred and choose forgiveness. I forgive you, my ass. Why don't you go ask the 3000 people of Jinlin if they forgive? Why don't you ask the 3000 villagers of Pingding Mountain if they forgive? Why don't you ask the 2500 souls buried beneath the ruins of the mountain city if they forgive? Ask that child sitting in the ruins wailing and crying if they forgive. Why don't you ask the elderly women who suffered torment in the prime of their lives ask that child sitting in the ruins wailing and crying if they forgive? Why don't you ask the elderly women who suffered torment in the prime of their lives, those who have endured a lifetime of pain, if they forgive? Go ask those martyr graves. Go ask those monuments. Go ask those who have fallen forever to defend it. Ask them if they forgive. National grievances and familial hatred. So numerous they cannot be written down. Forgiveness is simply not an option, let alone the past 90 years. Even if it takes 100 years, 1,000 years, he asserted. We will not forget. We dare not forget. For blood debts can only be repaid in blood. Su Qian's words shook the entire world and struck deep into the hearts of every Huaxia person. Those martyrs who sacrificed their lives for the country. Each cry, each harrowing statistic filled the descendants of Huaxia with heart-wrenching pain, making them feel like they were being cut apart. Su Qian was not wrong. National grievances and familial hatred. A sea of blood and deep-seated vengeance. What forgiveness can there be? Blood debts only blood can repay. These histories, regardless of whether it is 90 years, 100 years, or 1,000 years, the descendants of Huaxia cannot forget. They dare not forget. Su Qian's words ignited the flames of passion in the hearts of all Chinese people. Regardless of age or gender, everyone clenched their fists tightly, their teeth gritted. They wished they could be like their ancestors, wielding steel guns and carrying great blades to avenge the humiliation of China and seek retribution for their compatriots. The Chinese nation has always been innocent and upright. We never embellish our past, nor do we hide our pains and humiliations. We are different from the Eastern Sea. Their national confidence is fabricated. Once the truth is revealed, their people and their nation will lose faith. But we are different. We write our sufferings in books. We turn our humiliations into films and television shows. We never deny the desolation of the late Qing dynasty. We do not conceal the humiliations our nation has suffered. What we value is the shattering of the label of the sick man of East Asia, not the absence of this derogatory term. What we value is giving dignity and closure to the deceased compatriots, not merely viewing 35 million as a number. We remember history and remember our mission, to ensure that history never repeats itself. For the Chinese nation from this moment on shall never again suffer foreign bullying. The Chinese people remain restless. Meanwhile, the world remains enveloped in a prolonged silence. Prior to this, although many countries had heard of the crimes committed by the cherry blossoms against China, and some even retained photographs. But how can those who have not personally experienced suffering truly understand it? To many, war is inherently about. China was not the only one to experience the ravages of war. The battlefields of Europe were equally filled with chaos and countless casualties. They believe that since the cherry blossoms have surrendered for decades and China is gradually rising, they should have long since laid down their hatred and repaired relations. Some even think that China's insistence on the past is merely an attempt to tarnish the image of the cherry blossoms and diminish their standing in the international arena. Thus they seek greater benefits and more power in discourse. But at this moment, after witnessing the images presented by Su Chun and hearing his narration, these individuals finally understood. The hatred of China is pure and untainted. It is not about profit, but rather stems from the heart. Many foreigners could not help but search online for the statistics of post-war China. The answers they found left everyone gasping in shock. Over a span of 14 years, China suffered casualties exceeding 35 million. On average, 1 in every 13 Chinese people perished under the guns of the cherry blossoms. Each cherry blossom soldier had at least 30 lives of Chinese blood on their hands. Those horrific events, these bloody figures, fully reveal that beneath the civilized facade of the cherry blossoms lies a heart of a beast. This hatred and these humiliations have been passed down through generations of Chinese. They have even been written into textbooks, making every Chinese child aware of the calamities their homeland has endured and the immense suffering their ancestors bore. Thus, even if the youth who have not lived through that era bear the weight of national grievances and family hatred deep in their hearts, they will recount these stories to their descendants time and again. No matter how much time passes, no matter how many generations come and go, this deep-seated hatred will never be erased. The cracks above Xintian Airport gradually disappear. Su Chen also ceased his narration, falling into silence. Ing Zheng remained silent, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The oppressive atmosphere enveloped everyone, weighing heavily on their hearts. All the cherry blossoms, however, suddenly awakened. Faced with the images from Xintian Airport, they felt no shame, only rage. In their eyes, Su Chen inexplicably came to the cherry blossoms. First he seized the cherry blossoms' sacred seal, then he took away their ancestors. He even defamed the great divine martial emperor, defiling the noble cherry blossom royal family. The first symbol was destroyed. The heirs and awakeners of the cherry blossoms became ordinary people. Yet Su Chen was not done. He fabricated those images, attempting to tarnish the image of the great river people, damaging the reputation of the cherry blossoms. This is utterly despicable, outrageous, impossible. These things are all fake. It's fabricated. All of it is fabricated. How could we possibly do such things? Slander. Outrageous slander. Baka. We were helping you, you ungrateful lowly people. We cherry blossoms are the greatest nation. We the great river people are the most excellent race. How could we possibly commit such beastly acts? Damn Su Chen slandering us in front of the whole world. He must pay the price. No, not just Su Chen, but all Chinese must pay for what Su Chen has done. Where's our defense arm? Where are our missiles? Kill them. Annihilate them all. All the cherry blossoms had bloodshot eyes, resembling madmen, roaring incessantly. Continuous blows. In front of the whole world, their hypocritical facade was torn away. This so-called noble nation showed no sign of shame. Instead, it provoked the deep-seated paranoia and madness buried in their bones. Whether what Su Chen said was true or false, the cherry blossoms did not care at all. Their national spirit has always been that the strong are revered. Back then, when the Eagle country dropped 2 atomic bombs, the cherry blossoms were thrown into chaos. Now they are still waving flags behind the scenes. In the eyes of the cherry blossoms, the weak should be controlled by the strong. Back then, the cherry blossoms could launch a war of extermination. But now China can absolutely not. What does this represent? It represents that, though now the cherry blossoms have no awakeners left, does Su Chun dare to slaughter civilians in front of the whole world to vent his anger. Times have changed. Back then the cherry blossoms could launch a war of extermination. But now China can absolutely not. What does this represent? It represents that you can never avenge yourselves. Even if you harbor hatred in your hearts. Even if you are unwilling. So what? When the next symbol emerges, we the cherry blossoms can rise again. And you, apart from taking your hatred to the grave, can do nothing else. However, as the cherry blossoms gritted their teeth and continued to roar, a deep and heavy voice suddenly resonated within Chintian Airport. When I was alive, I fought with the might of 6 generations, pacifying the 6 nations. For what purpose? For the sake of unifying the world so that the people would no longer suffer from war. When I was alive, I waged campaigns north and south, driving out foreign invaders. For what purpose? For the sake of a peaceful realm so that the people would no longer be bullied by foreign nations. When I was alive, I ordered the border troops of the Qin dynasty that even if Qin fell, they must not return. Because I understood. The Qin dynasty may perish, but the flame of China must not be extinguished. Ing Zheng, who had remained silent for a long time, finally spoke, but his voice was extremely low. But I never expected that 1,000 years later the calamities from foreign tribes would be more fierce than those of the Huns. I never expected that the descendants of China would suffer even more grievously than the people of the Qin dynasty. I never expected that the land of China would be so ravaged, trampled upon by foreign tribes. I am deeply pained. Ing Zheng's eyes revealed sorrow, his voice low. At this moment the first emperor of Qin had shed the majesty of a timeless sovereign. He was now merely an elder who felt pain for his descendants. He was just an ancestor worried about future generations. I once swore an oath. I shall guard our territory, expand our borders, and sweep away the foreign tribes, establishing the foundation of my Qin for all eternity. If I perish, I shall transform into a dragon's soul, blessing our Huaxia to last forever. I have betrayed my oath. I am ashamed of the name of the ancestor dragon. Hearing these words, Su Chun instantly looked up. 2 gazes separated by a millennium connected at this moment. Su Chun understood Ing Zheng's emotions at this time. But instead of offering comfort, he clasped his hands and asked, "Your Majesty, how do you view those descendants you saw earlier compared to the people of Qin?" Ing Zheng was slightly taken aback, instantly recalling the images from the fissure. The Dai clan who spent their fortune and perished together, shouting, "Long live the Huaxia nation." The young warrior leaping down from the building, relying on tree bark and grass roots to fend off enemies for 5 days. And countless Huaxia descendants brandishing their broadswords, charging at guns and cannons. Scenes unfolded, figures appeared, repeatedly reappearing before Ing Zheng's eyes. The first emperor's gaze flickered, and after a moment of contemplation he said earnestly, "The bravery of the Qin people lies in their achievements and their rewards and punishments. Only thus can they be fearless in death, unmatched in valor. Yet the conflicts of later generations are far more brutal than those in the Qin era. Although I do not understand what those thunderous flames are, I can comprehend their might. If our great Qin possessed these things, it could easily sweep the world. Why must we resort to oppression, exhausting the people and wasting resources? But those descendants you showed me, though they receive no rewards and have no achievements to record, even if they wear tattered clothing and wield farming tools as weapons, they still fight to the death, facing those thunderous flames. They are not afraid of life or death. Even if it costs them their lives, they will slay the foreign enemies. The bravery of these descendants has already surpassed that of the Qin people." Su Chun took a deep breath and nodded, saying, "Your Majesty speaks correctly. The courage of the Qin people lies in military discipline and merit, whereas the courage of Huaxia's later generations lies in protecting their homes and their nation in times of survival and extinction. They do not wish to retreat. They simply cannot retreat. They are not afraid of death. Rather, they fear for the lives of their parents, wives, and children. They fear that their descendants will forever kneel beneath the shadow of foreign tribes." Su Chen's eyes shone brightly, his words sincere and heartfelt as he bowed again. "Each generation has its own mission. Your Majesty's mission is to unify Huaxia and bring the world together. In this regard, Your Majesty accomplished this 2,000 years ago. After Your Majesty's ascension, the land of Huaxia has undergone countless changes. There have been times of peace and prosperity, times of heroes vying for power, and times of turmoil and calamity. But it has never fallen apart again. This is all Your Majesty's merit for Huaxia and the legacy for future generations. The name of the ancestor dragon is well-deserved. Similarly, although Huaxia's later generations have endured great calamities, it is precisely because of the countless ancestors who sacrificed their lives that the later generations cherish this hard-won peace so much. Each generation treads a difficult path, cutting through thorns. Each generation strives for self-improvement, strengthening the military and enriching the nation. Every generation has its own mission. The matters of later generations should naturally be borne by the descendants. Why should Your Majesty feel sorrow and guilt for this?" Su Chen's words stirred countless Huaxiao people who silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, every generation has its own mission. The ancestors established our territory, and now it is our turn to protect it. Without the sacrifices of those before us, how could the later generations enjoy peace? We indeed should take on our own responsibilities. Sigh. Just thinking about how I used to only want to take it easy, I truly want to give myself 2 slaps on the face now. Yes. I used to only complain, but never thought about what contributions I have made. Damn it. Even now those little devils still dare to spew filth online. Damn it. I am filled with anger and have nowhere to vent. Screw them. Zhu Yuanzheng wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, realizing that his feet had lost all sensation. Stumbling back onto the sofa, Zhu Yuanzheng let out a long sigh. Well said. Each generation treads a difficult path, cutting through thorns. Each generation strives for self-improvement, strengthening the military and enriching the nation. Every generation has its own mission. The matters of descendants should be borne by the descendants. How can we blame it on our ancestors? Why do we shout that the strength of youth brings strength to Huaxia? Isn't it because we hope that the children of Huaxia can be self-reliant and stronger with each generation? Yet despite saying this, hearing Ying Zheng's self-reproach and seeing the guilt of this ancestor from 2,000 years ago, Zhu Yuanzheng's heart felt both sour and warm. It was like a child bullied outside returning home to see the caring expression of an elder. This feeling of being cared for and protected by an elder. Zhu Yuanzheng had not experienced this for many years. Li Shuhua walked over and sat beside Zhu Yuanzheng. Old Zhu, don't overthink it. The past cannot be changed by anyone. Now that the symbol of our ancestors has been restored and the first emperor of Qin has awakened, we should quickly contact Su Chun and have him return. Zhu Yuanzheng calmed himself and nodded. Although the resentment of the Huaxia people towards the Sakura had reached its peak at this moment, the inheritors and awakeners on the other side had become ordinary people. Su Chun had also, in front of the whole world, torn away the veil of the Sakura. It was somewhat satisfying. At this moment, Su Chun was in a foreign land surrounded by tens of thousands of Qin clansmen. But one cannot expect these people to truly annihilate the Sakura, can they? Just as Zhu Yuanzheng took out his phone preparing to contact Su Chun, Ying Zheng's voice echoed once more. Hearing your words and seeing the self-reliance of Huaxia's later generations brings me great comfort. But while you as descendants can think this way, I as the ancestor of Huaxia cannot think this way. How can a family elder turn a blind eye and remain indifferent when their own children are bullied by outsiders? Moreover, I have previously stated that for any matter I will take responsibility for you. I am the first emperor of Qin, my word is my bond. How can I break my promise? Ying Zheng looked at Su Chun, the majesty of the timeless emperor once again enveloping him. During the time of Great Qin, I personally issued strict orders: any foreign tribe that disturbs the citizens of Great Qin shall not be accepted, all shall be killed without mercy. I have exhausted the strength of Great Qin to build the Great Wall to protect the mountains and rivers of Huaxia and its people. You are all my descendants. You are all the children of Great Qin. Though I have passed away, I cannot wield my sword against the enemy. But my spirit remains. The Great Wall of Great Qin still stands. The heroic spirits of my Qin army are still here. Today I shall fulfill the vow I made. I shall guard our territory, expand our borders, and sweep away the foreign tribes, establishing the foundation of my Qin for all eternity. If I perish, I shall transform into a dragon's soul, blessing our Huaxia to last forever. All Huaxia descendants, listen. Lift your heads. Straighten your backs. Look at your ancestors as they seek deep vengeance. Eliminate the blood feud. As the first emperor of Qin waved his long sleeves, an endless ancestral power surged forth in an instant like a mighty river rushing to the heavens. From the land of Huaxia, countless black rays suddenly soared from the ground. As if responding to a summons, they surged like a flock of migratory birds rushing towards the Sakura. The clear sky above the airport quickly filled with black rays. Like dark clouds gathering, a thunderous oppressive rumble echoed. The black rays accumulated more and more, pressing lower and lower. Under the anxious gazes of all, they actually coalesced into a formidable and heavy wall, like a divine dragon appearing in the world, spanning the horizon. The Great Wall. Just one glance left Su Chun frozen in place, his eyes filled with astonishment at the majestic ancient city wall in the sky. In the previous world, there was not a single person from Huaxia who was unfamiliar with it, for it is the emblem of Huaxia, a symbol of resilience and unwavering spirit against external foes for thousands of years. For over 1 billion Huaxia people, seeing the Great Wall evokes thoughts of their homeland, a reminder of home. Yet in this world, history is fragmented. Most of Huaxia's awe-inspiring ancient relics have long been buried beneath the dust. He never dreamed that one day he would witness the Great Wall re-emerge in the world. That massive structure stretching across the sky, weathered by time, stands grand and imposing, breathtaking to the point of overwhelming. Su Chun dumbly looked up at the sky, tears uncontrollably streaming from his eyes. This is the true Qin Great Wall. Although it is not as neatly restored as in later times by the Ming dynasty, this wall, primarily built of rammed earth and stone, has protected the land of Huaxia for a millennium. At that moment, no matter where one was just looking up would reveal a long dragon enveloped in thick black clouds swirling in the sky. The air currents roared and howled as they swept over the wall, sounding like a dragon's chant. This scene not only made Su Chun tremble with excitement, it also sent chills down the spines of all Huaxia people, causing them to scream in awe. My heavens! We Huaxia actually still have such a magnificent structure. Did you not hear what our ancestors said? This is called the Great Wall. It was built to fend off foreign tribes. Oh ancestors, how much manpower and resources must have been expended to construct such a massive wall back in the day. This is truly a miracle. Today I finally understand what it means for people to unite as one. This wall has protected the land of Huaxia and its ancestors. This is our true national treasure. Compared to the Great Wall, those so-called sacred shrines of the cherry blossoms are nothing but trash. It's absolutely incredible. I feel like I'm about to combust with excitement. Qin Shi Huang is majestic. Our ancestors are amazing. The emergence of the Great Wall sent the entire Huaxia into a frenzy. Li Shuhua was instantly glued to the screen, his eyes nearly popping out. The Great Wall. This is the Great Wall built by Qin Shi Huang. Li Shuhua's voice was high-pitched as if his throat was being squeezed. As the director of the Huaxia Historical Research Institute, no one was more excited than him at this moment. He longed to touch those rammed earth stones marked by the passage of history. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes were widened to their fullest. He didn't even notice the phone in his hand drop to the ground. It symbolizes a miracle of civilization. Li Shuhua wished he could dive into the screen to witness that magnificent and imposing wall with his own eyes. He longed to touch those rammed earth stones marked by the passage of history. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes were widened to their fullest. He didn't even notice the phone in his hand drop to the ground. The appearance of the Great Wall undoubtedly shocked him. But what startled him even more were the words of Qin Shi Huang from before. Ever since Qin Shi Huang was awakened, Zhu Yuanzhang had been captivated by the might of this ancient emperor. He understood that this emperor, who unified Huaxia, had a completely different character from Du. Du lived in ancient times, concerned with the survival and proliferation of the Huaxia people. On the other hand, Qin Shi Huang was born in chaotic times, focused on stabilizing the realm and warding off foreign chaos. The images that Su Chan previously displayed and the stories he told undoubtedly touched upon the emperor's sensitive spots. They provoked the deepest rage within Qin Shi Huang. At this moment, the Great Wall, which guards Huaxia and defends against foreign enemies, suddenly appeared in cherry blossom. Although he didn't understand what Qin Shi Huang intended to do, it certainly wouldn't be anything good for the chicken in the foot basin. Zhu Yuanzhang's mood was complicated. As a soldier, he had fantasized countless times about trampling on Edo Castle. However, as someone in control of the situation, he had to repeatedly suppress this unrealistic thought. Could it be that today, the thing that generations of Huaxia soldiers have dreamed of accomplishing is about to come true? At this moment, every person's heart in Huaxia was filled with excitement and exhilaration. Yet other countries in the world were dumbfounded by this unbelievable spectacle. Among them, the most panicked was undoubtedly the chicken in the foot basin. What does that hard tremor want to do? Am I seeing things? Why is there a wall flying in the sky? Everyone, don't be afraid. This must be an illusion. You're right. There are so many countries in the world that have awakened ancestors, but I've never heard of any ancestor being able to summon buildings out of thin air. Huaxia is definitely up to some conspiracy. Exactly. Everyone, don't believe it. It's just an illusion. Ridiculous. Do they really think that with these illusions they can make the river nation bow down? After a brief moment of panic, the cherry blossom people quickly calmed down, even finding it somewhat amusing. As the words of the cherry blossom people spread, many other countries suddenly came to the same realization. What the cherry blossom said is not wrong. The ancestors of so many countries around the world, after being awakened, remain with their eyes closed like statues. Only Huaxia. For the first time, Du was awakened, not only speaking, but also effortlessly suppressing all awakened foreigners within Huaxia. And this Qin Shi Huang, when he first appeared, was also like a statue. It is unclear what method Su Chen used to suddenly awaken him. If the first time was luck, then to consecutively awaken the true essence of the ancestors is certainly not a coincidence. Although he couldn't grasp the reason behind it. The fact that both ancestors of Huaxia have awakened is already astonishing enough. If they could also summon such a magnificent building out of thin air, that would be utterly outrageous. Moreover, everyone still remembers clearly the fissures that appeared above Xintian Airport, showcasing images that were not physical. If those images are not tangible, then the wall spanning above Edo Castle must also be an illusion. Just as everyone in the world was convinced that the Great Wall was not real. The Great Wall, continuously merging with the black light, has already stretched for thousands of miles. Compared to when it first manifested, it has become even more substantial and magnificent, to the point of being almost suffocating. Ying Zheng's black imperial robe moved without wind, exuding an overwhelming aura. As long as the Great Wall stands, Huaxia will not perish. Anyone who dares to challenge Huaxia's might, I will never accept surrender, and I will execute without mercy. Ing Zheng's voice resonated like a great bell, shaking the mountains within 100 miles. An even more thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Like the rumble of rolling thunder, it instantly reverberated throughout the entire Cherry Blossom Nation. The Great Wall, originally winding through the sky, began to rapidly descend from the sky as Ing Zheng's voice trailed off. However, witnessing this apocalyptic scene, the vast majority of Cherry Blossom people still bore expressions of disdain. At this very moment, they had already determined that the Great Wall was an illusion. Standing on the street, the Cherry Blossom people did not dodge or retreat, directly pointing at the sky and laughing out loud, displaying their courage and their disdain for Huaxia. However, seconds later, the tallest structure in Edo Castle, the Millennium Tower, was the first to come into contact with the descending Great Wall. Without any resistance, it was instantaneously crushed layer by layer and then collapsed with a deafening crash. Amidst the swirling dust and deafening roars, the Sakura people standing in the streets mocking the heavens had no time to hide their grins. Suddenly, they were suppressed beneath a colossal shadow descending from the sky, reduced to mere flesh and mud. The rumbling continued unabated as the Great Wall, stretching thousands of miles, spiraled down, crashing into the ground in circles. Whether it was the towering buildings or the ancient palaces, everything crumbled at the touch, collapsing within. The entire city of Edo was engulfed by the swirling walls. Between the walls, screams and cries echoed, shaking the heavens. The Sakura people who had been so carefree a moment ago were now utterly shattered. Where was the promised illusion? How had everything turned so real? The Dave people who prided themselves on their valor now resembled mice that had their homes ransacked. They all fled in a panic, dirt-streaked and disheveled. But no matter where they ran, a towering wall blocked their path. Fear, despair, and collapse. In an instant, the entire city of Edo was filled with this chaos. Not long ago, it was the heart of Sakura, a world-renowned international metropolis. Yet in just a mere 10 seconds, this iconic city, the calling card of Sakura, had become a desolate ruin. This scene, reminiscent of an apocalyptic movie, was now happening before the eyes of the entire world, even to those who were not in Edo. All the Sakura people were pale with fear, their bodies trembling. The arrogance and mockery from earlier had flowed away like a warm current. Countries around the world were dumbfounded, unable to believe the scene before them. Oh God, that wall. It's actually real. How is this possible? How is this possible? Heavens! What kind of ancestor did Huaxia awaken? This is too ruthless. Oh my God. One person has suppressed an entire city. Even a god couldn't do that. What the Huaxia ancestor said was true. He really wants to take revenge for his descendants. The entire world was shocked beyond measure by the scene in Edo. Before this moment, not a single person believed that Huaxia would truly take action against the Sakura. But now the truth was laid bare, making disbelief impossible. The Huaxia ancestor had truly taken action. Moreover, it was so ruthless and decisive. Who exactly was this ancestor named Qin Shi Huang? With a single disagreement, he had slaughtered at least hundreds of thousands of Sakura people. This was no mere ancestor. He was simply a demon. At that moment, Su Chun was also in a daze. The terminal building of Xintian Airport had disappeared without a trace. Surrounding the airport for kilometers was all encircled by the Great Wall. Su Chun stood at the center of the Great Wall, unable to see the outside scene. But he could see the towering dust and flames, and hear the piercing screams and cries. At this moment, only two words remained in Su Chen's heart. What the hell? Previously, Ing Zheng had always treated Su Chen kindly, like a benevolent elder, causing Su Chun to forget how this Qin Shi Huang had ascended to the supreme throne of Huaxia. Behind his imperial throne lay mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It was amidst the raging flames of war that he had stepped upon countless skeletons to reach the pinnacle of Huaxia. And in Qin Shi Huang's eyes, there were no rules to abide by, nor did he care about international relations. Whoever dared to bully his descendants, he would annihilate. It was that simple and domineering. He had no modern man's concerns at all. At that moment, Ing Zheng was indeed the Qin Shi Huang, who conquered the 6 states and expelled foreign invaders. He was the ancient emperor whose wrath brought death to millions and bloodshed for thousands of miles. The scene before him in Edo was the best illustration. Although Su Chun felt shocked, he harbored no sympathy for the Sakura people's plight at that moment. Because decades ago, these people had brought calamities far deeper and heavier to Huaxia. Their ancestors and parents had blood on their hands from the Huaxia people. None of these individuals were innocent. This deep-seated hatred would forever be buried in the hearts of the Huaxia people. Without Ing Zheng, the Sakura would continue to taunt, constantly rubbing salt into Huaxia's wounds. At this moment, Ing Zheng was not only venting anger for his descendants, he was also seeking justice for the sacrificed ancestors. The entire Edo was shrouded in despair and fear. The surviving upper class of the Sakura finally reacted and hurriedly mobilized their armies. Upon receiving the order, the defense teams across the country rushed to Edo at the fastest speed. At this moment, almost no high-rise buildings remained in Edo. The towering phantom of Qin Shi Huang, several hundred meters high, stood out, like a lighthouse, watching countless tanks and soldiers surge into the Great Wall through the gaps. As they swarmed in through the gaps between the walls, Ing Zheng's expression showed no signs of fluctuation. Even after the Great Wall descended, countless black rays still swirled in the sky. With a sweep of his long sleeve and a grasp towards the heavens, a dense rain of black rays instantly fell like raindrops. Each point of black light upon touching the ground quickly merged into it. In the next moment, the hard runway of the airport was covered with countless cracks. Groups of soil erupted from underground, twisting and churning, hardening into solid forms. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into numerous terracotta warriors. Warriors clad in armor holding spears, horses neighing and kicking, chariots with thick shields and sharp spears. War. Terracotta warriors. Su Chun, who had finally calmed his emotions, felt as if a spark had ignited in a barrel of oil, instantly reigniting. As the black rays continued to fall, the terracotta figures solidified rapidly. Around Ing Zheng, countless armored soldiers soon appeared. At a glance, there were at least 1,000,000. The aura of bloodshed surged into the sky. The iron-blooded wind struck his face. Facing 1,000,000 Qin terracotta warriors, even Su Chun as a successor felt a chill throughout his body and a dryness in his throat. How can one be without clothes? We share the same robes. A majestic song suddenly resonated from Ing Zheng's lips, causing the previously motionless terracotta warriors to tremble and open their eyes instantly. The king raises the army, repair my weapons. As Ing Zheng shouted, 1,000,000 Qin terracotta warriors simultaneously drew their swords and raised their weapons as if they had come to life. How can one be without clothes? We share the same waters. The king raises the army, repair my halberd, let us work together. 1,000,000 Qin terracotta warriors spoke in unison, singing loudly with Ing Zheng. Countless voices merged together like the booming drums of war, resounding through the heavens and earth, shocking the hearts of all. Those descendants of the Qin family standing behind Su Chun stunned. At that moment, they all felt a vague and indescribable sensation. The song of the terracotta warriors seemed to penetrate their bodies, reaching deep into their souls. How can one be without clothes? We share the same garments. The king raises the army, repair my armored troops, let us march together. The descendants of the Qin family had never heard this song. But for some reason at this moment they couldn't help but hum along softly. The awakening power of darkness also surged forth from their bloodlines with their song. The aura surrounding them rose sharply. At this moment the descendants of the Qin family seemed to become one with the 1,000,000 Qin terracotta warriors. They became part of the 1,000,000 Qin army. Su Chun was in shock, feeling as if he would use up all the astonishment of his life today. The great Qin's fierce army had always been unparalleled throughout the history of Huaxia. Now these 1,000,000 Qin terracotta warriors were as if the great Qin iron army had returned. Great Qin warriors. As the song ceased, Ing Zheng's voice rang out powerfully. Back then you followed me in sweeping away the 6 states, campaigning south and north, establishing my great Qin's foundation. Though the great Qin no longer exists, the heroic spirits of my great Qin soldiers remain. My great Qin's valiant warriors in life can guard the country, and its foundations in death can slay the enemy. With a wave of his long sleeve, Ing Zheng pointed straight ahead. Great Qin warriors, heed my command. For me, kill. Wind. A great wind. 1,000,000 Qin warriors simultaneously swung their halberds. Countless warhorses neighed in response. The awakening power of the thousands of descendants of the Qin family surged skyward. The deafening battle cries, the synchronized footsteps of 1,000,000 Qin people, mixed with the killing intent of metal clashing and horses charging. It filled the heavens and the earth. It was utterly shocking. Seeing this scene, Su Chun couldn't help but feel a surge of blood boiling within him. The people of Huaxia before the screen were even more breathless, their eyes turning red. Before him stood the great army of the Qin. Opposite were the enemies of Huaxia's descendants. Faced with this sight, which Huaxia man could remain calm? If they could, they would long to be present at the scene. To be one of the thousands of Qin descendants. To be part of the 1,000,000 Qin army. Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but stand up again, his hands trembling with excitement. It was clear how powerful the great Qin was in unifying Huaxia. Yet at this moment, witnessing the might of 1,000,000 Qin warriors, Zhu Yuanzhang was still profoundly shocked. It turned out that over 2,000 years ago, the great Qin had already reached such heights. It turned out that over 2,000 years ago, Huaxia possessed such a formidable army of 1,000,000. Looking at the towering figure of Ing Zheng, watching Qin Shi Huang raise his right hand, Zhu Yuanzhang seemed to see 2,000 years ago. This eternal emperor stood atop his war chariot, commanding 1,000,000 Qin troops to conquer the world. Wherever the Qin emperor pointed, the Qin army advanced. The Qin army was unstoppable, undefeated. Over 2,000 years ago, this 1,000,000-strong army unified Huaxia. Even after 2,000 years, they could still rise from the earth, continuing to protect their descendants. In life, they quelled chaos. In death, they guarded the 9 provinces. This is the elite of the great Qin. Su Chun, heed my command. Just as all Huaxia people trembled with excitement, the imposing figure of Ing Zheng rang out high. Su Chen turned his head, meeting the stern gaze of Qin Shi Huang, and his expression instantly became solemn as he clasped his fists and bowed. The younger generation is here? Ing Zheng's expression was grave, and his tone grew exceptionally serious. Since several ancestors have chosen you, there must be a reason for their choice. Though I call myself the first emperor, I am known as the ancestor dragon of Huaxia. But those ancestors are also my forebears. I will surely not defy the will of my ancestors. Today I shall entrust the legacy to you. From now on you must continue to patrol the 9 provinces on my behalf, guarding Huaxia. You can do it. Su Chen's expression was solemn as he bowed deeply. Even if I must shatter my bones, I will not disappoint the trust of my ancestors. Color. Ing Zheng laughed heartily, waving his hand. The black ancestral power surged out like a river turned upside down, pouring into Su Chen's body. In the next moment, Su Chen's eyes were consumed by a heavy black glow. The originally golden power of inheritance also manifested dark flames. Like several black dragons, they were released from his body, swirling around him. At this moment, Su Chen radiated a strong aura of slaughter. Every move he made carried a heavy imperial pressure. This was Ing Zheng's aura. This was the might of the great Qin emperor surveying the world. On the land of Huaxia, everyone who heard Ing Zheng's words felt their hearts surge and their blood boil. Yet no one was surprised. Because if it were not for Su Chen, the imperial seal would still be regarded as a foot basin chicken. Qin Shi Huang would not have been awakened, and the descendants of Huaxia would have no chance to avenge their blood feud. Ing Zheng, now entrusting the legacy to Su Chen, seemed entirely natural to everyone. Looking at the black flames surrounding Su Chen, Li Shuhua and Zhu Yuanjun couldn't help but clench their fists. Absolute inheritance. Another absolute inheritance. Su Chen is indeed the chosen one. What chosen one? Didn't you hear Qin Shi Huang say it? It was several ancestors of Huaxia who chose Su Chen. My God. The ancestors of Qin Shi Huang, who could they be? I didn't quite believe in the ancestral dreams before, but now that Qin Shi Huang has said it, it must be true. Looking at the imposing Su Chen before him, Ing Zheng's serious eyes couldn't help but show a hint of bewilderment. In this moment, he seemed to see himself reborn 2,000 years later. You have received my inheritance. Wherever you go, it is as if I have personally been there. Ing Zheng's voice rang out high. His gaze swept over the million Qin warriors, over the descendants of the Qin family, and finally landed on Su Chen once more. These million elite soldiers have been sleeping alongside me for 2,000 years. Today I shall entrust them to you along with the descendants of the Qin family. I want you to display the courage of my Qin people, to once again showcase the might of my great Qin. The black glow in Su Chen's eyes surged like 2 flames blazing fiercely. He turned his right hand, and the black inheritance power was released from his palm, forming a long sword that sparkled with cold light. The Ding Qin sword. This was the sword of the first emperor of Huaxia. It was also hailed by later generations as the #1 sword in the world. This sword represented the majesty of the great Qin. It represented the martial prowess of the great Qin Empire. Wherever the sword pointed, everything would turn to ashes. Su Chen, surrounded by black flames, strode forward. The million Qin warriors parted to the sides, creating a wide path. All the Qin warriors stood tall. All the war horses ceased their neighing. All the chariots halted their advance. Each Qin warrior turned their pupilless eyes, moving slightly with Su Chen's steps, as if they were accepting the inspection of Qin Shi Huang in his living days. At this moment, the Huaxia people were so excited they could hardly breathe. The overflowing emotions in their chests had nowhere to vent but to flood the internet with frenzied messages. It's so explosive. Seeing this scene, I thought of our Huaxia's grand military parade. I've already flaunted 2 buckets of dry powder fire extinguishers. Why do I still feel like I'm about to self-ignite? I feel like I've got Parkinson's right now. My whole body is trembling. In one person possessing the inheritance of 2 around the world, there is only Su Chen now. No kidding. You don't even look at who Su Chen is. He is the inheritor of Huaxia. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Su Chen, brother, kill me. Another one has gone mad. Quickly take him away. Su Chen's figure passed through the million Qin warriors standing at the very front. Without excessive words, he simply raised the Ding Qin sword in his hand and pointed it forward. Kill. One word. It stirred up a storm of killing intent. At this moment, Su Chen resembled a bloodthirsty, iron-blooded emperor, with a fierce battle spirit, leading the mighty million Qin warriors, like a torrent charging forward. Where Su Chen passed, the towering Great Wall instantly transformed into countless black rays, creating a wide passage. Su Chen faced no obstacles and instantly crossed over 10 city walls. As he led the charge against those still wandering among the Great Wall, the Sakura army. Swish. Boom. With a single sword strike from Su Chen, a TKX-type main battle tank was instantly split in half, immediately transforming into a massive fireball. This tank, renowned on the world tank rankings since its inception, was now subjected to Su Chen's sword, crumbling like paper under a single blow. Enemy attack. It is a descendant of Huaxia. Stay calm. Focus all firepower on him. He is alone. Kill him. Don't be afraid. This is Sakura, and the gods are on our side. Heads will roll. The whole world understands that modern weapons have little effect on the descendants. But what else can Sakura do now? Nida Shinji and all the awakened of Sakura have long been stripped of their awakening powers. In the face of Qin Shi Huang's terrifying method, Sakura cannot just sit back and wait. Moreover, the descendants and the awakened do not fear modern weapons. This is because their reflexes far exceed that of ordinary people, allowing them to evade before the bullets arrive. But now Su Chun has to face an entire nation's armed forces. Against overwhelming heavy firepower, even the strongest descendant would not dare to resist Hiden. The madness deeply embedded in their bones erupted completely under the humiliation of Edo's destruction. Faced with the murderous aura of Su Chun, the Sakura army not only did not retreat, but quickly organized their firepower and began a frenzied counterattack. However, this does not mean that the Sakura army is not afraid of death. It is that whether decades ago or today, what the Sakura army upholds is still the way of the warrior. In the way of the warrior, life and death are merely two different spaces. If one dies in the spirit of the way of the warrior, they will appear in another time and space and continue to live. But if one dies from cowardice and humiliation, that is true death. It is precisely under this spirit that the Sakura people harbor a madness that is different from ordinary people. That is why they would commit horrific acts without distinguishing between good and evil. That is why they would use cruel means to kill countless innocents of other nations merely to showcase their own bravery. This is definitely not bravery, but extreme pathological extremism and madness. The same goes for the Sakura army now. Their minds have been completely occupied by the so-called spirit of the way of the warrior. They only want to smash the imperial seal and make Qin Shi Huang completely disappear. They only want to crush Su Chun into pieces to prove their spirit of the way of the warrior. Based on these beliefs, when they saw Su Chun suddenly charge out, the Sakura soldiers did not retreat, but advanced instead. In the eyes of the Sakura army, although Su Chun is a descendant, he is but one man. Now surrounded by the city walls, the range of evasion is limited. As long as the firepower is strong enough and the time is long enough, they might just be able to take down Su Chun. The glory of killing a Huaxia descendant is enough to drive all Sakura soldiers mad. Boom, boom, boom. After a tank was sliced in half by Su Chun, the surrounding tanks almost simultaneously turned their turrets and opened fire. Su Chun's location was instantly shrouded in fiery explosions. However, before countless shells could arrive, Su Chun's figure had already leapt high into the air. A dozen Sakura soldiers were wildly firing their machine guns into the flames when they suddenly felt a blur before their eyes. Before they could see clearly, an extremely cold sword light swept past, and a dozen heads flew high into the air. A dark aura swirled in Su Chun's eyes, and black flames danced around him. With the Qin sword in hand, he continuously weaved through the ranks of the Sakura army. With each rise and fall of his sword, blood flowers flew, resembling a god or demon. At this moment, the Sakura army was nearly packed in the passage between the Great Wall. Countless bullets and artillery fire flew chaotically with Su Chun's movements. Yet in the end, those who were killed or injured were all comrades. Just as the Sakura army struggled to maintain their formation and unleashed a frenzied barrage at Su Chun, the thunderous war drums suddenly sounded from all directions. Countless Sakura soldiers instinctively looked up, their bodies trembling in shock and disbelief. On the towering city walls on both sides, countless figures appeared without anyone noticing. Black flags fluttered atop the walls, with each one emblazoned with a bright red character for Qin. Kill. A million terracotta warriors leapt down from the city walls, directly jumping into the dense crowd. Countless warhorses and chariots came roaring from the front, crashing into the Sakura army formation. The cold light of halberds and crossbows like a torrential rain surged towards the panicked Sakura soldiers. Only then did all the Sakura soldiers realize in horror. Those suddenly appearing soldiers, those warhorses daring to charge at tanks, were actually all not living beings, but rather ceramic figurines. This extremely bizarre scene instantly caused the courage of the Sakura army to evaporate by more than half. What are these things? Why are the terracotta figures moving? Is it haunted? Shikigami. These are all Shikigami. How is that possible? How could Huaxia have so many Shikigami? And all of them are terracotta figures. Never mind that, return fire. Fire back quickly. However, the Sakura army desperately discovered that these terracotta warriors were not living beings at all. Even if they were riddled with bullet holes, they still moved with ease. Even blown to pieces by artillery fire, they could quickly restore themselves. Moreover, the seemingly crude weapons in the hands of those terracotta warriors possessed terrifying power that was completely unmatched by cold weapons. With a single thrust of a halberd, they could pierce through several Sakura soldiers. With a few swings of the sword, they could cut through the thick armor of war chariots. What terrified the Sakura army even more was, amidst those million terracotta figures, there were actually tens of thousands of awakened ones. These awakened followed closely behind Su Chun, wreaking havoc everywhere, utterly unstoppable. Watching their comrades fall one by one, watching heads fly, the courage in the hearts of the Sakura army continued to be worn away. They did not understand where these terracotta figures had come from. They also did not know that Su Chun had clearly come to. How could so many awakened ones suddenly appear? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of whistling sounds suddenly came from the sky. Over 100 fighter jets swept overhead. Missiles trailing long tails fell among the densely packed terracotta warriors. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosions and massive shockwaves instantly blew countless terracotta warriors to pieces, and they did not restore themselves as before. However, before the Sakura army could cheer, they saw Su Chun wave his sword pointing to the sky. With his movements, countless dark auras surged from the fragments of the terracotta warriors flying into the high sky. Just as those fighter jets turned back preparing to drop bombs again, they saw dark auras rushing up from below, colliding with one another. Another series of explosions erupted. The entire Edo was illuminated by the hundreds of fireballs in the sky. Countless debris and fragments rained down. Many survivors who had just regained their lives were buried beneath the wreckage of their own warplanes. Looking at the flames in the sky, looking at the menacing Su Chun, looking at countless terracotta warriors and tens of thousands of awakened ones, the Sakura soldiers finally collapsed completely. Not killed, not destroyed, and they can even fly. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? This is simply bullying. Even the most paranoid madman would be scared into clarity by the situation before them. The spirit of the Wushi Dao revered by the Sakura army stood no chance against the Dingqin sword and a million long spears. It appeared so fragile, so insignificant. The pride of the great river nation was once again trampled into the ground, ruthlessly crushed. At this moment, all the members of the Sakura army were filled with fear and helplessness. However, Su Chun would show no mercy simply because of their retreat. Su Chun was not a bloodthirsty person, but he understood that kindness must be selective. If faced with a group of beasts with human faces and animal hearts, no amount of kindness would yield anything but merciless bites. If the situation were reversed today with the foot basin chicken standing on the side of strength, their actions would undoubtedly be far more terrifying than what was happening in Edo. This had already been proven 90 years ago. Now for every person Su Chun killed, he avenged countless martyrs and compatriots. Black flames surged around Su Chun as if a demon god had descended. The explosive blasts and torrential bullets could not hinder his figure. In Su Chun's hands, the Dingqin sword transformed into myriad afterimages. Wherever the sword shadow passed, whether it was tanks or artillery soldiers, they were all severed in one blow, leaving behind a ground strewn with remnants and black blood. Witnessing this blood-soaked scene, not only the Sakura army, but the entire world fell into deep shock and fear. What the hell? Am I hallucinating? God, could it be that the ancestors of Huaxia were wizards? First they summoned the city walls, and now they have summoned so many golems to fight for him. It's terrifying. If he's not afraid of missiles, how are we supposed to fight? Why are the ancestors of Huaxia so powerful while our ancestors never even opened their eyes? This isn't fair. With over 1 million golems and tens of thousands of awakened ones, the Sakura army is truly finished this time. Oh shit. Look at that Su Chun, he just sliced a tank in half with a single sword. Is he even human? Oh my god. To possess the legacy of 2 ancestors is simply terrifying. I feel that without those golems, just Su Chun alone could wipe out the entire Sakura army. That ancestor named Qin Shi Huang and that Su Chun are like 2 devils, one large and one small. Heavens. With over 40 million people in Edo, will they all be slaughtered? Even if the hatred runs deep, it shouldn't reach this extent. Every country in the world was trembling in fear at the ruthless actions of Qin Shi Huang and Su Chun. Yet despite their outward cries, deep inside they couldn't help but feel a strong sense of envy. Every nation hoped to be valued by their ancestors. Every descendant wished for the protection of their ancestors. Yet since the appearance of ancestral symbols until now, out of the over 200 countries in the world, none had summoned ancestors like Huaxia, so terrifying and protective, let alone personally stepping in to take revenge for their descendants. Looking at the tall figure of Ing Zheng and the formidable Su Chun, who possessed the legacy of 2 ancestors, many people from various countries felt a mix of fear and envy. Meanwhile in Edo, the only ones still able to maintain excitement were probably the foreign reporters. Prior to this, they had only come to report on Su Chun's visit to Sakura. Little did they expect that within just one day, so many unprecedented major news stories would unfold. The second symbol of Sakura actually belonged to Huaxia. The founding emperor of Sakura was also a subject of Huaxia. What everyone thought was a gesture of goodwill had turned into a quest for revenge in the blink of an eye. The suddenly appearing Great Wall. Over 1 million terracotta soldiers. Even if just one of these was reported, it would be enough to shock the world. If all of this were to be reported, the Pulitzer would likely be in high demand. So even though they had suddenly become war correspondents with bullets and explosions whizzing by, these reporters still held their cameras, risking their lives to record everything happening in Edo. In the country of Moonfall at Buckingham Palace, John, the heir of Queen Victoria, sat on an exquisitely ornate throne. His expression was filled with fear and unease. God, what on earth are those terracotta soldiers? Why can the ancestors of Huaxiao awaken? Why does that Qin Shi Huang possess such unbelievable abilities? Why is it that only Huaxiao is different from all the other countries? Looking at the enormous screen before him, John's face turned pale as he gasped in astonishment. In that moment, he seemed to revert to the ordinary gardener he was a year ago, devoid of any composure or authority. Behind him stood a beautiful woman in her 20s. She was the heir of the second symbol of the Moonfall nation, named Fei Wenxi. The ancestor represented by the second symbol was the first Duke of Wellington in Moonfall. As the Marshal of the Moonfall Army, and also the 21st Prime Minister of Moonfall, this Iron Duke was renowned in Moonfall. However, as the heir, Fei Wenxi stood behind John like a servant, extremely respectful. In fact, whether in Moonfall or other countries, every heir wanted to claim the second symbol for themselves. However, the appearance of ancestral symbols was completely random in terms of both time and place. If another person activated it first, the heir would have no time to intervene. Fei Wenxi had unexpectedly obtained the second symbol of Moonfall. Moreover, she activated it before the royal family of Moonfall arrived. Upon receiving the news, John felt a bit angry, but he wasn't overly concerned. Because although the Duke of Wellington was well known, he was not on the same level as Queen Victoria. This duke had only a history of a little over 200 years, and his descendants were not many. After obtaining the legacy, Fei Wenxi's strength was still incomparable to John's. Even after receiving the legacy, Fei Wenxi maintained a humble attitude towards John, respectfully calling him Your Majesty, without daring to overstep. John was naturally very pleased with Fei Wenxi's demeanor. He kept her by his side as his right-hand assistant. With an obedient heir at his side, John's control over Moonfall undoubtedly became stronger. Additionally, the descendants of the Duke of Wellington were spread across many Western countries. The connections between these countries and Moonfall became even closer than before. At this time, Moonfall, although its territory had not changed, it seemed to have faintly regained the shadow of its former glory. Before today, both John and the royal family of Moonfall were still dreaming of resurrecting the empire's brilliance. But now, looking at the towering shadow of Yingzheng, the devastated Edo, and the million Qin soldiers alongside the surging black flames of Suchun, John's confidence was rapidly evaporating. If this scene were to happen in Moonfall and Rundun, would he and Fei Wenxi, along with the royal family of Moonfall, have any way to resist? The moment this thought crossed his mind, John trembled all over, breaking out in a cold sweat. Your Majesty. Lady Fei Wenxi lowered her head and stepped forward 2 paces, her demeanor reverent. Given the current situation, Sakura is highly likely to become the second Heidong. How then should we respond? At the sound of Fei Wenxi's voice, King John instantly suppressed the fear flickering across his features. His forward-leaning posture eased back into the chair, restoring the sovereign gravitas befitting a monarch. After a long, thoughtful silence, John spoke with solemn weight. Edo has been obliterated. Millions perished. Such an atrocity cannot be tolerated by the Yueluo kingdom. We must immediately rally all allied nations to condemn Suchun and impose sanctions upon Huaxia. Fei Wenxi bowed slightly, her deference deepening. Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. In my view, antagonizing Huaxiao at this juncture would bring no tangible benefit to Yueluo. A faint crease appeared between John's brows, but seeing Fei Wenxi's demure, downcast expression, he hesitated and withheld his anger. I am well aware of that. Yet you have witnessed it yourself. The Huaxiao of today is no longer the Huaxiao of yesterday. First Heidong, and now Sakura. If left unchecked, their reach will inevitably extend to Yueluo itself. Moreover, Huaxia's relations with the West have long been fraught with tension. Since conflict appears inevitable, why not strike now? Yueluo, in concert with Western nations, could jointly sanction and pressure Huaxia, paralyzing countless industries. Once domestic chaos erupts, they will naturally lack the capacity to project power abroad. Fei Wenxi pressed her lips together and spoke softly. Your Majesty. The West has attempted sanctions against Huaxia before, notably during the era preceding the emergence of the ancestral symbols. Eagle Sauce employed such measures relentlessly to curb Huaxia's ascent. Yet after all these years, has Huaxia's development stalled? Has its society descended into disorder? The Huaxian worldview diverges fundamentally from ours. They do not take to the streets in protest when factories shutter or foreign trade grinds to a halt, nor do they blame their nation for such hardships. Rather, when external pressure mounts, the Huaxian people grow not fractious, but fiercely united, turning as one toward the outside world. Should Yueluo spearhead sanctions against Huaxia, it will inevitably ignite widespread resentment among the Huaxian populace, and Huaxia will assuredly retaliate. Ordinary countermeasures might pose little threat, but the Huaxian inheritor now wields 2 ancestral legacies. The first hails from 4,000 years ago, the primordial ancestor. The second dates back 2 millennia, the celestial emperor. The sheer magnitude of their power is now evident to the entire world. What if this inheritor, under the pretext of a diplomatic visit, formally requests entry into Yueluo? Will your Majesty grant or deny such a request? John's expression froze, words failed him. To refuse would signal fear of Suchun. Yet to accept would invite catastrophe. The fate of Sakura is standing as stark testament. Noting John's troubled visage, Fei Wenxi hastened to add, "Of course, with your majesty at the helm, and the Yueluo royal house standing firm, we hold no fear of Su Chun. Yet your majesty must recall the first ancestral symbol alone awakened millions of inheritors across Huaxia. No one can yet fathom how many more will awaken their bloodline upon the emergence of the second symbol. Even setting aside their individual prowess, their sheer numbers already surpass our own." Fei Wenxi studied John's countenance closely, and only when she detected no trace of fury did she continue. "But these inheritors are secondary concerns. Our gravest peril lies with the Huaxian ancestors themselves. Unlike those of other nations, they do not merely slumber. They awaken fully and wield formidable arcane arts. Should relations with Huaxia deteriorate, they need not lift a finger themselves. They need only await the next symbol's emergence. Then Su Chun bearing the sacred artifact shall arrive in Yueluo to activate it. When that day comes, Yueluo may well become the second Sakura." At these words, John's jaw twitched involuntarily. Though loath to admit it, Fei Wenxi's logic was irrefutable. Compared to the inheritors, the Huaxian ancestors, and Su Chun himself, were far more terrifying. He also knew full well that history held numerous frictions and clashes between Yueluo and Huaxia. Until recently, Sakura had borne the brunt of Huaxia's animosity. Thus, most Huaxians harbored little ill will toward Yueluo. But should Sakura vanish, and Yueluo step forward to lead sanctions against Huaxia, Su Chun, provoked, might simply march into Yueluo bearing the symbol, and recount the humiliations of the late Qing era. Retribution from the ancestors would be swift and absolute. The precedent of Yutano Shinu still loomed vividly in memory. Before the ancestors, transcendent might even inheritors and awakened ones were but brittle clay and crumbling tiles, utterly defenseless. The precedent of Yutano Shinu still loomed vividly in memory. Before the ancestors, transcendent might even inheritors and awakened ones were but brittle clay and crumbling tiles. His earlier resolve crumbled instantly. Then what do we do? Are we truly to stand idle while Huaxia grows ever stronger? Our tensions with Huaxia are no secret to anyone. Should they ascend to parity with the entire West, Yueluo will suffer the same fate, inescapably. You speak wisely, your majesty. Fei Wenxi smiled faintly and bowed. Thus we must not remain passive. Yet what we undertake now must be neither condemnation nor sanction, but reconciliation and overture. Your majesty may rest assured many nations will soon pursue precisely this course. Therefore Yueluo must act first, demonstrating sincerity so profound it commands Huaxia's attention. I propose immediate repatriation of all Huaxian cultural relics currently held within Yueluo. Simultaneously issue an official declaration condemning Sakura and expressing steadfast support for Huaxia. Finally, offer a formal heartfelt apology for past conflicts between Yueluo and Huaxia, and provide full restitution for all losses incurred. What a... John stared dumbfounded, his face contorted in disbelief, as though his ears had betrayed. Have you lost your mind? Su Chun has reduced Sakura to ruins. To withhold condemnation would be lenient enough. How could we possibly support him? Sakura has long stood as a Western ally. If I endorse such a course, where shall Yueluo's dignity reside? How shall our allies perceive us? As for those Huaxian artifacts, I confess I hold no attachment to them. Yet returning them would signify Yueluo's submission, a grievous blow to the royal house's authority. No, absolutely not. Seeing John shake his head in refusal, Fei Wenxi showed no surprise. She replied calmly, Your Majesty embodies the Yueluo royal house. Thus such an act cannot originate from you. But were I to undertake it, the matter transforms entirely. As the inheritor of Duke Wellington, my stature commands Huaxia's serious regard. And as I am no royal blood, any gesture of goodwill toward Huaxia would in no way diminish the crown's majesty. With your majesty's permission, I shall personally escort every relic to Huaxia without delay. I am confident I can persuade Su Chun to forge an eternal covenant between Huaxia and Yueluo, ensuring perpetual peace. Perhaps in time our two nations shall stand as closest allies, bound in mutual trust and unwavering solidarity. John fell into a prolonged silence. Fei Wenxi also ceased speaking, respectfully stepping back. In fact, deep down John wished to immediately agree to these matters. However, the more one lacks something, the more one values it. For the majority of his life, John had been nestled in the flower beds, cautious and timid. Who would have thought that by a twist of fate he would unexpectedly turn his fortunes around and sit atop the highest throne of the moon's descent? Those who once stood high above him now bowed respectfully upon seeing him, not daring to offend in the slightest. John reveled in this unprecedented status. He cared even more about his own honor and dignity. Therefore, even though he longed to express his thoughts, he could not reveal them. Let's discuss this matter later. John rubbed his brow, shifting his gaze back to the screen. At that moment, the war in Edo was nearing its end. Or rather, from the very beginning, the Foot Basin Chicken had no chance of winning. This was due to the simultaneous inheritance from the two ancestors Di Yu and Ing Zheng. At this moment, Su Chun was standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid among the inheritors of the world's legacies. As long as he didn't foolishly stand still to catch missiles, it was nearly impossible to harm Su Chun. And because of the restrictions of the Great Wall, the forces of the Sakura people were congested between the walls like a constipated mass, unable to spread out on a large scale and fully unleash their firepower advantage. In contrast, Su Chun was not bound by such limitations. Wherever he advanced, the Great Wall would automatically part, creating a passage. Tens of thousands of descendants of the Qin clan, millions of soldier figurines, followed closely behind Su Chun. Like a torrential flow, they crushed the Sakura forces, forcing them into retreat. Watching Su Chun, who was riding the wave of momentum, observing the neatly organized soldier figurines filled with murderous intent. Across the land of the 9 provinces, everyone trembled uncontrollably. However, among the 14 billion people, few were excited and none were cheering. Because for the vast majority, besides the joy of revenge, there was also a deep pain awakened within. Grandma, did you see it? You waited your whole life, and even before you left you didn't receive an apology. But today those beasts who bullied you are finally facing their retribution. Grandma, open your eyes. Look at the fate of these beasts. A middle-aged man holding a photograph knelt in front of the television, crying out loud. Old squad leader, Dog Shinji, Li Laosan, to the 132 brothers of the 9th Company. An elderly one-armed man standing before a large expanse of graves wept bitterly. I Zhang Tianhui owe you all an apology for making you wait for decades. But brothers, it's not that I don't want to return, it's that I cannot die. If I die, no one will remember you. If I die, the 9th Company will be completely gone. Who will burn paper for you? Who will offer incense? Who will give you justice? The old man staggered, taking laborious steps past over 100 tombstones. His trembling hands meticulously arranged the incense and paper offerings. But today I can come to find you. Because your revenge has been taken. The vengeance of our 9th Company has been avenged. You can finally rest in peace. The old man took out a bottle of strong liquor and drank it down. Even as he choked and tears streamed down his face, he did not stop. Bang! The bottle smashed to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. The old man raised his one arm, straightening his hunched body. With the last of his life force, he let out a roar. Reporting to the squad leader, 9th Company soldier Zhang Tianhui is back in formation. Beneath the setting sun, beside the shadows of the trees, the figure of an old man gradually fell. He collapsed before the 132 tombstones. He fell among his former comrades. In the land of the 9 provinces, at every monument, every martyr's grave, countless people spontaneously gathered. These individuals held flowers in one hand and raised their phones in the other. They wished for the heroes who lay in eternal rest to open their eyes, even if just for a moment. They wanted the martyrs to see for themselves. They wished for the heroes who lay in eternal rest to open their eyes, even if just for a moment. They wanted the martyrs to see for themselves. The grievances from 90 years ago have been avenged. This scene did not only occur in the 9 provinces. Even across the ocean at this moment, similar scenes were unfolding. In the Heaven's Gate Cemetery in Jiazhou. In this graveyard located in a foreign land, there stood a pristine white tombstone inscribed with a name, Zhang Chuanru. Though she was in a foreign country, her heart remained with her homeland. After searching through countless materials and many unpublished documents, she resolutely decided to reveal the truth of that era through her writings, forcing the world to confront the atrocities of the Sakura. But it was precisely because of her long exposure to this bloody history. Every day upon waking, she had to write about those extremely dark and cruel bloody events. The young Zhang Chuanru eventually developed depression, plagued day and night by severe headaches. She had even been hospitalized several times due to mental breakdowns. Finally, in the year she turned 36, this woman who had cried out for her fallen compatriots ended her life with a single bullet. At this moment, countless people spontaneously gathered before her tombstone. Books filled the area in front of the grave. These were the words that Zhang Chuanru had written with her blood, the truths she had revealed with her life. Countless white candles like myriad lights called out to this wandering soul in a foreign land. In Edo Castle, Su Chen advanced with unstoppable momentum. The Foot Basin Chicken retreated time and again, their spirits long shattered. White flags finally rose within the military formation. Countless Sakura soldiers directly abandoned their weapons, kneeling on the ground to plead for surrender. Had it been a battle of equal strength, they might have shown valor. But now, what spirit of the warrior's path, what honor of the great river people, all were mercilessly crushed like weeds before a rolling wheel. At this point, the Sakura army had completely lost its will to fight. They only wished to escape this place. The further away from Su Chen, the better. Witnessing this scene, all Sakura civilians fell to the ground like deflated balloons. When the Qin figurines first appeared, Nida Xinyu and all the awakened Sakura had already been trampled into a pulp. Now even the defense forces raised their hands in surrender, giving up resistance. At this moment, what power did the Sakura have left to stop Su Chen? All cities of Sakura nearly simultaneously announced their surrender. They were no longer hoping for anything else, only wishing for Su Chun to leave quickly, allowing Sakura a path to survival. Countries around the world breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene. Now Edo had suffered heavy casualties, and the revenge that needed to be taken had mostly been fulfilled, since Sakura had surrendered and admitted defeat. Even if Qin Shi Huang was ruthless and Su Chen's hatred was immense, this moment should be a time to give Sakura a reprieve. But before these people could set their minds at ease, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed throughout the cherry blossoms. A violent explosion directly affected the entire island. Edo shook violently, bricks and stones flying everywhere. A powerful shockwave surged forth like a storm. The remaining buildings in the city finally could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed entirely, turning into scattered bricks and wooden debris swept away by the hurricane. Those cherry blossom people kneeling on the ground, pleading for mercy, were all left dizzy and terrified, emitting screams of horror. By the time the shockwave passed, the number of survivors in Edo Castle had nearly halved. But as these people turned around trembling with the relief of having survived, they were instantly overwhelmed by an even greater fear that seized all their nerves. From afar, over 100 kilometers away from Edo, a towering snow-capped mountain suddenly erupted, spewing columns of fire into the sky. Endless clouds of smoke were thrust into the air, forming thick black clouds that rapidly spread in all directions. Fushur Mountain. How could Fushur Mountain erupt? This sudden occurrence left all the cherry blossom people stunned once again. Although rumors of Fushur Mountain's impending eruption had circulated among the cherry blossoms for decades, no one expected it to actually occur at this time. Isn't this adding insult to injury? Moreover, the sudden eruption of Fushur Mountain affected more than just Edo. Those closer to it were directly killed by the overwhelming eruption, their eardrums shattered. The sulfur dioxide spewing from the volcano further deprived the surrounding area of oxygen for dozens of miles, causing countless people to suffocate. Even cities farther away were left in ruins, with buildings collapsed. From a high vantage point centered around Fushur Mountain, the area within a radius of several hundred kilometers looked as if it had been plowed through, leaving behind a massive circle composed of broken walls and ash-laden smoke. Witnessing this scene, the geologists of the cherry blossoms turned pale with fear, unable to believe their eyes. The ordinary public might not fully grasp the situation. However, they had monitored Fushur Mountain for decades and were intimately familiar with its data. Before Su Chen's arrival, although Fushur Mountain had been quite active, it had not yet reached the point of eruption. Moreover, according to their calculations, even if Fushur Mountain erupted again, its power would not be significant, at most comparable to the eruption that occurred over 300 years ago. While it would cause damage to the cherry blossoms, it was still within a controllable range. But looking at Fushur Mountain at this moment, all the cherry blossom geological experts were ashen-faced and dumbfounded. The magma columns shooting up to dozens of kilometers, the volcanic ash spreading at an incredible speed, and the accompanying intense earthquakes. This was completely different from previous predictions. It must be known that a level 5 eruption of Fushur Mountain would bring catastrophic disasters to an area of over 100 kilometers. But from the current perspective, the eruption level of Fushur Mountain had already far exceeded level 5. All the cherry blossom experts dared not delay and immediately checked the monitoring data of Fushur Mountain, continuously calculating. However, the result they obtained plunged them into despair. At this moment, the eruption level of Fushur Mountain had actually reached level 7. Perhaps to ordinary people, a mere increase of 2 levels might not seem severe. But these cherry blossom experts knew that for every increment in volcanic eruption level, the power of the eruption multiplied by 10. At this point, Fushur Mountain had become a supervolcano. The most terrifying aspect of a volcanic eruption is not the magma spewing forth, but the volcanic ash that rises into the clouds and disperses. Given the current rate of progression, it was feared that within 3 days these ash clouds would shroud the entire cherry. The resulting accumulation layer was estimated to be around 10 meters thick. For it to naturally disperse would take at least several decades. It's over. The cherry blossoms are finished. Seeing this horrifying scene, all the nations turned pale and their legs turned to jelly. John, seated on the throne, instantly jumped up, grabbing Fuan's collar. Hurry! Send everything back to Huaxiao immediately. I don't care what method you use or what price you pay, you must resolve the old grievances between us and Huaxia. You must issue a statement immediately that our Moonfall nation will always stand with Huaxia. You need to find every possible way to get close to Su Chun and befriend him. You must not let him harbor any discontent towards Moonfall. Hurry! 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 John was so anxious that he was jumping up and down, no longer caring about royal dignity. He just prayed that this terrifying scene would not unfold upon himself. Many other nations shared his sentiment. To everyone, the sudden eruption of Fushur Mountain must have been the handiwork of Qin Shi Huang. After all, it started with the Great Wall. Then came the Terracotta Army. In the eyes of the world, this ancestor of Huaxiao was already omnipotent. Now, watching the apocalyptic scenes on the screen, imagining such scenarios happening in their own countries, who would dare to watch from the sidelines? Both the television and online broadcasts were abruptly interrupted at this moment. No matter how great the honors and rewards, one must have their life to claim them. Even the boldest of reporters did not want to find themselves on the award stage with their own obituary displayed. Faced with this in-depth world scene, not a single reporter dared to stay in the cherry blossoms. Each one sought every means to escape as quickly as possible. At this moment, Su Chun was also in shock. He gazed at the erupting volcano in the distance, and the rolling black clouds above the Qin's sword in his hand slowly dissipating. He thought the same as the vast majority. This terrifying scene before him must have been caused by Qin Shi Huang. But he couldn't comprehend why if such means existed. Qin Shi Huang needed to revive the Great Wall and the Terracotta Army. Why not just do this all at once and the cherry blossoms would be utterly destroyed? With a belly full of questions, Su Chun turned to look at the massive phantom of Ying Zheng. However, what met his eyes was Ying Zheng's equally astonished expression. Seeing Ying Zheng's expression, Su Chun was also somewhat uncertain. Could it be that this wasn't done by Qin Shi Huang? Was it merely a coincidence? But before he could think further, he saw Ying Zheng suddenly wave his long sleeves. The millions of terracotta warriors and the Great Wall instantly crumbled, with Ying Zheng's movements transforming into countless black lights. Both Su Chun and over 10,000 descendants of the Qin family felt a darkness before their eyes. The next moment they were enveloped by the black light and whisked back to Ying Zheng's side. "Your Majesty." Su Chun had just begun to speak when Ying Zheng raised his hand to stop him. Ying Zheng's figure quickly shrank until it matched Su Chen's. The originally somewhat illusory figure also became more solid, as if resurrected. However, from the moment he appeared, the expression of this ancient emperor had never been as grave as it was now. Ying Zheng's two gazes like beams of light locked onto the Fushi mountain that was erupting with flames. It seemed as if he wanted to penetrate the thick black ash and see through the heavy mountain body. The old gods. The old gods are about to awaken early. The old gods. And what are the old gods? Su Chun froze stunned into silence for a long moment. Earlier did you wish to ask this emperor what great calamity you the great spoke of? Su Chun recoiled in shock and blurted out, "And does your majesty mean that the great calamity mentioned by you refers precisely to the old gods?" Indeed. Qin Shi Huang's expression grew grave as he gazed upon Mount Fuji, trembling violently. Thousands of years ago the six realms fell into disarray. Ordinary mortals could still undergo reincarnation. But sovereigns, meritorious ministers, and valiant generals, upon death, their souls were drawn into another realm barred forever from rebirth. Upon my own passing I too was drawn there alongside the ancient ancestors of Huaxia, unable to set foot upon our homeland again for 2 millennia. Yet fortune and misfortune intertwined, though denied reincarnation my soul gained unimaginable refinement, ascending to a state rivaling divinity. Most of our Huaxian ancestors underwent similar ascension, and for millennia several elder ancestors attempted to restore the 6 realms, but all efforts ended in failure. With time we gradually accepted this fate, and named that realm the Celestial Realm. Hearing these words, Su Chen's eyes widened further. In the Celestial Realm, does it house the ancestors of all humanity? Qin Shi Huang spoke slowly. The Celestial Realm is a boundless starfield. Though ancestors of every nation dwell within it, they reside at vast distances, utterly isolated from one another. Our Huaxian ancestors call it the Celestial Realm. Other civilizations naturally have their own names for it. At this, Su Chun instinctively drew a sharp, chilling breath. Though Qin Shi Huang's account aligned broadly with his earlier conjectures, it still left him profoundly shaken. All illustrious ancestors upon death bypassed reincarnation entirely, ascending instead to another realm where they attained godlike power. This sounded uncannily like the celestial ascension described in legends. Once one enters the immortal path, one never returns, no longer belonging to the mortal world. Were not those ancient sages said to have achieved immortality? Those who attained Tao and transcended mortality, exactly like these Huaxian ancestors. And ironically, Qin Shi Huang had failed to attain immortality in life, yet fulfilled that aspiration only after death. Yet such thoughts remained unspoken. Su Chun dared not voice them aloud. Your Majesty, does this mean the malfunction of the 6 realms stems from these so-called old gods? Precisely, Qin Shi Huang nodded. According to deductions made by several elder ancestors, the old gods' recent stirrings, their signs of awakening, disrupted the natural functioning of the 6 realms. Su Chun furrowed his brow deeply. What are these old gods? How could they possibly affect the 6 realms themselves? And are they primordial beasts from antiquity? Or perhaps deities from mythic lore? Qin Shi Huang cast a sidelong glance at Su Chun and replied directly, the old gods have slumbered for at least 10,000 years. Only a few elder ancestors may possess fragments of this hidden truth. No one else knows their true nature. And I, who lived merely 2 millennia ago, cannot possibly fathom events from 10,000 years past. Here Qin Shi Huang paused, his voice growing heavier still. Though I do not know the old gods' true form, consensus has long been reached among all ancestral lineages. Once awakened, the old gods will unleash an unprecedented catastrophe upon this world. Mass extinction inevitable. And we the ancestors shall be eternally severed from the cycle of rebirth. Qin Shi Huang's gaze flickered restlessly, his inner turmoil palpable. Into ordinary mortals, attaining godlike existence might seem the ultimate blessing. Yet for thousands of years dwelling alone in the desolate expanse of the celestial realm, possessing immense power, yet no outlet for its expression, this was no boon, but a profound torment for those whose ambitions burned fiercely. Qin Shi Huang embodied this anguish most acutely. In life he conquered the 6 warring states and unified Huaxia, an epical triumph. Yet his reign lasted only 37 years. And so much remained undone, so much he yearned to accomplish. That was why in life he pursued immortality with unwavering obsession. In his heart, he would rather be reborn as a mortal man than drift endlessly through the starfields as a disembodied deity. He longed to return, to fulfill the unfinished vows of his former life. In seeing Qin Shi Huang's gaze waver and fall silent, Su Chen stepped forward to break the stillness. Your Majesty, was it precisely because of the old gods that ancestral lineages across the world forged these ancestral emblems, hoping to bestow self-preservation upon their descendants? And Qin Shi Huang roused himself and continued, a barrier separates the celestial realm from this world. Even the elder ancestors cannot breach it directly to intervene. Thus, each lineage could only infuse its divine sense into a personal artifact awaiting moments when the barrier weakened, then casting it down into this realm. Yet even during such weakening, breaching the barrier remains perilous. Should too many artifacts descend simultaneously, the barrier's sentience detects the intrusion and seals itself utterly. Hence a covenant was struck among all celestial lineages. Only one ancestral emblem may descend per faction per attempt. And yet every ancestor yearns for their progeny to rise first. None willingly yield precedence. To avoid contention, Huaxia gathered all ancestral emblems in one place, where several elder ancestors jointly channeled divine power to envelop them. Each descent into the mortal realm opens but a single fissure in that divine veil. Whichever emblem emerges first is deemed chosen by fate. In hearing this, Su Chen stood utterly thunderstruck. Chosen by lottery? And who devised such a method? And could it possibly be so arbitrary? And boom! A deafening explosion jolted Su Chen back to awareness. He looked up. Mount Fuji now erupted with far greater fury. In thick roiling black clouds had already swallowed the entire city of Edo. An avalanche of ash descended like a blizzard. Within moments it blanketed the ground knee-deep. Yet as the ash drifted towards Su Chen and the others, countless streaks of black light intercepted it, preventing even a single particle from drawing near. Your Majesty, what shall we do now? Su Chen stared at Mount Fuji, his expression tightening with tension. Regardless of the old god's true nature, such cataclysmic upheaval alone signaled an adversary beyond easy measure. Though presently standing beneath cherry blossoms, he remained separated from Huaxia by only a narrow sea. And should the old gods truly awaken, Huaxia would inevitably suffer the same devastation. Yet Qin Shi Huang, who had first appeared gravely solemn, now wore an expression of calm resolve. And fear not. With this emperor present, you stand under absolute protection. After today's parting, who knows when, or if, we shall meet again. And speak now freely. Ask whatever remains on your mind. Su Chen hesitated, then seeing Qin Shi Huang's earnest invitation summoned his courage. And I do have one final question. Why were I specifically chosen by the elder ancestors? What makes me uniquely suited? Zheng looked at Su Chen and slowly spoke. I am naturally indifferent, disliking contact with others, and I do not understand the reason behind it. After saying this, Zheng pondered for a moment and continued. However, I have heard some rumors before. It seems that your past life is extraordinary and you are the only person who has successfully reincarnated in countless worlds, which is why the elders value you so much. What? Hearing this, Su Chen was completely bewildered. He was born to a family of rabbits raised under the red flag. Looking back 8 generations, there wasn't even a landlord. How could he be associated with the terms extraordinary and noble status? And it was said to be the only successful reincarnation in countless worlds. Am I really that impressive? How come I don't know? But since Zheng is of such status, and has said so, no matter how absurd it seems, I can only grit my teeth and believe. Thinking of this, Su Chen could not help but feel curious. So what kind of person was I in my past life? Could it be that I was some kind of noble or high official in my previous life? I do not know. Zheng shook his head. But I want to tell you, since your past life was extraordinary, then this life must also be exceptional. From the examples of you and me, it is clear that the elders did not make a mistake in their choice. Seeing Su Chen's bewildered expression, it was evident he did not understand. Zheng lightly waved his sleeve and continued, the symbolism that descends does not belong solely to Huaxia. Various forces in this world will manifest ancestral symbols when the barrier weakens. However, after other ancestral symbols are activated, the ancestral phantoms will only bestow inheritance, activating the bloodline of the descendants, and will not awaken. This is because when the symbols are cast into the realm, the ancestral spirits of various factions sealed their divine senses to prevent the leak of ancestral power, which could be detected by the barrier. However, after you summoned Siyu and me, we surprisingly broke the seal and awakened. What do you think is the reason? Su Chen scratched his head. Is it because I am eloquent? Ying Zheng's body swayed slightly as he looked at Su Chen with a hint of irritation. Su Chen awkwardly smiled and hurriedly cupped his hands. Just joking, I am foolish. Please enlighten me, Your Majesty. Ying Zheng snorted, replying irritably. Actually, what you said isn't entirely wrong. It is indeed your words that stirred my spirit, allowing me to break through the seal. But the key reason is that you, like us, possess a divine soul. Those who possess a divine soul are destined to be extraordinary, and the reincarnation can greatly enhance the power of the divine soul. You possess a divine soul and are the only reincarnated person, which is why your words could penetrate the seal and reach our divine senses. In this world, you are the only one capable of achieving this. Su Chen was left dumbfounded by Ying Zheng, but soon he sensed something was off. May I ask, Your Majesty, are all the ancestors in the heavenly realm also individuals with divine souls? Without a second thought, Ying Zheng replied, to enter the heavenly realm proves one's extraordinary nature, and naturally, they all possess divine souls. Moreover, divine souls are not eternal. Ordinary people without divine souls may develop one after some reincarnation. Su Chen furrowed his brow. If that is the case, then it seems a bit off. According to what Your Majesty said, those who possess divine souls are destined to be extraordinary and will surely become prominent figures. However, these individuals after death cannot reincarnate, remaining in the heavenly realm. While ordinary people who can normally reincarnate after developing divine souls may achieve success in this life, they also lose the opportunity for further reincarnation. Thus, it seems that the reason all ancestors cannot reincarnate is not due to their royal status or past fame, but entirely because of the divine soul. Hearing Su Chen's words, Ying Zheng couldn't help but furrow his brow. In the heavenly realm, ancestors from every faction are almost all individuals of high status and renown. Precisely because of this, most ancestors believe that their fame and position are the reasons they cannot reincarnate. But now that Su Chen mentioned it, Ying Zheng also sensed something was amiss. The ancestors in the heavenly realm, aside from their status and position, indeed all possess divine souls. Even ordinary people who have just developed divine souls after experiencing a lifetime will be absorbed into the heavenly realm, never to reincarnate again. Why does the six paths target divine souls? Ying Zheng's brow furrowed, perplexed. But Su Chen's expression darkened as if he had thought of something. Your Majesty, you just mentioned that the problems with the six paths are due to the old gods. Therefore, the inability to reincarnate for those with divine souls must also be the cause of the old gods. But why would the old gods target those who possess divine souls? Ying Zheng's brow furrowed even tighter. To limit and weaken the human race. Su Chen glanced at the distant Fushur mountain and said heavily, according to what Your Majesty said, those who possess divine souls are certainly extraordinary. In ancient times, they may have been rulers who unified the realm. In the present, they are also pioneers driving human progress. If these individuals cannot reincarnate after death, there will be fewer and fewer people with divine souls in this world. Human progress will also slow down significantly, even falling into stagnation. Su Chen was not speaking lightly about these matters. In 1969, humanity's footprints first touched the surface of the moon. At that time, people were excited about the leap in technology, even believing that humanity was ready to set foot on Mars. But no one expected that from then on humanity would not set foot on the moon again. Landing on Mars became an unattainable dream. 50 years ago, the world's first 747-passenger plane took 8 hours to fly from Eagle Sauce to Moonfall. 50 years later, it still takes that long. In 1960, scientists claimed that it would take only 50 years to fully master controllable nuclear fusion technology. But now the same claim persists. Taking each of these events individually may seem unremarkable. However, when we extend the timeline, it becomes clear. The speed of human development is indeed slowing down, even coming to a standstill. In fact, the vast majority of development that we see today is merely verification of theories from decades ago. When those who let an era pass away, new theories and groundbreaking innovations have basically become extinct. Hearing Su Chen's explanation, even the ancient Emperor Ying Zheng could not help but be astonished. If what Su Chen said is true, then the problems with the six paths are not simply influenced by the old gods by accident, but rather it is a deliberate action by the old gods. Even thousands of years ago, these still sleeping old gods began to weaken and limit the human race. A chess game lasting for thousands of years. What exactly do they want to achieve? Boom. Another thunderous explosion shook Mount Fushur to its core. From afar, it appeared as though something immense was straining to erupt from beneath the molten caldera. Ing Zheng withdrew his thoughts and turned his gaze towards Su Chun. Time grows short. Let this conversation end here today. Whatever those ancient gods intend, we elders will not stand idly by. This day I shall depart first. Pray remember my charge to you. After I am gone, you must continue patrolling our rivers and mountains guarding Huaxia. Watch as Ing Zheng's figure slowly ascended into the sky. Su Chen's expression shifted instantly. Your Majesty, what are you about to do? Ing Zheng looked down, a calm, serene smile gracing his lips. The ancient gods awakened prematurely, most likely startled by the Great Wall. These intruders deserve death 1,000-fold, but their crime must not bring calamity upon Huaxia. Hear me now. Ing Zheng raised a hand, silencing Su Chun just as he opened his mouth. The ancient gods ought not awaken now, and must not awaken now. Even if this crisis did not originate with me as progenitor of Huaxia, it is my sacred duty to shield my descendants from disaster. Do not plead, and should not plead. Junior. Su Chen's lips trembled, yet no words emerged. Ing Zheng smiled once more. Rest assured, this is but a fragment of my divine sense, not my true body. The ancient gods have not yet fully awakened. I still hold dominion over their slumber. When you lead our Huaxia people through this great tribulation, our paths shall cross again. And there is another reason I wish to witness this myself. With a sweep of his long sleeve, Ing Zheng gazed toward Mount Fushi. I wish to behold with my own eyes the legendary ancient gods. Are they truly three-headed and six-armed, or green-faced with fangs? At that final utterance his figure blurred. Within a blink he soared 100 li away, a colossal black streak, hurtling toward Mount Fushi. Su Chun gazed into the distance, his expression layered with sorrow and awe. Though he knew this was not Ing Zheng's true soul, yet watching that imperial silhouette fly straight toward the volcanic crater, a profound melancholy rose unbidden in his heart. He drew a deep breath, clasped his hands together, and bowed deeply. This unworthy junior respectfully bids your Majesty farewell. Hearing these words, the Qin clan descendants beside him suddenly stirred awake and knelt en masse. Descendants of later generations humbly bid farewell to our revered ancestor. Clan of Qin, farewell to our primordial ancestor. Tens of thousands of eyes brimming with tears remained fixed, unblinking, upon Ing Zheng's receding back. Yet astonishingly his form first shrank to a speck, then swelled again, growing ever larger. Before Su Chun and the others could even register their astonishment, Ing Zheng reappeared above them within a single breath. One matter, I nearly forgot to entrust it to you. He landed directly before Su Chun and spoke without delay. Before my arrival, several ancestral sages performed divination. The intervals between celestial barrier fluctuations will shorten progressively, and their intensity will escalate accordingly. The next manifestation will not only bear ancestral symbols, but very likely include a celestial artifact jointly selected by the sages of all realms. Though I know not which artifact shall descend, its significance is beyond measure, certainly igniting fierce contention among Huaxia's descendants across this world. You must secure this artifact, by any means necessary, lest it fall into alien hands. Remember well, remember well. Without pause, Ing Zheng swept his sleeve and vanished once more into the heavens. Watching Ing Zheng depart, return, then depart again, Su Chen's clasped hands hovered uncertainly, unsure whether to lower them. Who says we lack garments? We share the same robe. His voice carried far, resonating even above the volcano's deafening roar. The swirling black radiance surrounding them surged upward, enveloping Su Chun and the Qin descendants as it lifted them skyward, racing toward Huaxia. 3 days later, satellites and high-altitude drones from nations worldwide trained their lenses upon Sakurajima. Meanwhile, Su Chun, having returned to Huaxia, endured those 3 days in restless anxiety. Only when he confirmed no anomaly had emerged from Mount Fushi did he finally exhale a long, slow breath of relief. Ing Zheng had succeeded. With his divine consciousness alone, he had plunged the ancient gods back into slumber. Yet Su Chun felt no lighter, only heavier, for now he understood the true nature of the Great Tribulation. A crushing urgency seized him. Huaxia must grow stronger, swiftly. It must forge the power to defend itself before the ancient gods awaken anew. But haste alone would not suffice. The sole hope remained the ancestral symbols. When the Great Tribulation descends, over 200 civilizations across the world will surely collapse. Those nations with shallow roots and brief histories will fall first. Take for instance Eagle Sauce, long self-proclaimed hegemon of the Blue Planet. Its status plummeted the moment the ancestral symbols descended. Moreover, most of its populace descended from colonizers. And as national decline set in, half its citizens fled to Moonfall and Gall Chicken. The former superpower had become little more than an empty shell. Should the ancient gods awaken, how could Eagle Sauce, with merely 2 centuries of history, possibly stand against them? This is a race against time. Only those who sprint ahead shall prevail. Ing Zheng's words seemed to confirm this truth. Even the ancestral sages dwelling in the celestial realm had grown anxious. Thus, they jointly bestowed the celestial artifact to accelerate their descendants' growth. Though Su Chen knew not the artifact's nature, Ing Zheng's gravity left no doubt. It was extraordinary. For Huaxia, and for himself, Su Chen must claim it. During these 3 days, though the ancient gods slept once more, Mount Fushir continued its relentless eruptions. The entire Sakurajima island lay buried beneath thick ashen clouds. Volcanic ash drifted downward, blanketing every road, collapsing countless homes. Against such devastation, all rescue efforts proved futile. For Sakurajima, annihilation was inevitable, irreversible. Yet faced with this terrifying cataclysm, the Western nations adopted a startling unanimity. Countless cultural relics long lost overseas were swiftly repatriated to Huaxia. Nearly every Western nation dispatched envoys at once, vying to curry favor with Huaxia. Watching aircraft queue up in orderly succession as they touched down on Huaxian soil. Watching erstwhile arrogant Western powers bow and scrape like dutiful grandsons. Every Huaxian heart swelled with pride and honor. They understood. This respect was won, not granted, by Su Chen's solitary journey to Sakurajima. This glory was forged, not inherited, by Huaxia's ancestors sword in hand for their descendants. Truth resides only within cannon range. Dignity rests solely upon the blade's edge. Qin Shi Huang and Su Chen, with earth-shattering resolve, avenged Huaxia's martyrs and cleansed ancient grievances. And thus they cemented Huaxia's future stature and global reverence. At this moment, to the north of Huaxia, people from all over the country gathered. Among them were the old and the young, men and women. Regardless of age or status, they all stood together. As they pressed together and looked up, tears filled their eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. For before them stood a towering city wall, majestic and solid, imbued with the weight of history. 3 days ago, countless black lights had brought Su Chen and others back to Huaxia before scattering away. However, these black lights did not return underground. Most of them reassembled, transforming into a great wall stretching from Linyao in the west to Liaodong. The remaining black lights fell both inside and outside the great wall, morphing into soldier statues, holding spears reminiscent of the Qin army that guarded the borders of the Qin dynasty 2,000 years ago. The great wall reappeared. The Qin statues returned. This news spread like wildfire, instantly sweeping across Huaxia. Zhu Yuanzheng and Li Shuhua rushed to the scene at the first opportunity, overwhelmed with excitement to the point of almost fainting. During these 3 days, Li Shuhua acted like a madman who had escaped from a psychiatric hospital. One moment, he was shouting atop the Great Wall. The next moment, he was weeping uncontrollably while holding a Qin statue. Yet Zhu Yuanzheng did not comfort or advise him. He merely stood quietly to the side, speechless. For he understood the impact witnessing the magnificent Great Wall and the imposing Qin statues had on Li Shu. In fact, when Zhu Yuanzheng himself stood atop the Great Wall, gazing down at the expanse within and beyond, he too found it hard to suppress the surge of emotions, wishing to shout out loud. The Great Wall. This is the Great Wall. Li Shuhua carefully caressed the tamped earth and stone block. Li Shuhua carefully caressed the tamped earth and stone blocks of the wall, as if gently stroking a priceless tears streamed down his cheeks. The Great Wall. It was the culmination of Qin Shi Huang's life. It was the defense line of the great Qin against external enemies. Moreover, it was a symbol of the spirit of the Huaxia people. At this moment, the Great Wall reappearing in Huaxia was far more than just a relic for Li Shuhua. He remembered Qin Shi Huang's fervent proclamation. As long as the Great Wall stands, Huaxia shall not perish. This wall, built 2,000 years ago, re-emerged into the world 2 millennia later, guarding Huaxia once more. Those who defended the borders of the great Qin in life and stood tall as statues after death. Every tamped earth block, every massive stone, and those valiant soldiers of the great Qin who had not laid down their weapons for 2 millennia. They would serve as constant reminders to the world. What it means to be of the great Qin. What it means to be a person of Qin. Meanwhile, the Huaxia people who had come from all corners of the nation were also surging with blood and tears. And heavens, is this the Great Wall? I can hardly imagine how our ancestors created such a miracle back then. It was a shock to see the Great Wall on screen, but seeing it in person makes me truly understand what real shock. The Great Wall and the terracotta warriors evoke a sense of excitement and exhilaration for the people of China. However, at this moment, Su Chen's thoughts were occupied by another matter. The ancestral divine consciousness had already vanished from the imperial jade seal. Yet what Ing Zheng bestowed upon Su Chen was equally a legacy of absolute importance, and it did not affect the awakening of the bloodline descendants. Thousands of Qin clan members spontaneously made their way to the cherry blossoms, awakening their bloodline under the call of Qin Feng Wui. Upon returning, Su Chen did not retract their awakened powers. The actions of these Qin descendants had already proven their character. They proved themselves worthy of being descendants of Ing Zheng. However, the source of Su Chen's headaches also stemmed from the descendants of Ing Zheng. Ing Zheng, the Ing surname of the Zhao clan. His descendants should have inherited this surname. However, when Hu Hai ascended to power through a usurpation, fearing that his siblings would usurp his position due to his illegitimate rise, he showed no regard for familial bonds and persecuted them to death by various means. Emperor Qin Shi Huang originally had 33 children, which was quite a large number among emperors. However, apart from Hu Hai, all 32 others met untimely deaths. This matter was something Su Chun had always refrained from mentioning. Moreover, from Ing Zheng's words and actions, it was clear that he was also unaware of this. Otherwise, he would not have asked questions like how many of the Qin dynasty still exist. It seems that even though the second emperor of Qin ruled for 3 years, he did not ascend to the heavens after his death. One can only imagine how distressing it would be for such a disreputable figure to possess a soul. The thought of him residing alongside the noble ancestors of China after death is enough to induce an unsettling feeling. Nonetheless, Hu Hai, who had killed all his siblings, did not meet a good end either. When he was killed by Zhao Gao, he had no offspring. Afterward, it was Qin San Shi Ing who ascended to the throne. Although he bore the surname Ing, he was not a son of Ing Zheng, but rather the son of Lord Chang'an Qingjiao. In terms of generational hierarchy, Ing should be considered a nephew of Qin Shi Huang, at least preserving a trace of the Ing bloodline. However, after the fall of the Qin, even this lone sprout was extinguished. Moreover, after Xiang Yu breached Xianying, he carried out a massacre strictly ordering that anyone related to Ing Zheng not be spared. As a result, the bloodline of the first emperor of China was nearly completely severed. Imagining Ing Zheng standing proudly throughout his life with his name echoing through the ages, yet almost ending up with a lineage that is completely extinct, brings a wave of melancholy even to Su Chen 2,000 years later. Fortunately, there are no absolutes in the world. Although the Ing clan was nearly extinguished, it does not mean that there were no descendants of Qin Shi Huang that have persisted. In order to survive, these descendants all changed their surnames and have remained hidden in the world. Among them, a significant portion is the current Qin clan. Another part integrated into the Zhao clan or changed their surnames to Yin and Yin. Additionally, some members of the Gao clan also possess the bloodline of Qin Shi Huang. It is rumored that they are the descendants left by the son Gao, who voluntarily accompanied Qin Shi Huang in burial. There is also a lineage known as the Feng clan. The origin of the Feng surname comes from Ing Jichang. This person was the second son of Duke Xian of Qin. He opposed the reforms of Shangyang and took his family far away, removing the character Qin and changing to the Feng surname. Although the Feng clan members are not direct descendants of Ing Zheng, they are of the same lineage as Qin Shi Huang. Moreover, when Hu Hai killed his siblings, some members of the Ying clan joined the Feng clan. Furthermore, following Ying Jichang's example, they changed their surname from Ying to Feng to preserve their lives. Thus, the Ying clan, which once dominated during the spring and autumn periods, vanished into obscurity. Even after 2,000 years, these descendants who changed their names and surnames have experienced countless generations of reproduction. However, their numbers remain few. At this moment, Su Chun bears the absolute legacy of Ying Zheng. By focusing his heart, he can discern the general situation of these descendants. The descendants still possessing the bloodline of Ing Zheng are scattered across China. Counting those Qin clan members who have already activated their bloodlines, the total number is merely around 70 to 80,000. Although this number is quite good compared to other nations. However, compared to the 600 million descendants, it is but a fraction. Yet this is also understandable. After all, the Yu was an ancestor from 4,000 years ago, and at that time the population of the Chinese was inherently small, thus naturally a larger proportion of the Yes bloodline. Moreover, the Yes offspring were not like Hu Hai, who was a disgraceful figure. Even after the fall of the Xia dynasty, most of the descendants who were forced to change their surnames survived. These people migrated and proliferated to the present day, undoubtedly resulting in a considerable number. In fact, it was the Yu who first appeared. Thus, it heightened Su Chen's expectations. If other countries suddenly gained 70 to 80,000 awakened beings, one might laugh in their sleep. Besides the numbers, Su Chen also regretted that the ancestor Bo Yi of the Ying clan, although related to Da Yu, had no bloodline connection. Otherwise, it would validate the previous conjecture of overlapping awakenings. If these 70 to 80,000 awakened beings simultaneously possessed the bloodlines of both ancestors, then the two sources of awakened power combined in Su Chen's view would certainly yield effects far beyond a simple, "Little Su, are you there?" A knock at the door pulled Su Chen out of his thoughts. Looking up, he discovered Zhu Yuanzheng standing at the entrance. "Little Su, I can hardly cope with this any longer. No matter how I put it, those Western delegations refuse to leave. How about you meet with them?" Zhu Yuanzheng said, his face filled with helplessness and a belly full of grievances. If it were a matter of war, Zhu Yuanzheng would not be intimidated by these Western nations joining forces. However, these people were now all bowing and scraping, wearing smiles. Faced with these individuals, Zhu Yuanzheng naturally could not show a sour face. However, the necessary formalities had been completed. These people still faced with these individuals, Zhu Yuanzheng naturally could not show a sour face. However, the necessary formalities had been completed. These people still showed no intention of leaving. Though he did not say it openly, Zhu Yuanzheng was well aware. These individuals rushed over, taking the initiative to show goodwill, and bowing were certainly not doing so without ulterior motives. They had paid a price and undoubtedly sought a promise in return. At this moment, Su Chun was undoubtedly the one who could best represent China in making such a promise. I refuse to meet. Su Chun shook his head and directly rejected without a second thought. Those cultural relics were originally stolen by them, and now they are being returned, merely a matter of restoring ownership. Furthermore, can the crimes they committed back then be compensated with money? He added, not to mention that for decades these individuals have conspired to limit us in every aspect. Due to them, how much indignity has China endured? General Zhu should be clearer about this than I am. Being humiliated when weak and flattering when strong, do we have no backbone in their eyes? Su Chun snorted softly, speaking with determination. You tell those people directly. We will not make any promises to anyone. If they want to gain goodwill from China, merely these things are not enough. They must also demonstrate their sincerity through future actions. Zhu Yuanzheng hesitated at the door for a moment, then thought better of it, and spoke again. Little Su. It's fine if other countries are dealt with like this. However, this time a successor from the Moonfall Kingdom has also arrived in the delegation. Oh, hearing this, Su Chun couldn't help but turn his head again. The successor from the Moonfall Kingdom. Has their king come? Not King John. Zhu Yuanzheng waved his hand and replied. This time the one who came is the second successor of the Moonfall Kingdom, named Fei Wenxi. The ancestor represented by this emblem was the first Duke of Wellington of the Moonfall Kingdom. I know about the first Duke of Wellington. His name was Arthur, and he was the Grand Marshal of the Moonfall Kingdom's army, and even served as Prime Minister. But that person has only been gone for about 200 years, right? His successor shouldn't be that impressive. Why has this person suddenly come to Huaxiao? What are they plotting? Su Chun thought for a moment, then suddenly noticed that Zhu Yuanzheng was still standing at the door and curiously asked, General Zhu, why are you still standing there? Come in and sit down to talk. Zhu Yuanzheng awkwardly smiled, walked over, and sat down on the sofa beside Su Chun, secretly wiping away a bead of sweat. Ever since Su Chun returned from Sakura, both he and Li Shuhua could clearly feel that Su Chun had changed. In the past, Su Chun, although steady in temperament, would occasionally display some youthful behavior. It would often remind people that the renowned Huaxia successor was just a young man in his 20s. But now Su Chun gave off a different impression. Although he still maintained a humble attitude towards them, showing no arrogance, the aura he exuded in his every gesture revealed the presence of someone who had long occupied a high position. Between his brows there occasionally flashed a cold light of iron-blooded resolve. At times when meeting Su Chun's gaze, even Zhu Yuanzheng, who had spent half his life in the military, felt a chill in his heart. However, Zhu Yuanzheng understood. This was not something Su Chun did intentionally. It was because after gaining the absolute inheritance of Ying Zheng, the aura of that ancient emperor naturally passed to Su Chun. Little Su. Zhu Yuanzheng steadied his mind and spoke again. Even if Fei Wenxi's strength isn't much, she is still a successor. Moreover, her attitude towards Huaxia is the most sincere among all Western countries. You also know that most of the cultural relics lost by Huaxia are in the hands of the Moonfall Kingdom. However, this time Fei Wenxi not only returned all these cultural relics, but also publicly condemned Sakura, expressing her absolute support for Huaxia. For her to do this as a successor is not simple at all. Hearing this, Su Chun raised an eyebrow and smiled. So, when this Fei Wenxi returned the cultural relics and publicly supported Huaxiao, was it in the name of John or her own name? Zhu Yuanzheng was taken aback. She used her own name, but as a successor of the Moonfall Kingdom, even if she uses her own name, she still represents the Moonfall Kingdom, and John is the king of the Moonfall Kingdom. Zhu Yuanzheng felt something was off at this point. Are you suggesting that this Fei Wenxi suddenly came to Huaxia to bypass John and establish a relationship with Huaxia? Su Chen's smile deepened. Although I haven't met John, I have heard about his character. Before he gained his inheritance, he was originally a gardener, cautious by nature and timid. But precisely because of this, after he rose to power, he became paranoid. This Fei Wenxi received the second inheritance, and her strength is beneath John. Her life is probably not easy. That's right, Zhu Yuanzheng nodded. I investigated earlier, and although in name Fei Wenxi is the second successor of the Moonfall Kingdom, since the day she received the inheritance, she has been controlled by John, hardly ever leaving Buckingham Palace. The fact that she can come to Huaxiao this time is probably a result of the provocation from Sakura, prompting John to allow her to leave. Originally, I thought she was sent by John to make amends with Huaxia. But now, after hearing what you said, her intentions might not be simple. Su Chen stood up, poured 2 cups of water, and handed one to Zhu Yuanzheng. Actually, her motives are not hard to guess. There are probably 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that she genuinely came to make amends for John. But if that's the case, then whether it is returning cultural relics or publicly supporting Huaxia, it should be done in John's name. Since she has lowered her head to make amends, John wouldn't care about his face anymore. However, this Fei Wenxi is doing these things in her own name, seemingly with the intention of turning everything into her personal good will towards Huaxia. If you think about it this way, then there is only the second possibility. Su Chen raised his cup and drank it down looking at Zhu Yuanzheng. This woman is using goodwill as a pretext, but is actually here to borrow a knife to kill. Borrowing a knife to kill, eh? Zhu Yuanzheng frowned. Are you suggesting that this Fei Wenxi wants us to deal with John and help her take control of the Moonfall Kingdom? Thinking of Fei Wenxi's charming smile, Zhu Yuanzheng couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Damn, the prettier the woman, the more poisonous her mind is. So what do you plan to do? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. What to do? Let it be. We are too busy with our own matters to have the time to wade through this murky water. Let her come and go as she pleases. As long as the Moonfall Kingdom hasn't provoked us, we have no interest in getting involved in their affairs. Zhu Yuanzheng thought for a moment and nodded. That's right, even if we bring down John, there's still the Moonfall royal family to contend with. With the descendants of the Duke of Wellington, they can't suppress the Moonfall Kingdom at all. Regardless of whether this matter succeeds or fails, it brings no benefit to us. Zhu Yuanzheng paused for a moment before continuing. Speaking of this Fei Wenxi, it reminds me of another matter. Due to the emergence of the second emblem, the balance among many countries has changed, leading to some friction. Moreover, there are some countries experiencing internal chaos due to the power struggle between the two successors. Many of these countries are our allies. Now they are all requesting Huaxia to send awakened ones to help them fend off foreign invasions and quell domestic rebellions. What do you think we should do about this? Su Chen thought for a moment and said to Zhu Yuanzheng, these matters are your expertise, General Zhu. What do you think we should do? Zhu Yuanzheng did not hesitate and replied directly. This matter is different from the nature of the Moonfall Kingdom, because those countries are originally allies of Huaxia, and now they are proactively requesting our assistance. Even if we send awakened ones, it would be to help our allies fend off external enemies and quell internal strife, which is perfectly acceptable. Moreover, in my view, this matter presents a good opportunity that has come knocking at our door. After all, most of these countries are not far from Huaxia and hold strategically important positions. And no matter how stable an alliance is, it is not as reassuring as being part of the same nation, right? Given Huaxia's current strength, it is time to expand our territory. Zhu Yuanzheng blinked his eyes and threw Su Chen a knowing look. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, looking surprised at Zhu Yuanzheng. He understood the other's intention. Zhu Yuanzheng planned to take control of the surrounding nations under the guise of assistance. In truth, Zhu Yuanzheng had been holding these thoughts for a long time. Born in a time of peace, it was a bittersweet situation for someone like him who harbored grand ambitions. It was both a stroke of luck and a sense of helplessness. He had served in the military since childhood, spending half his life on the battlefield and achieving countless merits. His only regret was not being able to expand the territory for his country. Although it was just 4 simple words, neither ancient emperors nor today's military leaders could resist the allure of those words. In the past, Zhu Yuanzheng had not dared to imagine such things. But now not only did he dare to think, but he also had the strength to make it happen. Not to mention Su Chen, merely the number of awakened ones from Huaxia was already greater than the total of those from these nations. Moreover, this was just the tip of the iceberg. With Huaxia's current strength, controlling these small countries was hard. However, all of this required Su Chen's approval. He was the heir of Huaxia, representing Diyu and Yingzheng. Only with Su Chen's consent could Zhu Yuanzheng mobilize the descendants of these two ancestors. Zhu Yuanzheng's eyes sparkled as he stared at Su Chen like a child yearning for candy. Every wrinkle on his face and every stubble on his chin trembled with desire. General Zhu, please don't look at me like that. Su Chen felt uneasy under Zhu Yuanzheng's gaze and shifted uncomfortably. To speak of it, those surrounding areas were once our vassal states. Historically, we Huaxia as the suzerain state have sent troops to help them fend off foreign enemies and quell internal strife. Now that they are in trouble, we indeed cannot stand by and do nothing. Zhu Yuanzheng took a deep breath and stood. Do you agree? Don't rush, don't rush. Su Chen also stood up, pressing Zhu Yuanzheng back onto the sofa. What you said earlier is correct. As allies, we should support each other. When others are in trouble and request our help, sending personnel is assistance to allies. But after helping, if they were... Zhu Yuanzheng squinted. That's about right. Su Chen shrugged. But then the question arises. When others are in trouble and request our help, sending personnel is assistance to allies. But after helping, if they refuse to leave, then what are we left with? Think about the past when the Eagle country sent troops everywhere building bases. Did the people of those nations welcome them? Su Chen mimicked Zhu Yuanzheng's expression, squinting his eyes. Although we have good intentions, we cannot withstand others finding fault. If someone uses this as an excuse to tarnish our reputation, wouldn't that be turning good intentions into harm? This? Zhu Yuanzheng's enthusiasm slowly dimmed. So you mean? You do not agree? Who said I disagree? Su Chen chuckled, patting Zhu Yuanzheng on the shoulder. What I mean is we can help. But after helping, we cannot just, leaving aside whether the heirs and people of those nations are happy or not, our awakened ones also have parents and children. Staying indefinitely in a foreign land, what kind of situation is that? What? Zhu Yuanzheng's eyes widened, his mind a bit muddled. You mean we are really just helping? Not doing? This is a losing venture. Sigh. Su Chen waved his hand, adopting a righteous demeanor. Huaxiao has always been broad-minded, helping others without asking for returns. Moreover, there's an old saying in Huaxiao that giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. We must not only assist these allies, but also enhance their strength, making them stronger. Zhu Yuanzheng stared blankly at Su Chun, his lips trembling for a long time. If it weren't for his sanity still intact, Zhu Yuanzheng would have wanted to knock on Su Chen's head to see if he had gone mad. Yet Su Chen continued without noticing Zhu Yuanzheng's expression. Currently, the only things that can enhance a nation's strength are the heirs and awakened ones. Although our awakened ones from Huaxia cannot stay there. But I can assist these nations in creating a group of awakened ones of their own. Tell me with this who would dare to find fault with us. Zhu Yuanzheng's face was already filled with a look of despair, instinctively asking, creating awakened ones for them, what does that mean? Su Chen smirked. You should remember me mentioning that the 300 million descendants of Dayu within Huaxiao is only half right. The other half has migrated over thousands of years and is now spread across the globe. And due to racial and regional factors, a large portion of them are in these neighboring countries. Tell me, if I activate the bloodlines of some of these people, what will happen? Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzheng felt as if struck by lightning, completely frozen on the sofa. Wow. After a long while, he suddenly slapped his thigh and sprang up. In today's world, who isn't dreaming of becoming an awakened one? If you can activate the bloodlines of these people, it would be like giving them a chance to soar to great heights. Once the news spreads, these people will definitely flock to us, and we won't be able to stop them. Public opinion is not to be defied, and we have just helped them defeat foreign enemies and quell internal strife. Even if the heirs of those nations have their thoughts, they definitely wouldn't dare to say much. More importantly, you possess absolute inheritance capable of activating these people's bloodlines and also reclaiming their awakened powers. Once someone has become an awakened one, who would want to revert back to being ordinary? This means that these people on the surface are still citizens of the neighboring countries, but in reality, they have become our forces. General Zhu speaks well. Su Chen laughed, his pearly white teeth shining brightly. Gaining is easy, but losing is hard. We only need to select a small number of capable individuals to easily control this power. And even if these individuals are under our control, they are still not Huaxia people. Even if they take any extreme actions, it would just be internal conflicts between the people of other countries. No matter what, it won't fall on us, right? Zhu Yuanzheng's despondency vanished, his whole being vibrating with excitement. If it can really be like this, wouldn't that mean we can expand Huaxia's territory without a single soldier being sent out? And no one would be able to find faults with us. They wouldn't dare speak ill of us. Zhu Yuanzheng was filled with adrenaline, his face turning red. At this moment, he once again felt the greatness of Huaxia's ancestors. It turned out that over the long years, the Huaxia bloodline not only flourished in the 9 provinces, but also silently permeated and covered countless places. Although the ancestors have not been in the mortal world for thousands of years, they have laid a solid foundation and made arrangements for their descendants in the dark. Looking at Su Chun before him, Zhu Yuanzheng couldn't help but raise a thumb. I didn't expect it, young Su. Who would have thought that at such a young age you would be more cunning than us old fellows? That move of yours is truly too insidious. Hearing this, the smile on Su Chen's face instantly faded. How about you pretend I said nothing? No way. Zhu Yuanzheng burst into laughter. They'll do as you say, I'll arrange it right away. After saying that, without waiting for Su Chen to respond, Zhu Yuanzheng took off running and soon disappeared from sight. Su Chen shook his head, exhaling a long breath as he sat back down in his chair. With the great tribulation approaching, every bit of strength gained would increase the hope of China overcoming the calamity. A loose alliance is certainly not as effective as a tightly clenched fist. Moreover, China is a civilization of inclusiveness. Over thousands of years, it has integrated countless nations and ethnicities. This has led to today's colorful and vibrant scene. If the neighboring countries could also integrate, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for China. For those countries, it is not entirely a bad thing either. At the very least, it increases their chances of surviving the calamity. Otherwise, once the old gods awaken, they would be utterly powerless to resist. An action that would once again alter the global landscape was thus decided by Su Chun in just a few words. In the following period, millions of awakeners in China began to mobilize, frequently pouring into the neighboring countries. This scene not only attracted the attention of the entire world. For the people of the neighboring countries, it was an unparalleled shock. They also had their own inheritors and awake. However, compared to the descendants of Dayu wielding golden axes and exuding confidence, their own awakeners suddenly seemed insignificant. Regardless of whether they were inheritors or awakeners, there were distinctions in strength. Su Chun was naturally beyond comparison. As one of the few inheritors possessing the legacies of 2 ancestors, he was undoubtedly a figure at the pinnacle of the pyramid. The descendants flowing with the Yes bloodline were not comparable to the awakeners of other countries. Moreover, to showcase China's might, Su Chun and the others carefully selected and activated the bloodline of Ying Jing's descendants. This legion, composed of the descendants of the dragon ancestor, was directly named the Qin Army. This was done to honor their ancestors, and those fierce soldiers of the Qin Army who fought for the Great Qin. Although the Qin dynasty's history was not as long as that of the Xia dynasty, Ing Zheng, as the eternal emperor and the dragon ancestor of China, had an influence on China that was of utmost importance and unmatched. After awakening their bloodlines, his descendants bore an aura of slaughter just like their ancestors. The Qin swords in their hands gleamed ominously and still. However, to Zhu Yuanzhang's disappointment, his grand military campaign intended to display China's might and establish its presence. Yet, he couldn't find any opportunity at all. Those awakeners harassing China's allied nations would flee at the mere sight of Chinese awakeners, not even putting up a symbolic resistance. And those inheritors who just a moment ago would have loved to tear each other apart for power were now shaking hands and making peace on the very day Chinese awakeners arrived. Zhu Yuanzhang, filled with enthusiasm, circled around the neighboring countries. In the end, he couldn't find a single opponent, nearly suffering internal injuries from his frustration. Though he felt stifled, Zhu Yuanzhang was not surprised. The Sakura's Fushur Mountain was still erupting. At such a time, who would dare provoke China? Provoke Su Chun? Before China took action, they would fight among themselves for fun. But once China moved, who would dare risk annihilation to continue the fight? Competing for interest was one thing, but if they upset Su Chun and he came for a friendly visit, that would be a life-threatening situation. However, there were a few stubborn awakeners determined to compete with China. But by the time Zhu Yuanzhang hurried over, these reckless youths had already been captured by their inheritors and put down. Though Zhu Yuanzhang nearly ran himself, so he ultimately didn't get to fight a single battle. Yet precisely, the might of China's awakeners left a deep impression on the people of the neighboring countries. In the past, those arrogant awakeners from enemy nations would flee like ducks when faced with the descendants of Du. Those inheritors who loathed each other like gods were all smiles and friendly gestures under the glinting Qin swords. These scenes were like seeds quietly sown in the hearts of the people of the neighboring countries. They began to envy why China possessed such powerful ancestors. They began to complaining why their country's inheritors and awakeners were not as formidable as China. It was at this moment that unexpectedly some of these citizens began to inexplicably activate their bloodlines. This news was like a thunderclap, instantly shocking countless countries. Everyone was both astonished and puzzled. The third symbol had yet to manifest. How could anyone suddenly awaken their bloodline? As the situation gradually became clear, the outcome left everyone even more horrified. Those citizens of other countries who activated their bloodlines exhibited awakening powers that were exactly like those of the descendants of Du. With each new awakener emerging, all the countries surrounding China were thrown into chaos. And when the inheritors of these countries realized something, those who activated Du's bloodline had already surpassed the awakeners of their own countries. Zhu Yuanzhang came and went lightly, having fought no battles. Yet he left behind many carefully selected Chinese awakeners in neighboring countries. These individuals moved between nations, continuously gathering control over these suddenly awakened foreign citizens, sending the information they gathered to Su Chun. Although Su Chun was far away in China, upon receiving this information, he only needed a thought to reclaim the awakening powers of certain foreign citizens. As he watched some individuals suddenly rise to the pinnacle of their lives, only to crash down heavily afterward, the remaining foreign citizens were quickly controlled by the Chinese awakeners left behind. The inheritors of surrounding countries also reacted, realizing that this was definitely Su Chun's doing. But what infuriated them was that, when confronted with accusations, Su Chun couldn't be bothered to show up. And Zhu Yuanzhang, who had already returned to China, wore a face of unrepentant pride. He even boldly announced that this was to strengthen their power to prevent further harassment from enemy nations and internal strife. Moreover, these citizens who awakened their bloodlines were all your own nationals. Even if you don't trust us, you can't distrust your own people, right? After months of turmoil, the chaos around Huaxia gradually began to subside. However, just as the entire world started to regain its tranquility, an anomaly suddenly appeared. A colossal beam of light, unprecedented in magnitude, descended from the sky, lasting for several minutes. Like a towering pillar of light connecting heaven and earth, the world, which had only just calmed down, was once again thrown into uproar. No one knew where this beam of light came from. Even fewer understood what it truly was. But without a doubt, such a grand spectacle quickly captured everyone's attention. Major powers around the world simultaneously took action, rushing to investigate the point where the beam landed. Naturally, Huaxia would not fall behind. Upon receiving the news, a Y-20 transport aircraft had already taken off from Huaxia, heading straight to the scene. In the cabin, Su Chun sat opposite, Zhu Yuanzhang, both silent. Zhu Yuanzhang appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was filled with indescribable tension. After returning from Sakura, Su Chun had relayed the words of Ing Zheng to him in full. Upon learning that the 6 realms were damaged, and that most ancestors could not reincarnate, Zhu Yuanzhang was equally horrified. Zhu Yuanzhang's shock was no less than that of Su Chun. Especially after hearing about the existence of the old gods, Zhu Yuanzhang was profoundly shaken and struggled to accept it. He did not know what the old gods were. But judging from the current situation with Sakura, if the old gods truly awakened, they would undoubtedly bring catastrophic disaster to this world. This was one of the reasons Zhu Yuanzheng was eager to expand Huaxia's influence. Fortunately, although the old gods were terrifying, the ancestors of various nations in the heavenly realm would not sit idly by and allow such things to happen. They not only descended ancestral symbols to enhance the strength of their descendants, but would also deliver a treasure from the heavenly realm. At this moment, only the two of them were aware of this matter. In Su Chen's view, such a magnificent beam of light could not possibly be a natural phenomenon. It was most likely the heavenly treasure that Ying Zheng had mentioned. Moreover, Ying Zheng had said that the intervals of the heavenly realm's barrier loosening would become shorter. Considering the timing, it had been several months since the second ancestral symbol appeared, so it should be about time. The only thing puzzling Su Chen was that with the appearance of the heavenly treasure, the third ancestral symbol should have appeared as well. Yet until the beam dissipated, he had not heard of any country unveiling a new ancestral symbol. Nevertheless, for the heavenly treasure, Su Chen was determined to obtain it. Therefore, regardless of what that beam of light was, he had to see it with his own eyes to feel at ease. The point where the beam landed was found to be on a small island in the ocean belonging to a sparsely populated nation. The first and second inheritors, one named Abu and the other Akui, were two brothers. The ancestors represented by the two symbols were rulers of the island from 100 or 200 years ago. Although they were renowned among the indigenous people in Huaxiao, they were merely the village chiefs. However, these two inheritors were self-aware and, being far from the mainland, had no ambition to compete for dominance over the ocean or expand their territory. Despite the small size of the island, it was well known as a tourist destination. The brothers spent most of their time fishing at sea with 2 to 3 dozen awakened individuals, and compared to before, they now returned with full nets every day. In their leisure time, they would also welcome tourists from all over the world, smiling warmly, even when the visitors were just ordinary people. As life began to improve, the islanders were naturally overjoyed, and the two brothers were content and happy. However, the long-standing tranquility of this small island was completely shattered by the beam of light that fell from the sky. An island barely a few dozen kilometers in radius had suddenly become the target of the entire world. Within an hour of the beam dissipating, 3 planes had already flown over the small island, skimming low in the air. The singlest 3 houses on the island were instantly toppled by the strong winds created by the plane's wings. The islanders were screaming in terror and running about in chaos. Seeing such a scene, Abu and Akui's eyes turned red in an instant. However, they did not dare to act rashly. As the planes turned and slowly descended onto the runway by the beach, hundreds of awakened individuals quickly surged out of the cabin, taking control of all the islanders. You two are the inheritors of this island. A man with dark skin adorned with golden accessories from head to toe approached Abu and Akui. His tone was arrogant, radiating an aura of superiority. Behind him were hundreds of awakened individuals, each equally imposing. One of them stepped forward and translated the man's words. Abu frowned and stepped forward to shield his brother behind him. I am the inheritor here. Who are you? Why are you destroying our home? The man scoffed disdainfully and raised his chin. The awakened individual, acting as the translator, sneered and shouted, "Lowly barbarians, mind your attitude. Standing before you is the descendant of the great Magadha kingdom, the Emperor Ashoka of the Peacock dynasty. Also the inheritor of the first ancestral symbol of the White Elephant Kingdom, noble Rahal Gadon." Upon hearing this, Abu and Akui's faces turned pale. Although they lived on a small island far from the mainland, it did not mean they were cut off from information. This was precisely why they reacted with such shock upon hearing this name. This Rahal, although possessing the inheritance of only one ancestor, had strength that surpassed many inheritors with 2 pieces of inheritance. The first ancestral symbol of the White Elephant Kingdom represented the ancestor Ashoka of the Peacock dynasty, who was also the greatest ancestor in the history of the White Elephant Kingdom. Ashoka ruled nearly the entire White Elephant continent over 2,000 years ago. His legendary life can be divided into 2 stages. During the first half of Ashoka's life, he highly esteemed military power. To unify the White Elephant continent, he waged wars and killed at least hundreds of thousands. Yet the era he governed became an unprecedented prosperous time in the history of the White Elephant. However, in the second half of his life, this emperor of the Peacock dynasty underwent a drastic change in character. He ceased killing and instead devoted himself to promoting the teachings of Buddhism. During his lifetime, Ashoka constructed over 80,000 stupas and frequently dispatched monks to spread the teachings throughout the White Elephant and even abroad. With his full support, Buddhism not only suppressed Brahmanism and Jainism, but also became the national religion of the White Elephant. It even spread from the White Elephant to the entire world, becoming one of the 3 major religions globally. Because of these achievements, Ashoka was revered as the Dharma protector by Buddhism and became one of the most respected ancestors among the people of the White Elephant. It is precisely because of these reasons that Laharl, who inherited the legacy of King Ashoka, surpasses the vast majority of other inheritors in strength. In comparison, the second symbol of the kingdom of the white elephant pales greatly next to King Ashoka. Laharl was even unwilling to allow it to be compared with King Ashoka, directly awarding this symbol to a loyal subordinate. Across the world, there is only Laharl who would dare to do such a thing. At this moment, facing the Lord of the White Elephant and the inheritor of King Ashoka, Abu and Akui's meager inherited power was like fireflies beneath the bright moon, utterly insignificant. Seeing the two tremble in fear, Laharl's lips curled into a satisfied smile. The appearance of the beam of light drew the attention of the entire world, naturally catching Laharl's notice as well. Coincidentally, this small island is the closest to the white elephant. Thus, Laharl became the first inheritor to arrive. Up. A series of piercing screams suddenly echoed across the beach. When Abu and Akui turned to look, their eyes widened in horror. More than 20 awakened islanders lay dead in pools of blood. A group of awakened white elephant warriors shook the soft swords they had conjured, splattering blood everywhere. Witnessing this scene, Laharl's expression remained unperturbed as he spoke calmly. "Take me to the place where the beam of light falls. Otherwise, everyone on the island will die." Abu and Akui trembled all over, their hearts filled with hatred, yet they dared not show a hint of it. For there were still thousands of ordinary islanders on the island. If they dared to show any resistance, Laharl would undoubtedly kill them all without hesitation. Yet they also understood that even if they led Laharl to the beam's landing point, they would not survive afterward. Just as despair washed over them, a loud rumble suddenly came from the sky. Laharl looked up instantly, furrowing his brows. It was a large military transport aircraft. Few could produce such airplanes in the world. The Westerners arrived so quickly. Though Laharl frowned, he was not worried. The Lunar Fall royal family was indeed powerful, but the inheritor John was inherently timid. Since obtaining the inheritance, he had never left Lunar Fall. It was even more unlikely for him to personally come to this small island. The remaining inheritors, whether the Gallic Rooster or the Hans Cat, were also beneath Laharl. As for the Eagle Sauce, Laharl had not even considered it. However, as the aircraft flew closer, Laharl's previously relaxed expression turned serious. For he finally saw clearly that the large military transport aircraft was not adorned with the colorful flags of Western countries, but bore a striking shade of red. The transport plane began to descend slowly, and Laharl's inherited power surged within him. Yet after much hesitation, he still did not make a move, allowing the plane to land on the runway. If there was anyone at this moment who could make Laharl wary, it would undoubtedly be the inheritor, Su Chen from Huaxia. Whether it was in the battle against Haidong or his solitary venture to the Cherry Blossom, Su Chen's strength had been witnessed by the entire world. Although Laharl did not believe he was weaker than Su Chen, the beam of light was the focus of attention. Behind him were hundreds of awakened warriors clad in black. These individuals were all elite members selected through layers of scrutiny, as well as Su Chen. Behind him were hundreds of awakened warriors clad in black. These individuals were all elite members selected through layers of scrutiny, as well as Su Chen's personal guards. Upon seeing Su Chen for the first time, Laharl's pupils constricted. Previously, he had only seen him on screen and had not felt much. But now seeing him in person, he realized that Su Chen was even more terrifying than he had imagined. A young man who appeared to be just over 20. The mere aura he exuded was enough to send shivers down his spine. This had certainly never happened before. And Su Chen had long since noticed Laharl. Regarding this unfriendly neighbor, Su Chen had always been observant and naturally recognized this renowned inheritor of the white elephant. This Laharl belonged to the Kshatriya caste. Among the Brahmins, he belonged to the genuine aristocratic class, wielding all the power of the nation. After receiving the legacy of King Ashoka, Laharl was also revered by the bald-headed cultists and called the Little Ming King. It is known that the white elephant is a religious nation. All citizens are either followers of the bald-headed faith or adhere to Brahmanism. Yet Laharl alone occupies both sides. His control over the white elephant far exceeds that of other inheritors. However, it is also because he grew up under religious ideologies and the caste system. Laharl's character is similar to that of most upper caste aristocrats of the white elephant, or even more radical. In his eyes, those of lower castes are akin to livestock. Those who do not worship the bald-headed faith are also heretics, deserving of death. The pools of blood on the beach seemed to confirm these rumors. Su Chen squinted and quickly walked onto the beach. As he passed by Laharl, he didn't even lift his eyelids. The celestial treasure must belong to Huaxia. Since they would inevitably become enemies, there was no need to engage in superfluous pleasantries. As Su Chen walked straight toward him, Abu and Akui completely broke down. Just the arrival of one had already caused so many deaths. Now with another who appeared even stronger, would there be any hope for the islanders? However, what they did not expect was that Su Chen merely waved his hand, and a surge of inherited power lifted them from the ground. Was there a beam of light that fell on the island earlier? Can you take me to see it? Su Chen's tone was gentle, devoid of any arrogance. You are from Huaxia. Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, Abu's expression instantaneously brightened, and he spoke in broken Chinese. Huaxia is a friend. Our airport, our houses were all built by the Huaxia people. If you can protect us, I can take you there. Su Chen glanced at the surrounding watchful white elephant warriors and turned back to give Zhu Yuanzhang a look. Damn it. What kind of skill is it to bully ordinary people? Rest assured, with us here, no one would dare to lay a finger. Zhu Yuanzhang could not stand seeing ordinary people being bullied. Moreover, although this country is small, it established diplomatic relations with Huaxia decades ago, and is one of the earliest countries to do so. The infrastructure and housing on the island were also built with aid from Huaxia. Under Zhu Yuanzhang's leadership, hundreds of personal guards lined up to stand in front of the kneeling and weeping islanders. Although there were only 100 of them, the aura they emitted instantly overwhelmed the hundreds of white elephant awakened warriors surrounding them. Seeing the chilling Qin swords and golden axes in the hands of those personal guards, the white elephant awakened warriors instinctively took a step back, not daring to act rashly. Witnessing this scene, Laharl's face turned ashen and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. Yet even as Su Chen led everyone away from the beach, he still did not act, merely snorting coldly and following behind. Su Chen followed Abu, weaving through the dense jungle. Before long, the two had traveled over 10 kilometers and arrived at the center of the island. Ahead lay a massive pit approximately several kilometers in diameter. The ground within the pit had sunk more than 100 meters compared to the surrounding woods, resembling a giant meteor. At the center of the pit, twinkling lights sparkled. Even in broad daylight, they were exceptionally eye-catching. However, just as Su Chen prepared to approach, suddenly he felt a gust of wind rush past him, and a figure dashed toward the center of the pit at an Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Rahar. Yet Su Chen felt no anxiety whatsoever. If the object at the center of the pit was indeed a celestial treasure, it could not be obtained so easily. Otherwise, Abu and Akui could have taken it when the light beam descended, so how could they still be in place? Indeed, Rahar was quick to reach it, but returned even faster. He had just rushed to about a kilometer from the center of the giant pit. Suddenly a muffled sound echoed, and the air ahead rippled like water. Rahar's figure was abruptly bounced back by a tremendous force. He tumbled several times before finally stabilizing himself. Though he was unharmed due to the protective power of the inheritance, he couldn't help but feel a mix of shame and anger as he saw Su Chen walk by with a smile. As the proud inheritor of the Iu Wang lineage, trailing behind Su Chen like a shadow was incredibly human, but he understood that the most important thing now was to locate the light beam's point of descent and figure out what was happening. So despite his inner turmoil, he forced himself to endure. And as it turned out, Rahar's previous speculations were indeed correct. The several kilometer-wide pit proved that the light beam was no natural phenomenon. Moreover, the sparkling objects at the center of the pit seemed to possess a magical allure, instantly captivating Rahar's nerves. He initially aimed to seize the opportunity and claim these treasures before Su Chen. However, he never expected that not only would he fail to gain anything, but he would also end up in an embarrassing situation. Su Chen paid Rahar no mind and stepped directly toward the area where the air rippled, attempting to reach for. Indeed, with his movement, the ripples in the air intensified. An invisible force manifested before him, blocking Su Chen's outstretched hand. Su Chen frowned slightly, not withdrawing his hand, but rather channeling the power of the inheritance into his arm, increasing his strength. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The rebounding force in the air suddenly intensified, instantly bouncing Su Chen's hand back. Su Chen shook his hand, no longer attempting, and instead directed his gaze toward the center of the pit. As the ripples in the air gradually dissipated, his vision slowly returned to clarity. A kilometer distance was nothing to the eyesight of an inheritor. But with just one glance, Su Chen could no longer maintain his composure, his entire body stiffening suddenly. In the center of the giant pit lay 100 or so items of varying sizes. Statues, jade tablets, armor, ancient artifacts, and countless other objects. Regardless of what they were, they all emitted a dazzling golden light, exuding an ancient and profound aura. Ancestral symbols. Journalists from major media outlets around the world gathered like flies, sensing blood swarming around. Countless drones flitted back and forth above. No matter where one was, as long as they turned on their television or mobile phone, they could see everything at the scene from every angle. Oh my God! Why are all these symbols appearing on this small island? This is unscientific. That stone tower in the middle looks just like our Golden Tower country's pyramid. It must be something from our Golden Tower country. Nonsense. There are many things that look alike. Why should it be yours? Soga. With the third symbol emerging, our Sakura country will surely end the disaster and rise again. Oh no. Have the Sakura people come back from the dead? Sakura's specialty is just volcanic ash now. What are you talking about rising again? Look, almost all the inheritors from around the world have arrived. This scene is something I never dared to imagine before. That's King John from the Moonfall country. He actually came in person. Look, isn't that Rahar from the White Elephant country? My goodness. That's Su Chen. The inheritor from Huaxia has also arrived. Countries around the world were buzzing with discussions, with citizens feeling both excited and tense. To see the world's top inheritors gathered in one place is truly unprecedented. However, in such a terrifying environment, whether their own country's inheritors could stand out and take the lead was highly uncertain. As more and more people arrived, the inheritors and awakened ones waiting outside the barrier began to form small groups based on their factions. Naturally, Western countries gathered together. Surrounding Rahar were several South Asian countries. Most of these nations followed the faith of the Bald religion and respected Rahar. The place where Su Chen stood also had a substantial number of people. Besides the inheritors from neighboring Huaxia countries, there were also many awakened ones from other nations with activated Dayu bloodlines. As soon as these people saw Su Chen, their eyes lit up and they quickly gathered around him. Su Chen, possessing the Dayu inheritance, was seen as the representative of their ancestor. At this moment, seeing Su Chen made their hearts surge with excitement. If it weren't for Su Chen holding them back, they would have likely knelt and bowed before their country's inheritors. Outside the barrier, over 10,000 people had already gathered. As time passed, the tense and heavy atmosphere grew more pronounced. While the ancestral symbols were undoubtedly important, many factions had also set their sights on the white light atop the Jade Tower. With only one treasure, it was only natural that the strong would seize it. Once the barrier opened, it would inevitably trigger a scramble, possibly escalating into a brutal melee. Rahar stood up, scanning the surroundings, and the power of inheritance surged skyward. After the barrier opens, you may take your ancestral symbols. However, the treasure atop the Jade Tower must belong to the White Elephant country. If you do not wish to be my enemy, please keep your hands to yourselves. Rahar's words were extremely domineering, yet he had the strength and confidence to say them. The inheritors from countries with shallow historical backgrounds looked grim, yet they did not dare to refute him. No matter how good the treasure was, one needed to have their life to claim it. At this moment, within the giant pit, the major factions were on high alert. It would be a miracle if they could secure their ancestral symbols. Who would dare to contest Rahar for the exotic treasures atop the Jade Tower? However, their fear did not mean that other factions were also afraid. As soon as Rahar finished speaking, laughter erupted from the western camp. The few countries with the deepest historical backgrounds also displayed disdain. Though Rahar was strong, they were not to be trifled with. Naturally, they could not lose their momentum at this time. I believe this should be something we say. The Gallic Rooster inheritor stepped forward, shouting at Rahar. That Jade Tower in the middle is clearly a Western artifact. The treasures on top must also belong to the West. What does it have to do with you, White Elephant? Once the barrier opens after you obtain your symbol, just leave quietly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Rahar's face darkened as he glanced over, snorting in disdain, and fell silent. Zhu Yuanzheng sat beside Su Chen, feeling an indescribable tension. Facing Rahar alone earlier, he felt nothing. But now, with hundreds of inheritors and tens of thousands of awakened ones gathered in the giant pit, he felt immense pressure. Little Su, many factions are now eyeing the celestial treasures. Though we have many people from Huaxia, the inheritors from neighboring countries are filled with resentment, making them unreliable when the time comes. If a fight breaks out, will you be okay? Su Chen withdrew his gaze and smiled. Regarding the safety of Huaxia, even if there are issues, I must step up. They may be numerous, but we also possess advantages they lack. Although the way our Huaxia ancestors choose symbols is rather unique. This is also a display of confidence, for no matter which Huaxia ancestor's symbol descends, it will surely be the dragon among men, able to protect the Huaxia realm and ensure the safety of future generations. The ancestors summoned by these guys, no matter how powerful, are like mere sculptures. At most they can bestow inheritance, activate bloodlines, and then they are of little use. But you are different. You can truly awaken the Huaxia ancestors. Once the ancestors awaken, those Western inheritors and Rahar will be nothing at all. In his excitement, Zhu Yuanzheng's voice inevitably grew louder, drawing the attention of surrounding inheritors. Even Rahar and John on the other side of the barrier turned their gazes over. However, most of them could not understand Huaxia language. Upon seeing that the one speaking was not Su Chen, but an ordinary old man, they sneered and turned away, ignoring him. Damn, these bastards actually look down on me. When the time comes, beat them hard, don't show me any mercy. Receiving the scornful gazes from these people, Zhu Yuanzheng's expression twisted with anger. Yet the next moment, a strange fluctuation suddenly appeared in the giant pit. The previously calm barrier began to vibrate violently without anyone touching it. Within a 1-kilometer radius of the center of the giant pit, an inverted semicircle emerged with rippling waves continuously surging. The barrier is about to open. Everyone suddenly stood up, their bodies tense. Rahar and the Western inheritors rushed forward, standing right outside the barrier. Crack, crack, crack. With a series of ear-grating cracking sounds, the barrier that stood in front of everyone shattered with a loud bang, dissipating into thin air. Charge. Take them all. Forget the ancestor emblems for now. Grab the treasures on the Jade Tower first. Hundreds of legacy bearers from across the globe, as if injected with adrenaline, surged toward the center of the vast pit in a frenzied rush. Behind them, even more of the awakened flowed toward the pit, like a rising tide. Those who dare contend with me for treasure, die. Lahar's eyes blazed crimson as a supple sword danced through the air. With the legacy power unleashed at full force, 3 or 4 nearby claimants could no longer resist and were forced to slow. I am a descendant of Au Wang. The treasure must belong to me. Lahar laughed manically, lifting a great foot to stride onto the Jade Tower's stone steps. The Queen's radiance will surely shine upon the world. This relic belongs to the Yueluo royal family. Clear the way. Yuehan, abandoning his usual caution, surged forward with boundless momentum, leading the Yueluo royal family up the tower's other flank. Jinta country has never sought needless conflict with you, but that does not mean we fear you. This Jade Tower clearly belongs to Jinta country. The treasure atop, it was surely left by the ancestors of Jinta. Whoever dares touch Jinta's precious relics will die, without question. All the successors acted as if mad, attacking rivals while desperately pressing toward the Jade Tower. Yet what none of them expected was about to unfold. The steps looked only a few hundred in number. With the power these legacy bearers possessed, they should have been a mere stride. Yet those who managed to reach the steps advanced at an astonishingly slow pace. Anyone who set foot on the stairs felt their body grow heavy as an invisible pressure descended. With every step up, that pressure multiplied. Lahar, who had taken the lead, began to pant and turn pale after climbing a dozen or so steps. Yuan on the other side fared no better, also struggling after 10-odd steps and finding it nearly impossible to continue. If even the top-tier claimants suffered, so those who followed behind were worse off. Most could only climb 1 or 2 steps before making no further progress. Yet the crowd was not entirely surprised. After all, there was only one exotic treasure. It would not be surrendered easily. As everyone gritted their teeth to press onward, something else suddenly occurred. A faint, ghostly radiance appeared beside the Jade Tower. Many turned instinctively and saw that someone had activated an ancestor emblem, summoning a phantom image hundreds of meters tall. Numerous minor states with little historical depth were present. They all understood they had no right to contest the Jade Tower's relic. If they forced the matter, they would gain nothing and might even lose their lives. So when the barrier opened, these people searched for their own ancestor emblems in the vicinity, hoping to depart the scene of conflict as swiftly as possible. A claimant from a nation on the Nanmei continent was the first to find and activate his emblem. When the ancestral phantom appeared, the claimant hesitated for 2 seconds. Instead of leaving, he suddenly turned and ran straight for the Jade Tower. Those nearby watched without intervening, as if witnessing a comic spectacle. After all, even Yuehan and Lar could only climb a dozen steps or so. An inheritor from a nation only a few centuries old trying to ascend the Jade Tower. It seemed a humiliation waiting to happen. But what everyone did not expect then occurred. The claimant held the emblem in his hands, and the ancestral phantom floated above his head. He rose up the steps without any hint of pressure, as if the stairs offered no resistance at all. Only after climbing more than 50 steps did his pace begin to slow. The sight dumbfounded those on site. The peoples of the world erupted in clamorous astonishment. How is this possible? I know him. He's the claimant from Milu country called Dakuin, already a bearer of 2 legacies. With this third one, he has 3. Could he have been playing dumb to conceal his true strength? Impossible. I checked the records. None of the first 2 ancestors, nor this third, hail from a long line. Even if Dakuin is stronger than most, he shouldn't be this absurdly powerful. Exactly. Yuehan and Lahar could only reach 10-odd steps while he surged above 50. If he were that formidable, why bother hiding his might? The crowds of onlookers were baffled, but the claimants on site quickly realized the truth. It was the ancestor emblem. One must first activate an emblem from a third ancestor to gain the right to climb the Jade Tower. Hurry, find our ancestor emblems at once. Those packed on the steps turned and peered downward, desperate to locate their marks. Lahar and Yuehan's faces darkened as coal. If not for decorum, they would have sworn aloud. They had exerted every ounce of strength to repel rivals and seize the lead. After finally clawing up the 10-odd steps, they were told to go back down. Was this a joke? Those once trailing now found themselves in the ascendant. Most abandoned the tower and began searching for their emblems, while Lahar and Yuehan had to endure the same oppressive force as they stepped back down, inching their way toward the pit floor. There were nearly 200 emblems scattered about. To find the one belonging to your civilization and to discern which ancestor it represented was no simple task. Many from Yinghua had earlier blended into various press contingents to get onto the island. In the ensuing chaos, they quietly shuffled down to the bottom of the great pit. Yinghua Island had been reduced to ash. Most surviving Yinghua had already used every means to flee. In former times, Huaxiao would have been their first refuge. But the annihilation of Yinghua was widely believed to be the handiwork of Yingzheng. Moreover, after several purges, Huaxiao had long since cleansed those pro-Yinghua elements and the faction of 50,000. The survivors had little hope of being welcomed there. Thus, the vast majority of Yinghua survivors ended up in Cathay country on the opposite side of the world a century before many had begun emigrating there and Kafei welcomed inexpensive labor. Yet the Inghua refused to live as dependents. They wanted to seize lands like the Yutai people, usurp nations, and nest in others' homes. They wanted Inghua to rise again. They wanted to avenge their nation's destruction. Whatever path they chose, it began with finding the Inghua ancestor emblem. They scoured the pit for a long time, but could not find a single emblem tied to Inghua. Still, given the fate of their nation, they would not surrender. One man seized an insignia whose pattern resembled a three-leaf motif. Joy flashed across his face as he tore open his throat and cried out, "Great Dongzhao de Quangxian, the shogunate deity who commands the people, the Dongzhao Lord who shelters Inghua. Please manifest your true form, restore Inghua to its former glory, and let the people of Inghua bathe in your divine might. Your humble descendants call upon your name." Dichuan Jiakong.